Reborn into Naruto World with Tenseigan Chapter 792 to Chapter 878. Looking at the two Naruto candidates in the field, Asuma, as the referee, didn't even enter the field and directly announced the start of the competition in the stands. And the enchantment class also consciously launched the 4 purple flame array at the beginning of the competition. After the last lesson, the enchantment class realized that the competition between the candidates of Naruto is not comparable to the previous Chunin exams. Even if the candidates of Naruto who participated in the competition were very restrained, they still inadvertently caused a big trouble, so the enchantment class did not dare to have the slightest carelessness. Otherwise, the bill sent to their department the next day will not be the maintenance fee of the venue, but the reconstruction fee of the entire venue. In the field, with the 4 purple flame array slowly rising, Kakashi constantly took out the kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique from the ninja bag and threw them in all directions. The number was dozens of them. Fuyua's Scarlet 3-Tomo Sharingan swayed left and right in the eye socket, silently recording the position of the kunai arranged by Kakashi. He wasn't surprised by Kakashi's actions at all. As ninjas of the same village, the two sides have already studied each other carefully before the competition, so both sides have a general idea of what tactics the other side will use. After setting up the Flying Thunder God kunai, Kakashi reminded, "I'm going to attack." "You talk a lot of nonsense." Fuyua snorted coldly. Swish, Kakashi's face darkened and he disappeared from where he stood. Soon, a series of metal clashing sounds came from the field. In the VIP lounge. Looking at Kakashi using the Flying Thunder God technique to attack Uchiha Fuyua, Jiraiya looked solemn. Fuyua's performance is the same as Hyojin's in the last game. He seems to be in a passive position, but he can always resist Kakashi's offensive at the critical moment and eliminate the crisis. 3 Tomo Sharingan can reach such a level? Just for a moment, Jiraiya frowned more and more. Jiraiya has never underestimated Fuyua's physical techniques. After all, almost all jutsu ninjas are good at physical techniques, and as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fuyua's physical techniques are not the best in Mai, but at least belong to the top. What really makes Jiraiya feel uneasy is the strong insight shown by Fuyua. Tsunade on the side smiled and said, "Have some confidence in Kakashi, he is that person's disciple." Jiraiya frowned a little and said, "I don't know why, but I always feel that something is wrong." You've been fooled by Fugaku's tricks." After a pause, Tsunade smiled and said, "How long has Fuyua been the patriarch? How many actual battles has he participated in after the 3 wars?" As the granddaughter of Hashirama, the princess of the Thousand Hand clan, Tsunade is naturally not afraid of Uchiha. On the other side of the stands, seeing his father being besieged by Kakashi using the Flying Thunder God jutsu, Sasuke's small face turned red, as if he was the one being besieged. On the side, Shinichi and Uchiha also frowned, thinking about the best way to crack the Flying Thunder God jutsu. At this time, the situation in the field changed. Kakashi, who attacked fiercely without any results, fell far away. He looked at Fuyua with a serious expression and panted heavily. Fuyua, who was also panting slightly, changed his serious expression and raised the corner of his mouth. He said with a light smile, "The 4 generations technique is only at this level?" Kakashi's face darkened. He originally thought that even if he could not take down Fuyua in one fell swoop, he would at least be able to see 1 or 2 flaws of Fuyua, injure Fuyua, and weaken Fuyua's combat power. But he did not expect that after a round of fierce attacks, apart from wasting a large amount of chakra, he gained nothing. At this time, Fuyua raised both of his arms and said with a smile, "It seems that the Flying Thunder God jutsu has a heavy burden. The anterior rectus of your left leg and the biceps of your right arm are slightly spasming. Your body seems to be unable to bear the heavy burden." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's face darkened even more. Even through the clothes, Fuyua could accurately judge the state of his body's muscles. This insight was obviously beyond Kakashi's expectations. At this time, Fuyua raised both of his arms and began to form a seal. Then, he shouted, "Fire release, grand fire annihilation." Boom, in an instant, a huge sea of fire that could almost fill the venue rushed towards Kakashi's direction, and to Fuyua's surprise, Kakashi did not choose to use the Flying Thunder God jutsu to dodge. Instead, he immediately formed a seal and shouted, "Earth release, earth flow wall." Crash, a hard stone wall immediately rose from the ground, blocking in front of Kakashi. In the sea of fire that surged from the sky, this stone wall was like a reef under the monstrous waves. Although it looked small, it persisted and resisted the blazing fire. At this time, Fuyue's attention was no longer on the front. The three Tomo Sharingan in his eye sockets were constantly shaking, looking for the landing point of Kakashi's flying thunder god jutsu. He was sure that Kakashi would definitely use the fire release and earth release ninjutsu to block his line of sight and use the flying thunder god jutsu to launch a surprise attack. Gotcha! And just when all of Fuyue's attention was focused on the flying thunder god Kunishang scattered around him, the ground under his feet suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from it. This. Fuyue was taken aback. Kakashi did not choose to use the flying thunder god jutsu to launch a surprise attack, but chose to burrow into the ground to attack. This was really out of his expectations, and he, who had spent all of his energy on monitoring the surrounding flying thunder god Kunishang, was caught off guard. However, Fuyue was not a weakling after all, and he quickly reacted, using the Kunishang in his hand to stab Kakashi who had broken out of the ground. Bzzzt, but at the moment when the Kunishang in Fuyue's hand stabbed Kakashi who had broken out of the ground, Kakashi's body turned into a sizzling thunder light, and instantly exploded. Lightning release clone. Fuyue, who was quite confident in his own insight, was shocked again, and his whole body fell into the paralysis caused by Kakashi's lightning release clone. Gotcha! Then, the ground behind Fuyue cracked again, and Kakashi sprang out from it, launching a winning blow at the paralyzed Fuyue who had completely lost the ability to resist. At this moment, the entire audience in the stands subconsciously held their breath. The three generations, whose faces were full of wrinkles, revealed a satisfied smile. We won! In the VIP area, Jiraiya and Tsunade couldn't help but shout out. In the ordinary stands, Sasuke's face was full of horror. No. Everyone in the venue opened their eyes wide at this moment. No one expected that the originally very stalemate situation would take a turn for the worse, to the point where the winner was decided in an instant, in the arena. The Kunishang in Kakashi's hand had already stabbed out, and Fuyue, who was less than half a meter away from him, was still floating with the green smoke from the lightning strike. Got it. Even Kakashi himself felt that he had won at this moment. But at this moment, the three Magatama Sharingan in Fuyue's eye sockets suddenly changed, and at the same time, a red shadow was projected from Fuyue's body. I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Roar. The moment the red shadow was projected out of Fugaku's body, a furious roar that could shake one's mind rang out. This roar seemed to come from the mouth of a god, causing the audience in the stands to suddenly feel nervous, as if something suddenly grabbed their hearts, causing the blood in their whole body to boil, and almost in the blink of an eye, the red phantom transformed into a clear huge skeleton, firmly covering Fuyue who was still in a state of paralysis. Clang! Kakashi's kunai that was thrusting towards Fugaku, struck the red shadow, and immediately produced an ear-piercing sound. Then, Kakashi's whole body was shaken and fell hard to the ground, but at this time, he didn't care about the pain in his body. He looked straight at Fuyue not far away, looking at the huge skeleton phantom that covered Fuyue, and his whole face was filled with surprise and confusion. Susanoo. Kakashi was no stranger to the huge skeleton phantom that covered Fuyue in front of him. This is the Manjikyu Sharingan technique Susanoo that the Uchiha clan is proud of, and it is also one of the strongest embodiments of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan technique, on the main stand. With a wow sound, the three generations directly stood up from their seats. The surprise on their faces was no less than Kakashi in the field. The daimyo of the Land of Fire glanced at the three generations with some doubt. Seeing the change in the expression of the three generations, he immediately realized that the change in the field was most likely beyond the expectations of the three generations. The other Kage's face also changed at this moment. Uchiha with the three Tomo Sharingan is a real jonin, and Uchiha with the Manjikyu Sharingan, without exception, is a powerful ninja with the strength of a Kage. And with Uchiha Fuyue activating Susanoo in public, this undoubtedly announces that there is another pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in the Uchiha clan, and Mai has added another strong Kage, VIP rest area. Damn it, it turns out that he has already awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Staring at the huge skeleton phantom in the field, Jiraiya's face was extremely gloomy. Before, he faintly felt that the recent reaction of the Uchiha clan has been a bit abnormal. It stands to reason that even if Uchiha Shinichi returns, the ratio of Manjikyu Sharingan between the radical and moderate factions in the Uchiha clan should only be 1-1. Under such circumstances, it doesn't make sense for Uchiha Fuyue, who has always been timid, to suddenly become so tough. Now with Uchiha Fuyue activating Susanoo in public, everything can be explained. After Uchiha Shinichi's return, the ratio of Manjikyu Sharingan between the radical and moderate factions in the Uchiha clan is not 1-1, but 2-1. In other words, the return of Uchiha Shinichi has broken the balance of power between the radical and moderate factions in the Uchiha clan, and poured a large barrel of oil on the fire in the heart of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade on the side also had a look of disbelief. Uchiha Sharingan has 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan? At the moment when the Senju clan is on the verge of extinction, the abnormal prosperity of the Uchiha clan is really difficult for her to accept for a while. It must be known that even in the era of Madara Uchiha, there were only 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. Mute leaned towards Tsunade and whispered, "Tsunade-sama, should I go back again to get the remaining 10 million? Tsunade snapped, "Have you forgotten the lesson just now? What's the hurry, the winner hasn't been decided yet. But when the winner is decided, we won't be able to get the 10 million back." Mute was a little anxious. Although she also trusts the strength of Kakashi, the opponent is, after all, Manjikyu Uchiha who can activate Susanoo. Kakashi's chance of winning this game is really not high. Kakashi will not lose this game, and he can't lose. Tsunade said while looking at the field, "I have been in the casino for so many years, can't I analyze the situation? You have to believe in my experience." Mute? In the ordinary stands. When Fuyue activated Susanoo, the Uchiha clan immediately let out a loud cheer. Sasuke, who was nervous just now, pointed at Fuyue's Susanoo excitedly and shouted, "Naruto, look, my father also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. That is my father's Susanoo, that is the strongest pupil technique of our Uchiha clan." Why is it different? Naruto frowned slightly. Sasuke thought that Naruto meant that Fugaku's Susanoo was different from Shirsui's Susanoo in terms of color and shape, so he proudly introduced, "Idiot, the Susanoo launched by our Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope is different." That's right. Is that so? Naruto muttered in a low voice. Obviously, Sasuke misunderstood Naruto. The difference that Naruto said does not refer to the difference in color and shape of the Susanoo, but some subtle differences in the aura of the two. As a user of Senjutsu in the village who is more compatible with the energy of nature than Jiraiya, although Naruto is confused, he is keenly aware that the Susanoo launched by Fuyue in front of him is obviously colder than the Susanoo launched by Jishue, Sasuke, and Ningxi during the battle between the summoning beasts. He does not reject Jishue's Susanoo that has been implanted with Hashirama cells and integrated with Yang release chakra, but he instinctively rejected the aura of the Susanoo in front of him. And this point, in the entire venue, only he vaguely felt it. At this time, Sasuke said to Uchiha Shinichi next to him, "Brother Shinichi, look, my father has also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan." Shinichi curled his lips and thought to himself, "Your father is not the only one in your family who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Your brother who always has a gloomy face actually also has the Manjikyu Sharingan." While sighing with emotion, Shinichi noticed the 2 Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets. One must know that there are very few people in the Uchiha clan who can awaken the Sharingan at the age of Sasuke, but Sasuke not only awakened the Sharingan, but also evolved the 2 Magatama Sharingan, which is extremely rare in the Uchiha clan. In terms of talent, Sasuke can already be compared with the rare geniuses of the Jishue and Itachi families. Tisk, with this kid's talent, maybe he can also awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan in the future. After a pause, Shinichi secretly cursed, "What kind of monsters are they?" The second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In the field. Under the Crimson Susanoo, Fuyue, who still felt numb, was extremely annoyed. He was indeed ready to show his Manjikyu Sharingan in this competition for the position of 5th generation Naruto, but he shouldn't have been forced to use it like this. Damn it. Fuyue gritted his teeth, an indescribable sense of shame surged in his heart. In his imagination, this competition should have been a stage for him to declare his dignity as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and show the power of his Manjikyu Sharingan. He wanted to defeat Kakashi on this stage first, and then show his Manjikyu Sharingan in the posture of the winner, and announce to everyone in the venue that he is the best candidate for 5th generation Naruto, instead of being forced into a desperate situation by Kakashi. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed Fuyue felt, and his eyes swept over the flying thunder god kunai scattered around. He spread these kunai in front of me at the beginning, and launched the flying thunder god jutsu at the beginning of the fight to launch a fierce attack on me. It turned out to be a tactic to lure me into a trap. After falling into the trap, Fuyue finally understood Kakashi's tactics. From the beginning when he spread the flying thunder god kunai, Kakashi has actually been setting a trap, and then launched the flying thunder god jutsu at the cost of chakras consumption is also part of the trap. The purpose is to draw all of his attention to the flying thunder god jutsu, to attract the kunai all around, and then find another way to launch the real killer move from the ground. He knows that I have studied him, so I will pay special attention to the flying thunder god jutsu, so he cunningly used my mentality to set a trap. After a pause, Fuyue's face was a little embarrassed, and he thought, if I didn't have the Manjikyu Sharingan, I would have been defeated by him at this moment. At this time, Kakashi, who fell on the ground on the opposite side, also got up. After the initial shock, he has regained his composure. He knows very well that when the Uchiha clan has 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, he can't lose, because if he loses, not only will he lose the qualification to run for the 5th generation Naruto, but even the Naruto clan, which has been passed down for 4 generations, will also fall to the bottom. And with the current situation of the shinobi world, even a Naruto who can unite everyone may not be able to guarantee the safety of the village, let alone the arrogant and domineering Uchiha clan. If Uchiha Fuyue becomes the 5th generation Naruto, then the village will inevitably suffer, and may even be torn apart. I must not hand over the village to Uchiha Fuyue. After making up his mind, the expression on Kakashi's face suddenly became firm, and the previous doubts in his eyes were all swept away at this moment. Fuyue, whose body was gradually recovering, said in a cold tone, "Kakashi, I underestimated you." With that, Fuyue took a step forward, and as he approached Kakashi step by step, the Susanoo that enveloped him gradually became complete. From the initial skeleton phantasm, it gave birth to meridians, muscles, and finally even armor, turning it into a red half-armored god. Huh. After seeing the full appearance of Fuyue's Susanoo, Kakashi was a little startled. Not only Kakashi, but also many my ninjas in the stands who had seen the Susanoo of Amatsukumi's Homosubi were also shocked at this moment. Because whether it is the appearance or the color, Fuyue's Susanoo is very similar to the one of Amatsukumi's Homosubi. The only obvious difference is that the Homosubi of Amatsukumi's Homosubi is holding the artifact jutsu in its hand, while Fuyue's Susanoo doesn't have one in its hand. Fuyue, who was approaching Kakashi step by step, said, "In front of my Manjikyu Sharingan, all your previous tricks are meaningless." Feeling the huge power of the oncoming Susanoo, Kakashi quickly restrained his thoughts. Zizi, in an instant, dazzling lightning flashed on Kakashi's right hand. This was his self-created ninjutsu, which was also his best ninjutsu. The dazzling lightning flashed continuously, spreading from his right hand to his entire right arm and even the entire right half of his body. Under the intense stimulation of the lightning release chakra, the activity of the cells in his body was raised to the extreme in an instant. Although it was not as good as the lightning release chakra mode of 4 generations Liang, it was not far from it. In the rest area. Looking at Kakashi, who was covered in lightning, Hyojin slightly narrowed his eyes and thought, this guy Kakashi's affinity with the lightning release chakra is also quite exaggerated. Perhaps the cells of the lightning release clone can be tested. The development of Hyojin's earth release clone had basically come to an end, so he had to start thinking about the next step of the lightning release clone. He vaguely remembered that in the future, Kakashi, who focused on the development of the lightning release, could even create a special type of lightning release like the purple lightning. It could be seen that Kakashi's affinity with the lightning release chakra was extraordinary. In the shinobi world, it seemed that only Kakashi's purple lightning and the black lightning of the 5th generation Liang druid could create a special type of lightning release. Just when all the spectators in the stands thought that Kakashi was going to use the lightning to fight Uchiha Fuyue's Susanoo, a wave of air suddenly gushed out of Kakashi's body. First gate, open. Second gate of rest, open. Third gate of life, open. Fourth gate of pain, open. In just an instant, Kakashi launched the Hashimoto Tonku and opened 4 gates in a row, in the VIP area. Jiraiya, who was staring at the venue, clenched his fists tightly. He understood that Kakashi was ready to die at this time, because after losing the insight of the left Sharingan, Kakashi's lightning release has become a killing move that is almost suicidal. What's more, at this time, Kakashi has stimulated the lightning release chakra to such an extent, and even opened the Hashimoto Tonku to the fourth gate of pain. Under this extreme speed, Kakashi, who only has one right eye, can't attack and dodge at the same time. Can his body bear it? Compared with Jiraiya, Tsunade, as a medical ninjutsu master, is more worried about Kakashi's body. Stimulating the body with the lightning release chakra will cause a great burden on the body, and Kakashi not only used the lightning release chakra to the extreme, but also opened the Hashimoto Tonku that put a greater burden on the body. This is definitely a huge test for Kakashi, who doesn't have a sage body, in the field. A huge wave of air wrapped around Kakashi's body, making Kakashi look like a god of thunder and lightning. In the face of the lightning release chakra that was pushed to the extreme, and the waves of air that were constantly surging around, even if he was in Susanoo, Fuyue couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. Suddenly, Kakashi, who had already bloomed his combat power to the extreme, shouted word by word, "The fifth gate, stop gate, open." Hua! As Kakashi opened the fifth gate of the Hashimoto Tonku, the surrounding air suddenly became sticky, and the surrounding air seemed to become distorted in this stickiness and electric light. Does he want to die? Fuyue was quite puzzled. In the vision of his Manjikyu Sharingan, many muscles on Kakashi's body had more or less broken. It could be seen that such a heavy burden was far beyond the scope that Kakashi's body could bear. In the blink of an eye, a huge anger filled Fugaku's heart. "You damn bastard, why are you trying to stop the Uchiha clan from ascending to the position of the Hokage without even caring about your own life? Why? Why can't our Uchiha clan become Naruto?" In the boundless anger, the Manjikyu Sharingan in Fuyue's eye sockets quickly spun. The first one is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In fact, both sides had already come to a realization before they entered the arena. Whether it was Kakashi who represented Naruto, or Uchiha Fuyue who represented Uchiha clan, neither of them had any room to retreat. For both of them, this was a battle that they could not afford to lose. Therefore, when Kakashi bet his life to defeat Uchiha Fuyue and prevent Uchiha clan from ascending to Naruto's position, as the clan leader of Uchiha, Fuyue not only did not feel fear, but he was stimulated by Kakashi's resoluteness, which made him furious. Why? 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 The Uchiha Fuyue, who had always been accustomed to restraining his emotions and tolerating concessions, at this moment, let out a humiliating roar from the depths of his heart. In his opinion, as one of the founders of Mai, why had Uchiha been excluded from the center of Mai's power? Why had so many rules and regulations bound Uchiha? Even now, the Uchiha clan was so powerful, but the village still refused to recognize Uchiha. Such humiliation made him, the clan leader of Uchiha, hysterical. At this moment, killing intent surged in his heart. He wanted to completely destroy Kakashi in front of him, and destroy all the shackles imposed on the Uchiha clan by the village. Kakashi, who was opposite him, also urged his strength to the extreme at this moment. The turbulent airflow rolled up the gravel on the ground around him and slowly rose into the air. Looking from a distance, it seemed that the gravity in the area around him had changed. As for these broken stones that had risen into the air due to the airflow, when they encountered the lightning that shone on his body, they were quickly electrocuted into pieces by the extremely strong lightning. Then, they were swept up by the turbulent airflow and formed a strange cyclone with a deep color that looked like a storm. In this storm that constantly flashed with lightning, Kakashi's face was solemn. There was no sadness or joy on his face, even his eyes were silent. In the stands, unlike the previous enthusiastic cheers, all the audience held their breath, making the crowded stands quiet, because everyone knows that the two candidates of Naruto in the field are about to fight. At this moment, an unexpected scene happened in the field. Before the decisive battle, Kakashi, in front of Uchiha Fuyue, the clan leader of Uchiha, slowly closed his remaining right eye. Naruto looked puzzled. Why did that uncle close his eye? He can't see anything, how can he fight? Sasuke smiled proudly and said, "What do you know? He closed his eye because he is afraid of my father's Manjikyu Genjutsu." On the side, Shinichi shook his head. In the VIP seats, Mute also asked the same question as Naruto. Tsunade explained with a dignified look, under the stimulation of the thunder release chakra and the extreme speed increase of Hachiman Duanjia, Kakashi's right eye can't help him much. Jiraiya took over the conversation. Instead of dealing with the relatively delayed information received by the right eye, it is better to turn off the visual system and put all the energy into chakra perception and killing intent perception. Listening to the words of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Mute was stunned. This kind of fighting method is beyond her current level. Tsunade then said with emotion, Kakashi is worthy of being that person's disciple. If he was given more time, or let him know in advance that Fuyue hid the information of the Manjikyu Sharingan, he will definitely be able to do better. Mute asked, Tsunade-sama, do you think Kakashi still has a chance to win? Tsunade nodded. However, Tsunade is also very clear that whether Kakashi can win or not depends more on the Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Fuyue, in the field. When their respective momentum rose to the extreme, the two people in the field almost launched a decisive attack at the same time, under the exclamation of all the spectators in the stands. Kakashi was almost like a moving storm. In the roar and thunder, he went straight to Fuyue under the Susanoo. Amaterasu. And under the huge wave of air, Fuyue under the Susanoo closed his right eye, and then suddenly opened it. In an instant, a black flame suddenly formed in the focus of his eyes, and the focus of his eyes was Kakashi, who seemed to be wrapped in a lightning storm. Voila! In an instant, the black flame covered the cyclone around Kakashi's body. Whether it was the wave of air or the lightning, it seemed that they could not get rid of the burning of this black flame. Whoosh! Just as the black flame continued to spread in the cyclone and was about to extend to Kakashi, who was in the middle of the charge, suddenly disappeared from the vision of Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan, leaving only the black flame flying along the wave of air, falling everywhere in the venue. Some even drifted to the four purple flame formation that isolated the venue from the stands, burning on the boundary wall of the four purple flame formation. And at the moment when Kakashi's figure disappeared, a huge impact hit Fuyue from behind. Boom! The dazzling lightning wrapped in the wave of air, with unparalleled power, hit Fuyue's Susanoo with a roar that made people's eardrums hurt. Damn it! Under this impact, even with the protection of Susanoo, Fuyue still staggered forward and almost fell to the ground, and the ground of the whole venue was also shattered. Kacha. Then, a cracking sound came into the ears of both Kakashi and Fuyue at the same time. There is no doubt that this cracking sound came from Fuyue's Susanoo. Looking back at the crack on the back of Susanoo, Fuyue was surprised. Although he knew that Susanoo was not unbreakable, and there are many ways to break Susanoo in the ninja world, but he never thought that Kakashi would have the ability to threaten his Susanoo. What a pity! Almost at the same time, the three generations in the main stand, as well as Jiraiya and Tsunade in the VIP area, sighed with regret in their hearts. They can all see that Kakashi's attack this time is actually not far from breaking Fuyue's Susanoo. As long as the speed is faster and the strength is greater, breaking Susanoo is not a luxury. I'm afraid his body can't bear it. Finding that Kakashi did not continue to attack after the blow, Jiraiya secretly felt worried. At this time, Tsunade on the side no longer cared about the rules. Directly through the slug clone, her powerful yang release chakra was transmitted to Kakashi's already exhausted body. The sudden huge chakra immediately restored Kakashi's vitality. He was quite afraid of the strange black fire that spread in the venue, and once again launched a fierce attack on Fuyue. Second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Boom, 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 accompanied by the deafening roar, the entire venue fell into a rhythmic vibration, and this rhythm originated from the frequency of Kakashi's fierce attacks on Fugaku under the Susanoo. Kakashi used the lightning chakra and Hashiman Tanto to the extreme to launch a fierce attack on Fuyue, and then used the flying thunder god Jutsu as the pivot to quickly adjust his position after a blow, change the angle of attack, and continue to launch the next round of fierce attacks. Moreover, every time Kakashi launched a suicidal charge, the shockwaves would cause the entire arena to shake. Therefore, amidst the rumbling sounds, the audience in the stands felt like they were riding a roller coaster. Along with the waves of tremors, they were up and down, and all of them were dizzy from the vibrations. Amidst the constant tremors, the load-bearing stone pillars on the grandstand collapsed one after another. Even the foundation of the grandstand was blasted open with ghastly cracks. Quickly use the earth release ninjutsu to strengthen the stands. The jonin in charge of maintaining the order in the stands shouted loudly when he saw this. Unlike the two Naruto candidates in the last game, the two Naruto candidates in this game were obviously fighting with all their might. Both sides in the contest did not restrain themselves at all, completely doing their best. Therefore, even with the isolation of the four purple flame array, the peripheral stands were still under great pressure, like a sand sculpture constantly being washed by the waves. Compared to the Jonin in charge of maintaining the order in the stands, the barrier class was even more bitter. One must know that the four purple flame array is a high-level barrier. No matter what touches it, it will be immediately burned to ashes by the barrier. The gravel that splashed like cannonballs in the last game also obediently turned into flying ash in front of the four purple flame array. But for some reason, Fugaku's four violet flame array, which has always been used to burn other people's four violet flame array, suffered a setback this time when it encountered the black flames released by Fugaku's Manjikyu Sharingan. Not only did it fail to burn the black flames quickly, but the black flames continued to spread. In just a moment, large areas of the barrier were ignited with black flames. Under the continuous burning of the black flames, the four purple flame array could not continue. In just a short time, 7 or 8 experienced elite Chunin in the barrier class had almost their whole body's chakra drained because of maintaining the barrier. The strange black flames gradually spread to most of the venue, and soon attracted the attention of the 5 Kage in the main stands. The Kage were keenly aware that the black flames can burn almost anything, whether it is the soil on the ground, stones, or even the barrier protecting the stands. While the other Kage were amazed, only the Mizukage of 4 generations secretly shivered, as if remembering some bad memories. In the stands of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the black flames that spread wantonly in the venue, Itachi had a strange expression on his face, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. When he found out that his father's Manjikyu Sharingan is also using Amaterasu, he was taken aback. He never thought that he would have the same pupil technique as his father. Can everyone in our clan use Amaterasu? A doubt inadvertently came to Itachi's mind. Among all the people present today, Itachi is probably the one who knows the power of Amaterasu the best. Even Fuyue, who had just used Amaterasu, is not as good as Itachi, because from the skill of Fuyue's Amaterasu, Fuyue obviously doesn't have much experience in using Amaterasu. Because of his understanding of the power of Amaterasu, Itachi understands that the situation has developed to this point. There is no suspense in the outcome, in the field. Boom. Boom. Boom, the roar continued, which means that Kakashi still hasn't given up, still struggling to hit the Susanoo on top of Uchiha Fuyue's head. Every attack of Kakashi is an indomitable attack, because he can't effectively dodge the enemy's counterattack, so once he is hit by Fuyue's counterattack, he will most likely die on the spot. It's just that Kakashi is constantly adjusting the position and angle of each attack through Flying Thunder God Jutsu, coupled with the fact that Fuyue is also suffering from the violent impact. It is difficult for him to launch an effective counterattack against Kakashi, who is using Flying Thunder God Jutsu, causing the situation to fall into a stalemate. Fuyue can only passively defend, relying on his own Susanoo to resist Kakashi's fierce attack. And Kakashi has no choice but to launch a desperate charge against Fuyue's huge Susanoo again and again, which may lead to his own death at any time. Listening to the continuous cracking sound coming from the Susanoo, Fuyue roared in his heart, "Damn it, how can his body bear this degree of burden? This is impossible." The fact that Kakashi can launch such a wild and fierce attack is already beyond Fuyue's expectation, but what is more difficult for Fuyue to understand is that Kakashi can maintain this degree of attack for so long, which is simply against common sense. Just like Fuyue, Kakashi, who is gritting his teeth and holding on, also screamed in his heart, why can't I break it? Didn't Winchin from Amatsukami easily cut through the Susanoo with her bone blade? Is my Rachel not as good as his bone blade? What is the problem? Although there is a huge amount of chakra from Tsunade, Kakashi's body is almost at its limit. At this moment, several major muscle groups in his body have been torn and repaired repeatedly for 6 or 7 times, and muscle fatigue is constantly accumulating. If this continues, even if there is a steady stream of chakra, his body will not be able to support it and collapse. In the resting area, Ring asked nervously, "Kuroto, can Kakashi win this round?" Hyojin said, "No, he can hold on for another 15 seconds at most." After seeing the slug on Kakashi's shoulder, Hyojin knew that Tsunade is cheating in this round, but even so, Kakashi still lacks the means to break the Susanoo. and the black flame of Amaterasu has spread to the whole area. The flying thunder god kunai that Kakashi set up before have been burned by the black flame, so there is not much space for Kakashi to move around. What? He can only hold on for 15 seconds at most? Ring was stunned for a moment, and then said in disbelief, but Kakashi clearly has the upper hand. Hyojin shook his head. Every blow from Kakashi can indeed cause damage to Fuyue's Susanoo, but as long as he can't break it with one blow, Fuyue can use his ocular power to restore the damaged Susanoo. Therefore, it seems that Fuyue is suppressed by Kakashi, and Kakashi may break the Susanoo at any time, but in fact, Kakashi's defeat is inevitable. Ah! At this moment, Kakashi's cry came from the field. Kakashi, who was constantly being squeezed by Amaterasu, finally failed to escape the attack of Amaterasu, and his body was accidentally touched by the black flame. The winner has been decided. Hyojin sighed, I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In the field. Seeing Kakashi fall to the ground and get burned by the black flames of Amaterasu, Fugaku did not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of depression. This kind of victory was really too embarrassing for him. Suddenly, Fuyue under Susanoo also half-knelt on the ground and covered his eyes with his hands. The tingling pain from the Manjikyu Sharingan reminded him that his pupil power was consumed, so he had to suppress the anger in his heart, calm his depressed mood, and deactivate Susanoo. The idea of taking this opportunity to kill Kakashi did flash in Fuyue's mind. But in the next moment, he dispelled this idea very rationally. It's not that he can't kill Kakashi, but he can't kill him now, he can't kill him in front of the whole village. And when he ascends to the position of Naruto in the future, and becomes the fifth Sama, Kakashi's life and death will only be in his hands. After making up his mind, Fuyue's eyes narrowed. In an instant, the black flames of Amaterasu that almost spread to the entire venue and spread towards the stands were all extinguished, even those on Kakashi's body were no exception. On the main stand. Looking at Kakashi, who was burned from head to toe, fell to the ground and almost lost consciousness, 3 generations Naruto thought bitterly, this is going to be troublesome. In the arrangement of the Naruto faction, Kakashi must win this game. As long as Kakashi wins this game, then the next game Hyojin who received the money will be perfunctory and deliberately lose to Kakashi. In this way, the Naruto faction will smoothly complete the transition from 3 generations to the 5th Sama. But no one expected that there would be such an accident in this game. Kakashi's performance is actually impeccable, because even if the 3 generations were to fight, facing a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan with unknown pupil power, there is still not much chance of winning. In the end, I underestimated Fuyue, sigh. Thinking of the trouble that was about to face, the 3 generations sighed faintly. As Kakashi fell to the ground and was seriously injured and unconscious, and Fuyue deactivated Susanoo and extinguished the black flames of Amaterasu, the outcome was already clear, so the 4 purple flame array in the venue and the stands was quickly deactivated. Swoosh, almost at the moment when the 4 purple flame formation was lifted, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others rushed to Kakashi's side amidst the sound of breaking wind and started emergency treatment for Kakashi. In the field, Fuyue did not intervene, he just stood quietly in the same place, his face was full of gloominess. The dignified patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the possessor of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, even with Kakashi, he still ended up in such a sorry state, he didn't feel much joy from this victory. In the rest area. Ling murmured, how did Kakashi suddenly lose? Was the black flame that powerful just now? The scene of Kakashi instantly losing his combat power as soon as he was touched by the black flame surprised Ling very much. At this moment, she also realized that the black flame that almost covered the whole field before was probably not an ordinary flame. It's a pity, Hyojin sighed and shook his head. If Kakashi was given a few more years, let Kakashi open the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates, Gate of View, and even the 7th gate, Gate of Wonder one by one, then he might really be able to directly destroy Fuyue's Susanoo. Or, if Tsunade taught Kakashi the extraordinary strength fist, using the thunder release chakra to stimulate the cells, and then open the 8 inner gates to the 5th gate, there may be a chance that he could directly destroy Fuyue's Susanoo. Of course, if Fuyue didn't put on his arrogance as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and directly launched Amaterasu to attack Kakashi at the beginning of the battle, this match would have already been over. However, there are not so many ifs in a fight between ninjas. Victory or defeat is often decided by a single thought. If you are not prepared, then you can only bear the consequences. If you give the opportunity to the opponent, then you must bear the corresponding risk. This is the law of the shinobi world, no one can violate it, even someone as strong as Madara can lose his life if he is careless. At this time, the audience in the stands gradually recovered from the shock of the abrupt end of the match, and the quiet venue slowly became much noisier. In the ordinary stands, Sasuke shouted excitedly, "My father won! My father won!" Naruto nodded. "Sasuke, is your father going to become Naruto?" "Of course." Sasuke nodded without thinking. In his heart, his father who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan is invincible. Even Hyojin who defeated Jishui in the last match is not his father's opponent. In the stands of the Uchiha clan, "We won! We won! As expected of the patriarch. The position of Naruto is ours." Loud cheers resounded, all the Uchiha clansmen shouted loudly, venting the joy in their hearts. In this match, although Fuyue won with some difficulty, but in the end, he still won, not to mention that his opponent Kakashi is seriously injured and unconscious at the moment. This made the Uchiha clansmen feel very happy. Regarding the election of 5th Sama Naruto, the Uchiha clan has analyzed it. They are convinced that Kakashi is the real candidate of Naruto, and Hyojin is just a person that Naruto used to target Jishui. Therefore, in the eyes of many Uchiha clansmen, Fuyue defeated Kakashi, which is equivalent to winning the position of Naruto. At this moment, a Jonin came to the main stand and asked the three generations, "Naruto-sama, shall we start the next match now? We can't let the election continue." The three generations immediately glanced at the venue, and when he saw the Mai ninjas who were busy reinforcing the stands, he suddenly had an idea in his heart, and immediately ordered, "Inform the people that the stands area is seriously damaged, today's election will end here." Yes. The Jonin didn't have any doubts, and immediately retreated to pass the order. Because the match between Fuyue and Kakashi has indeed destroyed the stands area very seriously. Many of the stands have collapsed, and many spectators have to move to other areas. If another similar fierce battle breaks out, the stands area is likely to collapse completely. The order of the three generations quickly spread throughout the venue. After the Uchiha clan received the news, a Jonin of Uchiha immediately jumped into the venue and reported to Fuyue. After listening to the report of the clansmen, Fuyue nodded in satisfaction and thought proudly, the three generations didn't play any tricks this time. It seems that this match has made them recognize the truth. Fuyue was very satisfied with the order of the three generations to temporarily suspend the election, because at this moment, his chakra and pupil powers were more serious, and he really needed to rest for a while. Second, I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. With the suspension of the 5th Naruto campaign, the audience in the stands began to leave in 2s and 3s, and while leaving in an orderly manner, the audience also began to discuss the competition between the 4 Naruto candidates. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see the legendary Susanoo with my own eyes today. Yeah, I didn't expect that the patriarch of the Uchiha family also has Manjikyu Sharingan. He is indeed a senior ninja, he hit it so deeply. Today is really not in vain, the two games are so wonderful." "What, the first game was too deceptive, I didn't see what was going on at all." "It's not your fault. My Chunin's uncle told me that when it comes to a battle between Hokage candidates, not to mention us commoners, even Genin and Chunin can barely see the general situation. There is no doubt that the competition between the 4 Naruto candidates is an eye-opener for all the audience present today. Compared with today's 2 competitions, the Chunin exams held in the village in the past are just like children's games, boring and boring. So the audience who is leaving the venue is very talkative. And the ones who are more excited are undoubtedly the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. After the end of the 2 competitions, if there is no accident, the 5th Naruto will be chosen between Uchiha Fuyue and Hyojin. In other words, the 5th Naruto is either Uchiha or Hyuga. Therefore, when the 2 clans left the venue, there was some small friction. If it was in the past, the Hyuga clan would definitely choose to avoid a direct conflict with the Uchiha clan, but now it is different. Hyojin is also one of the candidates for the 5th Naruto, and he has just defeated the Uchiha clan's Manjikyu in front of the public, so the Hyuga clan all feel that today they must not admit defeat, They cannot weaken the momentum of Hyojin, who is working hard to run for the 5th generation. Not to mention the Uchiha clan, many Uchiha clansmen still feel that Jishui lost to Hyojin. After all, Jishui didn't even use the Manjikyu Sharingan, so they have long been indignant. As a result, a little bit of friction almost caused the two great Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai of Konoha to fight. Fortunately, under the timely intervention of the village and the restraint of the patriarchs of both sides, the clansmen of the two clans who were eager to fight were forcibly stopped, and then they returned to their clansmen's land. In the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinji, who had just been taught a lesson by Hyojin a few days ago, complained to Patriarch Fuyue, "Patriarch, why didn't you let us teach those bastards of the Hyuga clan a lesson?" At this moment, Fuyue has restored his usual seriousness, and said in a deep voice, "Before I become the 5th generation, don't make trouble, don't give the village a chance to pick on our Uchiha clan." Although he felt that the Naruto clan should not be able to make any big waves, but out of caution, Fuyue still restrained the clansmen. Uchiha Shinji nodded, "Well, when you become the 5th generation, you will settle the accounts with those bastards of the Hyuga clan." Obviously, with Fuyue running for the 5th generation Naruto clan and successfully winning the first round, eliminating Kakashi of the Naruto clan, his prestige in the clan has also become higher than before. No matter how excited the clansmen were, they gradually learned to restrain themselves in front of him. On the side of the Hyuga clan, a Hyuga clansman said, "If Kuroto becomes the 5th generation, our Hyuga clan will be able to hold our heads high in front of those Uchiha clan." Another Hyuga clansman smiled and said, "When Kuroto became the headmaster of the ninja school, I knew that he would have great achievements in the future." Haha, how about it, I was right. By the way, where did Kuroto go? He must have gone somewhere to celebrate. Today, he defeated the Uchiha clan's Manjikyu, it really should be celebrated. Listening to the excited discussion of the clansmen, the clan elder's face was gloomy as if it could drip water. Patriarch Hayashi was also quite disappointed. Making a name for the Hyuga clan should have been his duty as the head of the main clan, but the one who really accomplished it was Kuroto, who was a branch family member, which made him feel ashamed and jealous at the same time. And just when the clansmen were talking about Hyojin enthusiastically, Hyojin had quietly changed his makeup and came to the betting station with you. After handing over the betting receipt, you glanced at the odds and asked, "Hey, why did the odds increase so much compared to this morning?" At first, Hyojin's odds were 1 to 3, but because you and Mute each bet 10 million, plus many gamblers wanted to bet big, the odds gradually changed to 1 to 2. After that, the odds were almost maintained at this level. When he left for the venue in the morning, you also confirmed the odds, but when she received the money, she found that the odds had changed to buy 1, 2, 1, which was a lot higher than in the morning, which made Kuroto earn an extra 5 million ryo. The banker smiled awkwardly, because a buyer who bet on number 4 suddenly changed his mind and withdrew a large amount of money, so the odds for number 4 have increased correspondingly. On the side, Hyojin counted the money and said with a smile, "Hee, who is so stupid?" Outside my village. Obsidian stood on the edge of a cliff, looking at the Naruto rock in my village in the distance. At this time, Zetsu poked half of his body out of the ground and said, "The election for the 5th generation Naruto in my village has been temporarily suspended due to the damage to the venue." Among the 4 candidates, Uchiha Jishui and Kakashi have been eliminated, leaving only Uchiha Fuyue and Hyojin. Mai's election for the 5th generation Naruto village is undoubtedly a big event in the ninja world, so Akatsuki is also secretly paying attention to this matter. However, because Akatsuki can't determine whether there are traps set by Amatsukami in my village, they sent Obsidian and Zetsu, the 2 strongest members with the ability to protect themselves. Is that so? Listening to Zetsu's description, Obsidian was a little distracted. For some reason, the word Naruto always tugged at his heartstrings, reminding him of his long-sealed dream. This dream was both clear and distant, as if it was something from his previous life. Zetsu smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the informant you developed before would become one of the candidates for Naruto village. Maybe we can start from this aspect and get key information." Obsidian, who was pulled back from his thoughts, curled his lips and snorted heavily, "Humph, that idiot Hyojin can also become a candidate for Naruto village. What's the point of such a village and such a Naruto village? What a joke." Zetsu glanced at Obsidian and said, "Strange, you are actually angry because of this kind of thing." Angry? Taken aback, the Obito immediately explained, I'm not angry, I'm just thinking that Suijin couldn't even beat me when he was in the shinobi school, and now he can also become a Hokage candidate. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Zetsu shrugged and said, I don't think so. You. Curling his lips again, Obsidian said, that's because you haven't seen what Hyojin looked like when he was in the ninja school. He was even worse than me at that time. If I wasn't late for the exam, he would be at the bottom. Zetsu looked at Obsidian in confusion and said, Obsidian, you are very strange today. First update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Inside Naruto's office. 3 generations took a deep breath of the pipe and asked with a tired expression, how is Kakashi? Tsunade's face sank, the surface of his body is heavily burned, and his muscles and bones are also damaged to varying degrees. Overall, his injuries are not light, but his life is not in danger for the time being. That's good. 3 generations breathed a sigh of relief. Jiraiya on the side asked with concern, then how long will it take for him to recover? Tsunade shook her head, it's hard to say at the moment, but it will take at least 2 or 3 months of careful recuperation. 2 or 3 months? Jiraiya frowned, why would it take so long? Tsunade explained, don't underestimate the burns, I have thoroughly checked them. The black flames released by Fuyue are very strange. Not only is the temperature higher than ordinary flames, but the intensity of the burning is also far higher than ordinary flames. Although Kakashi was only burned for a few dozen seconds, the injured areas seem to have been burned by high temperature for more than 10 minutes. Most of the cells in his body are necrotic, and his injuries are much more serious than they seem. If not for timely treatment, his life may not have been saved. Xuan Xiaochun was quite annoyed after listening to Tsunade's explanation, damn it, we were all fooled by that bastard Fuyue. 3 generations nodded, I didn't expect him to hide so deeply, I was wrong. It stands to reason that with the arrogant and domineering personality of the Uchiha clan, there is no need to deliberately conceal such a glorious thing as awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, not to mention that Fuyue is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Concealing this matter will have a certain impact on his own prestige, which is also the reason why his reputation in the shinobi world is not prominent so far. Jiraiya analyzed, he should have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan earlier than Jishui, most likely during the Third Shinobi World War when Minato was still active. Knowing that concealing the Manjikyu Sharingan will affect his prestige, but Fuyue still chose to conceal it, so there must be a reason for him to do so. Jiraiya thought about it and felt that his disciple, for generations Naruto Minato, should be the main reason why Fuyue chose to conceal his Manjikyu Sharingan. At that time, the Naruto clan, which had 4 generations and his wife, had completely crushed the Uchiha clan. When Kakashi accepted the Obsidian Sharingan as a gift, the Uchiha clan didn't even have the courage to find fault with him. After the rebellion of the 9 Tails, although 4 generations died, the traces of the 9 Tails being controlled by the Sharingan were too obvious, causing the village to have a huge suspicion of the Uchiha clan, so Fuyue didn't dare to reveal the secret of his Manjikyu Sharingan. But now, Naruto clan has experienced the destruction of the village and the betrayal of the Danzo, and both their strength and reputation have fallen to the bottom. With the return of Shinichi, the Uchiha clan now has 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, which is unprecedented, so it is completely reasonable for Fuyue to choose this time to reveal his Manjikyu Sharingan. Asma, who has been leaning on the side without saying a word, asked, what should we do about the matter of the 5 generations? Faced with Asma's question, everyone in the office sighed and remained silent for a long time. After a while, Xuan Xiaochun said, Hizen, you must make a decision now. 3 generations sighed helplessly, it's really tricky. Even if 3 generations is experienced and knowledgeable, in the face of the current embarrassing situation, they also feel helpless. This is also the reason why he hurriedly stopped the 5 generations election. Now, what Naruto clan is facing is not a multiple-choice question. Because whether it is the Uchiha Fuyue of the Uchiha clan or the Hyojin of the Hyuga clan, they are all candidates for the 5 generations Naruto clan. Uchiha Fuyue? Hyojin? Shaking her head, Tsunade curled her lips and said, this is simply a dead end. It is not that the Naruto clan can't accept a Uchiha Naruto, but it must be attained Uchiha who adheres to the belief that the village is greater than the clan. And from the performance of Fugaku, it is obvious that he is an Uchiha that upholds the tradition of Uchiha supremacy, so this is something that cannot be tolerated by the Hokage faction. At the same time, this is also the reason why the Naruto clan can consider giving the future 6 generations to Uchiha clan, but not the 5 generations. Not to mention Hyuga, from the beginning to the end, the Naruto clan has never really considered letting Hyuga take the position, because Hyuga's identity as a Hyuga clan member is doomed to miss the position of Naruto clan. Because the caged bird can't be removed, even the Hyuga clan can't do anything about it. Asuma suggested, since the situation is already like this, instead of letting the Uchiha clan take the position, it is better to let Kuroto be the 5th generation. Jiraiya shook his head. The current situation of the shinobi world is so complicated, even Rock Village can't escape the bad luck of being overturned overnight. How can we choose a 5th generation with such obvious flaws? If Kuroto becomes the 5th generation, would the Hyuga clan still dare to act against him? Asuma felt that with the boldness of the Hyuga clan, they probably wouldn't dare to do anything against Hyuga, who has already become Naruto clan. Tsunade snorted coldly, "You have experienced the experience of the Guardian 12, how can you still be so naive? Even if the Hyuga clan can restrain their ambition, how can you guarantee that they won't be coerced by others? If someone coerces them, then wouldn't the life of our village's Naruto be in the hands of others?" Xianxia also echoed, "Naruto's life must not be in the hands of others." Asuma said, "I also understand this truth, but Kakashi has already lost. In the next battle, Kuroto will definitely not be able to defeat Uchiha Fuyue, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity, are we going to wait for Fuyue to defeat Kuroto in front of the entire village, and then naturally become the 5th generation?" In the face of Asuma's questioning, the elders were all speechless. At this moment, 3 generations suddenly said, "There is no next battle." Xianxia asked, "Hyuga, what do you mean by this?" "Hyuga can't lose. If he loses, we won't have any leeway." After a pause, 3 generations said more firmly, "And we must not give Uchiha a stage to show off his strength." Tsunade immediately understood the meaning of 3 generations and asked, "Sensei, do you want to directly enter the vote of confidence?" Today, the strength shown by the Uchiha clan not only put great pressure on Naruto, but also caused a lot of pressure on the other clans in the village. Therefore, 3 generations obviously wanted to jump out of the field that Uchiha clan was good at and pull them into the field that Naruto was good at. In the vote of confidence, they used a soft knife to eliminate Uchiha Fuyue, the candidate for Naruto. Second, I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Inside the Uchiha clan. Patriarch, this is the Naruto robe that we specially customized for you. Are you satisfied with it? An Uchiha Jonin respectfully handed a Naruto robe painted with the Uchiha clan emblem to Uchiha Fuyue. After receiving the brand new Naruto robe that was customized for him, Fuyue smiled and said, "Not bad, I like it very much." With that said, Fuyue directly put on the Naruto robe. He didn't think there was anything wrong with the Naruto robe that was customized by his clansmen. Because in his opinion, the only remaining competitor, Hyuga, is not a threat at all. The position of the 5th Naruto is destined to be his, so it is completely reasonable to prepare the Naruto robe earlier. After trying it and feeling that the Naruto robe fits him very well, Fuyue didn't take it off, but sat down directly in the Naruto robe and asked, "Have you found out, when is the next competition?" Uchiha Jonin said, "There is no news from the Naruto building, but I have asked the foreman who repaired the venue in private. The repair and reinforcement of the venue stands will take at least a week." A week, Fuyue pondered when he heard this. A week's time is a little long for him. He didn't feel much before, but after defeating Kakashi in public and revealing the Manjikyu Sharingan, he suddenly felt that power is so wonderful, so he can't wait to enter the Naruto building and engrave his face on the Naruto rock. After a while, he asked again, "Is there any movement from the Hyuga clan?" Uchiha Jonin shook his head, "Only some celebratory activities, as for other things, we haven't found anything for the time being." Fuyue's eyes were cold, and he said in a serious tone, "Keep an eye on them, I don't want anything out of my control to happen before the competition." Uchiha Jonin quickly replied, "Yes." Hyuga. After muttering to himself, Fuyue ordered the clansmen, "Go, find me Shisue and Sasuke." Although he doesn't think that Hyuga is a threat to him, Fuyue still decided to ask Jishui for information about Hyojin. As for calling Sasuke, he wanted to find out more information about Hyojin's psychic ninja pig through Sasuke. After all, the scuffle between the three great psychic ninja beasts, Xianxia, Bunta, and the wild boar caused a lot of noise. Soon, Jishui and Sasuke came to Fuyue's study room. After seeing Fuyue wearing the Naruto robe, Sasuke shouted excitedly, "Father, is this your Naruto robe?" Jishui was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Obviously, he hasn't ascended to the position of Naruto, but Naruto robe is already on him. Fuyue's eagerness and unscrupulousness made Jishui feel a deep uneasiness from the bottom of her heart, inside Naruto's office. In the face of the decision of 3 generations, Jiraiya raised his concerns. "Sensei, Uchiha now has 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, can the Jonin vote really make them compromise?" 3 generations said firmly, "It is because they have 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan that they are arrogant to the point of forgetting themselves, so we can't hand over the position of Naruto to them." With the current state of the Uchiha clan, once Fuyue ascends to the position of Naruto, 3 generations can't imagine what radical things they can do. But what if they don't recognize the result of the Jonin vote? Jiraiya has no doubt that Uchiha Fuyue will lose in the Jonin vote. After all, Uchiha's police force has offended people in the village for decades, and the Uchiha clan doesn't know how to restrain themselves, so they have offended many people openly and secretly. Coupled with the fact that the Uchiha clan now has an unprecedented 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, the other clans in the village will inevitably want to check and balance Uchiha, so as long as Naruto uses his connections, the result of the Jonin vote is almost destined. However, Naruto can control the result of the vote, but they can't stop the Uchiha clan from directly flipping the table. Jiraiya's question made the office quiet again. At this time, Xianxia sighed, "If Danzo is here, he will definitely encourage us to attack Uchiha in advance." Sigh, 3 generations also sighed softly. Without Danzo around, some things are really inconvenient. Asuma asked, "What about Kuroto? If he passes the Jonin vote, won't he directly become a 5th generation?" "But didn't you oppose him before?" 3 generations said, "Now we can only take one step at a time." In the eyes of 3 generations, compared to Uchiha Fuyue, Hyojin is obviously someone who can be negotiated and persuaded. So if he has to make a choice between Uchiha Fuyue and Hyojin, he would rather choose Hyojin. Moreover, he can see that Hyojin is not greedy for the position of Naruto. Instead, he is inexplicably greedy. Of course, this small shortcoming of Hyojin is not a bad thing for Naruto. If Hyojin doesn't ask for anything, then 3 generations will really feel uneasy. Xianxia questioned, "Hyzen, is this Hyojin really reliable? If we push him to the position of Naruto, will he turn against us?" Jiraiya and Tsunade also looked at 3 generations together. Both of them recognize Hyojin's loyalty to the village and recognize that Hyojin is an excellent Mai ninja. But after all, power is the most corrosive poison to people's hearts. They are not sure whether Hyojin will have other thoughts under the corrosion of power. 3 generations said, "Before the vote of confidence, I will personally communicate with Hyojin. I will sign an agreement with him to let him become the 5th generation on the surface, but he will still only have the position of the headmaster of the ninja school. As for Naruto's related duties, including the Umbu, they will be transferred to Kakashi, and in the future, Kakashi will replace him as the 6th Naruto at the appropriate time." Tsunade frowned, "Will he agree? He should know very well that from the beginning to the end, he is not our preferred candidate for the 5th generation, so he should be able to understand." After a pause, 3 generations continued, "If he refuses, then we can only use some means to eliminate him and Fuyue in the vote of confidence." From the standpoint of 3 generations, he was unwilling to let Hyojin, who had little to do with Naruto and was a member of the Hyojin family, become the 5th generation. However, the situation forced him to choose a relatively acceptable one between the 2. Moreover, 3 generations also had a small thought in choosing Hyojin. That was, once Hyojin became the 5th generation on the surface, then with the personal relationship between Jishui and Hyojin, it would be easy to pull Jishui into Naruto's camp. At that time, when fighting against the Uchiha clan, Naruto's side would have a greater chance. "First, I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In my hospital. Looking at Kakashi, who was lying on the hospital bed wrapped like a mummy and unable to move, Hyojin sighed and said, "Is it necessary to fight so hard?" Kakashi had a bitter look on his face. The reason why he gambled his life in the competition was that he understood that only by defeating Fuyue in front of all the villagers could the ambition of the Uchiha clan be restrained and a disaster be averted for the village. But in the end, he still failed. After this victory, the Uchiha clan would only become more arrogant, and Naruto would never compromise on the issue of the bottom line of Naruto's ownership. So he could almost foresee that a disaster that would sweep the whole village was inevitable. Hyojin advised, "Don't think too much about it. Take good care of your injuries first." Kakashi said in a dry and hoarse voice, "Kuroto, I can only rely on you now." Hyojin joked, "Hey, we agreed before that the 50 million was only the money to eliminate Jisue. If you want me to kill Fuyue, the price has to be calculated separately." Kakashi only thought that Hyojin was joking, so his tone became more serious. He coughed and said, "Kuroto, now is not the time to joke, cough, okay, don't get excited." Hyojin quickly comforted Kakashi. Hyojin had already foreseen the current situation. As for the solution, Hyojin actually had several ideas, but he obviously would not talk about this with Kakashi, who was seriously injured now. After calming down, Kakashi sighed dejectedly, "I was confused. Uchiha Fuyue has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan and has the ability to activate Susanoo, and Susanoo is the most effective against pure body technique ninjas like you. Even if you fight desperately, the result will probably be the same as mine." Hyojin smiled but didn't say anything. With his familiarity with Susanoo, even if he doesn't use the Tenseigan ability, he still has a chance of winning against Fuyue, because Fuyue is very unfamiliar with the use of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and his skills are far inferior to Jisue and Itachi. The only problem was how to deal with the spread of Tensho in such a restricted environment. Hyojin did not have a good solution to this problem. After chatting for a while, Hyojin left the ward. In addition to visiting the seriously injured Kakashi, Hyojin also had another purpose, which was to take the opportunity to collect some of Kakashi's cell tissues. The development of the Earth Escape clone was only a matter of time. Preparing for a rainy day, he naturally had to prepare for the next step of the Lightning Escape clone. According to the previous standards, the first target is naturally a Kekkei Genkai ninja who has the Kekkei Genkai that contains the lightning chakra. But with the progress of Hyojin's cell fusion technology and the improvement of the Kekkei Genkai technique, he actually doesn't need to follow the previous standards, because as long as he clones a clone that meets the requirements, he can also develop a Kekkei Genkai that is related to the lightning chakra based on his previous experience of practicing the Kekkei Genkai. Therefore, his current standard is very simple, that is, the target's cell tissues must have a very high affinity for the lightning chakra. And if screening according to this standard, the range of choices available for Hyojin is actually very wide. Kakashi, Sasuke, and other ninjas who are extremely good at lightning release in the village, as well as 4th generation Lei Ying, 5th generation Lei Ying, etc., are all targets for him to choose from. Therefore, Hyojin took advantage of the present convenience and secretly collected Kakashi's cell tissues in the hospital. In fact, among all the targets that Hyojin screened, Kakashi's priority is still very high, only below Cloud Village's 5th generation Lei Ying, and almost on the same level as 4th generation Lei Ying. And the most famous lightning release ninja in the shinobi world, 4th generation Lei Ying is not the best target for Hyojin. Because what really makes 4th generation Lei Ying famous in the shinobi world is the strong physique of 4th generation Lei Ying, as well as the secret technique lightning chakra mode unique to the Cloud Village. It can be said that the strength of 4th generation Lei Ying is the strength of his physique, the high affinity of his cell tissues to lightning chakra, and the secret technique lightning chakra mode. If only the affinity of his cell tissues to lightning chakra is taken out for comparison, then 4th generation Lei Ying's cell tissues may not be stronger than Kakashi's cell tissues. In terms of physique, Hyojin's own cell tissues are already strong enough. He only needs cell tissues with high affinity for lightning chakra. Therefore, in addition to the most preferred 5th generation Lei Ying, other targets in Hyojin's eyes have no obvious advantages or disadvantages. After putting Kakashi's cell tissues into a portable storage disc, Hyojin left my hospital. With the 35 million yuan he earned from the betting station, plus the 50 million yuan that 3 generations secretly paid before, Hyojin now has 85 million yuan in his hands. With this amount of money, the research and development of the Type 2 biological armor will not be a problem, so Hyojin's mind is no longer on the village. Swoosh, just as Hyojin was preparing to rush to the Sky Fortress to research and develop the Type 2 biological armor to ensure that the Rinnegan and Xianlin's eye socket could be smoothly integrated, a dark tribe landed in front of him and half-knelt on the ground. With a respectful tone, he said, "Master Hyojin, 3 generations is looking for you. Please go to Naruto's office." "Got it." Hyojin nodded casually. He had long expected that 3 generations would look for him to discuss the matter of electing 5th generation Naruto, but he did not expect the usually calm 3 generations to be so impatient. Walking to Naruto's office, Hyojin said, "Naruto-sama, what can I do for you?" "Come and sit." 3 generations did not put on airs. Instead, they got up and greeted Hyojin and led him to the sofa at the side. After both sides sat down, 3 generations did not talk nonsense and directly said, "Jin, the village has decided that you are the candidate for 5th generation Naruto." After that, 3 generations looked at Hyojin, waiting for Hyojin's face to be filled with surprise and excitement. No one can resist the temptation of Naruto's position. 3 generations are sure that Hyojin will be ecstatic and even at a loss. Hyojin was just a little stunned, and immediately said with an indifferent expression, "I refuse." "Ahem, what did you say?" 3 generations, who was about to take the opportunity to propose various additional conditions to Hyojin to become the 5th generation, choked back the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and had a surprised look on his face. "The second update, the new week, the list will be updated, and I beg for recommendation votes." "It's no trouble at all, thank you everyone." In order to persuade Hyojin to accept Naruto's agreement, the 3 generations had prepared a lot of words and considered almost all the countermeasures, but they did not expect Hyojin to refuse so directly. He was surprised and asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Hyojin shrugged and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but I refuse to accept the position of 5th Naruto." For a brief moment, he was tempted, but it was only for a moment. Because when he thought of being tied to Naruto's office, facing endless documents, and the mess Mai was in, he felt a headache. In addition, he was already busy with many things. The Type 2 biological armor had not been developed yet, and the fusion of Xianlin's Eye of Rinnegan was also at a critical moment. The development of the Earth Release clone had not been completed, and the Lightning Release clone and the Yang Release clone were still only plans on paper. He simply could not spare the energy and attention to deal with Mai's mess. For him, it was not that he could not become Naruto, but it was obviously not a good time. What's more, once he became Naruto, Hyojin would be equivalent to walking on the stage. Whether it was the Akatsuki organization or Otsutsuki on the moon, they would all focus on him, study him, and target him. This was undoubtedly very disadvantageous for him, who was still preparing for the Kekii fusion ceremony and preparing to break through the supreme Kekii net. Seeing that Hyojin answered without hesitation, the 3 generations became even more puzzled, and asked doubtfully, "Hyojin, don't you want to become Naruto?" "Too troublesome." Hyojin shook his head. "What, troublesome?" Sandaime-sama almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. It took him a long time to recover and said with a speechless expression, "Kid, you are too undisciplined. Protecting the village is your responsibility as a Konoha ninja, and becoming a Hokage is also part of this responsibility. How can you shirk it just because you are afraid of trouble?" The 3 generations felt very uncomfortable at this moment. He originally hoped to use the throne of Naruto as bait to lure Hyojin step by step, and then take the opportunity to propose an agreement to deprive Hyojin of the real power of Naruto, and let Hyojin be an honest Naruto. But he never thought that Hyojin would directly refuse the appointment of Naruto because he was afraid of trouble. Not only did his plan fail, but also gave him a headache on how to persuade Hyojin to accept the position of Naruto. Hyojin smiled and said, "Responsibility, I'm afraid you should say this to Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama." The 3 generations' face suddenly fell, and he sighed. If Jiraiya or Tsunade were willing to stand up and bear the burden of Naruto, there would not be a scandal of Danzo defecting to Mai as an agent of Naruto. Seeing that Hyojin was not moved and did not covet the position of Naruto, the 3 generations felt that it was the most suitable to let Hyojin be the 5th generation, so he said, the current situation does not allow you to refuse. Since you are already a candidate of Naruto, then you have to take the position of the 5th generation even if you don't want to. I am not the only candidate of Naruto, Suijin muttered in a low voice with a playful look on his face. You. The 3 generations were angry for a moment. In the current situation, if Hyojin was not willing to be the 5th generation, Naruto's faction really could not do anything to Hyojin. Because at this time it was not Hyojin who was begging Naruto's faction, but Naruto's faction begging Hyojin. If Hyojin was not a candidate of Naruto, then Naruto's faction would completely lose the trump card to prevent Uchiha from ascending to the throne of Naruto. At the thought of this, the 3 generations did not know what was wrong with him, but he unexpectedly said, "Old rules, 50 million. Hyojin's expression changed, and a light flashed in his eyes. He immediately shook his head and smiled, "Naruto-sama, you misunderstood me. I am really not suitable to be this Naruto. Moreover, how can Naruto's matter be like a business deal? This is not a problem of money at all." The 3 generations squinted and looked at Hyojin seriously. He probed, "You think it's too little?" Hyojin shook his head, "It's not suitable. It's really not suitable." The 3 generations immediately said with a poker face, 60 million. It's not a problem of money, 70 million. Aren't you making things difficult for me, 80 million. I'm thinking about the village. I really can't be, don't be too greedy, kid. After a pause, the 3 generations said angrily, "You have to be this Naruto. This is the task given to you by the village. How much money? Name your own price." Hyojin thought about it seriously for a while and said, "I won't be this Naruto without 100 million. The 3 generations gritted his teeth, 100 million it is. However, you have to cooperate with the village during the vote of confidence. I'll try my best." Hyojin stood up from the sofa and said, "However, let me make this clear first. I will not be responsible for the daily affairs and defense of the village." Since he did not have the energy to take care of the position of Naruto, Hyojin would not occupy the latrine pit and cause a power vacuum in the village. Therefore, he removed his responsibility in advance, indicating that Amatsukumi's organization would not be fully responsible for Mai's defense. The 3 generations thought that they had taken advantage of the situation and nodded repeatedly, "Don't worry. The daily affairs and defense of the village will be handled by Kakashi and the advisory elders." Hyojin, who was still thinking about developing the Type 2 biological armor and had fused with the reincarnation eye, nodded and immediately left Naruto's office. After Hyojin left, the advisory elders of the village came to Naruto's office. Xianxia asked eagerly, "How did it go? Did he agree?" The 3 generations had a strange expression and did not know how to explain. Seeing this, Xianxia's face darkened, "Why? He doesn't agree to our conditions?" Jiraiya quickly said, "Teacher, we can actually relax our conditions and let Hyojin keep a part of the Black Ops. I think it's still okay." Tsunade also said, "Well, we can also let him have the highest authority in the intelligence squad." Everyone present knew that in the current situation, Naruto's faction did not have many bargaining chips to negotiate with Hyojin. If Hyojin refused to cooperate, Naruto's faction would really be in trouble. Therefore, seeing that the 3 generations' face was a little strange, they almost did not hesitate and chose to take the initiative to give in. The 3 generations shook their heads. Seeing that the 3 generations were so embarrassed, as if it was difficult for them to speak, Xiaochuan's eyes turned cold. What does Hyojin want? Jiraiya and Tsunade also looked over with a puzzled expression. The 3 generations gritted their teeth again. "He doesn't want to be Naruto at all. I spent 100 million to make him agree." Tsunade was stunned and murmured, "How could this be? Why didn't I think of it? First, I sincerely ask for recommendation votes on Monday. It's no trouble at all. Thank you everyone." After reaching an agreement with Hyojin, Naruto's faction began to build momentum for the next vote of confidence. With the help of Naruto's faction, the news quickly spread throughout the village. After learning that the village was going to skip the last competition and directly enter the vote of confidence of all the Jonins, the Uchiha clan suddenly became excited. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, this was undoubtedly a trick played by the village when they had no other way out. Because the Uchiha clan had long believed that Chief Fuyue would defeat Hyojin and become the fifth Naruto, they could not accept this decision of the village at all. Fuyue, who had already regarded the position of Naruto as his own, rushed into Naruto's office without thinking about it. 3 generations, how can the village change the election rules so casually? Glaring at 3 generations, Fuyue almost roared, "We, the Uchiha clan, will never agree to it." 3 generations smiled and poured a cup of tea for Fuyue, and said calmly, "Fuyue, don't forget that the vote of confidence is the tradition of the village to elect Naruto." Fuyue immediately asked, "But haven't the new rules been set for the election of the 5th generation?" In the meeting of the higher-ups, this was passed through a vote. 3 generations did not deny it. He nodded slightly and said, "Well, it's true. After the martial arts competition, whether it's you or Hyojin, your strength has been recognized by the village. You are excellent ninjas who are qualified to run for the 5th Naruto, so the next step is naturally the vote of confidence." This? Fuyue was speechless for a moment. 3 generations put away his smile and said seriously, "Fuyue, you have to understand that this is the election of Naruto, not the test of Chunin and Jonin. Strength is only one of the necessary conditions to become the 5th generation, not the only condition. Strength is important, but if you want to become the Naruto recognized by the villagers, you must go through the vote of confidence of the Jonins. No one can cross this link." Fuyue said coldly, 3 generations, this was not agreed in advance. 3 generations did not avoid Fuyue's cold gaze and said bluntly, "The meeting records are in the archives. You can go and check them at any time. The promise of the village is only to include the competition in the election of the 5th generation, but it has never been promised that the ownership of the 5th generation will be decided by the competition." Fuyue frowned and recalled for a moment. He was surprised to find that at the meeting, the village had indeed blurred the weight of the competition in the election of the 5th Naruto. Damn it, they planned this from the start. Fuyue, who realized that he had been fooled from the beginning, suddenly became a little angry. The last meeting was the first time that Fuyue, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, confronted the village in a tough manner. Because of his nervousness, many details were not handled well. For example, at that time, because he had just successfully provoked the election of the 5th generation Naruto, he was in a state of excitement, so he ignored some important details and did not finalize the weight of the competition word by word in the election of the 5th generation Naruto, leaving a great loophole for himself, which was exploited by 3 generations. Looking at Fuyue, who was so angry that even his breathing seemed to be a little heavy, 3 generations didn't want to provoke him too much, so he said, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, "Fuyue, don't you even have the courage to compete fairly with Hyojin?" Fuyue didn't say anything more, just glanced coldly at 3 generations and angrily left Naruto's office. After Fuyue left, 3 generations breathed a long sigh of relief. There is no doubt that 3 generations are not as calm as he appears, but in the face of the Uchiha clan who has 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, as the leader of the Naruto clan, he must remain calm. Fortunately, Fuyue is still the same Fuyue he knows. Although Fuyue was extremely angry just now, and even a little exasperated, but 3 generations still saw the weakness in Fuyue's character from Fuyue's fierce appearance, so he believes that Fuyue has actually chosen to compromise in his heart. And 3 generations guess is right, although Fuyue is extremely annoyed with the decision of the village, but seeing that the position of Naruto is already in front of him, he really can't make up his mind to flip the table. After all, these days, the Uchiha clan has seen the possibility of ascending to the position of Naruto through the normal election, so no one has mentioned the rebellion. Moreover, as the patriarch, he is too optimistic, thinking that the position of Naruto is at his fingertips, so he didn't make any preparations at all. In a hurry, even if he wants to launch a rebellion, there is no way to start, because the preparation of materials, intelligence, and personnel mobilization, etc., all these things take time. Therefore, Uchiha clan, whose protest was fruitless, and the door to Naruto was not completely closed, had to choose to compromise. There is also a very important factor in this, that is, they think that even if it is a vote of confidence, Hyojin is not an opponent who can threaten them. The Uchiha clan still feel good about themselves, thinking that their chances of winning are very high. Soon, both sides began to canvass for votes. The Uchiha clan put down their pride and began to visit other clans in the village. One by one, the arrogant Uchiha clan had to squeeze out a smile in front of others. The Naruto clan also went all out to canvass for votes for Hyuujin. And as one of the protagonists of the election of 5th generation Naruto, Hyuujin clan has already quietly left the village and rushed back to his air fortress above the sea. Unlike Fuyue, Hyuujin clan is never blindly confident. Preparing for both sides and considering the worst-case scenario is Hyuujin clan's habit, so in the matter of fusing the Rinnegan, he is much more important than the election of 5th generation Naruto clan. For him, Naruto clan is just an empty title, only strength is the real foundation, and he is very clear that in the entire history of the shinobi world, only Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths have been able to achieve Kekkei Genkai. And all the tailed beasts, and even all the chakra in the entire shinobi world, were actually divided by the Sage of Six Paths himself, and passed down through handshaking. Just think about it, if all the chakra in the shinobi world originate from a single Kekkei Genkai, then in the case that all the chakra in the shinobi world cannot be gathered, how difficult would it be to break through the Kekkei Genkai, excluding personal emotional factors, with the objective judgment of a researcher? Hyuujin clan is very clear that the probability of him breaking through the Kekkei Genkai is far greater than the probability of success, so he must prepare a backup plan for resurrection before carrying out the ritual, and the Rinnegan in Xianlin's eye sockets that is fusing is very important. Hyuujin clan is not afraid of making mistakes, what he is afraid of is not having the opportunity to make up for it, and a pair of Rinnegan can give him a precious opportunity to try and make mistakes. Second, please recommend votes, monthly votes. In the laboratory of the Sky Fortress. Looking at Xianlin who was lying on the operating table, Hyuujin's face became solemn. He just glanced at it with his Tenseigan and found that a large area of cell necrosis had appeared on the biological armor type 1 that Xianlin was wearing at the moment. The color has also changed from the original pure white to a dark yellow color of varying shades, and the function of the armor has also decreased. Has it reached its limit so soon? Hyuujin secretly said while looking at the test data. Although it is very clear that this is only an emergency biological armor type 1 can't support Xianlin to complete the fusion of the Rinnegan, but it is still a little beyond Hyuujin's expectation that a large area of cell necrosis has appeared on the biological armor type 1 so quickly. At the same time, he also felt a little lucky. Fortunately, he made some preparations in advance. These days, he has made a lot of money in the village, which is enough for him to immediately start developing the biological armor type 2. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After the physical examination, Hyuujin asked Xianlin who looked tired, "Is there any swelling in your eye socket?" Xianlin shook her head and said, "Not recently." Hyuujin nodded, "That's good." Through the careful observation of his own Tenseigan, Hyuujin found that the two pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Xianlin's eye sockets have merged together, in a relatively strange state of dual pupils. And this phenomenon is obviously the early manifestation of pupil fusion. According to Hyuujin's prediction, this initial stage will last about a month, and then it will enter the next stage, that is, the phase of pupil resonance and dual pupil fusion, and this stage will last about 1 to 2 weeks. Once the dual pupil fusion is completed, the two pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan will completely merge into one, and then it will enter the final stage, that is, the stage of qualitative change after the unification of the power of Genjutsu. Among these three stages, the first and second stages are actually not the most difficult. The real test for Xianlin is the last stage, which is the qualitative change after the unification of the two pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's power of 10,000 nature. Because the stage of qualitative change is the real transcendence, from the peak of Sharingan to the stage of Sage Eye. Hyuujin's type 1 biological armor was so difficult to support even the first stage. Therefore, before the fusion in Xianlin's eye socket entered the qualitative change stage, he had to develop a more powerful type 2 biological armor. Hyuujin spread the finished manuscripts on the table and began the research and development of the type 2 biological armor in an orderly manner. Aside from making money, Hyuujin had spent most of his time designing the Type 2 biological armor. He had dozens of blueprints. Coupled with his previous experience in developing the Type 1 biological armor, even though the development of the Type 2 biological armor seemed complicated, it was not impossible for him to start, in my village. Both sides were canvassing for votes in full swing. Then I'll leave it to you. Hyojin bowed to Shikaku. Shikaku, who sent Hyojin to the door, smiled and said, "Please rest assured, the Nara clan will make a careful choice in the vote of confidence." Kuroto didn't say anything more and politely excused himself. After walking out of the Nara clan's mansion, Mute, who accompanied Hyojin, complained, "Kuroto, now you know how tiring this kind of work is. You've been hiding for so long and only showed up today. Do you know how much we've suffered to canvass votes for you before?" Hyojin smiled awkwardly, "I'm sorry." Huh. Mute was startled and immediately smiled, "You're suddenly so polite, I'm a little not used to it." Hyojin's eyes flashed, and then he calmly returned to normal. There is no doubt that the person who cooperated with the village to canvass votes is not the real Hyojin, but Itachi, who was assigned by Hyojin. In the entire My Village, Chakra's control was delicate enough to pass off as the real one. Only Jishui and Itachi could disguise themselves as Hyojin. Even Shinichi, who also had the Manjikyu Sharingan, was slightly inferior to Chakra's delicate control. And because Hyojin was fully focused on developing the Type 2 biological armor, he had no energy to take care of canvassing votes. Jishui was the Manjikyu of the Uchiha clan. Her every move was under the attention of all parties, so the tiring work of canvassing votes fell to Itachi, who had not yet exposed his Manjikyu Sharingan. Just when Itachi and Mute, who pretended to be Hyojin, walked out of the Nara clan's mansion, they happened to bump into Uchiha Fuyue and others who had also just come out of the Akimichi clan. Seeing his competitor, Fugaku snorted coldly, not concealing his hostility at all. Oh no, what a coincidence! Mute's heart was in a mess. The domineering image of the Uchiha clan was too deep in people's hearts. She was really a little worried that Uchiha Fuyue and Hyojin would fight here. Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, was also quite surprised to see his father, who was also canvassing votes, but he quickly restrained his emotions and didn't care about the hostility shown by Fuyue and left straight away. In fact, Itachi had also gone to the various clans in the village to canvass votes for Fuyue as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan. Because of this, the attitude of the various clans in the village towards the two Naruto candidates is very different. Take the Nara clan he just visited as an example. When he visited as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, although Shikaku was polite, he showed an obvious sense of alienation. And when he visited Shikaku disguised as Suijin just now, although Shikaku didn't promise anything, his words showed his support for Kuroto. Such a strong contrast made him understand that his father has no chance of winning the vote of confidence. This has nothing to do with who the opponent is, because Itachi knows very well that Hyojin didn't put any effort in canvassing votes. The Uchiha clan didn't lose in the hands of Hyojin, but lost in their own hands, lost in the hearts of the people. Itachi is sometimes very puzzled, he doesn't understand such a simple truth, such a clear fact. Why can't those clansmen who boast of their superior pupil power see it? Even his father, who has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, can't see it. Especially when he heard the optimistic discussion of the clansmen in the clanland about Uchiha obtaining the position of Naruto, he felt more and more depressed. In his eyes, Naruto not only represents power, but also represents the responsibility to bear everything and protect everything. However, whether it is his father who is eager to fight, or the clamoring clansmen, they only seem to have the power and glory brought by Naruto in their eyes, but they don't have a clear understanding of the corresponding responsibilities. First, I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. In this week, the Uchiha clan went all out, visiting almost all the clans in the village. Even some jonin of civilian origin sent their clansmen to visit one by one. This move of the Uchiha clan surprised everyone in Mai, but the estrangement between the two sides can't be changed overnight. Naruto's personal network has been operating for several generations. Through overt and covert exchanges of interests, such as Inoshikacho and other small clans, in fact, have long been tied together with Naruto's family. In addition, the members of the Hyuga clan also spontaneously canvassed votes for Hyojin, so on the scene, the Uchiha Fuyue and Hyojin seem to be engaged in a fierce competition, but in fact, in the eyes of many discerning people, the outcome has long been decided. Because of this, in order to better deal with the possible rebellion launched by the Uchiha clan after the election, the village delayed the vote of confidence again and again. On the surface, the village used the vote of confidence to stabilize the Uchiha clan, so that the Uchiha clan can focus their energy on canvassing votes. In the dark, the village communicated with the major clans and actively prepared for the possible rebellion launched by the Uchiha clan in the future. It can be said that in the midst of the lively election, an undercurrent is surging in the village. Through the communication crow sent by Itachi, Hyojin, who is in the air fortress, has complete control of the situation in the village. He knows very well that as long as the ownership of the fifth generation is not determined, the Uchiha clan will not be able to make up their mind to rebel, and the situation in the village will not collapse immediately. After sending away the communication crow, Hyojin moved his gaze to the large nutrition tank in front of him. There was a brand new biological armor floating in the large nutrient tank. Compared to the previous biological armor type I, this new biological armor was not only more beautiful in appearance, but its proportions were also very coordinated. Its surface even had a muscle structure that was very similar to the human body, its lines elegant and filled with power. Without a doubt, this new biological armor was the Type II biological armor that Hyojin had spent a lot of money to develop. Compared to the old model, the Type II biological armor's overall design was more reasonable. Hyojin had even specially designed an internal meridian system and an external muscle system for it. The new meridian system has increased the efficiency of the Type II bioarmor's yang release chakra transmission by more than 3 times compared to the old one, which can be said to be a qualitative leap. Also, because the new meridian system was clearly organized, and the key areas were reinforced with corresponding seals, the stability of the yang escape chakra was also more stable and safer than the old model. The new muscle system also allowed the biological armor Type II to not only provide the host with an endless supply of yang escape chakra, but also increase the host's physical strength after wearing it. This was the most direct way to increase the host's combat power. It could be said that the muscle system designed by Hyojin made the biological armor Type II truly an armor. Hyojin had high expectations for this biological armor Type II. This was because it was not a half-finished product that was developed in a hurry like the biological armor Type I, it was the crystallization of Hyojin's current biotechnology. It may not be perfect, but it was definitely a masterpiece. Moving his gaze from the Type II bioarmor to the large nutrition tanks on the side, a smile appeared on Kuroto's face, and the corners of his mouth also rose slightly. In the 5 large nutrition tanks on the side of the biological armor Type II, there were 5 Thunder Escape clones that had not yet fully developed floating. While he was developing the biological armor Type II, Hyojin also collected Kakashi's cell tissues and cloned 5 Thunder Escape clones. He could do whatever he wanted as long as he had money, and to Kuroto's surprise, his cell tissues and Kakashi's cell tissues have a very high degree of compatibility. The most troublesome cell fusion process in the past was completed almost effortlessly. This was also the reason why he cloned 5 Thunder Escape clones at once. There were simply too many cells that had completed the fusion. Even though he had gone through a strict selection process, there were still 5 groups that he could not choose from. Therefore, he simply cloned all 5 groups of cells that had been fused. Soon, Hyojin's eyes swept through the 5 large nutrition tanks in front of him. Although the 5 clones that were soaking in the nutrition tank had yet to fully develop, from the monitoring data, these 5 clones were all very outstanding. Every single one of them was of the highest quality. If there were no accidents, he would not need to spend any effort to collect the cells of other Thunder Escape ninjas. After taking out the biological armor Type II from the large nutrition tank, Hyojin summoned Xianxia. Fusing with the Rinnegan was too much of a burden for the young Xianxia. After nearly 2 months of torture, she had lost a lot of weight. Although she was not as skinny as Nagato and had sunken eyes, her body was clearly showing signs of weakness. Hyojin sighed softly, "Xianxia, it has been hard on you." Xianxia, who had her eyes closed, quickly shook her head, "Your Excellency, I'm fine. I can still hold on." Hyojin did not waste any more time and immediately said, "The biological armor Type I developed for you has been completed." "Is that so?" "That's great." Xianxia's face immediately lit up. The biological armor Type I on her body was about to completely lose the ability to transport yang release chakra, so she had been feeling more and more exhausted in the past few days. After replacing Xianxia with a new biological armor Type II, Hyojin looked at the test data on the instrument while asking casually, "How is it? Does this new biological armor have any adverse reactions?" Xianglin felt a little bit and immediately said with joy, "Your Excellency, this new biological armor can transport a lot of chakra." Hyojin nodded, "The power is 3 times the previous one." Xiangli took a few more steps, then jumped up and said excitedly, "My lord, I'm here. Your Excellency. This biological armor fits me much better than the previous one, and after I put it on, my strength seems to have increased." Hyojin was not too excited, because these are all expected things. When Xianglin was tired of tossing and turning, Hyojin called her to his side, and then used the Tenseigan to carefully check the fusion of the Rinnegan in Xianglin's eye sockets. At this time, the 2 pairs of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Xianglin's eye sockets have completely merged into one, and the dual pupil part has also begun to gradually merge. "I've finally made it." Hyojin breathed a sigh of relief. At most, in 3 to 5 days, the fusion will enter the final and most difficult 3rd stage, and he finally completed the biological armor type II before the final stage. Second update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Hyojin, who was fiddling with the instrument, glanced from time to time at Xianglin, who was lying unconscious on the operating table not far away, with a solemn expression on his face. On the 3rd day after putting on the Type II biological armor, Xianglin fell into a deep coma without warning, and his body temperature, blood pressure, and other physical signs also showed abnormalities one after another. Hyojin knew that this was the fusion of the Rinnegan, and it had reached the final qualitative change link. Because he didn't know what would happen in the qualitative change link, so just in case, Hyojin took the unconscious Xianglin out of the laboratory and found a quiet and empty cave on a remote island. After connecting all the instruments and equipment in the cave, Hyojin quickly tested Xianglin's body through the instrument. "Why is the body temperature still so high?" Looking at the abnormal values on the instrument, Hyojin's face sank. It was the first time in the entire shinobi world to fuse the Rinnegan in this way, so even if Hyojin had made all kinds of preparations, accidents still happened one after another, and at this moment, he himself was a little uncertain. Walking to the operating table, Hyojin opened his Tenseigan and once again observed Xianglin's closed eyes. At this moment, the pair of eyeballs in Xianglin's eye sockets had changed from the previous oval shape to a normal sphere, and there was no trace of the 2 pairs of eyeballs fusing. On the scarlet pupil, an incomparably complex pattern was reflected. In the pattern, diamonds and triangles were intertwined with each other, and in the outer circle, there was a round of angular gear-shaped circle, which framed all the intertwined lines inside. Has it completely overlapped? The dual pupil fusion is the embodiment of the fusion of the 2 pairs of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power, and the pattern on the 2 pairs of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's eyes have completely overlapped, which means that the process of the pupil power fusion has been successfully completed. Hyojin's heart was shocked, because when he checked half an hour ago, the pattern on Xianglin's pupil was still obviously disordered, but at this moment, it was as neat as one. After that, he sensed Xianglin's body. He discovered that within Xianglin's body, there was indeed a trace of omniscient nature's power. However, this omniscient nature's power was relatively weak. Compared to the omniscient nature's power that Danzo had displayed on the ritual altar, it was incomparable in both quality and quantity. "It's starting." Hyojin took a deep breath and slowly retreated. The emergence of the boundless nature power meant that the final qualitative change was about to begin. No, it had already begun. The qualitative change was happening in Xianglin's eye sockets. Glancing sideways at the instrument monitoring Xiangyu's vital signs, Hyojin secretly prayed, "You must hold on." If it had been someone else with abnormal body temperature and blood pressure for a long time, they would have died a long time ago. Only the cockroach-like vitality of the Whirlpool family could hold on until now. But even if Xianglin's vitality was extraordinary, there was still a limit. Time passed little by little. Hyojin stood quietly on the side, observing the changes in Xianglin's vital signs while recording the data of Xianglin's various vital signs. These data would also be helpful for Hyojin's future bloodline fusion ritual. And as time went on, the omniscient nature's power in Xianglin's body began to become stronger and stronger. After 3 hours, the omniscient nature's power reached its peak, and it even began to overflow from Xianglin's body in the form of chakra. Why is it overflowing? Hyojin was taken aback. The scene in front of him was far beyond his expectations. It stands to reason that after the omniscient nature's power on the two pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is unified, the qualitative change should be completed in an instant. This process should be done in one go, and there should be no twists and turns. Just as Hyojin's brows were twisted, thinking about the cause of this abnormality, Xianglin suddenly sat up on the operating table, holding her head with both hands and wailing in pain. Roar! At the same time, a golden phantom accompanied by a soul-shaking roar, as if breaking free from a cage, was projected from Xianglin's body, and then quickly turned into a golden-armored deity. Susanoo. Hyojin immediately recognized this golden Susanoo. It was the golden Susanoo contained in the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan on his fire-release clone. Rumble, as the complete form of Susanoo was projected out of Xianglin's body, the originally quiet cave immediately began to shake. This golden Susanoo seemed to be completely uncontrollable. As soon as it appeared, it showed a violent trend, waving a golden sword on each of its 4 arms, slashing around. Swish, as a last resort, Hyojin immediately used the teleportation technique to retreat to the distance. In the shaking of the earth, the entire cave was instantly destroyed by this golden Susanoo that was nearly 100 meters high, and all the instruments that Hyojin had set up beside Xianglin's operating table were also destroyed. And with the collapse of the cave, a quiet moonlight sprinkled in through the cracks of the collapsed stones, making the cave more illusory and unreal. Ah! Suddenly, Xiangli, who was on the operating table, shouted again. Immediately afterward, a blood-red phantom was projected from Xianglin's body, and in just a short time of 1 or 2 breaths, the blood-red phantom changed into the evil Susanoo contained in the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan of Danzo. Another Susanoo. Hyojin was completely shocked. At this moment, Xianglin actually launched 2 Susanoo at the same time, and they were 2 complete Susanoo with a height of 100 meters, 4 limbs, and full armor. Oh no! A thought quickly flashed in Hyojin's mind. The fact that Xianglin can launch 2 Susanoo at the same time only shows one problem, that is, the 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that have merged together on the surface, their pupil power is not really unified. These 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan with living characteristics seem to be resisting the unification of the pupil power. Perhaps they are faintly aware that once the pupil power is unified, they will completely disappear in the fusion. And the 2 Susanoo that have gone berserk are undoubtedly the most intuitive manifestation of the 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's resistance to the pupil power unification. After realizing this, Hyojin understood that it is impossible to complete the final fusion by relying on Xianglin alone, so he slowly made a hand seal while saying, "Then let me make you give up." After saying that, a soft sky-blue Tenseigan chakra quickly wrapped Hyojin's whole body. Here's the first one, asking for recommendation votes. I heard that the monthly votes will start to double on the 28th, please keep your monthly votes first, when the 28th doubles, 1 vote will be equal to 2 votes. Rumble, under the devastation of the 2 complete form Susanoo, the dome of the cave was immediately opened, and the rocks collapsed one by one, stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky. Roar! Roar! The 2 Susanoo in the rampage were still making mournful roars. The surrounding broken karst caves were like a loudspeaker, transmitting the roars of the 2 Susanoo to the entire island, causing the birds and beasts on the island to tremble in fear. In the smoke and dust, Xianglin held her head with her hands, with a painful look on her face. Hyojin, who had activated the Tenseigan chakra mode and was floating in the air, looked over and found that Xianglin seemed to have lost her own will at this time. Tisk! Hyojin's eyes were cold, and he spat lightly. The 2 Susanoo that were rampage were obviously 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that had merged together, bypassing Xianglin's will and opened it without authorization. In other words, these 2 Susanoo are the embodiment of the will of the 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. In the rampage, they attacked everything around them, and constantly tried to escape from Xianglin's body and escape from each other's bodies. That's right, these 2 complete Susanoo forms were actually overlapping. The upper half of their bodies were separated from each other, but the lower half of their bodies overlapped with Xianglin's body, looking very strange. Hyojin, who was floating in the air, raised his arms at this time and clenched his fists. Boom! In an instant, an invisible force came from all directions, pressing the 2 complete form Susanoo that were trying to break free from Xianglin's body back. Hyojin must prevent these two Susanoo from separating from each other, so he immediately used Rain Pull to forcibly push the two complete forms Susanoo together, trying to make them completely overlap. Roar. The roar sounded again, and the two complete forms Susanoo that were squeezed by the invisible force did not choose to surrender, but struggled hard. Hyojin suddenly frowned. This kind of wrestling wasn't something he was good at. The 100-meter-tall Susanoo has infinite strength, and whether it is the golden flame Susanoo in front of him or the evil Susanoo, both of them are launched from the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that contains the power of all things, and can be regarded as the best among all the Susanoo. If it's an attack against an attack, Hyojin, who has entered the Tenseigan chakra mode, is not afraid at all, but if it's a contest of strength, then Hyojin is a little overwhelmed. Boom, 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 the two complete forms of Susanoo kept attacking the invisible walls that imprisoned them, and each attack contained a tremendous force that shook the earth and mountains. Hyojin's expression became more and more gloomy, and a thin layer of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Because every morning, Hyojin would store all the chakra in his body into the Yin seal between his eyebrows, so his Yin release body was actually in a relatively weak state. Now he had to fight against two, and control the two complete forms of Susanoo, which suddenly made him feel a little powerless. At this moment, Hyojin noticed that the Type 2 biological armor on Xianlin's body suddenly swelled, and the white muscle tissue all bulged high. Overload mode. Kuroto was startled by this. Overload mode is a special function that Hyojin designed for the Type 2 biological armor. Once the Type 2 biological armor detects that the host's life is in danger, the Type 2 biological armor will release all the internal seals, and provide a huge amount of chakra to the host in a short period of time to support the host through the crisis. And now that the Type 2 biological armor automatically activated overload mode, it undoubtedly means that Xianlin's life is in danger. There's less than 10 minutes left. As the designer, Hyojin knew very well that the overload mode of the Type 2 biological armor could only last for 10 minutes at most, and if it encountered an extreme situation, the time could be further shortened. Seeing that the two complete forms of Susanoo did not show any signs of exhaustion, and that Xianlin's time was running out, Hyojin's eyes immediately turned cold, and he no longer hesitated. In an instant, 6 black truth-seeking balls flashed out from between his eyebrows. These 6 truth-seeking balls flew to his right wrist one after another, and they flew around his wrist at a uniform speed. At this moment, Hyojin's right hand grasped the air, and the 6 truth-seeking balls were in his palm, and he softly said, "Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion." Whoosh, accompanied by a surge of chakra, the 6 truth-seeking balls in Hyojin's palm instantly fused, and turned into a dazzling golden longsword. Under the cold, frosty moonlight, Hyojin, who was floating in the air with the golden sword in his hand, looked like a god. He stared indifferently at the two complete forms of Susanoo in front of him, and his eyes were overflowing with killing intent. Hyojin knew better than anyone what the cost of killing these two Susanoo would be, because these two Susanoo were the embodiment of the 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power. Once they were killed, the 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's vitality would inevitably be greatly damaged, which would greatly reduce the probability of fusing and attacking the Rinnegan. But if these 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan were allowed to continue doing whatever they wanted, they would attack Xianlin's will and destroy his body, and then Xianlin would definitely die. Since you don't want to surrender, then go to hell. As soon as his voice fell, Hyojin waved the golden sword in his right hand, and slashed horizontally at the 2 complete forms of Susanoo in front of him. Swish, the dazzling golden sword instantly slashed at the junction between the overlapping and separating waists of the 2 complete forms of Susanoo. The Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, composed of 6 truth-seeking balls, and the length was deliberately compressed by Hyojin, so it was not something that the 2 complete forms of Susanoo could resist at all. Kacha, as the golden sword drew a dazzling arc, the sound of breaking echoed, and the 2 complete forms of Susanoo were instantly cut in half at the waist. The parts above the waist that were split from each other immediately turned into flying ash in the air, and the parts below the waist that overlapped with each other instantly merged into one and shrank into Xianlin's body. Xianlin, who was sitting on the operating table with a painful face, also lay back at this time, and his whole person became quiet, as if he had fainted again. Hoo-hoo, Hyojin gasped as he exited the Tenseigan chakra mode. In the case of not using the Een Seal chakra, 6 truth-seeking balls was his limit. Here's the second one: I only ask for recommendation votes. There will be a doubling of the monthly votes on the 28th, please keep it first, and vote again on the 28th, please. After panting for a while, Hyojin looked at Xianglin on the operating table in the distance with a perturbed face. His golden will reincarnation explosion just now was not a random slash, but aimed at the overlapping boundary of the 2 complete Susanus. After the slash, the lower body of the 2 complete Susanus was preserved, and the upper body that was trying to struggle to break away was turned into nothingness at the same time. In this way, although the ocular power of the 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was severely damaged, it also recovered part of the loss. I hope the remaining ocular power is enough to break through the Rinnegan. With this thought in mind, Hyojin slowly walked towards Xianglin. At this time, even the instruments on Xianglin's body were crooked and overturned in the rubble, so Hyojin had no way to know the real-time physical data of Xianglin's body. But looking from afar, Xianglin's breathing seemed to have returned to normal, and the Type 2 biological armor on his body also exited the overload mode. As for the omniscient force that had been released before, at this moment, it was all slowly shrinking into Xianglin's body. Seeing this scene, Hyojin's heart was a little relieved, and his pace was a little faster. After coming to the operating table, Kuroto couldn't wait to look at Xianglin's closed eye sockets. He found that Xianglin's pupils were still scarlet, but the patterns on them seemed to have been stirred by some kind of force, and there was an obvious distortion. This scene reminded Hyojin of the scene when Danzo almost succeeded and evolved the Rinnegan. And just when Hyojin was a little distracted, the Sharingan pattern in Xianglin's pupil became more and more distorted, as if something was constantly stirring it, pulling the straight lines out of the curve. Hyojin's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this time, he not only noticed the changes in Xianglin's eye sockets, but also noticed the changes in Xianglin's body. At this moment, the omniscient force on Xianglin's body suddenly skyrocketed, then, a huge amount of chakra instantly enveloped Xianglin's body, causing the unconscious Xianglin to slowly float up from the operating table. At the same time, the Type 2 biological armor that had exited the overload mode not long ago swelled up again and entered the overload mode again without warning. Hyojin, who was at the side, quickly took 2 steps back. He didn't interfere with the changes in Xianglin's body. This was obviously the final qualitative change. Success or failure would depend on this. Very soon, Xianglin, who was floating above the operating table, had a change in her aura. An indescribable aura emanated from her body. Huh? What's wrong with me? Suddenly, Xianglin, who had been unconscious all this time, woke up. She discovered that she was floating in midair, and she immediately panicked. Hyojin, who was at the side, quickly said, "Xiangli, you," but halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped, because he suddenly discovered that Xianglin's eyes, which had been closed all this time, had opened at this moment, and what was in her eye sockets wasn't a scarlet Sharingan, but a Rinnegan with circles of mysterious patterns. Rinnegan! Hyojin was stunned. When he saw the lavender Rinnegan in Xianglin's eye sockets, he didn't know why, but a sense of unreality surged from the bottom of his heart. In order to get this pair of Rinnegan, he didn't know how much effort he had put in and how much he had paid. Just now, he was even ready to accept failure. But he didn't expect that things would suddenly turn around, and the Rinnegan, which was known as the Eyes of Immortals, appeared in front of him so calmly. I made a pair of Rinnegan. There is no doubt that whether it is the origin of the bloodline fusion ceremony or the fusion of 2 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the pair of Rinnegan in front of him can be regarded as the creation of Hyojin. And after repeatedly confirming that the Rinnegan in Xianglin's eye sockets was the Rinnegan that he had seen in Nagato's eyes, Hyojin was extremely excited. What he was excited about was not only because he had personally created a pair of Rinnegan, but also because this pair of Rinnegan was the 3rd pair of Rinnegan in the shinobi world besides Sage of the 6 Paths and Madara Uchiha. But because of the existence of this pair of Rinnegan, it shows that the bloodline fusion ceremony he designed for Danzo can really make a qualitative change in chakra and create endless miracles. Listening to Hyojin's murmur, Xianglin realized that she had opened her eyes. And because of this absent-mindedness, her whole body fell from midair and fell heavily on the operating table. Ouch! After crying out in pain, Xianglin rubbed her head and said in surprise, "My lord, I can see again. And it's very clear. Don't move, let me have a good look." Hyojin immediately walked over, held Xianglin's shoulder, and carefully examined the Rinnegan in her eye sockets. Xianglin quickly sat up straight and tried to open her eyes wide so that Hyojin could see clearly. Hyojin carefully observed for a while and confirmed that the Rinnegan in Xianglin's eyes is almost exactly the same as the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes, whether it is the color of the pupil, or the circle of circular lines. If there is any difference, then it is that the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes is more magical, while the Rinnegan in Xianglin's eye sockets is slightly dimmer. However, this is also normal. After all, Xianglin's Rinnegan has just been awakened, not to mention the lack of nourishment. During the awakening process, she was also hit by Hyojin's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, so the consumption of her pupil power is not small. Being able to successfully awaken the Rinnegan is already very rare. After examining for a long time, Hyojin asked Xianglin, "How do you feel?" Xianglin honestly said, "I can see things much clearer than before, but after looking for a long time, my head is a little dizzy." Hyojin smiled, "Dizziness is normal, don't worry too much. The Rinnegan is not so easy to bear." When the old Madara Uchiha transplanted his Rinnegan to the young Nagato, he must have used some means to seal the ability of the Rinnegan, so that Nagato could live through his childhood safely. When Nagato awakened the Rinnegan, he not only grew up, but also received the guidance of Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, and became a qualified ninja, so he could barely bear the Rinnegan. Compared to Nagato, Xianglin is younger, so it is normal for her body to bear the Rinnegan. According to Hyojin's estimation, with Xianglin's physique, he may have to wait until he is 17 or 18 years old before he can bear the Rinnegan alone like Nagato. And before that, if Xianglin wants to live a normal life, he either has to seal the ability of the Rinnegan in his eye sockets, temporarily turning it into a pair of ordinary eyes, or always wear biological armor. The first update is here. I only ask for recommendation votes. Please vote on the 28th, thank you. In the underground palace of the Sound Village. Edo Tensei technique. With a light shout, 2 complex psychic techniques suddenly extended from the ground, and in the center of these 2 psychic techniques, 2 coffins with the words first and second engraved on their lids rose from the ground and appeared in the underground palace. Kacha, with 2 consecutive crisp sounds, the coffin lids fell, revealing the 2 corpses in the coffins. At this time, a dark shadow came out of the darkness. This dark shadow was not a bystander, it was the ninja school instructor Uchiha Do who escaped from Mai not long ago, and the Edo Tensei technique just now also came from his hands. Walking to the 2 coffins, Uchiha Do checked the 2 impure earth bodies inside, and immediately revealed a smile, and said to himself, "Finally mastered this technique." Through the previous attempt, Uchiha Do confirmed that not only has he mastered the Edo Tensei technique, but also through the notes left by Orochimaru, successfully channeled the 2 impure earth bodies created by Orochimaru. Soon, Uchiha Do restrained the joy on his face, and made a hand seal to cancel the channeling. Bang bang, in a burst of white smoke, the coffins containing the impure earth bodies disappeared in front of Uchiha Do. With a sullen face, Doer came to a secret room. In the center of this secret room, there was a cloud ninja tied up in chains from head to toe, and on the ground around this cloud ninja, there were many strange techniques engraved on the ground. Glancing at the terrified cloud ninja on the ground, Uchiha Do did not speak, but calmed his mind, then raised his hands and began to make hand seals, and finally shouted, "Psychic, Edo Tensei technique." With a loud shout, the chakra on his body instantly poured into the technique engraved on the ground. Ah! The scream of the cloud ninja lying in the formation echoed and filled the entire secret chamber. Do immediately looked over nervously and found that the cloud ninja lying on the ground seemed to have been sucked out of his soul by some kind of force. His whole body was curled up into a ball in pain, while talismans, as if from a different world, poured out from all directions and stuck to his body, wrapping him inside and out, turning him into a human cocoon. After a while, everything calmed down, and there was only a human cocoon wrapped in talisman paper in front of Do. Dolua quickly stepped forward and tore the talisman paper, only to find that the figure wrapped in the talisman paper was not the figure he was expecting, but the cloud ninja who was used as a sacrifice before, but he was already dead. How could it fail? Do frowned, and then carefully went through the whole process of casting the spell just now, repeatedly confirming that he did not make any mistakes. After pondering for a while, a hint of joy appeared on Do's face. It seems that Lord Orochimaru is not dead. Obviously, the person who just tried the Edo Tensei was not someone else, but Orochimaru. After losing contact with Orochimaru, Do fell into an unprecedented anxiety and fear. He seemed to have lost his direction again and lost the meaning of living. Therefore, he violated the order of Orochimaru to monitor Naruto and Sasuke in the ninja school, escaped from Mai without authorization, quietly returned to the Sound Village, and mobilized all the Sound ninjas to search for the missing Orochimaru. However, no matter how Do searched, he could not find the slightest clue of Orochimaru. One must know that in the shinobi world, excluding some monsters, Orochimaru, as one of the Sannin, is already one of the strongest. There are only a few strong enemies in the shinobi world that can make him disappear. Therefore, Do speculated that Orochimaru must have encountered one of the Akatsuki, Amatsukami, or Danzo, whose strength surpassed the Kage level after defecting. Since there has been no news of Orochimaru for so long, Do is afraid that he is dead. Therefore, Do cracked Orochimaru's laboratory and obtained the information of Orochimaru about the Edo Tensei, trying to make the dead Orochimaru return to the shinobi world through Edo Tensei, which can confuse the boundary between life and death. But with the failure of the Edo Tensei technique just now, Do was sure that Orochimaru didn't die, but was captured or sealed. I must find a way to rescue Orochimaru-sama. Without any hesitation, Do made up his mind. It's just that the ones who captured or sealed Orochimaru must be the Akatsuki, Amatsukami, or Danzo. With the current strength of the village, it is impossible to rescue Orochimaru from the hands of these powerful enemies. For a moment, Do's mind was once again invaded by a feeling of helplessness. Early the next morning, Do left the underground palace and summoned Kimimaro, Yamato, Yugo, and Haku, and ordered, "Stop looking for Orochimaru-sama for now." Kimimaro, whose face was a little pale, asked bluntly, "Why?" Do knew Kimimaro's loyalty to Orochimaru, so he immediately explained, "I have confirmed that Orochimaru-sama is not dead, but was captured or sealed by Akatsuki, Amatsukami, or Danzo." Yamato was taken aback. "What? Not to mention the Akatsuki and Amatsukami in the shinobi world, Shimura Danzo, who swept the 6 paths of pain and defeated Kumo's AB combination, is not someone that the Sound Village can deal with." While the four were surprised, Do slowly said, "If we want to rescue Orochimaru-sama, we must obtain the power to negotiate with the Akatsuki, Amatsukami, and Danzo. So, I need you to spend your energy on cracking the 4 important laboratories left by Orochimaru-sama. We must receive all of Orochimaru-sama's power in order to have the qualifications to bargain with those powerful enemies." Kimimaro said coldly, "What about you?" "Me?" Do adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile, "I want to go to a place." Although there was a faint smile on Do's face, the 4 could clearly feel Do's determination to die. After hesitating for a moment, Yamato, the oldest among the 4, couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" Do shook his head and didn't answer Yamato's question. The 4 looked at each other and found a trace of deep worry in each other's eyes. After losing Orochimaru, the Sound Village lost its backbone. Whether it was Orochimaru's assistant or the 4 Sound ninjas, none of them had the ability to replace Orochimaru. Because of Orochimaru's several betrayals, the Sound Village couldn't find any real allies at all. So, if they want to rescue Orochimaru, they can only rely on their own strength. After a few words to the 4 Sound ninjas, Do didn't delay and immediately left the Sound Village. After a long time, Do came to the cave that connected to the Ryuchi cave where Naruto and Hinata were imprisoned. Looking at the bottomless darkness in the cave, Do sighed and said, "I don't know if I can come out again." The second update is here. I only ask for recommendation votes. Please vote after the double event on the 28th. Thank you. The moonlight that was as cold as frost shone through the gaps in the lush canopy and into the quiet forest, casting mottled shadows that alternated between light and dark on the ground. Swish, suddenly, a breeze blew a leaf on the ground. Beside the dancing leaves, 3 figures shuttled through the mottled shadows. They were Jishuei, Itachi, and Shinichi, the 3 kaleidoscopes of the Uchiha clan, who had just received the news from Hyojin and rushed over from the Uchiha clan. After yawning, Shinichi muttered in the team, "It's so late." why did the boss call us here? Jishui shook her head, there must be a reason why Senpai asked us to come here. Don't ask any more. Itachi pondered for a moment and said, Senpai asked us to meet in the secret laboratory in the Forest of Death. Maybe it's related to the first-generation cell transplant surgery. Surgery? That's great. Shinichi grinned. Ever since he fought with Obsidian last time, his eyesight had been greatly damaged, and his eyesight had begun to decline. He had been back in the village for so long, but he had not adapted to it. Therefore, he was more eager to have the transplant surgery than Itachi. Seeing Shinichi's joy, Itachi reminded him lightly, Brother Shinichi, you have to be mentally prepared for the failure of the surgery. Shinichi was a little confused, why? Jishui took over the conversation, Senpai's transplant technology should be the strongest in the ninja world today, but the first-generation cells are extraordinary. Therefore, even if Senpai is in charge of the surgery, there's still a possibility of failure. Shinichi did not care, what will happen if it fails? Jishui was a little uncertain, probably will become a tree? The laziness on Shinichi's face instantly froze. Itachi, who was at the side, said seriously, to be precise, it will be swallowed by the trees. Shinichi glared at Jishui and Itachi, hey, did you make this up? You just want to scare me, right? Jishui shook his head and said seriously, when I performed the operation, in order to increase the success rate of the operation, Senpai specially asked me to replace the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan with flame. Shinichi's expression became solemn, and he was secretly shocked. Hachi's Sharingan is the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Hyojin had once mentioned to Shinichi that there were only two ways to recover the ocular power. One was to transplant the primeval cells. With the help of the high-purity yang release contained in the primeval cells, the combination of yin and yang would produce the power of omniscient nature, and then use the power of omniscient nature to replenish the lost ocular power. The other way was to integrate a pair of blood relatives Manjikyu Sharingan, condense the extreme yin release chakra, and obtain the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that is superior to ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan. Shinichi had always thought that Uchiha's Sharingan was just a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Now after listening to Jishui's words, he realized that Uchiha's Sharingan was actually stronger than his own. Jishui continued, but what Senpai and I didn't expect was that even with the help of Flame's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, I still couldn't suppress the primeval cells that were implanted in my body, and let those cells go berserk in my body. To this day, Jishui has a chill when he recalled the scene of the primeval cells going berserk in his body. Itachi also experienced it personally, so he added, at that time, the berserk primeval cells absorbed Brother Jishui's chakra, turned into a big tree, broke through the laboratory, and rushed to the ground. Shinichi asked with a stiff face, what happened then? Phew. Gently exhaling, Jishui said, fortunately, there was Senpai and Itachi to suppress those crazy trees outside, and the power of Flame's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is far superior to my own Manjikyu Sharingan, so at the last moment, I barely survived. Is it really that dangerous? Pausing for a moment, Zen subconsciously covered his eyes with his hand and said, you almost died using the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and my Manjikyu Sharingan's pupillary power has long been depleted. Wouldn't the success rate of my Manjikyu Sharingan be lower than yours? Without waiting for Jishui to speak, Itachi nodded calmly, well, in theory, the success rate of our surgery should be much lower than Brother Jishui's. At this time, Shinichi asked Jishui with some suspicion, did Flame really lend his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to you? Even an ordinary Uchiha Sharingan is his most precious thing, not to mention a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that is almost unique in the shinobi world. Therefore, it is difficult for Shinichi to imagine that Uchiha Sharingan would lend his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to Jishui for such a dangerous transplant surgery. One must know that if the transplant surgery fails, Jishui's whole body will be swallowed by the wildly growing trees. At that time, even if the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can be rescued, no one can guarantee that the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan will not be damaged in the process. Putting himself in Jishui's shoes, Shinichi doesn't have the courage to lend his Manjikyu Sharingan. Jishui said, Flame can be trusted. Itachi also echoed, well, Hain-senpai is an elder of the organization, and she takes good care of us. Hey, don't say it like she is very old, that guy should not be as old as me. After a pause, Shinichi pondered, since that freak is willing to lend her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, why don't we also borrow her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? At worst, we will owe her a favor. Shinichi is still very confident in himself. He feels that Jishui can survive the surgery smoothly with the help of Flame's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, then he can also survive the surgery smoothly with the help of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Jishui said, "Don't think too much, Senpai should have an arrangement." After saying that, the three of them came to the old laboratory of Hyojin in the Forest of Death. After activating the mechanism in the tree hole, the three of them passed through the passage and came to the underground laboratory. At this time, they found that Hyojin was already waiting in the laboratory, and beside Hyojin, there was a figure wearing a black cloak of Amatsukami and a sun pattern mask. Is that Flame? Shinichi, who was thinking of borrowing the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan from Uchiha Sharingan, was happy at first, but then immediately frowned. Because he has already perceived that the figure standing quietly beside Hyojin is not the Uchiha Sharingan he knows, but a stranger with a chakra that he instinctively fears. Jishui also looked at the figure standing beside Hyojin and asked curiously, "Senpai, who is she?" Hyojin chuckled and said, "Let me introduce her to you, she is a new member of Amatsukami, codenamed Sun God, and she is also my assistant in this transplant operation." Sun God. The three of them looked at the new member in front of them with the codename Kamikaze. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes. It seems that after 12 o'clock tonight, the double monthly vote activity will start. Please vote after 12 o'clock, please. Oh, please. Obviously, the new member of Amatsukami, who was named by Hyojin as Young God, was not someone else, but Xianglin, who had just successfully integrated the Rinnegan a few days ago. For Xianglin, who has the eyes of the immortals, the codename Young God is appropriate. After successfully integrating the Rinnegan, Hyojin made a comprehensive examination of Xianglin's body and the newly born Rinnegan in her eye sockets. Perhaps because of the baptism of the power of the universe, Xianglin's physique has been significantly improved than before. Although the yang release chakra contained in her body is not as good as the almost extreme yang release chakra contained in the first generation cells, compared to before, the quality improvement is still very obvious. And it seems that because of the successful integration of the Rinnegan, the resistance of this newly born Rinnegan to Xianglin's body was much lighter than Hyojin expected. He didn't have time to use many means to suppress the Rinnegan, and the Rinnegan obediently accepted the fact that Xianglin was its master. However, he doesn't know whether it was because Xianglin was still young or because the Rinnegan had just been born. In short, Xianglin tried many times but found that she could only use the low-intensity Shinra Tensei and Wanxiang Tensei at present. In terms of absorbing chakra, she could only absorb it in close contact. Powerful sealing techniques like Chibaku Tensei and Samsara Tensei, which can perfectly resurrect the dead, Xianglin is still unable to use them at present. As for the higher level, such as the pupil technique contained in Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan eyes, and the pupil technique contained in Sasuke's 6 Tomo Rinnegan eyes in the original Space and Time, there is not even a shadow of it. In this regard, Hyojin is not in a hurry. After all, Nagato has obtained Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan for more than 10 years, and it took him a little bit of time to explore and develop the abilities contained in the Rinnegan eyes. Xiangli had only obtained the reincarnation eyes for a few days, and she herself was only a little over 10 years old. She was just a child that hadn't grown up yet, so it was normal for her to temporarily be unable to use the full power of the reincarnation eyes. Shinichi pursed his lips. "I thought it was a flame." "Flame?" Slightly stunned, Hyojin casually asked back, "Today is the surgery to transplant the first-generation cells for you and Itachi. What about Guan Yin?" Shinichi immediately showed a flattering smile and leaned in front of Hyojin. "Boss, I heard that this kind of transplant is very dangerous. Can you help me borrow the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan from Flame?" "Don't worry, I'll definitely return this favor in the future." Itachi, who looked calm on the surface, also looked at Hyojin. Compared with Shinichi, who only listened to the oral description, as a person who experienced it, he knew more about what Jishui had experienced in the operation of transplanting the first-generation cells, so he knew far more about the danger of this transplant than Shinichi. Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I already have other arrangements, there is no need to bother to replace the Sharingan." Shinichi asked curiously, "What is the success rate of the operation?" After thinking about it, Hyojin replied, probably 30% to 40%. Shinichi said with a sad face, not even 50%? Hyojin explained with a smile, although the success rate of the operation has not improved qualitatively, but with the young god, even if the operation fails, you can still survive, so don't worry about it. Her? The eyes of the three people once again turned to Xiangli, who was standing quietly beside Hyojin. Although Xiangli was only a little over 10 years old, because she was wearing the Type 2 biological armor, her current height and body shape were almost equivalent to a normal girl of 17 or 18 years old. And the Type 2 biological armor on her body was actually not the previous one. The previous one, because it opened the overload mode twice when fusing with the Rinnegan, its internal structure and cell tissues were irreversible damage, so after the birth of the Rinnegan, it successfully retired. Therefore, at this time, Xiangli was actually wearing a brand new Type 2 biological armor that Hyojin spent a lot of money to replicate. Under the sun pattern mask, Xiangli also blinked her eyes, curiously looking at the three Uchiha family kaleidoscopes in front of her. Before coming here, Hyojin briefly introduced some of the situation of Amatsukami to her, so she knew that the three Uchiha family kaleidoscopes in front of her were all members of Amatsukami, and they were Hyojin's right-hand men. However, because she didn't understand anything, Hyojin specifically told her to listen more and talk less when meeting other members of Amatsukami. Therefore, Xiangli, who has always been lively, had a lot of things to say, want to ask, but because of Hyojin's previous instructions, she had to hold back. Xiangli was having a hard time holding back her words, but on the other side, Ji Shui and the others saw that Xiangli didn't say a word from beginning to end. It seemed that she didn't have any intention of talking to them, so they all felt strange. Shinichi stared at Xiangli while muttering, anyhow, we are all members of Amatsukami, don't you even want to say hello? Xiangli immediately felt conflicted. She is struggling whether she should wave to them, shake hands with them one by one, or just nod at them from a distance. She is only 10 years old, so she still doesn't know how to communicate with these strong shinobi in front of her. Since she was wearing the Type 2 biological armor, even though Xiang Lin's inner turmoil was reflected to her body, it was blocked by the external biological armor. Therefore, in Shinichi's eyes, it seemed like Xiang Lin was indifferent and ignored what he said just now. Not to mention Shinichi, who was secretly annoyed. Even Ji Shui and Itachi had an arrogant impression of Xiangli. Hyojin naturally saw all of this, but he just smiled and didn't explain anything. Xiangli, who now has the Rinnegan, is the last card he prepared for himself, so he doesn't want Xiangli to have too much entanglement with other members of Amatsukami. If he didn't need Xiangli's Rinnegan ability this time, he wouldn't have brought her out. Okay, Ji Shui, you are responsible for guarding the ground. Itachi, Shinichi, the two of you come with me. After saying a few words, Hyojin walked towards the prepared operating room. Yes. Ji Shui nodded respectfully, turned around, and walked out. For him, Hyojin is not only the leader of Amatsukami, but also the fifth Naruto, who is about to ascend to the position of Naruto. He admires and looks up to him. At this time, Shinichi, who followed Hyojin into the operating room, curiously sensed Xiangli, and after noticing a trace of strangeness, he subconsciously moved closer and discovered that Xiangli's eyes under the sun pattern mask were exactly the same as Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki. Rinnegan. Almost instantly, Shinichi retreated far away, and while warning loudly, he was on full alert. The second chapter is here, there should be a third chapter later, please vote. With Shinichi's shock, Ji Shui and Itachi also became alert. At this time, Shinichi stared at Xiang Lin in front of him and shouted, hey, how come you have the Rinnegan? Are you Nagato? No, are you Nagato's new 6 Paths of Pain? For Shinichi, who joined the Akatsuki organization as a spy, the Rinnegan eyes in Nagato's eyes were a nightmare hidden deep in his heart. God knows how many nights Shinichi dreamed that his identity as a spy was exposed and he died tragically in the hands of Nagato, so when he saw the Rinnegan eyes in Xiang Lin's eyes, he had a stress reaction. Moreover, he knew that the eyes in the 6 Paths of Pain created by Nagato would all show the appearance of the Rinnegan eyes, so he quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Xiang Lin was directly stunned and didn't know what to do. However, her emotional fluctuations and physical tension were all covered up by the Type 2 biological armor, so her external performance was extremely indifferent, as if she didn't care about Shinichi's abnormal movements at all. And in the eyes of Shinichi, this indifference was almost exactly the same as that of Nagato, who claimed to be a god. Jishui and Itachi were also surprised at this time. Although the two of them didn't join the Akatsuki organization like Shinichi and had close contact with Nagato, in several confrontations with the Akatsuki organization, they had seen Nagato from a distance, and they had seen the Rinnegan eyes in Nagato's eyes. Because of Hyojin, the two of them knew far more about the Rinnegan eyes than ordinary people. They knew that the Rinnegan eyes were the eyes once owned by the legendary Six Paths of Pain, so when they learned that the young god had a pair of Rinnegan eyes, they were no less surprised than Shinichi. However, they instinctively believed in Hyojin and didn't think that Nagato had the ability to sneak under Hyojin's eyes, so their reaction was not as big as Shinichi's. Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't worry, the young god is not Nagato, nor is it the Six Paths of Pain created by Nagato." After listening to Hyojin's explanation, Shinichi also reacted. If the young god in front of him was really the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, then he should have been killed by Hyojin a long time ago. Phew. After letting out a sigh of relief, Shinichi asked, "Boss, what about her eyes?" Hyojin nodded gently and said, "Well, the young god also has a pair of Rinnegan eyes, just like Nagato." Xianglin finally found the opportunity and nodded in agreement with Hyojin. It really is the Rinnegan eyes. The three Uchiha who have the Manjikyu Sharingan were shocked at this moment. The reason why the Akatsuki organization can threaten the entire shinobi world is actually because of the pair of Rinnegan eyes in Nagato's eye sockets, which is known as the eyes of the sage, so in the hearts of these three people, they have always believed that there is only one pair of Rinnegan eyes. Now that they suddenly saw a second pair of Rinnegan eyes, and the other party is also a member of the same organization, the surprise and shock in their hearts can be imagined. Seeing Jishui, Itachi, and Shinichi look like they have seen a ghost, Hyojin smiled and said, "Who told you that there is only one pair of Rinnegan eyes in the shinobi world?" "Well, we'll talk about the Rinnegan later. Jishui, you go outside and be on guard. Itachi, Shinichi, don't just stand there, come with me." After saying that, Hyojin walked into the operating room, and Xianglin followed him. No wonder he is so arrogant and ignored us. It turns out that he is a strong person with the Rinnegan eyes. After a pause, Shinichi asked Jishui and Itachi next to him, "Is this the first time you two have seen each other?" "Yes." Jishui and Itachi nodded in unison. They had never even heard of the codename Young God before, let alone seen it. As Shinichi followed Hyojin, he muttered to himself, "I don't know where the boss found this monster. Hey, but with such a monster as an accomplice, I feel much more at ease." When he thought that the young god in front of him was a strong person at the same level as Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Shinichi didn't have any resistance to the arrogance shown by the young god before. Not only him, but even Jishui and Itachi also showed understanding and naturally accepted the arrogance of the young god. Perhaps in the eyes of Uchiha, arrogance was the privilege of the strong. After a while, Itachi and Shinichi arrived at the operating room. Looking at the cold instruments that filled the entire operating room, Shinichi was a little scared and asked weakly, "Boss, do you really not need to worry? You talk too much." After glaring at Shinichi, Hyojin pointed to the two operating tables in front of him and said, "Lie down on them." Itachi took a deep breath and lay down on the operating table without saying a word. Seeing this, Shinichi had to climb to the operating table obediently. While preparing the fusion solution, Hyojin said, "The young god can only guarantee that the rampaging primordial cells will not kill you, but whether you can subdue the primordial cells or not depends on your own ability." Shinichi curled his lips and said, "If Jishui can do it, I can do it." Itachi still didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Hyojin glanced at Itachi and didn't say anything. In fact, Itachi's only option is to transplant the primordial cells, because unlike Jishui and Shinichi, Itachi not only has a blood relative who is still alive, but coincidentally, one of his blood relatives has also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. And this person is naturally Itachi's father, Uchiha Fuyue. Therefore, Itachi actually has another option, that is to seize his father Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan and fuse it into a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Seeing Itachi's worried look, Hyojin guessed that Itachi must have considered this option. As Hyojin expected, Itachi did consider this option. Because the current situation of the village is very clear, the Uchiha clan is bound to have no chance to inherit the position of the great Naruto. And if the Uchiha clan loses the vote of confidence and loses the position of great Naruto, then the probability of his father, who has been aroused with ambition, launching a rebellion is extremely high. At that time, whether it is the fate of his father Uchiha Fuyue, or the fate of the Uchiha clan, I am afraid that it will be very tragic. Therefore, in Itachi's view, instead of letting his father bear the infamy of a rebel and then die in the hands of the village, it is better to end it himself, so that at least his father's reputation can be preserved, and his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke can be saved. If it were not for Hyojin's existence, Itachi is afraid that he would have made up his mind by now. However, because of Hyojin, he believed that no matter how complicated the situation was, no matter how difficult the problem, Hyojin would definitely have a way to solve it, so he resolutely chose the option of transplanting the primordial cells, which may be life-threatening. And if there is a day when father and son really go against each other in the future, he will not covet his father's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. He will save his father's eyes and leave them to his younger brother who may need them in the future. Third update, asking for monthly votes. Thud thud, Hyojin looked at the light and flicked the syringe in his hand with his finger, squeezing out the bubbles in the syringe one by one. Shinichi, who was lying on the operating table, listened to the sound of Hyojin preparing the equipment and said weakly, "Boss, please, don't make such a sound." "Shut up." Hyojin reprimanded Shinichi angrily. He really did not realize that Shinichi, who looked reckless, was actually afraid of surgery. Compared to Shinichi, Itachi silently adjusted his state of mind. Jishui was on guard outside the operating theater, and Hyojin and the young god were inside the operating theater. For Itachi, he could let go of all his guard and disguise at this moment and focus on dealing with the first-generation cells. Soon, Hyojin prepared all the surgical equipment. Then, he connected the equipment to display the physical data for Itachi and Shinichi while describing the surgical process. "First, I'll inject the fusion fluid into the two of you. Then, when the fusion fluid takes effect, I'll implant a small part of the most active first-generation cell tissue into your bodies. Remember, half an hour before the fusion fluid takes effect is the best time for you to suppress the first-generation cells that have been implanted in your bodies. You must grasp it well." Shinichi asked carefully, "What if? What if we can't suppress the implanted first-generation cells within half an hour of the fusion fluid taking effect?" Hyojin shrugged. "Then the transplant surgery will most likely fail." Shinichi squeezed out a smile. Got it, got it." Seeing that not only Shinichi, but even Itachi was a little nervous, Hyojin said calmly, "Don't feel too burdened. Failure is actually very normal. In my estimation, you'll be considered very lucky if you can succeed within 3 surgeries." After comforting the two of them, Hyojin did not delay any further and immediately began the transplant surgery. For the current Hyojin, injecting fusion fluid and transplanting cell tissues were all operations that he could easily complete with his eyes closed. Therefore, before Itachi and Shinichi could feel anything, he had already completed all the operations in one go. Next, you will feel your blood vessels swell and your heart rate increase, but don't worry, these are all normal reactions after the injection of fusion fluid. Remember, only your Manjikyu Sharingan can suppress the Hashirama cells. Don't worry about the depletion of your eye power. The process of using your eye power to suppress the first-generation cells is actually the fusion process of Yin escape chakra and Yang escape chakra. The depletion of your eye power will become the boundless nature force in the future to nourish your body. So, just do it. Under the guidance of Hyojin, Itachi, and Shinichi, who were lying on the operating table, simultaneously activated the Manjikyu Sharingan. Looking at the demonic Manjikyu Sharingan in Itachi and Shinichi's eye sockets, Xianxia, who was on standby, was amazed. Although she had transplanted the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, she had never used this kind of legendary eye in the ninja world. Huh. Just as Xianxia was looking curiously, with her Rinnegan, she keenly discovered that whether it was Itachi or Shinichi, there seemed to be something wriggling under their skin. Soon, Itachi and Shinichi both let out painful wails. As the possessors of the Manjikyu Sharingan who had felt pain before, Itachi and Shinichi's ability to endure pain was unquestionable, but even so, the two of them still cried out in pain at the same time, showing how much pain they were suffering at the moment. Xianglin was shocked and unconsciously took 2 steps back. On the other hand, Hyojin's face was as calm as water, quietly staring at the 2 people on the operating table, as if he didn't hear the wailing at all. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, the first half an hour of the strongest effect of the fusion liquid had passed. On the operating table, Itachi and Shinichi were still wailing intermittently, sometimes rolling left and right, sometimes curling up into a ball, as if they had lost their minds and will. Xianglin quickly asked, "Sir, are they okay?" Hyojin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Wait a little longer. Even if the fusion liquid has been improved several times, how much effect can it play in the process of suppressing the first-generation cells? Hyojin can't say, so in the final analysis, whether it can suppress the first-generation cells or not, still depends on Itachi and Shinichi's own willpower." At this moment, Hyojin's brows suddenly wrinkled. He, who had opened the Tenseigan, had insight into the signs of the first-generation cells in Itachi's body going berserk. Without any hesitation, Hyojin said to Xianglin, quickly absorb the yang-release chakra in his body." Xianglin, who had long been prepared, quickly pressed her hands on Itachi's chest where the first-generation cells were transplanted, fully activated her Rinnegan ability, and absorbed the raging yang-release chakra in Itachi's body. The reason why Hyojin decisively ordered Xianglin to take action at the first sign was that with Xianglin's current level, it was okay to only absorb the yang-release chakra, but if the yang-release chakra in Itachi's body completely went berserk and combined with the water attribute chakra and the earth attribute chakra to form the wood-release chakra, it was hard to say whether the berserk would-release would absorb Xianglin's chakra or Xianglin would absorb the wood-release chakra. Therefore, it is necessary to extract the yang-release chakra in Itachi's body before it turns into wood-release chakra, and only in this way can Itachi not be swallowed by the berserk wood-release. Soon, in the body of Shinichi on the side, there were also signs of yang-release chakra going berserk. "The same here, hurry up." Hyojin immediately issued an order to Xianglin. The inexperienced Xianglin suddenly panicked, hurriedly replaced her hand and pressed it on Shinichi's chest, absorbing the yang-release chakra raging in Shinichi's body. Seeing this scene, Hyojin's brows also wrinkled more and more tightly. He expected that things would not go smoothly, but he did not expect that neither Itachi nor Shinichi would succeed. One must know that there are almost no mediocre people who can awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, all of them are geniuses, so relatively speaking, the probability of Itachi and Shinichi successfully suppressing the Hashirama cells should be far higher than the average Uchiha. His heart sank, and Hyojin suddenly made a decision. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on Itachi's and Shinichi's foreheads, and then activated his Tenseigan's pupil power. Just like how Sasuke invaded Naruto's soul world in the original time and space, he invaded Itachi and Shinichi's soul world respectively. After entering the 2 soul worlds respectively, Hyojin didn't do anything, he just asked the 2 exhausted people lying in their respective soul worlds faintly, "Is this all you've got?" In their respective soul worlds, Itachi and Shinichi raised their heads almost at the same time, looking at Hyojin who was descending like a light. "I've stayed up all night, begging for monthly votes. Thank you everyone. I've stayed up all night to finish the 4th chapter. I don't ask for anything else, just for your monthly votes, thank you, everyone." The 4th chapter of Naruto's World in the Eyes of Reincarnation has been updated, asking for monthly votes, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. In the dim soul world of Itachi and Shinichi, Hyojin's arrival is like a beam of light falling from the sky, piercing the curtain and dispelling the darkness. "Senpai." In Itachi's soul world, Itachi looked up at Hyojin and looked at the beam of light. Hyojin still didn't move, just quietly looked at Itachi. A touch of disappointment appeared on his face. "Is this your belief to protect the family and the village? Is this all you've got?" Itachi said bitterly, "I'm sorry, I can't suppress the Hashirama chakra, it's too strong." Hyojin's face turned cold. This is the first time he saw Itachi who would be afraid like ordinary people and retreat like ordinary people. "It's rare, you also know how to admit defeat." After a pause, the corner of Hyojin's mouth raised, "Since you can't stand this test, then I can only let Sasuke come, maybe he can endure more hardships than you." Itachi's whole body shook when he heard this, as if he was struck by lightning. With the talent Sasuke has shown so far, Itachi firmly believes that Sasuke will be able to awaken Manjikyu Sharingan in the future, and his family including his father Uchiha Fuyue has a total of 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. In other words, his family can only fuse a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan at most. If Itachi can't suppress the Hashirama chakra, then he can only choose the easy option and leave this difficult choice to his brother Sasuke. No, I must not fail. At the thought that if he fails, his brother Sasuke will suffer this unbearable pain, Itachi rekindled his fighting spirit. In Shinichi's soul world, Shinichi, who was also exhausted, also looked up at Hyojin who was bathed in the light and teased, "Boss, you are so dazzling. Do you still have the strength to joke?" Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't pretend to be dead on the ground." Shinichi shook his head tiredly. "It's too hard for me." Hyojin said casually, "Oh, it turns out that you are so magnanimous. If that's the case, then forget it." Shinichi looked at Hyojin, and a trace of doubt flashed through his tired eyes. He didn't know why Hyojin suddenly praised him for being magnanimous. He thought that he had nothing to do with magnanimity. If you can't suppress the first-generation cells, you won't be able to recover your eye ability. Without eye ability, what difference is there between you and a piece of trash? Curling his lips, Hyojin continued, "Since you're willing to be a cripple, it's obvious that you've magnanimously let go of the grudge against Uchiha Kurumi. But that's normal. You're a woman, after all. It's been so long, who would still care about it?" Heh. After a bitter laugh, Shinichi struggled to get up from the ground. "Do you have to be so heart-wrenching?" Hyojin didn't say anything. He just quietly looked at Shinichi, who was getting up from the ground. Shinichi put his hands on his knees. Panting, he complained, "Boss, didn't you say that there were still many chances? I remember clearly that you said it would be lucky to succeed within 3 times. Why don't we try again next time?" I'm not ready this time." Hyojin said coldly, "If you have this mentality, you won't succeed even if you try 30 or 300 times. The yang release chakra in the first-generation cells represented the ultimate life force. Only the ultimate soul force, which was the Sharingan's eye ability, could suppress it. Therefore, in this game, willpower was the key. Once there was a way out and he wanted to retreat, then no matter how many times he tried, the result would be the same. Because the strength of willpower would directly affect the strength of the eye ability. With a mortal's body, it was impossible to suppress the first-generation cells if he didn't have an indomitable will to die. Shinichi was silent for a moment and said calmly, "I'll try my best." Hyojin turned around and said lightly, "I'll wait for you outside. Don't let me see you embarrassed again." After that, Hyojin disappeared directly from Shinichi's soul world. Along with it, the dazzling light that had dispelled all the darkness disappeared. Shinichi's face darkened. He tried his best to chase in the direction where the light disappeared, in the operating room. "Hey, what's going on?" Xianxia, who was using the ability of the reincarnation eye to absorb the raging yang release chakra in Itachi and Shinichi's bodies, suddenly found that the previously violent and disorderly yang release chakra in their bodies had suddenly become orderly. At this time, Hyojin, who had left the soul world of the 2 people, ordered Xianxia, "Stop." But, Xianxia was a little hesitant. She was very worried that if she stopped, the yang release chakra in Itachi and Shinichi's bodies would immediately go out of control. "Do it." Hyojin didn't explain. Seeing Hyojin insist, Xianxia no longer hesitated. She immediately stopped absorbing the yang release chakra in their bodies. Hyojin injected a dose of fusion fluid into Itachi and Shinichi again. Although injecting 2 tubes of fusion fluid consecutively would cause a great burden on their bodies, Hyojin couldn't care so much at this time. At this time, Hyojin had already realized that it was actually a major mistake to arrange a retreat path for Itachi and Shinichi before the operation. This was because once a person had a retreat path, it would be easier for them to choose to give up, which was precisely the taboo of suppressing the first-generation cells. This was because the first-generation cells were known for their extraordinary vitality and toughness. In order to suppress them, one must have the same amazing toughness and indomitable willpower. Therefore, once Itachi and Shinichi failed this time, they would have a psychological shadow. Then, the probability of success in the future would be infinitely reduced. Therefore, they must succeed this time. Soon, the second tube of fusion fluid began to take effect. Unlike before, this time Itachi and Shinichi on the operating table were very quiet. Except for the occasional ferocious expression on their faces, it was as if they were just closing their eyes and taking a nap. Hyojin and Xianglin, who had the Tenseigan and Rinnegan, were naturally very clear that Itachi and Shinichi were fighting a life-and-death battle with the first-generation cells at this moment. This could be seen from the constantly undulating and wriggling granulation under their skin. Xianglin said in surprise, "Sir, they seem to have found the trick to suppress the first-generation cells." Hyojin nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. From the current situation, Itachi and Shinichi had begun to try to suppress the first-generation cells with the effect of the second tube of fusion fluid. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin ordered Xianglin, transfer the previously absorbed yang release chakra to them again. Xianglin's previous behavior belonged to external interference. Therefore, when Itachi and Shinichi gradually mastered the trick to suppress the first-generation cells, Hyojin naturally wanted to eliminate this external interference so that the transplant operation could achieve the best effect. Here's the first update, asking for monthly votes. As Xianglin returned the absorbed yang chakra to Itachi and Shinichi on the operating table one by one, the confrontation between the yin chakra and the yang chakra in their bodies suddenly became fierce. The flesh under the skin of the two people was squirming violently at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the temperature, heartbeat, blood pressure, and other physical signs of the two people also became abnormal one after another. The instruments monitoring the two people's physical signs were constantly beeping in the operating room. Xianglin asked worriedly, "My lord, can they hold on? Do you want me to absorb the yang chakra again?" Hyojin didn't say anything and just shook his head. In his opinion, once Itachi and Shinichi made up their minds and figured out the technique to suppress the yang chakra, it was only a matter of time before they fused with the first-generation cells. Sure enough, as Hyojin expected, with the passage of time, Itachi and Shinichi's physical signs gradually returned to normal, and the harsh instrument warning gradually subsided. There is no doubt that Uchiha is a ninja who is good at creating miracles. Especially Itachi and Shinichi, who have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha. As long as there is enough stimulation, they can often do things that are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. So when Hyuga Kuroto invaded their soul world and used words to dispel their retreat, not only did their will not be overwhelmed by the Hashirama cells, but the more they fought, the braver they became. In the fierce confrontation, the Manjikyu Sharingan in their eye sockets also became more and more dazzling, as if it was shining with a magnificent light. This is a kind of light that is different from the cold and evil light in the past, Xianglin hurriedly said, "My lord, I feel it, it's the power of the universe." For Xianglin, who contains a lot of the power of the universe in her body, this feeling is too familiar, so she noticed it in an instant. Hyojin chuckled and nodded. Yes, they succeeded. Only when yin release chakra and yang release chakra have a fusion of their nature, can they give birth to the power of omniscience, which represents the unity of yin and yang. Therefore, when the aura of the two Manjikyu Sharingan changed, and the power of omniscience appeared in their bodies, it means that the two of them have successfully fused with the Hashirama cells implanted in their bodies. Of course, compared to the boundless nature force contained in Xiangli's reincarnation eye, the two of them were far inferior in both quality and quantity. Glancing at Xianglin, whose breathing was a little chaotic, Hyojin said, "All right, go to the side and rest for a while. Leave the rest to them." Xiangli nodded and obediently retreated to the side. She had only possessed the Rinnegan for a few days, and being dragged here by Hyojin was like forcing a duck onto a perch. Therefore, after using the ability of the Rinnegan a few times, her body felt a little strained. A moment later, Itachi and Shinichi woke up one after another on the operating table. Itachi sat up and murmured, "Is it a success?" On the side, Shinichi directly used the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique House of Time to go back in time for a short period of time, then laughed and said, "Great, my pupillary powers have recovered, and my vision has also recovered." Hyojin immediately scolded, "Idiot, don't mess around, your current physical condition is not stable. Don't use the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique indiscriminately." Although Hyojin's fusion liquid has been improved, and the effect is much stronger than the one Jishui used last time, but the period of adaptation after the surgery is inevitable. Shinichi scratched his head and smiled, I know. After confirming that his vision and pupillary powers have not only recovered, but also slightly improved compared to the previous peak, Itachi turned over and got off the operating table, bowed respectfully to Hyojin, and said sincerely, sorry for making you worry. For a moment, Itachi was really discouraged and retreated. It was Hyojin who came like the light of hope, dispelling the darkness surrounding him. At that moment, his heart gained unprecedented peace, as if he had a pillar of support. Hyojin waved his hand indifferently. Immediately afterward, Itachi came in front of Xianlin and bowed, thank you very much. Although Itachi was unconscious most of the time during the operation, he could clearly feel that someone had extracted the young release chakra that was raging in his body at the critical moment, and among the several people present, there is no doubt that only the young god that Hyojin had specially found as an surgical assistant can do this. Being called you by Itachi, Xianlin, who was only 10 years old, was startled and didn't know how to respond for a while. Itachi seemed to be accustomed to Xianlin's indifference, and did not wait for Xianlin's response. After thanking Xianlin, he tactfully retreated. Although Shinichi was not as formal as Itachi, he also thanked Xianlin and thought to himself, this guy obviously saved me and Itachi, but he is not arrogant at all. It seems that he is a good person, but he is too cold, just as difficult to deal with as Nagato. Don't tell me that people with the Eye of Reincarnation are all like this? While packing up the surgical equipment, Hyojin told Itachi and Shinichi, it is best not to use the ability of Sharingan for 3 days. Okay. Itachi and Shinichi quickly responded. For Jutsu Kekkei Genkai ninjas, there is nothing more painful than the decline of vision, so a short 3-day adaptation period is nothing for them. What's more, the entire village has been immersed in the recent election of Godai Naruto, so they don't need Sharingan. After a simple cleaning up, Hyojin led everyone out of the underground laboratory. Seeing everyone coming up, Jishui, who was on guard on the ground, quickly greeted them, Kuroto-san, did it go well? Hyojin replied, it went well. Shinichi laughed loudly, Jishui, what are you worried about? How could this kind of operation be difficult for me and Itachi? Jishui ignored Shinichi's complacency and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hyojin looked at the sky and said to the three, well, the situation in the village is very tense during this time, you don't need to stay here any longer, go back to your Uchiha clan as soon as possible. Yes. The three of them bowed to Hyojin in unison, then used the body flicker technique at the same time and disappeared in place. At this time, Xianlin, who has been silent all this time, finally said, Kuroto-san, these seniors of the Uchiha clan seem to be very easy to get along with. In the Uchiha clan, they are considered to be quite different. With a smile, Hyojin glanced at the Rinnegan in Xianlin's eye sockets, and joked, in fact, as long as you are strong enough, the Uchiha clan are still very easy to deal with. The arrogance of the Uchiha clan makes others have a communication threshold when interacting with them, and once they have the strength to cross this communication threshold, they will find that most of the Uchiha clan can communicate with them normally. On the other side, among the 3 people who returned to the clan, Shinichi suddenly said, that young god is very strong, I am afraid that his strength is not below Nagato. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. After hearing Shinichi's words, Jishui and Itachi, who were traveling with him, immediately cast inquiring gazes at him. Shinichi narrowed his eyes slightly and explained in a deep voice, in the operating room just now, I secretly sensed the young spirit, but for some reason, I couldn't sense any useful information. There seems to be a layer of something on the surface of her body, completely isolating my perception. This kind of thing has never happened to Nagato. Jishui and Itachi were shocked when they heard this. Both of them knew very well that Shinichi's perception ability was undoubtedly the strongest in the current Uchiha clan, even far surpassing them, who were also Kaleidoscope Uchiha. Because of this, they trusted Shinichi's judgment in this regard. At this time, Shinichi looked back a little awkwardly and subconsciously lowered his voice. Moreover, the other party's perception ability is stronger than mine. No, compared to her, I'm not on the same level at all. Seeing that Shinichi seemed to be a little uneasy, Jishui asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Shinichi looked a little embarrassed. I can feel that we're still in her perception. She's watching us. Itachi was stunned for a moment and then said, "That's impossible, unless she's been following us all the time." At this time, the three of them had left the Forest of Death and entered the residential area of the village. They were at least dozens of kilometers away from the underground laboratory at the edge of the Forest of Death. From such a long distance, as far as Itachi knows, there is no perceptual ninja that can perceive from such a long distance. Jishui turned around to confirm and said, "We shouldn't be being followed." Shinichi said with a bitter face, "You two guys, don't doubt my perception ability. You may not feel it, but I feel like there's a needle on my back. This feeling is like she's been watching me from behind." Jishui was a little confused. How is that possible? He searched through his memories, but he couldn't find a ninjutsu or secret technique that matched this ability. This was because it was impossible to sense something from such a long distance, unless it was like the grease girls who used the parasitic bugs to transmit chakra information along the way. If I knew why, I wouldn't be so scared. Curling his lips, Shinichi continued, "I wonder where the boss recruited these monsters from." The more Shinichi understood Amatsukumi's strength, the more apprehensive he became. Itachi said calmly, "Since Senior recruited her into the organization, she must be trustworthy." In the underground laboratory, Itachi keenly noticed the gaze of the young god. Most of the time, it was on Hyojin. He was very familiar with that kind of gaze, because when he looked at Hyojin, it was the same gaze. Jishui nodded in agreement. "Well, instead of worrying about these things that we shouldn't worry about, it's better to think about how to deal with the troubles in the family." Shinichi replied casually, "Tisk, what's there to worry about in the family? No matter from which point of view, the boss is the most suitable choice to be the fifth generation." Jishui and Itachi nodded in unison. In their opinion, Hyojin was the most suitable person to be Naruto in the whole village. Only a strong person like Hyojin could become Naruto, and it was possible to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. In the Forest of Death, Xianglin opened her eyes and said, "Sir, they have safely returned to the land of the Uchiha clan." "Is that so?" Hyojin smiled. In addition to her special healing physique, there was another commendable thing about Xianglin. That was, she had mastered the Kagura Mind Eye, which was the most accurate and wide-range perceptual ninjutsu in the ninja world. It could be said that Xianglin was a human-shaped radar. In the original time and space, Sasuke relied on Xianglin to lock on the position of Danzo. At that time, if Sasuke was patient enough, he could easily find a chance to ambush Danzo alone. However, at that time, Sasuke was in the most serious stage of Chunibyo. After locking on the trace of Danzo, he rushed into the scene of the five Kages assembly regardless of the occasion, dragging the entire Eagle team down to the 4 generations laying. In the end, if it wasn't for Obsidian's timely rescue, he would have died inexplicably in the hands of Danzo's dust release. And now, with the help of the Rinnegan, Xianglin's Kagura Mind Eye has also been strengthened to a certain extent. At the age of 10, she can already cover the entire Konoha village with her perception, and this perception is invisible and invisible. Only Uchiha Shinichi, who is a top-notch perception-type ninja in the shinobi world, and who has been in close contact with Xianglin, can vaguely feel it. At noon the next day, Kakashi visited Hyojin alone. After welcoming Kakashi into the house, Hyojin asked, "How are your injuries?" Kakashi replied, "After the careful treatment of Tsunade-sama, I'm much better." Under normal circumstances, Kakashi's injuries would take at least 2 to 3 months of treatment to heal, but now, only half a month later, he can already move freely. It can be seen that Tsunade has really put a lot of effort into his body during this time. Pouring a cup of tea for Kakashi, Hyojin smiled and said, "You just recovered from your injuries, and you came to visit me, there should be something wrong, right?" Kakashi first took a sip of tea, and then sincerely said, "Kuroto, thank you." Hyojin asked, "Why are you thanking me?" "I heard about the agreement between you and 3 generations." After a little silence, Kakashi said, "I know it's unfair to you, I'm sorry." Hyojin smiled and said, "If you're talking about the authority of the position, then you don't have to apologize. I'm not interested in those things, and I've also received money." Hearing Hyojin say this, Kakashi no longer mentioned the authority of the position, and said with a serious face, "Kuroto, you have to be prepared. After the election, we may face a rebellion." Hyojin glanced at Kakashi. At this time, he had some doubts that the village deliberately delayed the vote of confidence, probably to buy time for Kakashi to recover, in order to deal with the possible rebellion of the Uchiha clan. After thinking for a moment, Hyojin asked, "Has the date of the vote of confidence been set?" Kakashi nodded and said, "Well, the whole village will be informed today. Tomorrow, the vote of confidence of the 5th Naruto will be officially held." "So soon?" Hyojin was a little surprised. He thought that the village would delay it for a while, but he did not expect that the vote of confidence would officially start tomorrow. It could be seen that the Uchiha clan must have put a lot of pressure on the village. Kakashi looked at Hyojin and said, "Kuroto, by tomorrow, you will be Naruto." Naruto, although he did not care much about the position of Naruto, when he thought that he would officially become the 5th Naruto of my tomorrow, Hyojin suddenly fell into a trance. There's only one day left in September. Students who still have monthly votes in their hands, don't forget to vote. Also, it's a new week, and the list will be updated. It's no trouble at all. Thank you, everyone. Soon, the news that the 5th Sama Naruto's election, which had been delayed for more than half a month, had spread throughout the village overnight. Early the next morning, the entire My village fell into a kind of fanatical excitement. In the crowing of the rooster and the dawn, people walked out of their houses in twos and threes. They shuttled through the streets and alleys of the village and gradually gathered into a stream of people. Amidst the laughter of children, the hawkers' cries, and the noisy discussion, people from all directions flocked to the Naruto building. "Who do you think will become the 5th Sama between Uchiha and Hyuga?" "It should be the patriarch of Uchiha. Well, after all, he has the Manjikyu Sharingan." "Yes, the Susanoo of the Uchiha family's Manjikyu Sharingan is really too strong, what a pity." The village cancelled the last competition, otherwise, we could have had a feast for our eyes. The focus of the villagers' discussion was naturally, which of the two candidates of Naruto would win and become the Naruto of the village. For ordinary villagers who lacked inside information and didn't understand the decisions of the high-level officials, the patriarch of Uchiha, who had the Manjikyu Sharingan, obviously had a much higher chance of winning than Hyojin of the Hyuga family. Listening to the discussion of the villagers coming and going, Shinji Uchiha, who was in charge of maintaining street security, raised the corner of his mouth proudly. There was no doubt that the previous battle between Uchiha Fuyue and Kakashi had completely shown the power of Uchiha, which made many villagers who watched the battle realize the strength of Uchiha. In particular, Kakashi, who had opened the 8 inner gates, launched a ferocious and futile attack against Uchiha Fuyue's Susanoo, which made the villagers more aware of the invincibility of Uchiha Susanoo. Uchiha glanced at the distant Naruto rock, glanced at the statues of the 1st, 2nd, 3 generations, and 4th generations one by one, and said, "Humph, the position of Naruto is finally our Uchiha's turn." At this moment, a large group of ninjas in uniform walked towards them from the dark street. They had an imposing aura. The villagers along the road gave way when they saw them, and some villagers even consciously lowered their heads to show their respect. This large group of ninjas was none other than the famous Uchiha clan in the ninja world. The one in the lead was one of the candidates for the 5th Naruto's position, and also the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fuyue. He was dressed in splendid clothes, and with a dignified face, he led the Uchiha clan towards the Naruto building. Behind Uchiha Fuyue was his wife, Uchiha Makoto, and his 2 sons, Itachi Uchiha and Uchiha Sasuke. Following them were Uchiha Fuyue's wife, Uchiha Shinichi, and his 2 sons, Itachi Uchiha and Uchiha Sasuke. Behind them were the Jonin and Tokubetsu Jonin of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the mighty crowd of clansmen, Uchiha Shinji, who was on duty, hurriedly greeted them, and bowed to the leading patriarch, Fuyue, and said, "I congratulate the patriarch in advance for winning the position of Naruto today." Fugaku, who had a dignified expression, responded indifferently. Feeling the majesty exuding from the patriarch, Uchiha Shinji became even more respectful, and maintained his posture of bowing and retreated to the side. In the team, looking at the respect of the clansmen towards their father, as well as the respect of the villagers along the street towards Uchiha, Sasuke, who was following Itachi, had a taut face on the surface, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. Our Uchiha clan is really the strongest shinobi in the village. Sasuke was secretly proud of himself. At his young age, his understanding of the title Naruto is very superficial, but this does not prevent him from enjoying the envy, awe, and even fear of others. Not long after the Uchiha clan passed, a large group of ninjas in uniform arrived on the street. Looking at the oncoming ninjas with a pair of supercilious eyes, Uchiha Shinji spat lightly and said to himself, "Be proud of yourself, today is the only day. After today, the Hyuga clan will have a good time in the future." Naturally, the oncoming group is the Hyuga clan, which is known as the Hyuga clan along with Uchiha clan, one of the two most powerful pupil technique clans in Mai. Walking at the front of the team is the patriarch Hayashi and several elders of the Hyuga clan. Although they are reluctant to cheer for Hyojin's candidacy for the 5th generation Naruto, but after all, this is the moment that the Hyuga clan is closest to the position of Naruto since the establishment of Mai, so under the coercion of the patriarch Hayashi, several elders of the Hyuga clan reluctantly came. And the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata, held the hand of her sister Hana and followed behind several elders of the Hyuga clan. Behind them are the Jonin and special Jonin of the Hyuga clan, and in the front of the team of the Hyuga clan is Richa, who was released half a month ago, and Ningxi, who is following Richa with an excited face. As the 3 generations and Hyojin negotiated the conditions, Richa, who has been detained, was released. After all, Hyojin is about to succeed the 5th generation Naruto. If the village continues to detain Richa, then the face of the new Naruto clan won't look good. Strange. Glancing at the people of the Hyuga clan one by one, Shinji Uchiha was surprised to find that Hyojin, the candidate of Naruto clan, is not in the team of the Hyuga clan. In Hyojin's home, Yu, who was tidying up Hyojin's hair, muttered in a low voice, "Kuroto-kun, don't we really need to arrive in advance? Today is the day of the vote of confidence, it would be better to go earlier." The agreement between Hyojin and the 3 generations is only known to the advisory elder group, as well as Kakashi, Asuma, and a few others. As the disciple of Tsunade, Yu was kept in the dark. Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't panic, the protagonist always has to be the finale." Yu looked at the handsome Hyojin in the mirror and asked in a daze, "Kuroto-kun, will I really become Naruto clan? Will my head be carved on the Naruto rock like Hashirama, Naidame, 3 generations, and 4 generations?" Although it has been more than half a month since Hyojin participated in the election of the 5th Naruto clan, Yu is still not used to the increasingly enthusiastic attitude of the people of the Hyuga clan towards her, as well as the politeness and respect of her colleagues in the Mai hospital. In the face of all this, her heart has always been haunted by a sense of unreality. From time to time, she will be dazed, unable to tell whether she is in a dream or reality. "Maybe," Hyojin replied casually. Yu suddenly bowed her head and laughed foolishly. Hyojin asked curiously, "What are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so happily?" Yu said happily, "This time, I will pay for the best craftsman in the Land of Fire to build the Naruto rock statue for me." Hyojin nodded gently, and then added, "Remember to ask for the invoice." The second update, the last 20 hours of September, students who still have monthly votes, don't forget to vote. On Monday, the list will be updated, and I would like to ask for recommendation votes, and thank the students who tipped yesterday. Thank you everyone. Bang bang, in the midst of the 2 fireworks salutes, the crowded square in front of the Naruto building suddenly boiled up. All kinds of voices gathered together and turned into a huge sound wave. It reverberated in the sky above the square like a thunderclap in the clear sky. On the roof of the Naruto building, Jiraiya looked at the noisy square in front of him and sighed, "It's really similar to that day." The day mentioned by Jiraiya is naturally the day when the 4 generations Naruto Minato and one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, launched a vote of confidence for the position of Naruto. At that time, Minato and Orochimaru were both heroes who won the war for the village. Whether it is strength or popularity, the two are very close and can be regarded as evenly matched opponents. And because the village had just ended the cruel Third Shinobi World War and walked out of the haze of war, the villagers put all their enthusiasm into the election of Naruto, making the election on that day as lively as today. Tsunade, who was next to Jiraiya, focused all her attention on Uchiha Fuyue, who was also on the roof of the Naruto building. She looked at Uchiha Fuyue's confident expression and couldn't help but frown slightly. She is not worried about the result of today's vote of confidence. What she is really worried about is that Uchiha Fuyue is so determined to win, and once the result is out, the other party may not be able to accept it and do something irrational. After all, as a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade knows better than anyone that the Uchiha clan is a very emotional clan. Once they lose control of their emotions, they can do anything. Then, Tsunade's eyes moved to the two kaleidoscopes of the Uchiha family standing behind Uchiha Fuyue, Jisue, and Uchiha Shinichi. The thought that if the Uchiha clan rebelled, the village will directly face 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, Tsunade felt a headache. Why hasn't Kuroto arrived yet? Suddenly, the voice of the 3 generations Naruto asked the Umbu. An Umbu half knelt on the ground and reported to the 3 generations, "We have sent someone to urge Kuroto. Kuroto-sama said that he will arrive soon, he must be on his way." The 3 generations nodded gloomily, and immediately glanced at Uchiha Fuyue not far away. Although they have considered the worst-case scenario and made various contingency plans, the 3 generations still felt a little uneasy. The situation of the Uchiha clan possessing 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan at the same time is unprecedented since the establishment of Mai. Even the Hashirama has not encountered such a tricky situation. Even if the 4 generations were still alive, it would be difficult to suppress the ambitions of the Uchiha clan today, not to mention that the strength of the Naruto clan is not as good as it used to be, and the best descendant Kakashi was defeated by Uchiha Fuyue in the arena. Therefore, with the announcement of the 5th Naruto clan today, what kind of future will Mai usher in, even the doctor of ninjutsu 3 generations can't predict. Seemingly aware of the gaze of the 3 generations, Uchiha Fuyue said in a deep voice, "Let's begin." The Jonin in charge of the Naruto election ceremony smiled and said, "Hyojin-sama is on the way, please wait for a moment." Uchiha Fuyue snorted in displeasure, "He hasn't arrived yet, is he thinking of withdrawing from the election?" "You must be joking." The Jonin smiled awkwardly. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd of people in the square, and the villagers spontaneously retreated to the sides, making a passage several meters wide in the crowded square. The people on the top of the Hokage building immediately noticed this movement in the square, and they all looked over. Kuroto and Yui walked leisurely towards the Hokage building with a leisurely and contented look on his face as the crowd parted on the side of the square. His expression was calm as if he was taking a stroll in spring. However, Kuroto's face was red, and under the attention of the crowd, she lowered her head and followed behind Hyojin with small steps. Her hands were swaying a little messily, showing her nervousness at the moment. Finally here. Almost at the same time, the people of the Naruto clan and the Hyuga clan all breathed a sigh of relief. Hyojin came at the right time, letting them worry for nothing. Uchiha Fuyue stared at Hyojin with a gloomy expression. After Hyojin led Kuroto to the roof of the Naruto building, the 3 generations saluted the daimyo of the Land of Fire on the viewing platform next to the Naruto building, and then loudly announced to the villagers in the square, "I declare that the vote of confidence for the 5th generation Naruto officially begins now." With the announcement of the 3 generations, a huge ballot box was moved to the main entrance of the Naruto building by several umbu. This ballot box is half the height of a person and is engraved with all kinds of sealing techniques. Even the Hyuga clan who have the Byakugan can't see through the wall of the ballot box and see the situation inside clearly. With the appearance of the ballot box, the Jonin who had already lined up in a long line began to vote in an orderly manner. According to the tradition of the Mai clan, all active or retired Jonin, as well as special Jonin, are eligible to participate in this vote of confidence. But even so, the number of Jonin is actually not that large. In the case of extreme mobilization, the Mai clan can mobilize about 13,000 to 15,000 Mai ninjas. This is the reason why in the 4th Shinobi War, the 5 great shinobi villages and the samurai of the Land of Iron were able to gather a huge force of more than 80,000 troops in a short period of time. And the Jonin is the backbone of the more than 10,000 Mai ninjas. They belong to the commander rank, and the proportion of them in the total Mai ninjas is very low. In the war, under normal circumstances, a Jonin can command at least 3 to 5 4-person squads, that is to say, a Jonin can command at least more than a dozen ordinary Chunin and Genin. In some extreme cases, a Jonin can even command a dozen or 24-person squads, hundreds of Chunin and Genin. Like the Battle of the Kamubi Bridge that Kakashi participated in, the situation where there are 2 Jonin in a 4-person squad is extremely rare and cannot be regarded as the norm. In the original space and time, in the 4-member team of Konoha's 12 Roaches, each team has a strong mentor. In fact, it is also a special case, because not all students can be assigned to a Jonin level mentor. Most of the student team's mentors are actually just Chunin level. Therefore, although I can mobilize more than 10,000 ninjas to the limit, the number of Jonin and special Jonin who are commanders is actually only a few hundred, including some retired Jonin, so the ratio of Jonin to all the ninjas fluctuates between 150 to 100. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. It is your support, your love, that has allowed this Tenseigan to gain new glory. During the National Day holiday in October, I wish everyone a good time. I will also write at home as usual and keep updating every day, adding some insignificant joy to everyone's holiday life. After all, I am just a small-time writer, and I have to work all year round. Oh, intersection. Oh, the monthly ticket double event will continue until the end of the National Day holiday, so I implore everyone to vote for me. In addition, this chapter seems to be closed, and it will not be displayed after it is published. It seems that it will only be displayed after the holiday, which is a bit troublesome. Finally, I wish everyone a happy holiday, begging for monthly tickets, begging for subscriptions, begging for pity. The world of Naruto in the eyes of Tenseigan wishes everyone a happy National Day. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. It is precisely because the number of Jonin is so small that both sides of the election will focus on the major shinobi clans, because the major shinobi clans with a long history are the hotbeds to train Jonin in batches. Compared with the Jonin from the shinobi clans, the Jonin from the civilian background are not only rare, but they also often have some relatively obvious shortcomings or flaws. This is because they do not have the support of their clan, although they have good talent, but because of the lack of systematic ninja education, leading to their lack of tactics and means are not comprehensive enough. And this is the main reason why the civilian Jonin, or all civilian ninjas, in the war and the mission, the casualty rate is far higher than that of the shinobi clans. And the ninjas from the shinobi clans, because they have a variety of ninjutsu and secret techniques developed by their ancestors from generation to generation, they have mature tactics that have been tested on the battlefield by their ancestors, and they also have the experience and lessons learned by their ancestors in exchange for the blood of their ancestors. So the ninjas from the shinobi clans not only have comprehensive strength, but also a variety of tactics, and even their vision and knowledge are far superior to that of the civilian ninjas. In this way, the survival rate is naturally higher than that of the civilian ninjas. Therefore, in the vote of confidence in the number of votes, any small clan can easily pull out a bunch of Jonin. This is because of the survival rate. There are a large number of Jonin who retired due to disability, or retired due to old age. Although these Jonin no longer have the combat power corresponding to a Jonin, it does not affect their identity as a Jonin to participate in the vote of confidence, and the vote they cast is no different from the vote cast by a middle-aged Jonin. Soon, there was a lot of noise in the square. The noise was caused by a large group of Jonin from the Uchiha clan walking towards the ballot box located at the main entrance of the Naruto building. Oh my god, does the Uchiha clan have so many Jonin? So many Uchiha, are they all Jonin? Could it be a mistake? Are you stupid? Sandame-sama is watching from above, and there are Umbu checking the ballot boxes. How could the Uchiha clan play such a dirty trick? The villagers in the square immediately began to discuss. In the past, it has always been said that the Uchiha clan is the most powerful clan in Konoha, but as to how strong it is, the ordinary villagers lack an intuitive understanding of it. Now, seeing the Jonin of the Uchiha clan gathered together and rush to the ballot box, the villagers realized that the Uchiha clan is indeed worthy of being the most powerful clan in Konoha. On the roof of a tall building next to the square, Sasuke pointed at the Uchiha Jonin who were coming forward to vote and said to Naruto, Xianxia, and the others, do you see that? Those are our Uchiha's Jonin. Naruto sighed, Sasuke, your family has so many people. Xianxia frowned slightly. The number of Uchiha's Jonin gathered really exceeded his expectations. Unlike the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan doesn't have many clansmen who can open their Sharingan, but because of the screening of Sharingan, almost all of the Uchiha Jonin who can open their Sharingan are elites. As long as they grow up normally and awaken their Sharingan to the level of Samigatama, then their strength will naturally reach the level of Jonin. Therefore, after the weakening of Senju, the Uchiha clan's Jonin, whether it is quantity or quality, has always been the leader of the Mai clan. And this is also the reason why they dare to propose a rebellion. If not for this, the Uchiha clan wouldn't be muttering about rebellion all day long. In fact, the current number of Jonin in the Uchiha clan is the result of 3 generations of secret restrictions. Many of the Uchiha who participated in the voting have already reached the strength of a normal Jonin, but for various reasons, the village has kept them at the special Jonin First Order, and some of the Uchiha who have reached the strength of a Tokubetsu Jonin are firmly bound to the Chunin First Order. Hinata on the side saw this and pulled Ningxi's sleeves worriedly. Ningxi stretched his brows and smiled at Hinata. "Don't worry, sensei will not lose." Sasuke heard this and pouted at Ningxi. "Humph, stubborn. Ningxi, look carefully, today the one to win the position of Naruto and become the 5th Naruto will be my father." On the roof of the Naruto building. Looking at the groups of Uchiha clan members voting below, Uchiha Fuyue raised the corner of his mouth and glanced at Hyojin and the 3 generations and the elders present with aggressive eyes, and then said to Jishui and Shinichi next to him, "You guys go down and vote too." "Okay." After responding, Jishui and Shinichi left the roof of the Naruto building. At this time, Tsunade glanced at the 3 generations and seemed to be complaining about why the 3 generations approved so many Jonin for the Uchiha clan. 3 generations bitterly took a puff of the pipe. He is also suffering. The Uchiha clan has so many Jonin that meet the standard of Jonin. What can he do, especially after Homosubi and Shinichi awakened their Manjikyu Sharingan, as well as the emergence of several Uchiha shinobi from Amatsukami and Akatsuki? The Uchiha clansmen became even more motivated and worked hard to practice Manjikyu Sharingan. Over the years, the average strength of the Uchiha clan has improved far more than that of the other clans in the village. If it weren't for the fact that Kuroto had already dealt with Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki, who are the most radical and most likely to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, under the stimulation of this trend, the 2 brothers who have already reached the level of elite Jonin might have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan naturally. It seems that in order to regain the momentum, after the Jonin of the Uchiha clan finished voting, a large group of people of the Hyuga clan also rushed to the ballot box. Compared to the Uchiha clan, there are actually a lot of Jonin in the Hyuga clan. It's just that most of the Jonin are special Jonin, and there are many white-haired Jonin in the crowd, some even need to be supported by attendants to walk. One of them was an old man who looked much older than Sandaime. He was trembling when he walked and needed the support of 2 Hyuga clansmen to help him walk. Looking at this scene, Fuyue casually glanced at Hyojin with a face full of ridicule. Hyojin, on the other hand, didn't feel embarrassed and remained calm. There is no doubt that in order for the Hyuga clan to have a Naruto, Hayashi even invited the old man who had retired long ago and was unable to walk. Obviously, he didn't care about his face and went all out. After the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan voted one after another, the other Jonin returned to order and came forward to vote one by one. And looking at the voting process below, the smile on Fuyue's face became wider and wider, because many of the ninjas who voted below had hinted to him in the past half a month that they would vote for him in the voting session. The second update, during the 11th holiday, there will also be double monthly votes, so I beg everyone to support me. In addition, I would like to thank the students who gave me gifts yesterday. Thank you everyone. The vote of confidence is still in progress. Except for the initial Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, the other Jonin did not rush to the ballot box, but consciously lined up in a long line and went forward to vote one by one. Although the whole voting scene was tense and exciting, it was stable and orderly. The Jonin on duty or the Jonin who went out on a mission also entrusted their relatives and friends to vote on their behalf, so almost all the Jonin in the village participated in this vote of confidence. On the roof of the Naruto building. As the voting came to an end, Fugaku looked at the ballot box calmly. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and a long-cherished smile gradually appeared on his face. Throughout the voting process, he seemed to have a card up his sleeve, but in fact, he has been paying close attention to the voting process. I won. When the last Jonin at the end of the voting line completed his vote, Fuyue shouted excitedly in his heart. At this moment, he, who was used to suppressing himself, was extremely excited. The Sharingan in his eyes inadvertently opened, his body trembled slightly because of excitement, and even his breathing became a lot heavier. He paid attention to the whole voting process, and silently counted his votes in his heart. And adding up the votes of the Uchiha clan and the votes of those clans who have expressed their support to him, he has exceeded Hyojin by at least 10 votes. In other words, even if there is a little oversight in the voting process, he still has a margin of 10 votes, so he firmly believes that he won this time. With the end of the voting, the noisy square suddenly quieted down. Whether it is the villagers watching the fun, or the Mai ninjas maintaining the order, or the Umbu hidden in the dark, at this moment, all of them looked at the ballot box, holding their breath and waiting for the results of the voting. At this time, 3 generations said to Hyojin and Fuyue, "The voting is over, now start to check the votes." Hyojin said, "Okay." Fuyue did not answer, just nodded proudly, and began to put on the style of Naruto. With the approval of the 2 Naruto candidates, several staff came to the ballot box and began to check the votes. On the other side of the platform, 4 generations of Kazekage asked the other Kage around him, "Who do you think will win between Uchiha and Hyuga?" 3 generations of Tsuchikage smiled, "Hee, isn't it obvious?" After staying in Konoha village for several months, Tsuchikage-sama has long been clear about the situation in Konoha, so when Konoha announced the cancellation of the 3rd round of the competition and directly entered the vote of confidence, he already knew who the 5th Hokage would belong to. 4 generations of Kazekage Laying said, "Sasuke-sama, do you think Uchiha will lose?" 3 generations of Tsuchikage slyly said, "I didn't say anything." 4 generations of Kazekage Laying said in a muffled voice, "I hope Uchiha will win." Lei Ying's idea is very simple. The 5 Kages are the last dignity of the 5 great shinobi villages, and also the last trump card of the 5 great shinobi villages to resist the Akatsuki organization, so the 5 Kages can't be held by the weak. Although Hyojin is also very good, in his opinion, compared with Uchiha Fuyue who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, he is still weak. Therefore, the 5th Naruto should be held by Uchiha Fuyue, the patriarch of Uchiha. After listening to the words of 3 generations of Kazekage, the 4 generations of Kazekage showed a thoughtful look on his face, and after a while, he whispered, "If Uchiha loses, I am afraid that the situation of Mai will become unstable. 3 generations Naruto is so experienced and astute, he should not take such a risk, right?" Just now, the number of Uchiha Jonin in the vote has already shown the strength of the Uchiha clan, coupled with the fact that Uchiha clan now has 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. The strength of the clan is even stronger than some small shinobi villages, so once Uchiha loses, a turmoil is imminent. Therefore, 4 generations of Kazekage felt that in the face of this situation, 3 generations Naruto should compromise with the Uchiha clan and wisely give the position of Naruto to the Uchiha clan. The 3 generations of Kazekage shook his head and sneered. On the roof of the building next to the square, Naruto pointed in the direction of the Naruto building and shouted, "Look, they are going to open the ballot box." There is no need for Naruto to shout, at this moment, whether it is Sasuke, Ningxi, or even Hinata and Sparks, they each opened their Sharingan, Byakugan, and looked at the ticket counter in front of the Naruto building. Father is going to become Naruto soon. Sasuke's nervous face was full of expectation and longing. The one who will become the 5th generation must be Sensei. Ningxi looked at the ticket counter intently, and his heart was very sure. Under the attention of everyone, the ticket counter was quickly completed, and the staff quickly came to the roof of the Naruto building and handed the results of the vote to the 3 generations. Just glancing at it slightly, the 3 generations smiled and announced, "The results of the vote of confidence have been calculated." After listening to the words of the 3 generations, Fuyue straightened his chest, and in his mind began to prepare the declaration after the succession of Naruto. Yuri, who was next to Hyojin, tightly grabbed Hyojin's sleeves, and even a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead due to nervousness. Xianxia, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and other senior members of the Mai clan also looked at the 3 generations, waiting for the 3 generations to announce the results of the vote of confidence. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, the 3 generations did not hesitate and immediately announced, "The winner of this vote of confidence is Hyojin." In an instant, the ninjas of the Naruto clan and the Hyuga clan cheered and applauded. Buzz, amidst the cheers around, Uchiha and Fuyue seemed to have tinnitus in their ears. They were stunned, and the joy and pride on their faces froze in an instant. Then, Uchiha and Fuyue roared, "I demand a new ticket check." This furious roar drowned out everyone's cheers, causing everyone to look over at the same time. The faces of the 3 generations darkened. "Fuyue, are you questioning the fairness of the village?" Fuyue said word by word, I want to check the tickets myself. Looking at the pair of scarlet Sharingan shining with a strange light in Fuyue's eyes, the three generations pondered for a moment, and then immediately said, well, since you have doubts, go and check the tickets yourself. Under this change, the square, which had just become restless because of the announcement of the results by the three generations, suddenly quieted down again. Everyone looked at Uchiha and Fuyue, who had come to the ballot box. And Uchiha and Fuyue, who were walking to the ballot box, shouted wildly in his heart, damn it, I obviously have more votes. They must have done something during the ticket check, it must be. First, please recommend votes, monthly votes. The bright smile on Ling's face once again turned into nervousness because of Fuyue's doubts about the ticket inspection. Hyojin becoming the fifth Naruto was indeed like a dream to her, a dream that was too sweet and too fantastic, but even so, she still wanted to finish this beautiful dream. Therefore, looking at Fuyue who was walking to the ticket inspection, her heart was in her throat. Feeling that his cuff was tightly grasped by Ling, Hyojin gently patted Ling's hand and chuckled, don't worry. Ling nodded, but she still couldn't help but look at the ticket inspection with a very nervous expression. Fuyue who was walking to the ticket inspection also calmed down a little. At this moment, he has realized that it was impossible for the village to tamper with the ticket inspection, because it would be too easy to be exposed, and among the staff responsible for the ticket inspection, there were also several Uchiha clansmen that he specially arranged. Could it be that one of the clans that promised to support me betrayed me? A doubt came to his mind. Soon, Fuyue came to the ticket inspection. The Uchiha clansmen that he arranged to participate in the ticket inspection quickly shook their heads at him, their faces were very gloomy. Fuyue ignored the clansmen, but went forward to check the votes of the Jonins one by one, and the more he checked, the more embarrassed his face became. In the end, his whole face turned red, and the three Tomo Sharingan in his eyes unconsciously turned into the shape of a kaleidoscope. This group of damned shameless people. Fuyue roared in his heart, and his killing intent spread out like a real substance. Not to mention the Umbu on the side, even the Uchiha clansmen who participated in the ticket inspection subconsciously took 2 steps back at this moment, looking at Fuyue with a horrified face. In his chakra perception, at this moment, Fuyue's chakra was as cold and gloomy as a demon. Crash, flipping over the long table in front of the ticket counter, Fuyue breathed heavily. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at those clan leaders in the distance, who had hinted to him that they would vote for him. The patriarchs of the various clans in the distance looked away and turned their heads to the side. Fuyue gritted his teeth and said, "You damned bastards, I will make you understand the price of making fun of our noble Uchiha clan." The reason why Fuyue lost control of his emotions was because after he personally checked the votes, he was surprised to find that the voting results were very different from what he had expected. He didn't lose to Hyojin because of the difference of 1 or 2 votes, but by losing to Hyojin by hundreds of votes, which means that in addition to Uchiha's own votes, all the other shinobi clans who had hinted that they would support him have betrayed him without exception. As a result, a huge wave of humiliation enveloped him, causing him, who had always restrained his emotions, to be extremely furious and unable to control himself, on the roof of the Naruto building. Looking at the murderous Uchiha Fuyue below, Hyojin also realized something and glanced at the 3 generations around him. There is no doubt that in order to stabilize the Uchiha clan and buy more time to deal with the possible rebellion, the village used some small tricks to deceive the judgment of the Uchiha clan, making Fuyue think that the vote of confidence was a sure win. Only in this way can it explain why Fuyue changed from a confident look to a hysterical look now. As for the means used by the village, it is nothing more than letting some of the shinobi clans say some ambiguous words to Fuyue, making Fuyue mistakenly think that he has received support, and then put more energy into canvassing votes. Hey, what a stupid thing to do. After vaguely guessing the cause and effect, Hyojin secretly cursed. With the pride of the Uchiha clan, being played like a monkey by the village, even with the indecisiveness of Fuyue, I am afraid that he will have no choice but to rebel. In other words, by doing this, the village has taken the initiative to give up the negotiation, directly acquiescing that Uchiha clan will inevitably rebel, and began to deploy in advance, regarding Uchiha clan as the target of attack. In Hyojin's view, it is not that the village does not have a better way. When Uchiha Fuyue proposed to restart the election of the 5th Naruto, the village should have put aside their prejudices, decisively made a judgment, and then fully supported Jishui, who was inclined to Naruto's faction. After all, the key to the village's fear of Jishui is Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan technique Koto Amatsukami that can permanently change the will of others, and if Jishui himself becomes Naruto, this fear will no longer exist. But the prejudice accumulated for decades and the misunderstanding on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion are not so easy to eliminate. This also led to the Naruto faction missing the only candidate that could be accepted by both sides as Naruto. In addition, Kakashi lost the key battle that must not be lost, which forced the Naruto faction step by step to the corner, and had to do something that in the eyes of an outsider like Hyojin, is extremely stupid. At this time, the Uchiha clan at the ticket counter came to the side of Uchiha Fuyue and asked, "Patriarch, what should we do now?" Fuyue, who knows that he has been trapped in a conspiracy from beginning to end, just turned his head and glanced coldly at the people on the Naruto building, and immediately said in an extremely cold tone, "Let's go." After saying that, Uchiha Fuyue didn't even say goodbye, and led the Uchiha clan to leave. Looking at Fuyue leaving, Hyojin was also a little speechless. He sneered, he fell for such an obvious trap. If not you, who else would he have tricked? Hyojin really couldn't understand why Fuyue felt so good about himself that he thought that all the clans in the village would support him. Such a misjudgment was simply fatal for a decision-maker. From this point of view, it was not entirely wrong for Naruto's faction not to make concessions and let him be the fifth generation. In the original time and space, when his son slaughtered the whole clan and raised his sword at him, he found out that his son was a spy of the village. This kind of belated realization was really rare. Just as Hyojin was feeling a little emotional, Ling, who was beside him, cried tears of joy and said excitedly, "Jin, you become Naruto. You've really become Naruto." At this time, 3 generations walked in front of Hyojin, took off the bamboo hat of Naruto on their heads, and handed it to Hyojin. "Hyojin, from this moment on, you are the 5th generation Naruto of my village." In an instant, applause and cheers rang out. After taking the bamboo hat of Naruto and listening to the applause and cheers, Hyojin was a little stunned. He didn't intend to become a Hokage at all, but he didn't expect that he would become the Hokage in the most orthodox and impeccable way. Amidst the cheers of the entire village, he personally received the Hokage hat from Sandaime-sama and succeeded to the position of the Hokage. Sigh, I'm a spy that Orochimaru left in the village. How did I become Naruto? At this time, a thought suddenly came into Hyojin's mind. If Orochimaru, who had been defeated in the vote of confidence, knew that his disciple had passed the vote of confidence and become the 5th generation Naruto, what would his expression be? The second update is here. Yesterday, I ate something bad and had diarrhea for a whole day, so I was dizzy. Originally, I was going to ask for more votes, but I had no choice but to give up. However, the monthly votes would be doubled during the National Day, so I could only ask for votes shamelessly. Please support me. Thanks. Rumble, rumble, standing on a high cliff outside Konoha village, wearing a vortex mask, Obito understood that the 5th Hokage of Konoha has been born. Listening to the faint sound of the salute coming from the distant Konoha village and the cheers of the crowd lingering over the village, Obito understood that the 5th Hokage of Konoha has been born. Beside Obsidian, there was another person standing quietly at the moment. This person is Hyuga Aoki, who fled from Konoha in a hurry not long ago, but judging from his posture of being able to stand calmly without the help of any external objects, it may not be his original body that has been disabled for a long time, but a puppet that is almost exactly the same as his original body, like a living person. Obviously, after cooperating with the Akatsuki organization, Hyuga Aoki has received technical support from the Akatsuki organization and obtained a puppet that is far more powerful than before. Opening the Byakugan in the eye sockets, Hyuga Aoki observed for a while and immediately smiled. It seems that the candidate of the 5th generation has been revealed. The Byakugan in the eye sockets of this puppet is undoubtedly the high-purity Byakugan that Hyuga Aoki obtained when he attacked the elder of the clan who was guarding the secret warehouse. However, because the distance is too far, even if the purity of the Byakugan is very high, it is impossible to see who won and became the 5th generation Naruto. It can only be judged from the movements in the village that the candidate of the 5th generation Naruto has been revealed. Obsidian glanced at Hyuga Aoki next to him. Who do you think it will be? It should be your Uchiha. After a pause, Hyuga Aoki said with a playful expression, "Anyway, the position of Naruto, the village will never let a dog whose life is in the hands of others sit on it, there is no doubt about that." Although his tone was joking, Kuroto Aoki's expression was extremely firm. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Aoki is very clear about the political status of the Hyuga branch family in the village. To put it bluntly, the Hyuga branch family is inferior, in some cases even inferior to civilian ninjas, so he is very sure that it is impossible for Hyojin to defeat Uchiha Fuyue and become the supreme leader of the village. That makes sense. Thinking of the past in the ninja school, Obsidian also feels that Hyojin's chances of winning are not big, or he is unwilling to accept the fact that Hyojin can become Naruto. Because to him, this was simply too absurd. A moment later, Zetsu poked half of his body out of the ground and said, "Mai's 5th generation Naruto has been chosen." Seeing that Obsidian and Hyuga Aoki didn't seem to be curious at all, Zetsu was startled and asked, "Why, do you already know who 5th generation Naruto is?" "The Uchiha clan planted Shinichi in our organization, and successfully took back Shinichi, and obtained a lot of information from our organization, forcing us to change our base again, coupled with Uchiha Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan. There are 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in the Uchiha clan at the same time, such a credit, such power, even the 3 generations have to compromise," Obsidian said slowly. He feels that Hyojin can't be Naruto. In addition to the mutual disdain of being the last in the shinobi clan, it is also his judgment of the current power of the Uchiha clan. Zetsu shrugged and teased, "Uchiha clan seems to think the same as you, but it is a pity that the winner this time is Hyojin. He is the 5th generation Naruto of Mai." Under the vortex mask, Obsidian was stunned. Without waiting for Obsidian to question, Hyuga Aoki on the side shouted with a ferocious expression, "No, this is impossible, this is impossible, how can Hyojin be Naruto?" For a long time, Hyuga Aoki has believed that his tragic life is caused by the caged bird on his forehead, caused by the main family that is above the branch family. It is the caged bird and the main family that cover the branch family with a ceiling that can't be seen, but can be touched. No matter how excellent the members of the branch family are, how hard they work, they can't break free from this ceiling called fate. But Kuroto, who is also a member of the branch family, became the 5th Hokage of the village through the vote of all the Jonin in the most impeccable way. This fact undoubtedly subverts his inherent concept of the village. It seems to tell him that as long as he is good enough, the so-called fate ceiling can also be broken, and Hyojin, who became the 5th generation Naruto, is the example in front of him. No, he is just a guard dog who is willing to obey the orders of the main family. How can he be better than me? Better than Aoki? No, I will never admit it. I am the one who broke the fate. Hyuga Aoki roared hysterically. The feeling of being easily denied by others made him extremely painful. Kuroto defeated Jishue, defeated Kakashi, defeated Fuyue, and became Naruto. How is this possible? There must be something wrong, even if it's Kakashi. Although Obsidian only thought in his heart and did not shout, but from his clenched fists, it can be seen that his heart was not calm. Looking at the 2 people who were a little out of control, Zetsu said speechlessly, "I think you should accept this fact as soon as possible. The 5th generation Naruto of my village is Hyojin." After a long time, Obsidian and Hyuga Aoki calmed down. Obsidian suddenly said, "Hyojin becoming Naruto is not entirely a bad thing for us." Hyuga Aoki grinned and echoed, "Yes, the village did a stupid thing." He will never admit that the tragic fate of himself and his brother Hyuga Aoki is just because they are not good enough, so he vented his anger on Hyojin, who successfully broke through the ceiling of fate, subverted his concept, and everyone who contributed to Hyojin's rise to the top. He feels that they are wrong. Obviously, after accepting the fact that Hyojin has become 5th generation Naruto, Obsidian and Hyuga Aoki, who are twisted in their hearts, quickly realized that this is a great opportunity to disturb Mai. Because Fuyue's failure means that Mai's Naruto clan has broken up with the Uchiha clan, who has 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. As long as they provoke a little, no, they don't even need to provoke, as long as they wait and see, it is likely that they will see a big drama of Uchiha clan rebelling in the near future. And once Uchiha, who has 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, rebelled, it will inevitably be an earth-shattering war, a war that will affect the entire Mai village. At that time, whether the Uchiha clan wins or the village wins, it will be an extremely heavy blow to Mai village. Perhaps the 5th generation Naruto elected today will become the last Naruto of my village. First, I beg for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In the Uchiha clan patriarch's mansion, Itachi stood quietly in the yard, sighing silently. After his father Fuyue failed in the election for the 5th generation Naruto, the Uchiha clan fell into an inexplicable mania, and the whole clan land seemed to have become a powder keg that could ignite at any time. Even if he didn't pay special attention, Itachi could hear the faint curses coming from the street in his mansion. It was the voice of the clansman cursing the village. Those curses full of anger and disgust sounded so harsh, so heart-wrenching, and it was hard to get over it. It still came to this point, the expression on Itachi's face became more and more gloomy. Tap tap tap, at this time, there was a rush of footsteps coming from the corridor of the courtyard, and without looking back, Itachi could hear from the light footsteps that it was his beloved brother Sasuke who was running in a hurry. Sure enough, Sasuke, with tears on his face, rushed to Itachi and asked in confusion, brother, why did father lose the election?" Itachi squatted in front of Sasuke, gently wiped the tears from the corner of Sasuke's eyes, and said, "Sasuke, you are already a ninja, don't cry easily in the future." Sasuke didn't care about the tears and asked persistently, "Father has clearly awakened the most powerful Manjikyu Sharingan, why didn't everyone let father be Naruto?" Although he was young, the abuse of the clansmen in the clan land still made Sasuke understand the ins and outs of the vote of confidence, and understood the fact that the Uchiha clan was played by the village. Itachi whispered softly, "This is a very complicated problem, when you grow up, you will slowly understand." Sasuke pursed his lips, "This is not complicated at all, shouldn't the most powerful ninja in the village be Naruto?" Itachi was stunned for a moment, then he smiled, moved his eyes to the distance, and said to himself, "Yes, Naruto should be played by the most powerful ninja in the village, this is not complicated at all." In the tavern of the Uchiha clan. Because of Hyojin's ban on using the Sharingan for 3 days, Uchiha and Shinichi did not go to the training ground as usual, but went to the izakaya to kill time. "I want to kill all those bastards who betrayed our Uchiha, those are just the lackeys of the village. The one who really plotted against our Uchiha is the village. It's that old guy from 3 generations, that's right. With the incompetent 3 generations around, it's impossible for our Uchiha to become Naruto." Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, but the insults from the Uchiha people in the tavern were more straightforward and sharp than those on the street. Because it was an izakaya opened by the Uchiha people, the customers were all Uchiha people, so no one had the intention to stop. The insults were getting louder and louder, and there was no bottom line. In the corner, Shinichi was leisurely drinking wine, completely ignoring the insults that filled his ears. Suddenly, the drunk Uchiha Shinji came to Shinichi with a glass of wine in his hand, and said, "Shinichi, you are also drinking here to drown your sorrows." Shinichi glanced at the drunk Shinji, frowned, and said, "Aren't you supposed to be on duty today? Why are you drunk like this?" "Screw the duty." After cursing, Shinji burped, the village played us, Uchiha, like monkeys, and they want us to work for them? Not a chance." Shinichi shook his head and continued to drink. Shinji continued, "I know you are also unhappy. Don't worry, the patriarch will not let those bastards have an easy time." Shinichi said casually, "What else can the patriarch do after losing the election?" "Patriarch, you, and Jishuei, our Uchiha has a total of 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. Are we afraid of the village? At worst, we will rebel." Shinji shouted as he hiccuped. Shinichi turned his head to look at the drunk Shinji and asked, "Isn't it good to be alive?" Shinji, who didn't hear clearly, shook his body, "Hey, what did you just say?" "Nothing." Shinichi regained his leisurely expression and ignored the drunk Shinji. Rebel, now Naruto was Hyojin, the strongest ninja in the world in Shinichi's eyes. He was the leader of Amatsukami, who had the Rinnegan. So, in Shinichi's eyes, rebellion was no different from suicide. No, compared with rebellion, suicide was obviously easier. Not to mention the boss himself, the young god alone is enough to make our Uchiha suffer. If you idiots are in a hurry to die, don't drag me down with you. The Hyuga clan. Unlike the Uchiha clan, which is full of anger and irritation, the Hyuga clan is full of joy. Listening to the laughter of the people outside the house, Ningxi was also happy. Or, to be more precise, from the moment the three generations officially announced that Hyojin was the fifth Naruto of Mai, his face had been full of pride and joy. Ningxi. Looking at his son in front of him who was distracted again, Richa shouted sternly. Father. Ningxi, who came back to his senses, quickly straightened his back and sat upright on his knees. Seeing that Ningxi had returned to his meticulous sitting posture, Richa nodded with satisfaction, and then said with a serious face, "From today on, you are no longer just a member of the Hyuga clan, but a disciple of Naruto. Your every word and action represents Naruto-sama, so you have to restrain yourself more strictly. You must not fall into the hands of others and bring unnecessary trouble to Naruto-sama." Ningxi lowered his head and said, "Yes." Seeing that Ningxi listened carefully, a smile appeared on Richa's serious face. He has made many decisions in his life, but only letting his son Niji worship Hyuga Kuroto as his teacher is his proudest and the most correct decision he has ever made. What does the identity of Naruto's disciple mean? He is very clear. This is not just an honor, but also an opportunity to change fate, an opportunity to fight against the caged bird. When his talented son was engraved with the caged bird, he fell into despair and even gave birth to evil thoughts. He wanted to kill Miss Hinata, who had mediocre aptitude. And the reason why he did this is because he understood that Ningxi's fate was doomed from the moment he engraved the caged bird. No matter how good and kind Ningxi is, he can no longer get the blessing of fate and become the person who controls fate. But the moment Hyojin became the fifth generation Naruto, many people's fate changed, and the one who benefited the most was undoubtedly Naruto's disciple, Ningxi. This is because according to the village's tradition, Naruto's disciple is the most natural candidate for Naruto. In other words, under normal circumstances, Ningxi, who has no chance of becoming Naruto's disciple, has the precious qualification to become Naruto's candidate because of his teacher Hyojin. Looking at his son who is growing up and looking more and more handsome, Richa said in his heart, "Ningxi, you are no longer a caged bird. Please work hard to spread your wings and soar." Second update, please continue to plead for monthly votes during the double period. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday, thank you so much. Putting Naruto's bamboo hat on the desk, Hyojin came to the window. Before the vote of confidence had begun today, 3 generations had already moved their personal belongings away. So from this moment on, Hyojin was the owner of Naruto's office. He had actually been to this Naruto's office many times, but it was the first time he had appeared here as the owner. So, to him, everything here was both familiar and unfamiliar. 1, 2, 3. 24. With a slight perception, Hyojin found that there were as many as 24 Black Ops people on duty near Naruto's office. There were 6 fully equipped Black Ops squads. After comparing it with the Naruto building's garrison map in his hand, Hyojin confirmed that his perception was correct. There were indeed 6 Black Ops squads guarding this Naruto's office in the dark. Tisk, so troublesome. Hyojin, who was having a headache, slowly sat back on Naruto's chair. This kind of defense would undoubtedly create a lot of trouble for him to slack off at work in the future. This was also one of the problems he had considered before when he walked to the front desk. Knock knock, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Rubbing his forehead, Hyojin said casually, "Come in." Kakashi, who was holding a document, walked in and then bowed to Hyojin in a well-behaved manner, "Naruto-sama." Hyojin waved his hand helplessly, "Is there a need for this between us? Just say it, what trouble do you have to trouble me with?" Kakashi and Hyojin were not only contemporaries, but they were also colleagues in the same Black Ops squad. Their relationship was like that of 3 generations in Danzo, Xuan Shaochun, Mito Hamura, and others, so they could address each other casually. Seeing that Hyojin did not put on airs because he had become Naruto, Kakashi smiled, "Kuroto, you are Naruto now, so you have the right to know some secrets in the village." Saying that, Kakashi placed the confidential document in his hand in front of Hyojin's desk. Hyojin picked up the document and asked, "What is this?" Kakashi immediately put away the smile on his face and said with a solemn expression, "Kuroto, what you are holding in your hand is one of the highest secrets in the village. Please keep it a secret after you read it." Top secret again. Kakashi's words reminded Hyojin of the top secret that Kakashi had mentioned to him before about the village planting a spy in the Uchiha clan. Then, Hyojin glanced at the document in his hand and saw the words Amatsukumi's analysis report written on the cover page. Ugh. Hyojin's hand that was turning the page slowed down, and his expression became strange. Kakashi walked around Naruto's desk and walked to Hyojin's side, explaining to Hyojin in detail, the village's analysis of Amatsukumi has always been carried out in secret. This report is a summary of all the known intelligence information. You are now Naruto, so it is inevitable that you will come into contact with Amatsukumi in the future. So, you must have some understanding of Amatsukumi, and the content of this report is what you need to know. Listening to Kakashi's serious narration, Hyojin became curious and opened the Amatsukumi's analysis report. The first page of the report was the file of Amatsukumi's leader, Yama. Seeing Suijin flipping to the file of Yama, Kakashi immediately introduced, this Yama is the leader of Amatsukumi, and he is probably the strongest ninja in the shinobi world at the moment. A few years ago, around the time when we were in the Umbu Team 11, he had a period of active period that lasted for several months. Later on, the village investigated. During that short period of activity that lasted for several months, he accepted more than 60% of the bounty missions in the Country of Fire's black market at an astonishing speed. The average time for each mission was 3 to 5 days. His efficiency was so high that it was shocking. And the intelligence team analyzed all the bounty missions he completed, and found that many of the missions would take more than a week to complete at the speed of a jonin, so we have reason to suspect that he has mastered some kind of extremely fast flying ninjutsu, or some kind of space-time ninjutsu similar to the flying thunder god jutsu. Hyojin smiled, has the village also investigated these things? Kakashi said seriously, this Yama is a key figure who can control the future of the ninja world, so we must pay enough attention to everything about him. At present, the village is unable to determine why he accepted a large number of bounty missions in such a short period of time. The analysis of the intelligence team is that he may be honing some kind of ninjutsu or tactics, and my personal judgment is also inclined to this point. Hyojin rubbed his nose slightly awkwardly, do you all think so? As if thinking of something, Kakashi joked, the opinions of 3 generations and Jiraiya-sama are generally consistent with the analysis of the intelligence team. Only Tsunade-sama firmly believes that Yama is doing this for the bounty of the black market. But you also know that Tsunade-sama is a bit obsessed with money. Ahem. Coughing twice, Hyojin's face became serious, it's really inexplicable, how can such a strong person just do it for money? Kakashi nodded in agreement, he also felt that it is impossible for a person like Yama to run around for the bounty of the black market, that is completely inconsistent with the style of Yama, the strongest person in the ninja world. Turning another page, Hyojin found that there is not much space about Yama in the report, there are only 2 analyses of the battle between Yama and the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, and because it is not clear what kind of ninjutsu Yama used, the report is more straightforward description of the battle process and many baseless speculations. Hyojin asked, is that all? Kakashi helplessly explained, this Yama rarely appeared after that, and the only few times he appeared were when he faced the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, and it is very difficult for the intelligence team to get close to that level of battle, so the information we collected is very limited, and we can't even determine what kind of ninjutsu he used. Secretly feeling proud of himself, Hyojin deliberately asked, what are you doing, don't you have any clues at all? Shaking his head, Kakashi continued to explain, not only are my, but other great ninja villages have also done similar investigations and analysis, but everyone has searched through the files, and they did not find any ninjutsu that is similar to the ninjutsu used by Yama, it is as if the ninjutsu he used has never appeared in the ninja world before. The first update, please continue to ask for monthly votes during the double period. As he continued to read, Hyojin saw the analysis of the master of Amatsukumi. Perhaps it was because the master of Amatsukumi had fought against the 3 generations Naruto, so the description of the master of Amatsukumi was very detailed. Seeing that Hyojin had turned to the part about the master of Amatsukumi, Kakashi immediately introduced, the master of Amatsukumi is most likely an ice release Kekai ninja of the Mist Village. He is very good at ice and water release ninjutsu, and his taijutsu is also extraordinary. He has no shortcomings and is a powerful ninja with rich experience. Hyojin quickly scanned through the file of the master of Amatsukumi, and then his eyes fell on the words identity unknown at the end of the file, and he asked with a smile, "His identity has not been found out?" Kakashi shook his head. The 4 generations Mizukage was secretly controlled by the Akatsuki organization. During that period, the Mist Village was very chaotic, and rebellions occurred frequently. The Snow Clan of the Ice Release, the Kagaya Clan of the Corpse Bone Clan, and other Kakuki clans of the Mist Village all participated in the rebellion. In the end, they were all killed by the Mist Village, and the information was lost. Therefore, the Mist Village could not find out the identity of the master of Amatsukami. "Is that so?" Kuroto grinned at Kuroto. No one knew the situation of the Mist Village better than him. During the days when Yugura was secretly controlled by the Obsidian, there were rebellions almost every day. Even now, Zabuza and the others who had started the rebellion were still at large, so it was normal that they could not find out the identity of the master of Amatsukami. Soon, Hyojin turned to the part about the inferno in the file. Compared to the previous part about the master of Amatsukami, the part about the inferno was much longer. It was obvious that the village valued the inferno far more than the master of Amatsukami. The situation of the inferno is a bit special. There should be a male and a female inferno in Amatsukami. The male inferno Susanoo is red, and it is equipped with the legendary sealing artifact Totsuken, while the female inferno Susanoo is golden, and it is surrounded by golden flames. Kakashi's introduction reached Hyojin's ears. Hyojin didn't pay much attention to Kakashi's introduction, but he paid attention to a comparison picture in the file. This comparison drawing depicts 2 Susanoo, one of which is marked with the words Homosubi of Amatsukami, and the other with the words Uchiha Fugaku. From the picture, it could be seen that the 2 Susanoo were very similar in shape and color. The only obvious difference was that one was holding a gourd-shaped divine artifact, the Sword of 10 Fists, while the other didn't. Hyojin sighed in his heart. As expected of the father and son. In the previous competition of the 5 generations, Hyojin noticed that the Susanoo of Fuyue and Itachi were very similar. He didn't expect that the village not only noticed it, but also drew a comparison picture of the 2 Susanoo. And because of the existence of this comparison picture, it was obvious that although the 2 Susanoo were very similar, there were still many subtle differences. You also noticed that for some reason, the Susanoo of Uchiha Fuyue is very similar to the Susanoo of the male inferno in Amatsukami, Kakashi said. Do you have a conclusion? Hyojin asked deliberately. Kakashi shook his head. We know too little about the Uchiha clan Susanoo, and we don't have much sample data, so we can't draw an effective conclusion for the time being. What about their identities? Hyojin asked again. Do you have any suspects? Kakashi replied, the village suspects that the Inferno of Amatsukami is likely to be a descendant of the Uchiha clansmen or the Uchiha clansmen who escaped from the village by faking their death during the previous shinobi wars. Kakashi seemed to have thought of someone, and his expression suddenly became a little gloomy. Hyojin nodded with a smile. Well, it's a very reasonable speculation. The fact that the village doesn't suspect that the Inferno of Amatsukami is hiding in the Uchiha clan is very reasonable, because the appearance of the Susanoo of Fuyue, Jishuei, and Shinichi of the Uchiha clan who possess the Manjikyu Sharingan is known to the village. Not to mention Fuyue, Jishuei, and Shinichi's Susanoo are emerald green and dark green respectively, which is completely different from the Susanoo of the 2 Inferno of Amatsukami. Therefore, if the 2 Inferno of Amatsukami are also members of the Uchiha clan, then the Uchiha clan has 5 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. And if the Uchiha clan really has such strength, then they would have long rebelled against the Uchiha clan. Hyojin continued flipping to the next page and soon arrived at the part about wind chimes. Because Wind Chime directly participated in the fierce battle where Mai was destroyed, and has cooperated with many Mai ninjas, so Wind Chime in the file is also very long. It emphasized that Wind Chimes had magnetic release and corpse bone lineage, which were 2 different types of blood succession limits. As he read the information on the file, Hyojin frowned a little and thought to himself, Red still hasn't reported to the village that Wind Chime still has white eyes? That's strange, why would she help me hide it? Seeing that Hyojin was staring at the part about wind chimes in the file and was deep in thought, Kakashi said, Do you want to hear my evaluation of this wind chimes? Hyojin's interest was piqued. Tell me about it. Very strong. After a pause, Kakashi continued, I suspect that he is the strongest person in Amatsukami, second only to the leader Yama. The previous River Master, Fire Demon, and the others are probably not his match in a one-on-one fight. Glancing at Kakashi, Hyojin didn't say anything. It had to be said that Kakashi's judgment was very accurate. Hyojin's wind-release clone with a horn on its forehead was indeed the strongest of all his clones. If he didn't take into account the outbreak of blood secondary disease and went all out, the wind-release clone's combat power wouldn't even be inferior to Hyojin's release. After all, the corpse bone lineage that contained the characteristic of the mutual kill gray bones was too hard to deal with. In terms of fierceness, it was even stronger than the truth-seeking ball. After flipping through the part about wind chimes, Hyojin flipped to the part about Xidagarba. However, the part about Xidagarba only had one sentence, which was, Rock Hidden Village's dead ale is very likely Amatsukumi's Xidagarba. Kakashi explained, although Rock Hidden Village's dead ale didn't admit it, we can basically conclude that he is Amatsukumi's Xidagarba. As for his relevant information, it is stored in the archives. You can check it at any time. After closing the Amatsukumi's analysis report, Hyojin said to Kakashi, the village's analysis report is impeccable. Here's the second update. During the double period, please continue to plead for monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday. Thank you everyone. After taking back Amatsukumi's analysis report from Hyojin, Kakashi said, Konoha has already arranged for someone to contact Amatsukumi's dead ale. Once they contact Amatsukumi, they will inform you immediately. Hyojin nodded casually. Kakashi emphasized again, Kuroto, you are now Naruto. Amatsukumi is likely to find you directly and discuss some cooperation matters with you, so you have to prepare some contingency plans in case of a sudden encounter with Amatsukumi. Hyojin was startled for a moment and murmured, yes, if Amatsukumi has any cooperation projects, they can talk to me directly. After being reminded by Kakashi, Hyojin found that his dual identity of Amatsukumi's leader and feudame Naruto has an unexpected convenience, that is, with the dual identity, he can skip the intrigue between Amatsukumi and Konoha, and directly carry out some cooperation that is beneficial to both sides. Just when Hyojin was lost in thought, Kakashi continued, there is one more thing, Konoha hopes that you can figure it out. Hyojin asked casually, what is it? Kakashi first briefly explained why Konoha detained Richa before, and then said, your Hyuga clan seems to be carrying out some kind of transaction with some forces behind the Konoha. This kind of thing can be big or small. You are now Naruto, you have the responsibility, and it is necessary to figure out what is going on. Hyojin nodded and said, well, I will try to figure it out. Because he directly fought with Otsutsuki samurai, Hyojin actually already knows the ins and outs of the whole matter, but this matter not only involves the distant relatives of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, but also the secret of the Tenseigan, so with Hyojin's own position, he doesn't want Konoha to get involved in this matter. Therefore, he chose to help the Hyuga clan conceal this matter. As for Otsutsuki samurai, who is threatening the shinobi world, Kuroto has decided to deal with him himself, but before that, he still needs a bait that can lure Otsutsuki samurai out. In the shinobi world, there are very few things that can affect Otsutsuki samurai's heartstrings. Coincidentally, the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan that was temporarily controlled by the defected Hyuga Aoki is one of them, so only the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan can be used as bait to ensure that the arrogant Otsutsuki samurai will enter the battlefield. And in order to seize the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan in the hands of Hyuga Aoki, Hyojin must first set up a trap to lure Hyuga Aoki to appear on his own initiative. The stage is set up. It's time for the actors to go on stage. Thinking of this, the corner of Hyojin's mouth raised into an arc, and he chuckled in his heart. The reason why Kuroto stood by and watched the Naruto election in the village escalating and worsening the chaos in the village, in addition to the fact that his energy was involved in the fusion of the Rinnegan, there is another reason, that is, the trap he laid. He needs an opportunity, he needs chaos to attract the target to enter the battlefield. And who can create chaos without arousing anyone's suspicion? Hyojin looked around the entire village and found that only the Uchiha clan can take on this responsibility, because no matter what the Uchiha clan does, it will not arouse the suspicion of others. As soon as Hyojin's thoughts spread, Kakashi took out a booklet and handed it to Hyojin, saying, this is the Umbu's directory, which records the information of each Umbu member in detail. Take a good look and choose a shadow guard from it. Shadow guard. Kuroto frowned and immediately declined, there's no need for that, right? The Umbu near Naruto's office is enough to give him a headache. He doesn't want to have a team of Umbu around him all day long. Kakashi said seriously, Kuroto, you know the current situation in the village. Once the Uchiha clan rebels, as Naruto, you are likely to be their primary target. Your personal safety is not only your own business, but also related to the safety of the entire village, so you must immediately form a shadow guard. The shadow guard is the tradition of the ninja world. The Kage of each ninja village will have a shadow guard. What's more, the situation in the village is quite complicated, so if Hyojin insists on not forming a shadow guard, it will seem strange and cause people to speculate. So he pondered for a moment and finally nodded, okay. After Kakashi left, Hyojin looked through the Umbu roster, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He had an idea. Knock knock knock. Not long after, there was another knock on the door. Hyojin smiled and said, please come in. Soon, a group of 4 people pushed the door and walked into Naruto's office, and stood in front of Hyojin in turn. Glancing at Kuroto, Gale, Xian, and Red Bean standing in front of the desk, Hyojin said, this time I called you here, I want to transfer the 4 of you to my shadow guard, I don't know if you are willing. Kuroto was overjoyed and said, Kuroto, is this true? Joining the shadow guard not only means a promotion of status, but also a great honor, because every member of the shadow guard is a powerful ninja recognized by Naruto. At this time, Gale quietly nudged Kuroto beside him with his arm and whispered, Kuroto-senpai, pay attention to the way you address me. Kuroto smiled and then bowed to Hyojin, I'm sorry, Naruto-sama. Unlike Kakashi, who has been promoted to the top and is about to become an advisory elder, Kuroto is still just an ordinary Umbu, so under the reminder of Gale, she quickly realized that the Hyojin in front of her is no longer the same student as before, but the supreme leader of the entire village, the 5th Naruto who has just been elected by all the Jonin. Hyojin smiled and said, it doesn't matter, I called you this time to ask your opinion, don't be restrained, you can speak freely. Red Bean bowed to Hyojin behind Naruto's desk and said, I am willing. Kuroto, Gale, and Xian also hurriedly bowed and said in unison, we are also willing. Kuroto nodded with satisfaction and said, very good, then from today on, the 4 of you are members of my shadow guard, you will be directly responsible to me and listen to my direct orders. Kuroto nodded with satisfaction. Yes. The 4 people responded in unison with joy on their faces. After a little thought, Hyojin ordered again, Kuroto, the position of shadow guard captain will be temporarily taken over by you. Among the 4, Kuroto's strength is actually slightly better than Red Bean, Gale, and Xian, so it is more appropriate for her to temporarily take over the position of shadow guard captain. First, please continue to beg for monthly votes during the double period. A figure was walking through the fog-filled cave. As he walked, the fog in front of him became thinner and thinner. There was even a glimmer of light at the end of the distance. However, his pace did not change at all. He continued to walk forward at a leisurely pace. After a while, he walked out of the cave and stopped at the entrance. The bright and dazzling sunlight shone on his face, causing him to subconsciously raise his hand to cover his eyes. This extremely ordinary light made him feel a little impatient. After a while, he adapted to the light of the sun, but he found that his vision was still blurry. Feeling a little puzzled, he took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose and habitually prepared to wipe them. But at the moment when he took off the glasses, he was surprised because after taking off the glasses, his vision became clear. No, it should be said that it was clearer than ever. Feeling the unprecedented clarity in his eyes, he was surprised and happy, and said to himself, the immortal technique in the Ryuchi cave can actually correct my myopia? There was no doubt that the person who walked out of the cave was not someone else, but Medicine Master Do, who was determined to die and took the risk of entering the Ryuchi cave to practice the immortal technique. Just like in the original time and space, as a rare person in the ninja world who had the qualifications to practice immortal techniques, Medicine Master Do easily mastered the immortal technique of the Ryuchi cave. Regarding this, even the White Snake Sage was full of praise, because the efficiency of Medicine Master Do's absorption of natural energy was so high that it completely changed the White Snake Sage's estimation of the upper limit of natural energy absorption of human beings. Moreover, Medicine Master Do and the immortal technique of the Ryuchi cave were very compatible, as if the immortal technique of the Ryuchi cave was tailor-made for Medicine Master Do. At this time, Medicine Master Do clenched his fist. He could clearly feel that there was an endless power in his body. If he were to extend this feeling out of his body and explore his surroundings, he would feel as if his body had become one with the world around him. Natural energy is really everywhere. While sighing, Medicine Master Do carefully put the glasses into the ninja bag on his waist. His gains from this trip to the Draconic Cavern had far exceeded his expectations. In just a few days of cultivation, not only did he master the technique of absorbing natural energy from the Draconic Cavern, but he also learned from Naruto about the cultivation of celestial techniques. Combined with his own understanding, he found the trick to enter celestial mode in an instant like the first generation without the need to accumulate natural energy. It could be said that the current Do was already above Jiraiya and Naruto, a perfect immortal like the first generation. It was not by chance that Do had such achievements. In the original time and space, in order to inherit Orochimaru's will and find the meaning of life, Medicine Master Do had frantically integrated the remains of Orochimaru into his body, completely contaminating his body and chakra, turning him into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. It should be known that Orochimaru did not have the talent to cultivate celestial techniques. Therefore, Orochimaru's flesh and chakra were not beneficial to Medicine Master Do, who cultivated celestial techniques. Instead, they became obstacles that hindered his cultivation of celestial techniques. Cultivating celestial techniques not only required a strong will, but also a pure soul and an attitude that was compatible with nature. Medicine Master Do, who had turned himself into a monster, was at most close to having a strong will. He obviously had nothing to do with having a pure soul and being compatible with nature. Even so, he still mastered celestial techniques, which showed how terrifying his talent was. In the original time and space, Do did not do stupid things like in the original time and space. Therefore, when he cultivated celestial techniques with a pure body and felt the energy of nature, his achievements naturally far surpassed him in the original time and space. Soon, Do put away his emotions and rushed in the direction of the Sound Village. After returning to the Sound Village, Do immediately gathered the 4 Sound Ninjas and asked about their harvest. Orochimaru's laboratory was not concentrated together. The laboratory located in the Sound Village to study Edo Tensei technique had been cracked by Do before. The remaining 4 important laboratories were distributed throughout the country of Tian. Therefore, in order to save time, the 4 Sound Ninjas were ordered to crack the 4 laboratories separately before going to the Ryuchi cave. Hearing Do's question, Kimimaro was the first to say, "The laboratory in the northern coastal sea has been cracked by me. It is full of information about Orochimaru-sama's research on the Uzumaki clan sealing technique." After saying that, Kimimaro took out some scrolls. Yamato then said, "The laboratory in the south has been cracked by me. It is full of information about Orochimaru-sama's research on the Chimera technique." Haku took out a few scrolls and said, "The laboratory in the west has been cracked by me. It is the laboratory where Orochimaru-sama studies human cloning." Yugo finally took out a scroll and said, "I went to the laboratory on the east side to take a look. That is the place where Orochimaru-sama studies the curse of heaven, and I discovered a secret about the curse of heaven inside." Yamato and Haku, who were implanted with the curse seal of heaven by Orochimaru, quickly looked over and asked, "What secret?" Do also looked over. After mastering the celestial technique, he could easily perceive the emotions of people around him. Yugo's current emotions were very complicated, which made it difficult for him to analyze. After thinking for a while, Yugo said, "I'm afraid that something unexpected has happened to Orochimaru-sama." Do immediately said, "No, I'm very sure that Orochimaru-sama hasn't died." Yugo shook his head, "You misunderstood. I'm saying that something unexpected happened to Orochimaru-sama's main body, but Orochimaru-sama has left a clone somewhere else." Combining Yugo's words, Yamato asked, "You're saying that Orochimaru-sama's clone is kept in the curse seal of heaven?" Yugo nodded and said, "Yes, I've looked through Orochimaru-sama's notes on the development of the curse seal. I discovered that when Orochimaru-sama implanted the curse seal in you, he also separated a part of his soul and implanted it into your body. Therefore, as long as you release the curse seal of heaven and find a body, we can try to resurrect Orochimaru-sama." Kimimaro frowned and said, "What kind of body do you want?" Yugo shook his head again, "I'm not too sure, but the stronger the body, the better." Kimimaro said without hesitation, then, I'll use my body. Cough cough. As soon as he finished speaking, Kimimaro coughed violently due to his agitated emotions. Do glanced at the sickly-looking Kimimaro and smiled, let's use my body. After saying that, Do walked to Yamato and Haku and placed his hands on the curse seal of heaven on their necks. Here's the second update, please continue to beg for monthly votes during the double period. Also, I would like to thank the students who tipped me yesterday. Under the night sky, my village is brightly lit, and the night market is bustling. In terms of business alone, my village is undoubtedly ahead of the other 4 shinobi villages. Hyojin's home. Closing the document in his hand, Hyojin rubbed his forehead. After being the Hokage for a few days, he became more and more depressed. Although he has pushed all the daily official duties of Naruto to the advisory elder group, the documents that need to be signed by him, the 5th generation Naruto, can't be written by others, so there are a lot of staff looking for him to sign all kinds of decrees and documents every day. In addition to work, his daily life has also been greatly affected. In the past, when he was on the streets, he could do as he pleased. He could go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. But now, when he was on the streets, everyone would bow to him and greet him politely. It annoyed him to no end. In the past, if he wanted to sneak out of the village, he could just leave a shadow clone. But now, as a Hokage, his every word and every move is being watched by many parties. Leaving only one shadow doppelganger, he may not be able to cope with it. And once the shadow doppelganger is exposed, it will cause a commotion in the village, which will be another trouble. What a headache. After sighing, Hyojin turned his head and looked out of the window. Although it was already late at night, his newly formed shadow guard was still loyally guarding the vicinity of his small courtyard. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, when Kuroto submitted the list of his shadow guard members to the advisory elder group, Hokage-sama and the other elders raised objections. They felt that the members selected by Kuroto were too young, lacking in strength and experience, and hoped that Kuroto could reselect some stronger ninjas to serve as the shadow guard. So, Kuroto decided to reselect some stronger ninjas to serve as the shadow guard. Hyojin smiled and directly ignored the advice of the advisory elder group. Where was the shadow guards when Shodame-sama fought with Uchiha Madara? Where were the shadow guards when the second king was besieged and killed by the Gold Horn and Silver Horn brothers? Where were the shadow guards when the Yondaime-sama died sealing the Nine Tails, even when 3 generations of himself was killed by Orochimaru in the original space-time? The so-called shadow guards only made a temporary guest commentary on the scene. History had proven time and time again that the shadow guards could not protect Naruto. If they really encountered a problem that even Naruto himself couldn't deal with, then even if the shadow guards went up, they would most likely die in vain. Instead of spending time on selecting members of the shadow guard, it was better to find people who he knew well and could trust to become the shadow guard. As for strength and experience, without strength and experience, wouldn't it be easier to fool him? Just as Hyojin was pondering how to solve the inconveniences brought about by Naruto's identity, a black shadow leaped onto the outer wall of Mai's house. Who? As soon as the 2 Mai ninjas patrolling on this section of the outer wall noticed something, they suddenly felt dizzy and then fell straight to the ground. The black shadow who leaped onto the outer wall did not pay attention to the 2 Mai ninjas who fainted on the ground. Instead, he set his eyes on the Mai village in front of him, which was decorated with lights. Immediately, his figure flashed and sneaked into the village. Due to the tense situation caused by the election of Fudame-sama Naruto, the number of guards patrolling the village at night had doubled. However, the black shadow seemed to be very familiar with Mai. He dodged the groups of guards in a flash and shuttled through the shadows and narrow cracks of the street. Soon, he arrived at the center of the village. Standing on a big tree, the black shadow looked at the distant street and finally locked his eyes on Hyojin's small courtyard. Hey! After a chuckle, the black shadow's figure flashed and went straight to Hyojin's small courtyard. When approaching Hyojin's small courtyard, the black shadow no longer continued to conceal his aura. Instead, he revealed his trace and landed in Hyojin's small courtyard. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in an instant, the 4 people of Hyojin's shadow guard landed in the courtyard with a burst of wind and surrounded the sudden black shadow in the center. Under the Umbu mask, Red frowned and asked, "Who are you? How dare you break into Naruto's house?" The black shadow lifted the brim of the hat on his head and revealed his face. Medicine Master Dao? As an Umbu who was responsible for hunting down traitorous ninjas, Red recognized at a glance that the person in front of her was the ninja school teacher, Medicine Master Dao, who had defected from the village not long ago. In the face of the Shadow Guard's encirclement, Dao smiled and said calmly, "I want to see Naruto-sama." "Let him in." At this moment, Hyojin's voice came from the house. The 4 people of the Shadow Guard had to make way when they heard this, and Dao didn't hesitate, just glanced at Red Bean in the Shadow Guard, and then walked into the house with a smile. Going downstairs to the living room, Hyojin didn't speak, but looked deeply at Medicine Master Dao in front of him. In his perception, the chakra on Do's body is very strange, it's faintly discernible, as if it was covered with a layer of camouflage, and he just noticed it when Do sneaked into the block and was about to break into the small courtyard. One must know that with his current perception ability, there are not many ninjas in the shinobi world who can sneak into such a close distance to be detected by him, and in his impression, Do is obviously not one of them. Seeing Hyojin coming downstairs, Do, who was standing in the living room, saluted Hyojin and congratulated him with a playful smile. "Congratulations, our Naruto-sama." Hyojin said lightly, "You sneaked into the village late at night, it shouldn't be just to congratulate me, right? Tell me, what is your purpose in taking the risk to see me?" Do smiled and said, "I'm sorry, it's not me who wants to see you." After saying that, Do's eyes suddenly lost focus, and his whole person seemed to have lost his soul, standing in the same place. Hyojin's eyes turned cold. In this short moment, he can clearly feel that whether it is the aura or the chakra on Do's body, both have undergone earth-shaking changes, as if he has become a different person, and the changed aura makes him feel a bit familiar. Just when Hyojin's mind locked on a guess, a familiar hoarse and gloomy voice came from Do's mouth. "Kuroto, I didn't expect the old man to give the position of Naruto to you. Orochimaru." The hoarse voice instantly overlapped with the speculation in his mind, making Hyojin very sure. Immediately, Hyojin frowned and said, "You snatched Naruto's body?" "No, the 2 of you coexist in the same body?" Orochimaru said noncommittally, "You're still as sharp as ever." Orochimaru has always been thinking about Shimura Danzo's body, which has been strengthened by the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual and has 7 Kekkei Genkai, but now he is living in the body of Uchiha Naruto, which undoubtedly explains one thing, so Kuroto smiled and said, "It seems that you have suffered a big setback this time. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes." Thinking of Duru's departure without saying goodbye and Orochimaru's abnormal disappearance during this period of time, as well as Orochimaru's current predicament of living in Duru's body, Kuroto quickly had various speculations in his mind. When Danzo held the Kekkei fusion ritual, or even longer, Orochimaru has been eyeing Danzo's body. This can be seen from the fact that Orochimaru secretly implanted the curse seal in Danzo's body in order to erode Danzo's spirit body through the natural energy contained in the curse seal. It's just that Orochimaru obviously underestimated the power of the Kekkei fusion ritual that he and Hyojin designed together. The curse seal that he implanted in Danzo not only failed to help him seize Danzo's body, but also allowed Danzo to suppress the spirit bodies of the 5 Kekkei Genkai ninjas that were absorbed into his body in the Kekkei fusion ritual with the help of the natural energy contained in the Kekkei fusion ritual, allowing Danzo to achieve the initial fusion of yin and yang, 5 elements, and 7 types of chakra. In the shinobi world, the fusion of chakra is the key to the leap in strength. As long as one can fully fuse different types of chakra, then any miracle can be created. And Danzo used the power of the Kekkei fusion ritual to transform his old body into an almost immortal perfect ninja. Not only did he have 7 types of Kekkei fusion ritual, but his eyes also evolved into a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. If it weren't for Hyojin's interference, Danzo, who was determined to sacrifice 1,500 my ninjas outside the cave to continue the ritual, would have probably directly harvested a pair of Rinnegan in the ritual. It can be said that after the ritual, Danzo has surpassed Jishui, Itachi, and Hyojin's fire clone, becoming the perfect body that Orochimaru yearns for the most. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess that Orochimaru must have some kind of intersection with Danzo, and Orochimaru's current embarrassing situation shows that he must have suffered a big loss in the hands of Danzo. But this is also normal. After the ritual, Danzo has already become an inhuman, even Kuroto found it difficult to deal with him. In the end, he had to use the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan of the fire release clone as bait to take down Danzo in one fell swoop. Listening to Hyojin's ridicule, Orochimaru not only did not get angry, but also calmly, Orochimaru admitted, but also, Hyojin's Danzo, but also, Danzo lost, Dan. Hyojin secretly said, sure enough. However, Orochimaru's calm attitude surprised Kuroto a little. Orochimaru continued, let me give you a piece of advice, the current Danzo has surpassed the Kage level, he is as dangerous as the leader of Amatsukami and the leader of Akatsuki. Like everyone in the current shinobi world, Orochimaru doesn't know that Danzo has actually been killed by Hyojin, and even the Danzo's Manjikyu Sharingan was recovered by Hyojin and merged into a pair of Rinnegan. Hyojin naturally won't explain this, he just nodded thoughtfully and said, tell me the purpose of your visit tonight. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, I'm here to retrieve something. Retrieve something? After a pause, Hyojin asked in confusion, what do you want to retrieve? Glancing at the courtyard outside, Orochimaru said, I left a curse mark on Red Bean's body, and now I want to retrieve it, you won't mind, right? Hyojin stared at Orochimaru, he couldn't figure out the intention of Orochimaru's action. During the previous battle of Mai, Orochimaru took the opportunity to invade the underground shelter of the village. While capturing Naruto and Hinata, he also implanted a heavenly curse mark on Red Bean's neck. This matter is not a secret among the high-level members of the village, Hyojin even checked the heavenly curse mark on Red Bean's neck. Seeing the confusion on Hyojin's face, Orochimaru smiled and explained, you don't have to be so suspicious, I just want to retrieve a part of my power, nothing else. What Orochimaru said was indeed the truth. One of the main reasons he infiltrated Mai was to retrieve the heavenly curse mark on Red Bean's body. This terrible defeat at the hands of Danzo made Orochimaru deeply understand the shortcoming of his soul, and it also made him realize the foolishness of many of his previous actions. Splitting his own soul and implanting it into Yamato, Haku, and Red Bean's body along with the heavenly curse mark was one of them. Although doing so gave him the opportunity to resurrect again, and gave him the ability to become almost immortal. But there is always a loss, and the constant splitting of his own soul caused almost irreversible damage to his soul. This made him, who was clearly full of chakra, and his strength was firmly at the Kage level, but the strength of his soul was as weak as an ordinary jonin. When facing Danzo's Sharingan, he couldn't even cast a single technique and was instantly subdued. Therefore, when he was resurrected, the first thing he wanted to do was to correct this mistake and retrieve all the divided souls, because this kind of fragile and uncontrollable immortality is not what he pursued. After thinking about it for a while, Hyojin felt that helping Red Bean remove the heavenly curse mark is not a bad thing. After all, the heavenly curse mark is only a semi-finished product that Orochimaru researched on nature energy. Not only does it have many limitations, but it will also gradually corrode the host, so he nodded and called Red Bean into the house alone. After entering the living room, Red Bean looked at Orochimaru vigilantly. But because Orochimaru is living in Duru's body, Red Bean only instinctively felt that Duru is a little strange, but she didn't recognize that the person in front of her is actually her teacher, Orochimaru. At this time, Hyojin said, Red Bean, Duru can help you remove the curse mark on your neck. Just him? Red Bean looked doubtful because even Tsunade was helpless against the curse mark on her neck. But because Hyojin Naruto is present, although Red Bean has some resistance in her heart, she still stood in the same place, wanting to see what ability this traitorous Uchiha Duru has to remove the curse mark on her body. Orochimaru didn't say anything, just smiled and walked in front of Red Bean, and then pressed his hand on Red Bean's neck. Huh. Red Bean instantly felt the curse mark on her neck burning. Hyojin activated Byakugan, and in the vision of his Byakugan, the restless chakra in Red Bean's body immediately divided into two, one of which frantically rushed towards the curse mark on Red Bean's neck. At this time, Orochimaru suddenly raised his hand, and a huge amount of chakra was pulled out from Red Bean's body. And as the huge amount of chakra was instantly pulled out, Red Bean's eyelids became heavy, and she fainted on the ground. On the other side, Orochimaru, who has absorbed the heaven curse mark in Red Bean's body and read what Red Bean has seen and heard during this period of time, grinned and said to Hyojin, Kuroto, it seems that you are in a very bad situation. The Uchiha clan seems to be making a move against you, Naruto. There are only 2 days left for the double event. Students who still have monthly tickets, please support. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday. Thank you everyone. During the period of time when his main body was killed by Danzo, Orochimaru lost the ability to actively explore the outside world, so he can only passively collect external information through the heavenly curse seals that reside in the bodies of Yamato, Haku, and Red Bean. After being resurrected by Duru, although he learned some of the recent developments in the shinobi world through the Sound Village's intelligence network, and also learned that Hyojin was selected as the 5th Naruto of the Mai clan a few days ago, but he still didn't have a thorough grasp of the internal situation of the Mai clan. It wasn't until now that Kuroto recovered the heavenly curse seal on Enko's body and read everything that Enko had seen and heard in the Konoha village during this period of time, that Kuroto understood the chaos that Kuroto was currently facing. Being humiliated like this, the Uchiha clan will not swallow this insult. Is the old man really ready to deal with the 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? After a pause, Orochimaru deliberately patted his head and jokingly said, "Oh, I miscalculated, it should be 4 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan." Orochimaru is very clear about the matter of Itachi awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, because when he kidnapped Sasuke and threatened Itachi with Sasuke's life, Itachi awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. It's just that Itachi's body has always been one of his targets, so he has never disclosed this information to anyone. Listening to the information that Orochimaru deliberately revealed, Hyojin narrowed his eyes. 4 pairs? You mean that there are other Manjikyu Sharingan hidden in the Uchiha clan? A sly light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he said faintly, "In dealing with Uchiha, our interests are the same. I can help you, and the condition is very simple. I only need a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan for research." People are like this, the more they can't get it, the more they desire it. The more Orochimaru tries his best to obtain the Sharingan, the more difficult it is for him to suppress his desire to obtain it. After pretending to weigh the pros and cons, Hyojin shook his head. "You don't need to interfere in the affairs of the village." The stage had already been set up, but Hyojin didn't leave a place for Orochimaru, so he didn't want Orochimaru to suddenly intervene in this matter and ruin his arrangements. Woo woo woo, at this moment, an alarm sounded in the village. Red flashed to the door and reported to Hyojin through the door, "Naruto-sama, the patrol on the outer wall reported that there is an intruder in the village." Hyojin glanced at Orochimaru and asked, "Did you kill someone?" Obviously, the so-called intruder was naturally Orochimaru in front of him. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head. Hyojin then said to Red, who was outside the door, "Remove the alarm." "Yes." Red also guessed that the intruder reported by the patrol team was most likely the apothecary Daodu in the house, so she immediately responded. Not long after, with Suijin's order, the siren that resounded through the night sky outside the house stopped abruptly, and the commotion in the village gradually subsided. Orochimaru looked at Hyojin meaningfully and said, "Think about my proposal. It's good for both you and me." After that, Orochimaru no longer continued to tempt Hyojin, but directly turned and walked out of the house. Looking at Orochimaru's back, Hyojin suddenly asked, "Has Do mastered the immortal technique?" From the beginning, Hyojin felt that there was something wrong with Do's aura. Even chakra was faintly discernible, as if it was covered with a layer of camouflage, blending into one with the surroundings. In this situation, Hyojin thought about it, and the only explanation was that Do had practiced the immortal technique that could freely control the energy of nature. Orochimaru stopped and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to even notice this. Kuroto, you have really grown up. The immortal technique is indeed extraordinary, but it's not invincible." After a pause, Hyojin said in a sincere tone, "Teacher, please don't interfere in the affairs of the village. I don't want to kill you." Killing one's teacher was considered a tradition of the Naruto family. The 4 generations who were plotted against by Obsidian, the 3 generations who were killed by Orochimaru in the original space and time, Jiraiya who was killed by Nagato, and Orochimaru who was killed by Sasuke could all be regarded as examples of killing one's teacher. But Hyojin doesn't have this kind of bad taste, so if it's not necessary, he doesn't want to kill Orochimaru. Through the window of the living room, Orochimaru glanced at Hyojin's head that was being carved on the Naruto rock in the distance, and said with emotion, "Uchiha is not easy to deal with. I hope that you, the 5 generations, can last a little longer than the 4 generations, don't die like the 4 generations. Hyojin nodded, well, I will be careful. With his back facing Hyojin, Orochimaru continued, Uchiha's 4th pair of Manjikyu Sharingan belongs to Itachi Uchiha. He is the biggest threat in the Uchiha clan. His katana is much colder than his father's katana. Compared to him, the other 3 Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan are nothing. Uchiha clan land. Swish. A jonin of the Uchiha clan came to Fuyua's study room and reported, Chief, the alarm in the village has been lifted. The news came from the 5 generations. The infiltrator tonight was just a drill arranged by the 5 generations. In the study room, Fuyua said lightly, got it, you can leave now. After the jonin left, Fuyua glanced at the few Uchiha clan members in the study room and said, continue the meeting. At this time, there were only 7 people in the study room, including Fuyua. They were Jishui, Shinichi, Itachi, and the other 3 elite jonin of the Uchiha clan. These 7 people are currently the highest level of the Uchiha clan, and the reason why Fuyua summoned all the high-level members of the Uchiha clan is to discuss the rebellion. However, the alarm that just sounded caused the secret meeting to be temporarily suspended for a moment. After the meeting continued, an elite jonin named Uchiha Yusuke said, I have found out that the 4 Kage will leave the village at the end of the month. Fuyua snorted coldly and said, they have been staying in the village for so long, it's time for them to leave. This meeting was originally held because of the Danzo incident and the attack of the Akatsuki village by the Akatsuki organization. But several months have passed, and the 5 great shinobi villages have searched almost all over the shinobi world, but they still haven't found any trace of the Danzo. Coupled with the fact that the Akatsuki organization broke through the rock village and captured the 4 tails and the 5 tails Jinchuriki, they went into hibernation again, so there is not much meaning for the 4 Kage to continue to stay in Mai. After all, the 4 Kage still have to deal with their own village affairs, and it is impossible for them to stay in Mai for a long time. Another elite Uchiha jonin named Uchiha Hikari said anxiously, Patriarch, when the 4 Kage leave the village, we should take action, the clansmen down there can't wait any longer. Here's the first update. It's going to be a new week soon, and the leaderboards will be updated. Please recommend them. This is the last day of the double monthly vote event. Those who still have monthly votes, please support us. Thank you. Listening to Uchiha Mitsuru's instigation, Fugaku's eyes flashed with hatred and nodded. In the original world, Fuyue, the leader of the Uchiha clan, seemed to be the initiator of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, but in fact, his indecisive character was just being coerced by the angry clansmen, and his own desire to rebel was not strong. But now, it was different. Previously, he was teased by the village in the vote of confidence, and was regarded by Fuyue as the greatest shame in his life. What made it even more difficult for him to calm down was that he was only one step away from the position of Naruto. Once ambition was born, it was difficult to extinguish. What's more, the current Uchiha clan, whether it was prestige or strength, was far beyond the original world, so Fuyue had both the desire and the confidence to set off a rebellion. Great! Our Uchiha can finally do something big. I've had enough of those B***stards. Seeing Fuyue, who was sitting in the main seat, nodded. Several Uchiha elite ninjas below were excited. Fugaku also laughed heartily. Then, he quickly put away his smile and asked with a serious face, have you completed the task that I've given you? Yusuke Uchiha immediately replied, I've already been to the prison, and I've privately bribed all the experts locked in there. As long as the guards are dealt with and they are free, they are willing to serve our Uchiha clan. Well, not bad. Fuyue nodded. The ninjas imprisoned in Konoha prison not only hate the village, but there are also a large number of them. There are many Chunin ninjas with good strength, and there are even several Jonin-level Tokubetsu ninjas. As long as they can be controlled, they will be a force that cannot be underestimated. Uchiha continued, according to your instructions, I secretly recruited a group of bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen as cannon fodder to attack the Umbu. The number should be enough. Fuyue nodded again. The Uchiha clan lacked the strength of the middle and lower ranks and the cannon fodder for a protracted war. It was obvious that Fuyue, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, would not let his own clansmen serve as cannon fodder. Therefore, a few days ago, he secretly sent the Uchiha Light Dipper out of the village in order to recruit a group of men of sacrifice. The remaining Uchiha elite Jonin, Uchiha Nobuwa, said with an embarrassed look on his face, "I'm sorry, I tried to contact Dead Ale, but he still denied being a member of Amatsukami, and was unwilling to disclose the contact information of Amatsukami." With that, he lowered his head. "Sorry to disappoint you." The fact that there were two Manjikyu Uchiha in Amatsukami was no secret among the higher-ups of the village. That was why Fuyue had been hoping to contact Amatsukami and have the two Inferno return to his family. And once this was done, the strength of the Uchiha clan would be even stronger. "Forget it, we'll talk about Amatsukami later." Waving his hand, Fuyue said solemnly, "Let's discuss the battle plan first. This time, there are three main targets. The first target is Fudame-sama, the second target is the advisory elder group of the village, and the third target is the Umbu base. As long as these three targets can be quickly eliminated, the other problems are nothing to worry about." As soon as Fuyue's voice fell, Uchiha Nobuwa rushed to say, "Patriarch, let me go deal with Fudame-sama." Glancing at Uchiha Nobuwa, Fuyue pondered. In Fuyue's view, although Fudame-sama is a lot weaker than the previous Naruto, but in terms of physical techniques, he is still commendable. He is definitely an elite Jonin. He is worried that Uchiha Nobuwa will not be able to quickly kill Fudame-sama. Seeing the hesitation on Fugaku's face, Kiwa hurriedly said, "Patriarch, Indame-sama is only slightly stronger in terms of physical strength, he is mediocre in other aspects. I have also investigated his shadow guards. They are just a few very mediocre Tokubetsu Jonin. Let me bring 4 Tokubetsu Jonin of the clan to ensure that we can solve Indame-sama and his shadow guards within half an hour." At this moment, Itachi, who has been silent all this time, suddenly interjected, "Let me deal with Fudame-sama." "Okay, then I will leave Fudame-sama to you." "Itachi, you have to remember, this is a battle of life and death related to the survival of the Uchiha clan, don't let me down." Fuyue's expression softened, and he agreed to Itachi's request almost without hesitation. Because of the frequent sparring sessions in private, Fuyue is very clear that his eldest son is very strong, almost not inferior to his own Manjikyu Sharingan. The only thing he lacks is a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, so letting Itachi deal with Fudame-sama is undoubtedly more reliable than letting Uchiha Nobuwa deal with Fuyue. Then, Fuyue turned to Uchiha Nobuwa, who had a disappointed look on his face, and said, "Nobuwa, you are responsible for raiding the Umbu base." Uchiha Nobuwa nodded, "Yes, Patriarch." Fuyue then ordered, "Hikaru, you are responsible for raiding the enchantment team, intelligence team, my hospital and other institutions. Yusuke, you are responsible for raiding the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, make sure that they are unable to support the Naruto building. The other clans in the village can be put aside for now, but the 3 clans must be preempted." "Yes, Patriarch." Uchiha Hikaru and Uchiha Nobuwa responded in unison. Finally, Fuyue's gaze fell on Jisue and Shinichi, and said in a deep voice, "Jisue, Shinichi, you two come with me to raid the Elder Advisory Group." In Fuyue's mind, the real problem is not Fudame-sama, nor the Umbu, but the 3 generations, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi. Although the 3 generations are old, their strength is definitely at the Kage level, and they are also experienced, calm, and seasoned. They have quite a lot of prestige in the village. If they can't be killed in one blow, it will inevitably bring a lot of trouble. As for Jiraiya and Tsunade, as the Sannin, there is no need to mention them, they are all top strong people in their prime, especially Jiraiya. He also has the rumored Sage Mode, he is a target that must be killed first. As for Kakashi, who has recently been rumored to join the Elder Advisory Group, in Fuyue's view, he is also an opponent that cannot be underestimated. The battle not long ago is still fresh in his memory. Therefore, Fuyue feels that only by gathering the 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in the family can they be wiped out in one fell swoop in a short time. Facing Fuyue's gaze, Jisue and Shinichi looked at each other and nodded. "Patriarch, have you forgotten about the Hyuga clan? Fudame-sama belongs to the Hyuga clan, I'm afraid they won't just watch us overthrow Fudame-sama." Seeing that Fuyue didn't mention the Hyuga clan in his deployment, Uchiha Iwa raised a question. Fuyue smiled and said, "Don't worry, the Hyuga clan will be dealt with by others, we don't need to worry about it." Itachi's eyes suddenly turned cold and asked, "Father, do we have other allies?" The second update, there are only a dozen. Hours left for the double monthly ticket event, please support it with your monthly tickets. In addition, thank you to the classmates who gave gifts yesterday, thank you everyone. Itachi's question reminded Fuyue of the embarrassment he felt when he first met that person. He didn't expect that he would be instantly subdued by the other party even though he has the Manjikyu Sharingan. Under the shame and annoyance, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his face gradually turned from sunny to gloomy. Fuyue knows very well that the other party is using him and the Uchiha clan this time, but in Fuyue's view, he is also using the other party. Moreover, Fuyue has made up his mind that once he straightens out the affairs in the village and ascends to the position of Naruto, he will definitely turn against the other party and take revenge for the humiliation he suffered when they first met. Noticing the subtle changes in Fuyue's expression, Itachi asked again, "Father, is there any other force that is cooperating with us in this rebellion?" Several Uchiha elite jonin in the study also looked at Fuyue one after another, eagerly waiting for Fuyue's answer. In the Uchiha clan, although everyone talks about the word rebellion, as if as long as the Uchiha clan dares to flip the table, they will naturally seize the power of the village, but in fact, only the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan present know that even if there are 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in the clan, the success rate of rebellion is only 50-50. Therefore, when they heard from Fuyue's words that there may be other allies in the clan, the several Uchiha elite jonin were quite excited. Fuyue glanced at everyone and sternly said, "Worry more about the things you are responsible for, as for other things, don't ask too much." Yes. Itachi and several Uchiha elite jonin bowed their heads and responded. Fuyue then said to Itachi, "Itachi, for this operation, the courage on your shoulders is very heavy, don't make any mistakes. Although Fudame-sama isn't strong, he is still a Naruto. If we don't deal with him as soon as possible, then he will mobilize all the shinobi in the village to besiege our Uchiha. At that time we will be in a dangerous situation." Itachi lowered his body. "Father, please rest assured." Fuyue didn't say anything else. He took a deep look at Jishui, who had been silent all this while, and waved his hand. "Alright, you guys can go and get ready." Fuyue still couldn't figure out Jishui's attitude, so he decided to have Jishui follow him on the night of his rebellion. In his opinion, it was the village who had tricked the Uchiha clan this time by using despicable means to prevent the Uchiha clan from taking the position of Naruto. Therefore, he believed that the Jishui clan would not side with the village anymore. The only thing to worry about is the personal relationship between Jishui and Fudame-sama. Therefore, for the sake of safety, he arranged another Manjikyu Uchiha in the clan to give Shinichi a secret mission, to keep an eye on Jishui 24 hours a day and prohibit Jishui from contacting Fudame-sama. Watching his trusted clansmen leave the study room one by one, Fuyue looked at the scenery outside the window and thought proudly, "I will definitely lead the Uchiha clan to create history." Early the next morning, Hyojin announced something unexpected in the capacity of Fudame-sama Naruto, that is, he created a new position that has never existed in the history of the village, Agent Naruto. This Agent Naruto sounded a bit like the Agent Naruto that Danzo had previously held, but in fact, they were two different things. Agent Naruto was still essentially Naruto, but it lacked some legitimacy. Just like the previous Danzo, he had the power of Naruto, but did not have the official title of Naruto, nor could he carve a portrait on Naruto Rock. Agent Naruto was a new position under Naruto, responsible for assisting Naruto in handling daily affairs. When Naruto was absent or unable to make an immediate decision, he would temporarily replace Naruto and perform Naruto's authority, and the authority belonged to Naruto's deputy. At the same time that the new position of Agent Naruto was announced, Hyojin appointed Kakashi as his Agent Naruto. The reason why Hyojin did this was because of the agreement he had with 3 generations. After all, the 100 million from the village was already in his pocket, and he had already spent a lot of it, so he couldn't get it back even if he wanted to. So, naturally, he had to keep his word. Secondly, it was really not suitable for him to stand in the front, and the identity of Naruto was too restrictive. Not only did it limit his freedom, but it also limited his bloodline snare plan. In Hyojin's mind, nothing was more important than the bloodline snare plan. If he could only choose between the position of Agent Naruto and the bloodline snare plan, then he wouldn't hesitate to continue to promote his bloodline snare plan. Because as long as he completes the bloodline snare plan and becomes the 3rd bloodline snare plan in the shinobi world after Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Yuki, then he can have whatever he wants, and he can change the shinobi world into whatever he wants. Therefore, without waiting for Naruto's faction to propose it, he consciously threw away the burden of Naruto, and for the first time, created a new position of Agent Naruto, so that Kakashi can perform Naruto's authority and help him deal with Naruto's affairs. After learning this news, Hokage-sama and the others were both surprised and relieved. In fact, the Naruto's faction was also somewhat worried that Hyojin would be greedy for the power of Naruto and refuse to fulfill the agreement with 3 generations. After all, not everyone can ignore the temptation of the position of Agent Naruto like Jiraiya and Tsunade. And disappointment of Hyojin obviously dispelled their doubts, and at the same time, it also made them think that the decision to push Hyojin to the position of Agent Naruto is correct. The other clans in the village didn't have too strong of a reaction to this, even the Hyuga clan. In fact, during the vote of confidence, the clans already knew that it was the decision of the Naruto's faction to push Hyojin to the position of 5th generation, so they are also very clear that the 5th generation Naruto Hyojin was forced to make a compromise by Naruto's faction after being forced by the Uchiha clan. What's more, the 4 generations Naruto, as a war hero, was not able to fully grasp the power of Naruto, and was also restricted by the Council of Elders headed by the 3 generations, not to mention Hyojin Naruto, the 5th generation Naruto of the Hyuga clan. Compared to the other ninja clans, the Uchiha clan who learned of this news had a different view. In the Uchiha clan's view, Hyojin was obviously doing this to prevent the village from losing Naruto after he, as Naruto, was suddenly attacked and beheaded. Therefore, the Uchiha clan had to change their deployment and included Kakashi, the newly appointed acting Naruto, as a key target in the first round of attacks. His priority was the same as Hyojin, the 5th generation Naruto. The first update is here. It's less than an hour before the end of the double monthly vote event. I implore the students who still have monthly votes to support me. Thank you. Iruka walked to Hyojin's side and respectfully asked, Naruto-sama, the assessment can begin. Looking at the students on the field, Hyojin gently nodded, well, then let's begin. Iruka nodded, then announced to the students on the field, this month's school assessment is a battle drill. Now I will announce the battle list. Hyuga Xianxia vs Lilac. Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. Ziyuan vs Yakumo Pomelo. Soon, after Iruka announced the battle list, the students began to compete with their respective opponents. Perhaps because of Naruto's presence, the students in the battle drill were full of enthusiasm. They all wanted to perform well in front of Hyojin. Looking at this scene, Hyojin smiled. Since he appointed Kakashi as Naruto's representative, he has thrown all the official duties of Naruto to Kakashi and the advisory elder group without any burden. On the other hand, he hid in the ninja school and became the headmaster of the ninja school. He took the initiative to disappear from people's sight. Even the shadow guards around him were sent to use side with the excuse of protecting his fiancée. Just like that, time passed day by day. Except for the Naruto rock that Hyojin was carving, which occasionally became a topic of discussion among the villagers, the topic of Hyojin Naruto, the 5th generation Naruto, had gradually begun to decrease. At the same time, the lively atmosphere of the Naruto election gradually dissipated as time went by. However, under the calm appearance of the village, there were turbulent undercurrents. The recent peace of the Uchiha clan not only did not make the village leaders feel at ease, but also made them realize that a storm was coming. For this reason, Naruto's faction held secret meetings every other day. In the first few meetings, Hyojin, the 5th generation Naruto, also attended, but gradually, he was too lazy to go, and the advisory group of elders obviously did not expect Hyojin to solve the problem of the Uchiha clan, so Hyojin's absence was not too much of a concern. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed, and the end of the month was approaching. Inside the Naruto building, Uchiha Izumi walked into Naruto's office nervously, and everyone in Naruto's office looked at her in an instant. At this time, Tsunade asked, Izumi, have you found out anything? Uchiha Izumi nodded her head, stuttering as she replied, the time of the clan's rebellion should be at the end of this month, it's very likely to be the night the 4 shadows left the village. 3 generations took a puff of the pipe and said faintly, so it's like this. When the other people in Naruto's office heard the exact news brought by Uchiha Izumi, their faces also became solemn. Although everyone had long expected that the Uchiha clan would rebel, when the day really came, everyone's mood was extremely complicated, not knowing whether what they were doing next was right or wrong. Seeing that everyone in the office had fallen into silence, Uchiha Izumi said with a sobbing tone, Is there really no way to save it? Sigh. Tsunade sighed softly and shook her head. Things had already developed to this point, and if they wanted to calm things down, one side had to admit defeat completely. Whether it was Naruto's faction or the Uchiha clan, it was obvious that they would not take the initiative to admit defeat. Xianxia did not have too many emotions, and asked bluntly, What about the deployment of the Uchiha clan's rebellion? Have you found out? Yes. Quan Uchiha Izumi nodded and recounted the information she had found out. When they heard that the Uchiha clan had not only set their eyes on my prison, but also hired a group of bounty ninjas and wandering warriors outside the village, everyone frowned. This time, the Uchiha clan's preparation was obviously more thorough than before. Kakashi said, If they really let those people into the village, it will be troublesome. Jiraiya echoed, Those prisoners, bounty ninjas, wandering warriors, and so on may not be very strong, but they are definitely capable of creating chaos. If we let them spread out and create chaos in the village, I'm afraid we will need to invest twice the number of people to quickly extinguish them. Asuma immediately said, How can we waste our manpower on these garbage? Zhuan Xiaochun said, This is exactly the brilliance of the Uchiha clan. Once these cannon fodder spread out, their damage to ordinary villagers will not be weaker than that of regular ninjas. If we don't disperse our forces to deal with these cannon fodder, the casualties of the village will be incalculable. After saying that, Zhuan Xiaochun turned to Three Generations and said, Hizen, we are too passive. Three Generations sighed. If Danzo was here, in the face of this situation, I'm afraid that the Uchiha clan would not be ready to take action. The village would have already taken the initiative to control the battle in the Uchiha clan's territory. Three Generations also understand that this is the safest approach at present, but preemptively striking before the Uchiha clan rebelled will undoubtedly bring about great consequences. With the current reputation of the Naruto clan, they can no longer afford such a huge loss of reputation. And this kind of thing, if no one proposes it, Three Generations also can't take the initiative to do so. After all, except for Danzo, no one present is willing to bear the blame of slaughtering the same village for no reason. Hearing that the situation is so unfavorable, Kuroto's hands and feet turned cold, and she was at a loss. She is not qualified to participate in secret meetings of this level, but because Hyojin, Naruto is often absent, she attended the meeting on behalf of Hyojin, and then privately conveyed the contents of the meeting to Hyojin. After all, no one is more suitable to represent Naruto than her, the fiancé of Naruto. It is precisely because she entered the identity of Naruto's wife that she was more nervous than the others when she learned about the storm that the village is about to encounter. Noticing Kuroto's nervousness, Tsunade quickly comforted her, Don't worry, everything will pass. At this time, Three Generations took out a document and handed it to Uchiha Izumi and said, This is the defense map of some of the village's institutions, you can take it back first. While the village inquired about the Uchiha clan through Uchiha Izumi, the Uchiha clan was also using Uchiha Izumi's identity as Tsunade's disciple to inquire about the village's intelligence. Therefore, Uchiha Izumi is actually a double agent, which is also the reason why she can freely enter and exit the Naruto building, because it is tacitly approved by the patriarch Fuyue. And in order for Uchiha Izumi to be able to inquire about the important information of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, the village will also give her some intelligence from time to time, and let her bring it back to the Uchiha clan to report, in exchange for the Uchiha clan's trust. Receiving the document handed over by Three Generations, Uchiha Izumi's heart was in a mess, and she thought in her heart, I may be the only Uchiha who betrayed the clan, is it really right for me to do this? If Itachi knows that I betrayed him, betrayed the clan, he will definitely not forgive me. In the Uchiha clan, Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi, the three kaleidoscopes of the Uchiha clan, met in an empty training ground. After confirming that there is no one around, Itachi said in a low voice, Naruto-sama sent a message, asking us to go to him tonight to report the deployment of the clan's rebellion. The second update is to thank everyone for their support in the double monthly vote event. At this time, I will ask for recommendation votes. Everyone has recommendation votes. It is not a difficult task. I hope everyone will support me. Also, I would like to thank the students who tipped yesterday. Thank you everyone. At night. After dealing with the affairs of the ninja school, Hyojin returned home alone. He then took out a Thunder Escape clone from his storage scroll. This Thunder Escape clone was the one Hyojin had cloned when he was developing the Type 2 biological armor. At that time, Hyojin had received 150 million from the village for eliminating Jishui and becoming Naruto. Coupled with the money he won from the bets, he was extremely rich. Therefore, when he was developing the Type 2 biological armor, he had cloned 5 Thunder Escape clones that were fused with Kakashi's cells. The one in front of him was the one with the best aptitude among the 5 Thunder Escape clones. In fact, the other 4 Thunder Escape clones were quite talented as well. However, for some unknown reason, the Earth Escape chakra attribute in their bodies was very strong as well. It was almost on par with the Thunder Escape chakra. Only the one in front of Hyojin was slightly better. Therefore, Hyojin brought this one out of the lab. TSK, I never thought that Kakashi would have such a high affinity with the Earth Element chakra. When he thought about the fact that he had spent a lot of money on cloning 4 of the 5 Thunder Escape clones, Hyojin's heart ached because the Earth Element chakra in their bodies was too strong. It was such a waste of money. Fortunately, there was still one that could be used. Therefore, his money was not spent in vain. After collecting his thoughts, Hyojin focused his attention on the Thunder Escape clone in front of him. Hairstyle is not within the scope of my cloning. How did this happen? The appearance of this Thunder Escape clone was very similar to Hyojin. The eye sockets were pure white eyes that lacked a spiritual body. However, the gray broom-like hair made Hyojin slightly speechless. After looking away from the Thunder Escape clone, Hyojin turned his attention back to the various Thunder Escape ninjutsu on the table. Since he became Naruto, Mai's ninjutsu archive was completely open to Hyojin. Other than some forbidden ninjutsu that he could not bring out of the archive, he could read and even take away the other ninjutsu at will. In addition, he had obtained various Thunder Escape ninjutsu from 4 generations Mizukage Goji, so the table in front of him was filled with all kinds of Thunder Escape ninjutsu. While looking through the Thunder Escape ninjutsu on the table, Hyojin was planning the development of the Thunder Escape ninjutsu. Lightning Release ninjutsu is actually very similar. In the original story, Kakashi developed Chidori and Sasuke perfected Chidori Flow, which already covers most of the ways to use Lightning Release ninjutsu. The first point is the development and application of Chidori ninjutsu. It is best to reach the extreme of Purple Lightning and the extreme of Kirin. The second point is the development and application of Chidori ninjutsu. It would be best to reach the extreme of Purple Lightning and the extreme of Kirin. The second point is to practice a bloodline limit that is related to Thunder Chakra. The third point is to explore the Thunder Chakra mode of Kumo, so that all parts of the body can completely adapt to Thunder Chakra. These 3 points are not difficult, but they are not easy either. For the practice of Chidori ninjutsu, Hyojin has the experience of Kakashi, the developer of Chidori ninjutsu. Therefore, as long as the aptitude of the Thunder clone is good enough, he is confident that he can develop Purple Lightning before Kakashi. It's just that without the help of Celestial Phenomenon, he is not sure whether he can use Kirin in his normal state. As for the development of the Bloodline Limit boundary, he had the experience of Ice Escape, Flame Escape, Magnetic Escape, Explosion Escape, and even the Dust Escape that represented Bloodline Elimination. Similarly, as long as there is no problem with the aptitude of the Thunder clone, it is not difficult to develop the Mist Release Bloodline Limit based on Thunder Chakra. The only difficulty is to develop the Lightning Release Chakra mode by himself. One must know that the Lightning Release Chakra mode is a secret technique of Kumo's Raikage clan, and it is not something that ordinary secret techniques can compare with. Fortunately, Hyojin has mastered the Tenseigan Chakra mode. This special chakra covers the whole body, stimulates the whole body, and greatly improves the overall combat ability. It can even be said that the Tenseigan Chakra mode is the advanced form of the Thunder Chakra mode. If Hyojin uses the Tenseigan Chakra mode as a template to deduce the Thunder Chakra mode, it is bound to be twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, Hyojin suddenly frowned. He noticed that someone is approaching. After becoming the 5th generation Naruto, the barrier team in the village carefully arranged a lot of perception barriers around Hyojin's small courtyard, so that Hyojin can easily perceive the situation around him. But it is very difficult for the outside world to perceive the situation in Hyojin's house. Coupled with Hyojin's identity as Naruto, no matter who it is, no one will directly break into Hyojin's house, so Hyojin directly studied the Thunder clone at home. Of course, there is one exception. Listening to the sound of footsteps going up the stairs, Hyojin quickly sealed the Thunder clone into the storage scroll and put away the various Thunder release ninjutsu scrolls on the table. Soon, Belle appeared at the door of Hyojin's bedroom. Hyojin smiled, "It's so late, why are you here?" Belle said with a worried look, "It's about the meeting." "About the meeting?" Startled for a moment, Hyojin casually said, "The contents of the meeting, didn't you already come to the ninja school and tell me about it at noon?" Belle said with a rare serious face, "Kuroto, I have seriously considered it, and I think you should move back to the clan for the next few days. After all, the people in the clan land are the clansmen of the Hyuga clan, it is much safer than here." The news brought by Uchiha Izumi in the morning scared Belle, making her deeply realize that the Uchiha clan is really trying their best to rebel this time. And as the Naruto of the village, Hyojin is undoubtedly the main target of the Uchiha clan. In the courtyard. Because of the arrival of Belle, the shadow guards, who were ordered by Hyojin to protect Belle, also followed Belle to the small courtyard of Hyojin's house and scattered around to guard the surroundings. Whoosh, suddenly, there was a sharp whistling sound, and 3 figures appeared in the courtyard of Suijin's residence. As the captain of the shadow guards, Red quickly appeared in front of the 3 figures and asked, "Who is it?" Before her voice fell, Red's pupils shrank rapidly because she recognized the 3 people who suddenly invaded Naruto's house in the middle of the night. It was Uchiha Jishue, Uchiha Shinichi, and Itachi Uchiha. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes. Everyone has this, it's just a small effort, please support me. When she saw the 3 intruders in front of her were Itachi Uchiha, the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Jishue and Uchiha Shinichi, the 2 kaleidoscopes of the Uchiha clan, Red's brain buzzed like a thunderclap. The Uchiha clan is rebelling. Tonight. Now. In an instant, Red realized that a shocking change was about to happen. As the captain of the shadow guards, she had analyzed and judged the situation in the village. Therefore, she knew very well that the Uchiha clan, which had missed the opportunity to become the young clan leader of the Naruto clan, could rebel at any time. As for the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan, he followed the 2 kaleidoscopes of the Uchiha clan to sneak into Naruto's mansion in the middle of the night. This was almost an announcement that the Uchiha clan had officially started their rebellion, swoosh swoosh. Almost at the same time, Red Bean, Gale, and Xian of the Shadow Guards landed in the courtyard and landed behind Red. After recognizing that the intruders were Uchiha Jishue, Uchiha Shinichi, and Itachi Uchiha, the 3 experts of the Uchiha clan, Red Bean, Gale, and Xian immediately made the same judgment as Red. Oh no, Naruto-sama is in danger. After letting out a cry in his heart, without waiting for Red to give the order, Red Bean, Gale, and Xian decisively changed their formation. Red Bean retreated in a flash while Gale and Xian drew their swords instantly. Without saying anything unnecessary, they activated the teleportation technique and pounced on the 3 Uchiha clan members who had sneaked in. At the same time, Red, who was the captain of the Shadow Guards, guessed her teammates' plan without turning her head. She raised her hand and formed a hand seal. Since they had rehearsed this kind of crisis beforehand, the 4 of them had a tacit understanding. The moment they recognized the intruders, they acted without any communication. The 4 of them knew very well that the 3 Uchiha clan members in front of them were the strongest combat power of the Uchiha clan. With the strength of their 4-man team, it was impossible for them to defeat them. Therefore, there was only one thing they had to do. The 3 of them launched a fierce attack to attract their attention and cover Red Bean to send a signal flare to Naruto in the house and the village. To Naruto and the village. This would buy some time for Naruto and the village to react. In their opinion, whether the village can successfully extinguish the rebellion of the Uchiha clan this time depends on whether they can successfully send a warning. While quickly forming hand seals, Red saw Gale and Xian slashing their swords towards the enemy from the left and right, so he thought to himself, Gale, Xian's attack should be able to cover me to launch the Genjutsu, and as long as I launch the Genjutsu, even if Uchiha Jishue and Uchiha Shinichi have Manjikyu Sharingan, I should be able to delay them for a few minutes. In Red's opinion, as long as they are given a few minutes, no, as long as they are given a few dozen seconds, it will be enough for Red Bean to send a warning flare to the air and inform Naruto in the house to evacuate. Once Naruto evacuates safely, the rebellion of the Uchiha clan will inevitably end in failure, just as all kinds of thoughts emerged in Red's mind, and when the hand seals were about to be completed, she was shocked to find that Gale and Xian, who were slashing their swords at the sneaking Uchiha, were actually holding their swords high in front of the enemy. How can this be? Red did not expect that the three of them did not even form hand seals, and easily used Jinjutsu to subdue Gale and Xian who were on guard. It doesn't matter, my Jinjutsu is completed. Red's face sank, and she shouted, secret technique, Thousand Phantom Sakura technique. Whoosh, at the moment when Red launched the Jinjutsu, a strong wind blew around, and countless cherry petals fluttered in the wind, sweeping the entire small courtyard, making everyone in the courtyard fall into a sea of petals. At this time, Red calmed down a little, and shouted, Red Bean, quickly release the signal flare. However, there was no response from Red Bean behind her, and there was no shrill whistle of the signal flare rising into the sky. Red turned around hurriedly, but there was no sign of Red Bean behind her. She looked around blankly, and realized that Gale, Xian, and even the three Uchiha who sneaked into the small courtyard had disappeared without a trace. In the entire small courtyard, in the entire sea of flowers, she was the only one left. While retreating in a flash, Red Bean paid close attention to the battlefield, and at the same time, she reached into the ninja bag at her waist and touched the signal flare that was specially provided to the shadow guards by the village. As long as this signal flare was fired, the village would immediately enter the highest state of combat readiness, and the surprise attack of the Uchiha clan tonight would be declared a failure. However, the moment she took out the signal flare from the ninja bag, she found that the black eyes of Itachi Uchiha had turned into a horrifying scarlet red, and Gale and Xian were stunned at the same time. No matter how hard they tried, they could not swing their swords down. There was a trace of panic in Red Bean's heart. Suddenly, she heard the low voice of Red activating the illusion technique, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she keenly noticed that Red, who had activated the illusion technique, also fell into a sluggish state and froze on the spot. Illusion rebound. Red Bean, who was a disciple of Orochimaru, immediately realized something, and the movements of her hands became more rapid. Taking out the signal flare, unsealing it, and raising it high into the air, the whole process only took Red Bean a few seconds, and she completed it in one go. However, just as Red Bean was about to fire the signal flare in her hand, a figure flashed in front of her, and at the same time, a gentle voice rang in her ears, Red Bean Senpai, please don't be nervous. So fast, it's Jishui. The moment she saw the scarlet eyes of the person, Red Bean did not even have time to identify who it was before she lost control of her body, and only one thought flashed in her mind, damn it, we can't even send out the signal flare. Kuroto, run. At this time, Uchiha Shinichi's lazy voice resounded in the courtyard, hey, although it's just for show, aren't they a bit too outrageous? How can they get the allowance of the shadow guards with just this? I can do this job too. Jishui said, don't talk nonsense, let's go in. At this time, Jishui was also a little confused. In the past, when they secretly reported to Hyojin, Hyojin would send away the shadow guards, but she did not know why Hyojin did not send away the shadow guards today. Itachi turned off his Sharingan and silently passed by Gale and Xian, who were standing on the spot with their long swords raised high, as well as Red, who was trapped in his own illusion. Shinichi curled his lips and hurriedly followed after Seiji. Seeing Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi enter Hyojin's house one by one, Red Bean, who was bound by the illusion, was extremely anxious. Although she knew that Hyojin was the best among their peers, facing the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the two kaleidoscope Uchiha, no matter how strong Hyojin was, it would be difficult for him to resist. Moreover, the three of them had launched a surprise attack in the middle of the night, so Red Bean's heart was dead for a moment. Secondly, I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. It's just a small effort, please support me. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts yesterday, thank you everyone. In Hyojin's bedroom. Seeing that Hyojin still didn't care much, you blurted out anxiously, Hyojin, this matter is really serious, even if you move to the clan's land, no one will look down on you. Obviously, you thought that Hyojin refused to move to the clan's land because he was worried about his face. If it was in the past, she would never say such words to Hyojin. She knows very well that men sometimes value face more than life, not to mention that Hyojin is now Naruto. Face not only represents himself, but also represents the Hyuga clan and the entire My village. It's just that after attending the high-level secret meeting of the village today, she realized that the rebellion of the Uchiha clan is imminent, so she spoke without thinking. After speaking, she looked at Hyojin a little timidly, afraid that Hyojin would be angry. Hyojin just smiled gently. Since you are so worried, then I will listen to you. You quickly said, really? She knows that Hyojin looks very easy to talk to on the surface, but in fact, he is the kind of person who will go forward and never flinch once he is determined to do something, so her heart was full of surprise. Hyojin nodded lightly. He thought about it carefully. It seems to be more convenient to move to the clan's land. At this moment, the sound of someone going upstairs came from the corridor, and it sounds like there is more than one person. Listening to the sound of the other party going upstairs without any disguise, you didn't think much, but looked at Hyojin with some doubts. Hyojin, it's so late, why are there guests at home? Hyojin responded casually, well, it's a few subordinates who came to report the progress of the work. He had already noticed the brief fight in the yard just now, so before the footsteps came, he knew that Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi had arrived and quietly solved his shadow guards. Before Hyojin could explain further, Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi walked into the room. After seeing the identity of the person, Ling was like a tigress protecting her cubs. She immediately took out her kunai and stood in front of Hyojin. She shouted excitedly, Hyojin, run! Uchiha had become Belle's nightmare during this period of time, not to mention that the one who appeared here in the middle of the night was the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, as well as the two kaleidoscope Uchiha. From Ling's point of view, this was equivalent to Uchiha officially starting a rebellion. Hyojin smiled and placed his hand on Belle's shoulder. Don't be nervous. I summoned them. At the same time, Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi half knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to Hyojin. Naruto-sama. This? Belle froze on the spot, her face filled with disbelief. Patting Belle's shoulder lightly, Hyojin said, go down and call Red and the others up. Remember, don't make any noise. But, pointing at the three Uchiha half kneeling on the ground, Belle wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. She was at a loss. The scene in front of her was simply too strange. The young patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the two kaleidoscope Uchiha listened to Hyojin's order and came to report in the middle of the night. It was unbelievable. She even suspected that she had been controlled by Uchiha's illusion. But after checking secretly, she was sure that she was not under the illusion. She also used Byakugan to observe Hyojin and found that Hyojin was not under the illusion either. Kuroto smiled, don't just stand there, hurry up and go. Out of trust in Suijin, you finally suppressed the various suspicions in her heart and came to the small courtyard. While dispelling the genjutsu of the 4 shadow guards, she also brought the shadow guards into the house. Following behind Belle, Red and the others were extra vigilant. They didn't relax their vigilance just because the 3 Uchiha Shinichi, and Itachi respectfully knelt in front of Suijin, because through the battle just now, they have already realized the power of the Uchiha genjutsu, so just like you, they are also wondering if they are still under the control of a genjutsu, and even if Suijin is also under the control of the genjutsu. Hyojin just glanced at Belle and the shadow guards and guessed their thoughts. But Hyojin was too lazy to explain anything and directly asked Jishui, how did Fuyue deploy? Jishui didn't get up and directly began to explain the deployment of the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Listening to Jishui's narration, whether it was Belle or the 4 shadow guards, the surprise on their faces became more and more obvious. Slowly, they even unconsciously opened their mouths. Because the information provided by Jishui is too detailed. For example, the person in charge of raiding the Mai prison was the elite Jonin Uchiha Yusuke, the person in charge of recruiting bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen was the elite Jonin Uchiha Hikaru, the person in charge of raiding the various facilities of the village was the elite Jonin Uchiha Kiwa, and the raid on the Naruto building was led by Patriarch Uchiha Fuyue. Not only that, but the personnel configuration of each team, the time of action, and even the secret code of the contact, Jishui also explained one by one. Not to mention the 4 shadow guards who didn't know anything about this. Even Belle, who had participated in the high-level secret meeting of the village during the day, was stunned at this moment, because the information revealed by Jishui is far more comprehensive and detailed than the information that Uchiha Izumi has inquired. When the several people who were in shock were about to crash, Hyojin asked leisurely, "Is that all?" Listening to Hyojin's words, Belle and several members of the Shadow Guards were speechless. If all these deployments of the Uchiha clan are really realized, then they don't need to think about it to know that it will be a disaster. But listening to Hyojin's tone, it seems that the deployment of the Uchiha clan's rebellion is too simple. Itachi reported at this time, "Naruto-sama, listening to my father's tone, I'm afraid that a third party will intervene on the night of the rebellion, and my father repeatedly emphasized in the meeting that we don't need to worry about the Hyuga clan, so I suspect that this third party who intervenes is very likely to be related to the Hyuga clan, and they will make a move against the Hyuga clan that night." As soon as she heard Hyuga clan, Belle instinctively became nervous and analyzed the secrets hidden in the intelligence provided by Itachi. The 4 members of the Shadow Guards looked at each other and saw an indescribable blankness in each other's eyes. Because listening to the scene of Itachi Uchiha, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, confessing his father's rebellion plan to Hyojin was too weird and absurd. "First, I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Is everything in front of us really reality? Or are we trapped in another layer of illusion?" This weird and creepy thought suddenly surged in the hearts of the 4 Shadow Guards, making them repeatedly examine themselves to check whether there is any abnormality in their chakra. The fish has taken the bait. Unlike the others, Hyojin slightly raised the corners of his mouth after listening to the information provided by Itachi. The third force that Itachi mentioned is the fish that Hyojin wants to catch this time, and from the information provided by Itachi, in the face of the chaos caused by the rebellion of the Uchiha clan, the fish really can't help it. At this time, Itachi, who pondered for a moment, asked, "Naruto-sama, do we need to put out this rebellion in advance?" Jishui also looked at Hyojin, waiting for Hyojin's reply. With the situation developing to this point, Shursui and Itachi, who are both Uchiha clansmen, are also unable to calm down. On one side is their beloved village, on the other side is their beloved clan, and on the other side is their beloved Uchiha clan. Sandwiched in the middle, the two of them are really out of breath. In contrast, Shinichi, who has relatively indifferent feelings for the village and clan, is more open-minded. From the perspective of a bystander, Shinichi feels that the rebellion of the clan is extremely ridiculous. Not to mention that the success rate of rebellion is infinitely zero. Even if the clan succeeds by luck and seizes the power of the village, after the war, their strength will be greatly damaged, and the village will be destroyed. What can they use to resist the Akatsuki organization? Seeing Itachi and Jishui staring at him eagerly, Hyojin shook his head. "No, I need this rebellion." Not only Jishui and Itachi, but even you and the 4 Shadow Guards on the side were taken aback and looked at Hyojin in confusion. Hyojin said, "There is indeed a third-party force hidden in the dark, and I can confirm that their target is the Hyuga clan and the village." Itachi was the first to react. "You want to use the rebellion of the Uchiha clan to lure them out?" Hyojin gently nodded. "That's right. The other party is very cautious. That's why I need a rebellion. A rebellion that can make them feel at ease." Jishui hesitated and said, but, raising his hand to interrupt Jishui, Hyojin continued in a flat tone, "This time, the rebellion that your Uchiha clan wants to launch is not driven by one person, nor is it driven by a group of people. It is the anger and hostility of your entire clan. It was your entire Uchiha clan that wanted to start this rebellion." Listening to Hyojin's calm words, Jishui and Itachi's faces were pale and dejected. This was because they knew that Hyojin was telling the truth. In the current family, except for a few moderates, everyone else had become radicals. This is a rebellion with a high degree of unity from top to bottom, not the result of 1 or 2 careerists instigated by 1 or 2 ambitious people. Watching Hyojin talking to the top powerhouses of the Uchiha clan, Yu was suddenly fascinated. She tilted her head and thought, "This is Naruto. It turns out that everything is under the control of Kuroto." The 4 members of the Shadow Guards looked at each other at this moment. Looking at the current situation, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the 2 Manjikyu Sharingan in the clan seemed to have secretly joined Hyojin and become Hyojin's eyes. But aren't they the highest level of the Uchiha clan? The contradiction between reality and cognition in front of them caused the four people's minds to fall into chaos. At this time, Itachi seemed to have made up his mind. He knelt down on his knees and kowtowed in front of Hyojin, and pleaded, "Naruto-sama, I am willing to be the blade in your hand, please let Sasuke go." Shinichi also couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are you really going to kill them all?" Hyojin froze for a moment and asked in confusion, "Who told you that I'm going to kill them all?" Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi suddenly looked at Hyojin. "What are you thinking in your heads?" This time, it was Hyojin who was a little speechless. He really didn't understand why the Uchiha always liked to think of things in extreme ways. Seeing that things seemed to have turned around, Itachi said happily, "Naruto-sama, how are you going to deal with this rebellion? The anger and hostility of the Uchiha clan must be vented, otherwise, it will always be a time bomb." After a pause, Hyojin continued, "And what I want to do is to give your Uchiha clan a failure that will be unforgettable to your entire clan." Hyojin's theory is not something he made up casually. History has proved many times that the best way to make the Uchiha clan obedient is not to reason with them or talk about feelings, but to beat them up. In the past, the Uchiha clan was beaten by the Senju clan, so when Uchiha Madara proposed to separate the clan from Mai, no one in the clan supported Uchiha Madara, the patriarch who had opened the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so Uchiha Madara had to leave alone. In the original time and space, the way Naruto finally made Sasuke obedient was also by beating Sasuke. It can be said that Sasuke vividly displayed the characteristics of the Uchiha clan. The reason why Hyojin can make Jishui and Itachi worship him is also because of his strong strength. As for Shinichi, he became obedient after being beaten by Hyojin. Perhaps, this is the fetter of the Uchiha clan. I will inform you later on how to do it. Waving his hand, Hyojin said to Jishui and the others, "Well, it's getting late. You can go back first." "Yes." After getting a satisfactory answer from Hyojin, Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi responded in unison. Until the figures of Jishui, Shinichi, and Itachi disappeared into the shadows outside the courtyard, the four shadow guards in the room still did not react. Red scratched her head and said, "Naruto-sama, just now, this is the top secret of the village. Don't leak it." As Hyojin said, he smiled strangely. Now that he has become Naruto, he can already define what the top secret of the village is. Listening to Hyojin's order, Red and the others nodded subconsciously and then said, "But just now, Hyojin looked at Red and said, "What are you trying to say? Didn't you see it just now? The three of them don't want to see a war break out in the village, so they chose the village's side." Red said with a conflicted face, "I understand the reason, but Itachi Uchiha is the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan. And Uchiha Jishui and Uchiha Shinichi are the kaleidoscopes of the Uchiha clan. Why would they betray themselves?" Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday. Thank you everyone. Looking at the faces of the four shadow guards that were filled with surprise, doubt, and even confusion, Hyojin curled his lips and said, "What's so strange about this? It's because they are Uchiha." "Because they are Uchiha?" Red was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why, but she found that she couldn't find any reason to refute. It was as if the three words Uchiha were enough to explain everything. Because when she thought about it carefully, she found that no matter what outrageous things the Uchiha clan did, she wouldn't be too surprised. Glancing at the four shadow guards again, Hyojin said in a stern tone, "Tonight's matter is of great importance. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leak it to anyone, not even the advisory elder group or your family members. Do you understand?" Bell's sudden arrival tonight was indeed out of Hyojin's expectations. Jishui and the others who came to report bumped into the shadow guards who were protecting Bell. Fortunately, Hyojin was now Naruto, so it was easy for him to give a gag order to his shadow guards. "Yes." The four shadow guards hurriedly knelt on one knee and responded in unison. Although they respected Hyojin in the past, in their hearts, Hyojin, the fifth-generation Naruto, was just a small boat on the cusp of the storm. In the face of the approaching storm of Uchiha clan, not only was he badly battered, but he was also powerless to deal with it. But after experiencing the scene just now, they understood that everything was under Hyojin's control. The rebellion that seemed like a disaster to them was just a small mess that Hyojin, the Naruto, could quell with a flip of his hand. Hyojin even used this rebellion of Uchiha to lay out a bigger plan. This made the 4 members of the Shadow Guard sincerely convinced of Kuroto. The direct outward manifestation was that they were even more respectful towards Hyojin in their speech and actions. They regarded Hyojin as the true helmsman of the 3 generations, Naruto. After that, Hyojin ordered, "You're dismissed." Soon, the 4 members of the Shadow Guard quietly left the room one by one and returned to their duty in the courtyard. After the Shadow Guard left the room, Belle asked in confusion, "Jean, why did you hide this from the village?" "You don't know, Sandaime and the others have been worrying about the Uchiha rebellion every day." "Worried?" With a light snort, Hyojin muttered, "Isn't this the mess they created? Everything needs to be done in moderation. Naruto is already the turn of the 5th generation. It's good to let Uchiha have fun and be a tool for Naruto. They deserve to worry every day for doing things so ruthlessly." With the pressure gone, Belle, who was much more relaxed, stared at Hyojin with admiration. "I don't think the village did anything wrong. You are the most suitable candidate for the 5th generation." As Hyojin took off the Naruto robe, he chuckled and said, "This Naruto was given to me by the village because they had no other choice. It was used to prevent Uchiha from ascending the throne. Their real choice was Kakashi." Belle pouted and said, "But Kakashi lost." "Yes, it is because Kakashi lost that things became like this. Do you think that Konoha deliberately humiliated the Uchiha and forced them to rebel?" "That's right." After a pause, Hyojin said, "Kakashi lost a battle that he couldn't lose, and the village refused to admit defeat. In the end, they could only let me, the new Naruto, take the blame. It's reasonable for me to collect some labor fees, right?" Belle was confused. "Labor fees?" Hyojin sat down and said seriously, "Yes, I'm going to outsource the work of suppressing the rebellion." The more Belle listened, the more confused she became. She asked hurriedly, "Outsource? But you are Naruto. How can you outsource the work of suppressing the rebellion? This is too Naruto?" Hyojin snorted again. Now the power of the village was still in the hands of the advisory elder group. Hyojin didn't really care about that, but the financial power was also in the hands of the advisory elder group, which made him a little unhappy. Yes, he was very unhappy, but it couldn't be helped. Not to mention him, the 5th generation Naruto, even Tsunade, the 5th generation Naruto, who had a stronger background in the original time and space, was also restrained when facing the advisory elder group who was weaker. And in the advisory elder group that Hyojin faced, there were not only the 3 generations, but also the 2 Sannin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Whether it was the overall prestige or the overall strength, they were much stronger than the advisory elder group that Tsunade faced in the original time and space. As if thinking of something, Belle said, "But didn't Itachi, Jishui, and Shinichi stand on our side just now? With them, it should be easy to suppress the rebellion." Hyojin quickly said, "That's why we have to hide this matter from the village. If it's too easy, it's not easy to negotiate the price." Belle looked around with a guilty conscience, then lowered her voice and asked, "Kuroto, is it not good for us to deceive the village like this?" Hyojin said seriously, "The trouble was caused by the village, and I, the scapegoat of the Naruto, solved this storm with the minimum casualties, the minimum price, and the minimum impact, so what's the big deal about the labor fees? You calculate it yourself, if the rebellion launched by the Uchiha clan really affects the whole village, how many casualties will the village suffer? I'm afraid the compensation for the casualties will be an astronomical figure." Belle nodded, "Well, what you said makes sense." As a senior member of the My Hospital, Belle is very clear about the compensation for the casualties of the village. It can be said that in the area of compensation, the rich My village is the best among the 5 great ninja villages. Therefore, if the rebellion of the Uchiha clan really affects the whole village, then even if the village can successfully suppress the rebellion in the end, I'm afraid that they will have to pay a lot of money. The next day, in Naruto's office, Kakashi asked in surprise, "What, Amatsukumi's Homosubi found you privately? What did he say to you?" Not only Kakashi, after listening to Hyojin's story, 3 generations, Xianxia, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others in the office also looked at Hyojin. Belle was also surprised. Although she knew that Hyojin wanted to outsource the rebellion, she didn't expect that Hyojin would outsource the work to the famous Amatsukami. She didn't even dare to determine whether Hyojin really contacted Amatsukami or not. Hyojin's expression was gloomy, and he said with some difficulty, "Those guys want to interfere in the affairs of our village." 3 generations took a deep breath of their pipe and asked calmly, "What do they want?" Hyojin said, "They seem to know the intention of the Uchiha clan to rebel, and they are willing to accept employment to help us suppress the rebellion of the Uchiha clan." 3 generations asked, "How did you answer?" "Humph, how can I agree to such an unreasonable request?" After snorting angrily, Hyojin looked at the expressions of the people in the office. "What's more, the price they proposed is too outrageous, asking for 200 million, isn't this a joke? I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes." As soon as Kuroto finished speaking, he quietly observed the people in the office, silently evaluating their reaction to the offer of 200 million ryo in his heart. 200 million? The 3 generations furrowed their brows but soon relaxed. Xianxia, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others were also deep in thought. Their expressions were more of surprise than anything else, but Hyojin wasn't sure whether they were surprised by Amatsukami's interference in the village's affairs or the offer of 200 million. Kakashi, with one hand supporting his chin, thought for a moment and said, "I think we can consider it." Jiraiya nodded and echoed, "Yes, with Amatsukami's help, we can minimize our losses. Although the commission of 200 million is a little high, it's not unacceptable." Xianxia said, "If the battle can be limited to the Uchiha clan's territory and not let the battle spread to other areas of the village, I also agree to cooperate with Amatsukami." Listening to the discussion of the elders, Hyojin was secretly delighted, but on the surface, he looked surprised. "What do you mean? Are we going to agree with Amatsukami?" The several consulting elders looked at each other and then turned their heads to the side, avoiding Kuroto's inquisitive gaze. "My village itself was a ninja organization that accepted all kinds of employment, so if my village hired other organizations, it would be a sign of weakness." As the elders of the village, they were naturally embarrassed to admit such a thing. Kakashi rubbed his nose awkwardly and explained, "Kuroto, there are some things you may not understand, but the village has actually cooperated with Amatsukami before, so you know, it was the first time she saw the elders admit that the village's combat power was insufficient." Yu, who was eager to cooperate with Amatsukami, felt her worldview turn upside down. She murmured, "But isn't Armai the leader of the 5 great ninja villages? Isn't it the winner of the 3 shinobi wars? Why do we need to hire other shinobi?" As Yu-sensei, Tsunade no longer hid anything and directly told you, after the rise of Akatsuki and Amatsukami, the 5 great ninja villages have actually lost control of the shinobi world. Don't talk about this in the village, but you must know this in your heart. The fact that the 5 great ninja villages can no longer compete with Akatsuki and Amatsukami is well known to the highest level, but only the middle and lower level ninjas as well as the ordinary people don't have a clear understanding of this. Because Yu is a medical ninja, Tsunade didn't tell her too much about these cruel facts before, but now that Yu is not only her disciple, but she is also the fiancée of Naruto Fudame, she doesn't need to hide these things anymore. Kakashi stepped forward and persuaded Hyojin, "Kuroto, I know that you are very unwilling, but the current situation in the shinobi world is no longer the same as the 3rd shinobi war. We must cooperate with Amatsukami, and we must pay this sum of money." At this time, 3 generations knocked his pipe on the coffee table and said in a deep voice, "We are not the only party that Amatsukami can cooperate with. If we refuse them, it is very likely that they will be pushed to the side of Uchiha, and things will become troublesome at that time. Therefore, what Kakashi said is right, Kuroto, we must pay this sum of money." Tsunade also persuaded Hyojin, "The 2 Homusubi of Amatsukami are originally from Uchiha clan, and if we refuse them, it is very likely that they will lean towards Uchiha clan, and things will become troublesome at that time. Therefore, Kakashi is right, Kuroto, we must pay this sum of money." Jiraiya patted Hyojin's shoulder and said, "Kuroto, now is not the time to throw a tantrum." Looking at the crowd surrounding him and persuading him, Hyojin opened his mouth but didn't know what to say for a while, so he just nodded and said, Okay then." He thought that it would take a lot of persuasion to get this 200 million yen business done. But he didn't expect that the advisory elder group would be worried that Amatsukami would lean towards the Uchiha clan, so not only did they agree, but they also tried to persuade him instead, which really made him a little dumbfounded. Hey, if this business is settled, then the funds for repairing the Sky Fortress will be settled. The reason why Hyojin hasn't repaired the damage to the Sky Fortress is because the funds needed to repair it are too huge, and the funds he has at hand are invested in the research and development of the bioarmor, which is why it has been delayed until now. The environment of the Sky Fortress is the extremely humid sea clouds. Without the protection of the outer enchantment, the water vapor in the sea clouds will seriously corrode the overall structure of the Sky Fortress. If it continues to be delayed like this, then sooner or later there will be a big problem. At this time, the three generations said in a deep voice, but we can't give away the 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, we must make this clear to Amatsukami. The rest of the advisory elder group nodded one after another. With the current medical ninjutsu, it is not difficult to transplant Sharingan, so the 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is a very important strategic resource. Tsunade said with some worry, Sensei, you said that Amatsukami is helping us to quell the rebellion, is it possible that they are thinking about the Manjikyu Sharingan? 3 generations nodded and said, I can't rule out this possibility. Kakashi, who has a deep understanding of the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, immediately said to Hyojin, Kuroto, if Amatsukami sends someone to contact you again, you'd better inform us immediately. Hyojin nodded and said, okay. Except for the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in Fuyua's eye sockets, which Hyojin is considering whether to take advantage of this opportunity to directly snatch it, the Manjikyu Sharingan of the other people is obviously not within the scope of consideration. But the village doesn't know about Hyojin's arrangement, so Hyojin can use this point to negotiate a price with the village. He believes that the village is very willing to pay for the safety of the 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in Jishui and Shinichi's eye sockets. This time, I must make as much money as possible. The cloning of the young release clone is not as easy as the cloning of the 5-element clones, I need to accumulate more savings. Hyojin secretly made up his mind. With the experience of developing the bioarmor, he is very clear that if the fusion target of the young release clone is the Hashirama cells, then the difficulty of cloning the young release clone will be very high. Because the Hashirama cells are the most aggressive cell tissue he has ever seen, when developing the bioarmor, he had to use a lot of sealing techniques to keep the bioarmor in a relatively stable state. Obviously, the Hashirama cells can't use sealing techniques to clone the young release clone, so how to solve the invasive nature of the Hashirama cells is a very complicated problem. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday, thank you everyone. The next day, Hyojin, who had made up his mind, put forward a new offer to the village on the pretext of Amatsukami's private contact. The previous 200 million Ryo commission remains the same, but if Mai wants to ensure the 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, he will have to pay an additional commission. Regarding this proposal of Amatsukami, the advisory elder group has no objection. The value of the Manjikyu Sharingan has long been known in the shinobi world. If spending some money can ensure that the 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan will not leak out, then for the village, it will definitely be a profitable deal. The only dissatisfaction of the advisory elder group is that Hyojin didn't inform them in time to let them directly participate in the negotiations with Amatsukami. In this regard, Hyojin's explanation is that the members of Amatsukami come and go without a trace, and he can't do anything about it. In the blink of an eye, the day of the 4 Kages leaving Mai and returning to their respective shinobi villages has finally arrived. Early in the morning, the 4 Kages and their entourage left Mai through a secret passage and came to a remote grove outside the village. On Mai's side, 5th generation Naruto, Hyojin, and all the members of the advisory elder group participated in this farewell. In the grove, the 3 generations took the opportunity of saying goodbye to the 4 Kages one by one to discuss something. Hyojin, who was wearing Naruto's robe, stood on the side and activated his Byakugan, looking around casually. Soon, he seemed to have found something, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then he quietly closed his Byakugan. During his observation just now, he found a ninja cat in the distance. The ninja cat is very cunning, and its chakra is almost restrained to the extreme. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary wild cat. If Hyojin hadn't been prepared, he would have most likely been deceived by it. There is no doubt that this cunning ninja cat should be a spy sent by the Uchiha clan to monitor the whereabouts of the four Kages. To the Uchiha clan, the existence of the four shadows was a huge obstacle to their rebellion. Because the four Kage not only have extremely strong combat power, but they are also accompanied by the elite jonin of their respective villages, many of which are Kage-level experts. With such a force that could not be ignored in the village, the Uchiha clan naturally would not act rashly. However, the Uchiha clan was very clear that the four Kage wouldn't stay in the village for long. After all, the purpose of this assembly of the five Kage was to discuss how to deal with Danzo, who had carried out the bloodline fusion ritual without permission. However, the target Danzo had already vanished without a trace for several months, and not even a trace of him could be found. Naturally, the assembly of the five Kage naturally couldn't continue. Not long after, the four shadows finished bidding their farewells and led their entourages away in a hurry. At this time, Kakashi walked to Hyojin's side and said in a low voice, "The plan is going smoothly. The Uchiha clan has already noticed that the four shadows have led their people out of the village." Hyojin nodded. The departure of the four shadows this time was a trap laid by the village from the beginning to the end. Long before the vote of confidence, the three generations had used the vote of confidence to delay time and privately negotiated with the four shadows one by one. After paying a certain price, they obtained the support of the four shadows. For the four shadows, under the huge threat of the Akatsuki organization, they don't want Mai to be destroyed due to internal strife. Therefore, the two sides hit it off and came up with the plan of luring the snake out of its hole. The four shadows pretended to leave, luring the Uchiha clan to rebel, and then the village cooperated with the return of the four shadows to suppress the Uchiha clan justifiably, reducing casualties to a minimum. It is also because of the agreement with the four shadows that the village has the confidence to suppress the Uchiha clan in the vote of confidence. Seeing that Hyojin still seems to have doubts, Kakashi thought that he is still worried about the Uchiha clan's rebellion, so he comforted him, "Don't worry. This time the village has the support of the Four Shadows and Amatsuki organization, so we will be able to successfully quell the rebellion, and with Jishui's wisdom, after the general situation is settled, he will not resist stubbornly, so there is still a chance for the Uchiha clan to turn around." Hyojin turned his head and asked, "Did you bring the message I told you?" "I have told the four generations laying to be careful on the road." After a pause, Kakashi continued, "They won't go too far, they will come back in the afternoon, and the route is also confidential, so there shouldn't be any problem." "I hope so," Hyojin said softly. In the matter of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, it can be said that in addition to the Uchiha clan itself, other forces are taking this opportunity to set up a trap. Tonight's drama is undoubtedly a game within a game, and it is still difficult to say who will laugh in the end. But Hyojin has always been cautious, and it has become his habit to think about the worst-case scenario in advance, so after pondering for a while, he directly used the identity of Naruto to order Kakashi, "In the evening, after the shinobi school is over, you secretly send Naruto and Fu to Mount Myaboku to hide." Listening to Hyojin's arrangement of the 9 tails as Jinchuriki and the 7 tails as Jinchuriki, Kakashi immediately said, "You are worried that the Akatsuki organization will also intervene in the Uchiha clan's rebellion tonight? But with Amatsukumi's participation, there shouldn't be any problem, right?" The village did arrange for the 2 Jinchuriki to take refuge, but they only arranged for them to stay in the underground shelter, and they didn't think of sending them to Mount Myaboku. Hyojin said in a deep voice, "Amatsukumi is not omnipotent. Kuroto, Amatsukumi is actually much stronger than what was described in the report, especially their leader Yama, who can completely suppress the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato." After a pause, Kakashi said, "But your worry is also reasonable, I will go and discuss it with Jiraiya-sama." After Kakashi left, Hyojin's eyes gradually darkened. For him, the current variables are the Akatsuki organization, Otsutsuki samurai, and Orochimaru, and among these 3 parties, the probability of Akatsuki organization's intervention is the highest, so just in case, he must strengthen the protection of all the Jinchuriki. Therefore, Hyojin secretly informed the 3 tails Jinchuriki, Yugura, and Yugura to prepare for a surprise attack from Akatsuki organization, while the 6 tails Jinchuriki is currently hiding in the Land of Water, and even Yugura and Hyojin don't know his whereabouts. As for the 7 tails Jinchuriki and the 9 tails Jinchuriki, both Naruto and Hyojin have also made arrangements. The only one that Hyojin can't arrange is the Cloud Village's Jinchuriki, Chalabi, so he just asked Kakashi to pass a message to the 4 generations Laying and Chalabi, telling them to be careful on the road. As for how much Laying and Chalabi listened, Hyojin doesn't know, and he doesn't know if his worry is unnecessary or not. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In the evening, there was only a faint yellow glow of the setting sun on the horizon. As the sky got darker and darker, the students who had finished their training for the day packed up their ninja tools and left the school in groups of 2s and 3s. Unlike other students, Sasuke was not in a hurry to leave. The recent strange atmosphere in the clan's land made him not want to go back too early, and the fact that his father and Naruto's position had missed made him even more eager to improve his strength and regain the glory of the Uchiha clan in the future Naruto's position. At this moment, Jiraiya appeared in front of Sasuke with Naruto and Fu. Sasuke quickly stepped forward and respectfully saluted, "Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya rubbed Sasuke's head and said with a smile, "Come with me." Sasuke glanced at Naruto and Fu and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" "Mount Myaboku." With that, Jiraiya led the 3 children out of the ninja school. Protecting Sasuke is the condition that Uchiha Izumi agreed to act as a double agent for the village. Because she knows that Sasuke is Itachi's beloved brother, Jiraiya temporarily decided to send Sasuke, Naruto, and Fu to Mount Myaboku together, so that Sasuke, the current contractor of Mount Myaboku, can stay away from the rebellion of the Uchiha clan and the affairs of the village. Inside the Uchiha clan's land. Compared to usual, the streets of the clan's land are particularly deserted, and the shops on both sides of the street have closed early, leaving only a few scattered Uchiha clansmen walking on the street. In the clan leader's mansion, there were fully armed clansmen of the Uchiha clan. There were so many of them that it was as if all the Uchiha who had opened their eyes had gathered here. The jonins of the Uchiha clan were all crowded in the main hall of the mansion, eagerly waiting for the Uchiha Fuyue to issue the order to change the fate of the Uchiha clan. Swish, with the sound of wind breaking, an Uchiha clansman appeared outside the hall in a flash and reported, "Chief, it has been confirmed that the 4 shadows and their entourage have left the village early in the morning. However, the people we sent to follow them have been shaken off one by one." In the hall. After hearing the news that the 4 Kage and their entourage had all left the village, Uchiha's jonins immediately rubbed their hands. For him, the last obstacle no longer exists. Sitting in the main seat, Fuyue's face sank, he frowned, losing the trace of the 4 shadows made him a little uneasy. Uchiha analyzed, now that the Akatsuki organization is so rampant, the 4 shadows will be extra careful when they return to the village. It is normal that the people we sent were shaken off by them. In the end, Fugaku nodded and agreed with Uchiha Kuroto's judgment. "Chief, give the order." "Yes, Chief, please give the order. It's time for us to fight back. It's time to settle the previous accounts with those bastards." The Uchiha's jonins in the hall were clamoring, the anger in their hearts has been suppressed for too long. At this time, it is like a volcano that is about to erupt, unstoppable. Looking at the crowd of excited clansmen, Fuyue stood up and said loudly, "Mai was created by our noble Uchiha, it belongs to our Uchiha clan." "Yes. What Chief said is right. Mai belongs to us." The Uchiha's jonins shouted and echoed. Fuyue's sharp eyes swept through the clansmen, "But for the past few decades, we have been treated unfairly. Our clan's land has been moved to the corner of the village again and again, and the village is weak. Rotten elders still do not give up, still trying to exclude us. This time in the Naruto election, they used despicable tricks to humiliate us." Listening to Fuyue's words, the Uchiha's jonins' face all turned red, a boundless hostility gathered in their hearts. "It's time to change all this. Tonight I will launch a revolution, take back the power and glory that belongs to our noble Uchiha clan, and send all those rotten guys who ride on our heads to the grave." As Fuyue said, he opened the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets and shouted, "Are you willing to follow me?" The Uchiha's jonin in the hall knelt on one knee and replied in unison, "Chief, we are willing to follow you to take back the power and glory that belongs to our Uchiha clan." Nodding with satisfaction, Fuyue began to give orders. "Yusuke, you set off immediately, attack the prison at the appointed time, and release the prisoners inside." "Yes." Yusuke Uchiha bowed and accepted the order. Fuyue then ordered, "Hikaru, you are responsible for bringing the bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen that you have secretly recruited into the village. and then attack the intelligence team, the enchantment team, the My Hospital, and the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, to buy time for me to deal with the Elder Council. Yes. Uchiha Hikaru bowed and accepted the order. Fuyue turned his head and looked to the other side. Kiwa, you lead half of the Jonin to raid the Umbu base, block the Umbu's path there, don't let them support the Naruto building. Yes. Uchiha Hikaru bowed and accepted the order. Finally, Fuyue looked at his son Itachi and said, Itachi, I will leave the 5th Sama to you, remember, don't let me down, don't let the clan down. Yes, father. Itachi nodded his head without changing his expression. Fugaku waved his hand again. All of you, lead your subordinates and prepare. The clansmen bowed and left the hall one by one. In the blink of an eye, only Fuyue, Jishue, and Shinichi were left in the hall. For Shinichi, Fuyue is at ease, so he locked his eyes on Jishue and said in a deep voice, Jishue, this time we have no choice, you should know what to choose. Jishue nodded lightly. From Jishue's eyes, Fuyue saw a kind of determination that he had never seen before, so he said with satisfaction, very good, you also go and prepare. With the departure of all the clansmen, the hall returned to silence. Sitting quietly in the hall, Fuyue sorted out the deployment of this rebellion in his heart. Compared with the previous rebellions, Kuroto spent more time and effort in planning this rebellion, and the hearts of the people of the Konoha clan are also burning with passion. Coupled with the return of Shinichi, the number of Manjikyu Sharingan in the Konoha clan has increased to 3 pairs, surpassing the number of previous generations. Therefore, Kuroto is confident that he can take down the advisory elder group in one fell swoop and seize the position of Hokage. At this time, from the corner of his eyes, he found that the setting sun shining through the window was fading away on the wooden floor, and the sky outside was getting darker. It's night, the era that belongs to us, Uchiha, has come. At this moment, Uchiha Fuyue was complacent. At the same time, Jishue and Shinichi, who had returned to their respective homes, also looked at the gradually darkening night outside the window, coldly put on a black gold-edged cloak, and put on a flame-pattern mask. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts yesterday, thank you everyone. On the roof of the Naruto building. 3 generations silently looked at the village in front of them with their hands behind their back. At this time, the setting sun had completely set in the west. The village that was shrouded in the curtain of night was lit up with dazzling lights. These colorful lights illuminated the village, making it seem like a scene of prosperity. Everything was so normal, as if it was just an ordinary night. Sigh. After a soft sigh, 3 generations moved their eyes to the distant corner of the village. It was the Uchiha clan's land. Looking at it from afar, there was also a bright light there. Just from the surface, there was nothing unusual. But for 3 generations who had experienced 3 shinobi wars, they could vaguely feel that the Uchiha clan's land was not in harmony with the other areas of the village. Swish, at this time, with a sound of breaking wind, an Umbu ninja fell to the side of 3 generations and reported, 3 generations Sama, Tsuchikage and Kazekage have arrived at the assembly point, but Laying and Mizukage did not arrive at the assembly point according to the agreement. 3 generations face sank, what? According to the agreement, the 4 Kages should have started to turn back to Mai at noon, and they should have arrived at the secret assembly point about 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, but now it was already night, and Laying and Mizukage did not arrive on time. Obviously, something happened. Umbu said, we have sent people to search, but the route of the 4 Kage is all made by them, so we don't know, so we haven't found any trace of Reikage and Mizukage yet. Is it the Akatsuki? The Sandame's heart trembled as he had a bad guess. Because among the 4 Kages, only Laying and Mizukage had Jinchuriki, and it happened that Tsuchikage and Kazekage were fine, but Laying and Mizukage had lost contact, which made 3 generations think of the Akatsuki organization that was collecting tailed beasts. However, the movements of the 4 shadows were extremely secretive. Even Mai's side did not know, so the 3 generations were unable to come to a conclusion. After pondering for a moment, the 3 generations asked the Umbu beside him, what about the 5th generation? The Umbu quickly replied, Naruto-sama seems to be in the land of the Hyuga clan. 3 generations raised an eyebrow. Seems like? The Umbu had to bite the bullet and report, Naruto-sama doesn't allow us to follow him, so we can only roughly judge that he is in the Hyuga clan. As for the specific location, we don't know. Nonsense. After a pause, 3 generations asked again, what about his shadow guards? The Umbu replied, the shadow guards of Naruto-sama are currently in my hospital protecting Kuroto-sama. The 3 generations said helplessly, contact the 5th generation as soon as possible. He's now Naruto. We can't let anything happen to him. Yes. The Umbu disappeared from the roof of the Naruto building. At this time, 3 generations looked at the night that enveloped the entire village, and suddenly had a feeling in his heart that tonight's action may not be completely according to the script he designed, in a remote mountain in the southeast of the Land of Fire. On the cliff, Pipa Juzong was leaning on his beheading blade with both hands, Dried Persimmon Ghost Mermaid was carrying the double-bladed flounder on his shoulder, Swanee had one hand on his waist, and his red eyes were shining with a strange light. Lotus was squatting on the ground with a mocking look on her face. The 4 members of the Mist Squad lined up on the cliff, blocking the path of 4 generations Mizukage Goji and Yugura. Goji and Yugura's face was cold, and they didn't seem surprised by the appearance of the Mist Squad. As the Yonde Mizukage Goji Yugura guards, Mei and Aojirai's faces were filled with anger, because these guys in front of them wearing Akatsuki red cloud uniforms are all ninjas of the original Mist, in the air. Sasori was sitting cross-legged on the back of the psychic beast left by Hirako, looking at the confrontation between the Mist Village and the Mist Village in the valley below. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he chuckled, letting the Mist Squad deal with the Mizukage. The organization's arrangement is really malicious. But it's also right, internal strife and betrayal are the Mist Village's best. In a dense forest in the northeast of the Land of Fire, Obsidian, with his hands crossed in front of his chest, leaned on the branch of a big tree, looking at 4 generations Laying and his party in front of him, and finally his eyes fell on the Hachibi's Jinchuriki next to Laying. If you keep hiding in we really can't do anything to you, Obsidian shrugged and chuckled. Whoosh, 4 generations Laying didn't say a word of nonsense, and instantly activated chakra and entered the thunder release chakra mode, and then his figure flashed, and with a whistling sound, he pounced on Obsidian on the tree. Boom, in less than a breath, the tree Obsidian was leaning on was blown away by 4 generations Laying in the thunder release chakra mode. Obsidian, who was in the void state, chuckled and said, as expected of the 4 generations Laying who can compete with 4 generations Naruto in speed, but unfortunately, no matter how fast you are, it's useless against me. In a misty forest in the Land of Water. Walking in the mist, Yu Gao, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, was walking into the depths of the forest. His whereabouts were the Mist Village's top secret, which was personally decided by 4 generations Mizukage Goji Yugura. In the village, even Goji Yugura himself didn't know where he was hiding, and they could only communicate with each other through secret birds. And this time, he received a secret message from the village, asking him to meet in this forest. After arriving at the agreed place, Yu Gao found that the people waiting for him in the mist were not the ninjas of the village, but 2 members of the Akatsuki wearing the Akatsuki red cloud uniform. Another traitor, Yu Gao muttered to himself. His expression did not contain the slightest bit of shock or anger from being betrayed by a traitor, as if he was already used to it. It could be said that everyone in the Mist Village knew that the Mist Village had been infiltrated into a sieve, and although Goji Yugura had been trying to eliminate the traitor recently, there were still a large number of Obsidian's pawns in the village. At this time, the 2 Akatsuki members also came over. One of them was Kakuzu, who was in charge of the Akatsuki's finances, and the other was a tall young man carrying a strange 3-edged scythe. The tall young man said in a dissatisfied tone, Hey, is this the guy who made us wait for so long? Kakuzu coldly said, Dan, don't be careless, the opponent is a Jinchuriki. The tall young man named Dan grinned and said, I haven't tasted the blood of a Jinchuriki, but today, I must taste it. Looking at the 2 Akatsuki members in front of him, Yu Gao secretly thought, with the traitor, they should have made their move a long time ago. Why did they wait until tonight? Is it because they are afraid of alerting 4 generations? If they make their move tonight, doesn't that mean that 4 generations will also be in danger? I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya led Naruto, Sasuke, and Fu through the colorful forest. The air here was full of natural energy. Every blade of grass and every leaf was huge. Beetles and caterpillars as tall as half a man could be seen everywhere. Unlike Sasuke, this was the first time Naruto and Fu had come to Mount Myaboku. Everything here was new to them, so they couldn't stop chattering. Sasuke quickly caught up with Jiraiya and asked, "Mr. Jiraiya, why did you bring me here all of a sudden? I haven't told my brother yet. If I go back too late, I'm afraid my family will be worried." Jiraiya turned his head and smiled at Sasuke. "Don't worry. I've already informed your family. Besides, I brought you to Mount Myaboku this time to let you try practicing immortal techniques again." "Really? That's great." Hearing that he could try practicing immortal techniques again, Sasuke beamed with joy. After signing the contract with Mount Myaboku, he had a more direct and systematic understanding of the power of immortal techniques. Jiraiya didn't say anything more. Turning his head, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a helpless and melancholy expression. In order to resolve the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan, he had even made the decision to accept Sasuke and Uchiha as disciples. However, he didn't expect that the election of the fifth generation, Naruto, would cause the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan to take a turn for the worse. The enmity that had been accumulating for decades erupted in an instant. Sigh, thinking of this, Jiraiya sighed faintly. This sigh was not only for Sasuke, but also for himself. After settling down a few children, he would immediately return to the village and participate in the battle to exterminate the Uchiha clan's rebellion. When he thought that no matter how hard he tried to hide it, as his disciple, Sasuke, would definitely know the truth about the Uchiha clan's rebellion in the future, and that it was his teacher who extinguished the Uchiha clan's rebellion, he felt very uneasy. Because this made him think of another disciple who had faced him with a sword and fought to the death with him, Nagato. "I couldn't save Shuemen and Kushina in time, we also couldn't get Orochimaru back. The disciple that I taught with all my heart became the leader of the Akatsuki organization that threatens the peace of the shinobi world. I can't even save Sasuke's family. Now that I think about it, my life is really full of failures," Jiraiya sighed to himself. However, just as Jiraiya was distracted, a group of white spores swelled up on Sasuke's body and instantly grew bigger, wrapping around Sasuke. What is this?" Sasuke was shocked because these white spores not only wrapped around his body, making him unable to move, but also crazily absorbed his chakra. Naruto also exclaimed, "Sasuke, what's wrong with you?" As he said that, Naruto stepped forward to help Sasuke break away from the white spores. The sudden change woke Jiraiya up from his daze. He flashed in front of Naruto and signaled Naruto and Fu to back away while he observed the white spores on Sasuke's body. At this time, the white spores on Sasuke's body gradually became bigger and bigger, gradually turning into a white human shape. He grabbed Sasuke's neck with one hand and said in a strange tone, "Lord Jiraiya, please step back. Otherwise, this child's life will be in danger." Jiraiya frowned because he had already recognized the strange person wrapped around Sasuke's body. It was very similar to the member of the Akatsuki organization with two nepenthes on his shoulders. There is no doubt that the thing wrapped around Sasuke's body at this time is a white Zetsu clone that was grown through Zetsu's spore jutsu. This spore jutsu is a very strange and secret technique of Zetsu. When it attaches to the target in the form of a seed, it is extremely difficult to detect. In the original story, when Zetsu secretly used the spore jutsu at the 5 Kage assembly, the 5 Kage and their entourage all fell into the trap. It must be known that many of those who accompanied the 5 Kage to the meeting were the best perception-type ninjas in their respective villages, and even Aoi, who had a Byakugan transplanted, was present, but none of them detected Zetsu's spore jutsu in advance. The white Zetsu clone that was created by the spore technique peeked out from Sasuke's body and looked around. "Is this the legendary Mount Myaboku?" Jiraiya asked sternly, "What do you want to do?" At this time, the white Zetsu clone's gaze moved to Naruto and Fu behind Jiraiya and said with a smile, "My luck is really good, I actually found 2 Jinchuriki at once." The reason why Zetsu attached the seed of the spore jutsu to Sasuke instead of directly to Naruto or Jiraiya is that although the seed of the spore jutsu can hide from perceptual ninjutsu and dojutsu, it may not be able to hide from the keen intuition of the tailed beast, as well as the perception of malice. Therefore, Zetsu can only take a step back and spread the seed on the trainees of the same period as Naruto, hoping to use these trainees to locate Naruto's position, and then take advantage of the chaos caused by Uchiha's rebellion tonight to take away Naruto. It was during this process that Zetsu was surprised to discover that there was another Jinchuriki hidden in Mai's ninja school, that is, the seven-tailed Jinchuriki standing next to Naruto, Rifu. This guy is really after the tailed beast. Jiraiya was shocked, because he immediately realized that since the Akatsuki organization is targeting Naruto, it must also be targeting the other Jinchuriki. In other words, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki who is with 4 generations Liang, as well as the 4 generations Mizukage, as well as the 3-tailed Jinchuriki, are probably in danger at this moment. At this moment, White Zetsu's doppelganger suddenly made a hand seal without warning. Jiraiya immediately reacted and shouted, "Ninjutsu, lion hair technique." In an instant, Jiraiya's white hair suddenly stretched out, and rushed to White Zetsu's doppelganger who was making hand seals. White Zetsu's doppelganger immediately shrank back, using Sasuke's body as a shield, and then taking advantage of the moment when Jiraiya was unwilling to hurt Sasuke, he completed the hand seal, psychic art. Bang! In an instant, a burst of white smoke exploded, then, the red-haired Nagato came out of the smoke, glanced at Jiraiya in front of him, and then looked around, and said to himself indifferently, "Is this Mount Myaboku?" Seeing Nagato's figure appear, Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said to himself, "Oh no. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday, thank you everyone." In the darkness of the night, Jishui, wearing a black cloak with golden edges and a flame-patterned mask, stepped out of the house, then his figure flickered and jumped onto a towering pole in the middle of the clanland. Under the night wind, Jishui's robe fluttered in the wind as he looked down at the clanland from a high place with a gloomy expression. Tonight, he can't let any of his clansmen step out of the clanland, because as long as one of them steps out of the clanland, it will be a declaration that the Uchiha clan has rebelled. People of the clan, please face your own weakness, and then hate Amatsukami. Jishui activated his Manjikyu Sharingan and slowly pulled out the katana from his waist. At this moment, he is very glad that Hyojin founded Amatsukami, because hatred can't be easily resolved, but it can be transferred artificially. The original intention of Amatsukami is to attract hatred and keep the village and the Uchiha clan united. Tonight, what Jishui needs to do is to once again fulfill this mission of Amatsukami. Suddenly, a large group of heavily armed Uchiha clansmen appeared on the street. Among this group of aggressive clansmen, the leader is Uchiha Kiwa, who is responsible for raiding the Umbu base. Shursui, who was standing on the telephone pole, looked down and stared at the clansmen who were about to rebel. Uchiha Kiwa, who was walking at the front of the group, also noticed Jishui standing on the pole. Looking at Jishui dressed in Amatsukami's attire, he was taken aback and blurted out, "Homasubi." Jishui placed the katana in front of him and whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "Tonight, the Uchiha clan did not rebel, but was attacked by Amatsukami." After saying that, Jishui brandished the katana in front of him, his black cloak fluttered in the wind, and with the moonlight in the background, he looked like an angel of death, rushing into the group led by Uchiha Kiwa. "You! Ah, damn it, everyone be careful." In an instant, the sounds of battle and battle cries broke the strange silence that the Uchiha clan had maintained all this time. On the other side of Uchiha's territory, Shinichi, who was also dressed as a fire demon, pulled out a dagger from Uchiha Xiaosuke's body. Blood splashed everywhere. At this moment, the sounds of fighting could be heard from afar. Shinichi muttered, "Has it started over there too?" Yusuke Uchiha, who was supposed to be in charge of raiding my prison and releasing all the prisoners to disturb the village, struggled to hold on. He grabbed Shinichi's black cloak and asked with difficulty, "Fire demon, you are also a member of Uchiha. Why are you protecting the village?" Without waiting for Shinichi to answer, Yusuke Uchiha Xiaosuke breathed his last breath and died. Shinichi slowly closed Yusuke Uchiha Xiaosuke's eyes. He said softly, "There is no hope of rebelling. If you want to hate someone, please hate our Amatsukami." Swish, immediately afterward, the true body's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In a small forest near the outer wall of Uchiha's territory, Uchiha's light was hiding with a few jonins of Uchiha clan. Their mission tonight was to lead the bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen that the Uchiha clan had secretly hired into the village. They were to attack the various facilities of the village, create chaos, delay the Umbu and the other ninjas in the village to support the Naruto building, and buy more time for Patriarch Uchiha Fuyue and the two kaleidoscopes in the clan to raid the Elder Advisory Group. Looking at the night sky above his head, a jonin of Uchiha clan asked impatiently, "Can we act now?" Uchiha Kuroto looked at his watch, then immediately shook his head and said, "Don't worry, it's not time yet. We have to act together to create the greatest chaos." Uchiha Kuroto laughed and said, "Hey, I can't wait anymore." "Really?" Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind Uchiha Jonin. Uchiha Kuroto and the others who were hiding in the small forest were shocked, and shouted at the shadow not far away, "Who is it?" At this time, Shinichi Uchiha, who was dressed as Homosubi of Amatsukami, walked out of the shadow and said, "Do you know how many casualties will be caused by leading the bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen outside the wall into the village? Even a bastard like me didn't dare to think about this." Yen. Homosubi. Stunned for a moment, Uchiha Kuroto asked doubtfully, "Why are you here?" As soon as he finished asking, Uchiha Kuroto's gaze fell on the bloody short knife in Shinichi's hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shouted to the jonin of Uchiha clan, "Quick, release the signal flare, let the people outside the wall come in." Uchiha Kuroto was, after all, an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan. From Shinichi's tone and the bloody short knife in his hand, he could sharply determine that the Homosubi in front of him was an enemy and not a friend. Swoosh, soon, under Uchiha Kuroto's stern command, a shining signal flare cut through the night sky, and with a bang, a dazzling ball of light exploded in the night sky. Humph. Looking at the ball of light that exploded in the sky, Shinichi snorted softly and then raised his short knife, in a forest outside the wall. The dazzling ball of light exploded in the air, illuminating the dark forest. However, not many people in the forest could enjoy this beautiful scenery. Because this forest, which was originally a secret gathering place for bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen, had long been covered with corpses. The whole battle was coming to an end almost without any noise. Among the hundreds of bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen in the forest, many of them didn't even see who killed them until they died. Under the illumination of the signal flare, there were only two figures standing in the forest. One of them was slowly retreating, while the other was wearing the eye-catching Naruto robe. Without caring about his right arm that was dripping with blood, he retreated and said, "I didn't expect Naruto-sama to come personally." Wearing the Hokage robe, Suijin laughed and said, "Don't you want to kill the Onijin?" "Heh, I didn't expect you to be one of the bounty ninjas hired by the Uchiha clan, it really surprised me." Hyojin was really a little surprised. He didn't expect that if he didn't kill this professional rebel, he would actually rebel against my. Zabuza took another step back and said, "Naruto-sama, why don't we stop here? If I fight with all my might, even you will be injured." This is not the first time that Zabuza fought with Hyojin. As early as a few years ago, he and Hyojin met on a mission. At that time, Hyojin used the insight of the Tenseigan to defeat Zabuza in an instant. That battle also became a stain in Zabuza's life when he just entered the Mist Village's assassination unit. But as Hyojin became the fifth Naruto, this stain is not a stain anymore. After all, losing to Naruto is not a shameful thing. Hyojin shook his head, "Your existence is the evidence of the Uchiha clan's rebellion." Knowing that he is not Hyojin's opponent, Zabuza quickly said in order to save his life, "If Naruto-sama needs me to testify against the Uchiha clan, I am willing to serve you." Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth, "The Uchiha clan did not rebel tonight." Zabuza's heart trembled. He finally understood why Naruto dealt with the bounty ninjas alone. The first update is here. It's going to be a new week soon, and the leaderboard will be updated. I'm begging for recommendation votes. It's nothing, please support me. Thank you. As a bystander, Hyojin has the most thorough understanding of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. The key to all of this is the continuous decline of the Naruto clan and the fact that the Uchiha clan is growing stronger and stronger. This is the fuse of all this, because the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village has existed since the beginning of the Mai clan's establishment. In other words, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Thousand Hand clan has lasted for hundreds of years in the chaotic and complicated Warring States period. The so-called reconciliation between the Uchiha clan and the Thousand Hand clan, from a neutral point of view, is actually just a euphemism for the Uchiha clan to surrender to the Thousand Hand clan, which has the first Sannin. Therefore, the conflict between the two sides has always existed and has never disappeared. And the fuse of the conflict this time is the imbalance of strength between the two sides. This time, the election of the fifth Sannin Naruto is a manifestation of the imbalance of strength between the two sides, because in the past, not to mention participating in the election of Naruto, even squeezing into the advisory group of the Uchiha clan is extremely difficult. Therefore, the choice made by the Uchiha clan tonight is both a coincidence and an inevitability, because over a long period of time, the contrast of strength between the Uchiha clan and the village will always change. But this time, the rebellion of the Uchiha clan, the village also has to bear great responsibility. Because from the beginning to the end, the village has never given the Uchiha clan a channel to vent their emotions, especially after the return of Shinichi and Fuyue revealed the Manjikyu Sharingan, the village still has no intention of giving in. This has given the Uchiha clan an extremely desperate signal, that is, no matter how strong the Uchiha clan is, even if they have 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan that surpasses all the previous generations, they will never be able to ascend to the position of Naruto. Perhaps even the 3 generations himself did not realize that his decision this time had broken the tacit agreement that Naruto can't be Uchiha set by the 2nd generation swordsman back then, which was something that could be done but could never be said out loud. Not only did this stop Fuyue from ascending to the position of Naruto, but it also completely cut off the Uchiha clan's path of ascension to the position of Naruto through proper means, extinguishing all the hope the Uchiha clan had for the future. It was the severing of hope that caused Fuyue, who had always been indecisive, to completely fall to ambition. As for Hyojin, who had obtained the position of Naruto, he wasn't too happy. First of all, because he has a higher goal, and the identity of Naruto will become a hindrance to him in his pursuit of higher goals. Second, perhaps because he has no greed for the position of Naruto, so he can look at the election of the 5th generation Naruto more objectively, and the deeper reason why he obtained the position of Naruto. The village gave him the position of 5th generation swordsman this time. It seems that they were forced to do so, but in fact, there is a lot of selfishness hidden in it. Just think about it, as one of the 2 major shinobi clans that founded Mai, and also one of the 2 major dojutsu bloodline clans of Mai, the Uchiha clan has launched a rebellion. This is such an incredible thing in the eyes of other countries, so no matter which Naruto is in charge of this matter, it will be a stain on their reputation. This black pot, Naruto doesn't want to carry it, but someone has to be pushed out. And Hyojin is the person who was pushed out by Naruto, because once the Uchiha clan is destroyed because of the rebellion, the future descendants will only think that Hyojin, the 5th generation Naruto, forced the Uchiha clan to rebel in order to compete for the position of Naruto. Coincidentally, the Hyuga clan, where Hyojin is from, is also one of the 2 dojutsu bloodline clans in the village. With a little guidance of public opinion, the Hyuga clan can be blamed for the rebellion of the Uchiha clan on the head of the Hyuga clan, and this time the rebellion of the Uchiha clan will be led to the battle between the 2 dojutsu bloodline clans. It can be said that Hyojin, who is not a disciple of Naruto, but has the identity of a dojutsu bloodline clans, is really the best candidate to be the scapegoat. This is also the reason why Hyojin can become Naruto with the identity of the Hyuga clan. And Hyojin himself has long seen through this point. After Jishue, Shinichi, and Itachi reported the rebellion of the Uchiha clan, he jokingly said to you that he is the scapegoat Naruto because of this point. Because from the point of view of the bystanders, it is obvious that the actions of the Konoha village are trying to quickly intensify the conflict and solve the problem of the Uchiha clan, which is regarded as a chronic disease by the Hokage clan. All the controversies and stains are put on Hyojin, who is not from the Naruto clan, the 5th generation Naruto, and then Naruto clan will take back the position of Naruto and continue from the 6th generation. The Uchiha clan did not rebel tonight. When he said this to Zabuza, Kuroto's mouth curled up into a smile. This big and round black pot, he didn't want to carry it, because he only charged the village the labor fee of being a Hokage. Realizing that Hyojin, Naruto came here alone to kill and kill, Zabuza's face became ferocious. Hyojin, do you know why I am called Ghost Man? Even if you are a Hokage, as long as you force me, this evil spirit of mine can also tear a piece of flesh from your body. Ghost? With a smile, Hyojin said, what a coincidence. Swish, under the fading light of the signal flare in the night sky, Hyojin dragged a long shadow and pounced on Zabuza opposite him. Without the beheading knife in the original space and time, Zabuza's strength did not even reach the level of an elite ninja. In addition, his momentum was taken away and he was timid, so he was no match for Hyojin at all. In the blink of an eye, he was stabbed in the chest by Hyojin's sword. Cough, cough, Zabuza, who was coughing up blood, looked down at the Kusanagi pill that had pierced through his chest. In fear, he suddenly opened his bloody mouth. Hyojin, even if I die, I will tear a piece of flesh from your body. With that, Zabuza tried to bite Hyojin with all his might. Bang, Hyojin's expression did not change, and he kicked Zabuza away, in the Uchiha clan's mansion. Uchiha Fuyue, who was sitting quietly in the hall, was adjusting his state for the ultimate battle that was about to happen. Because of the previous election of the 5th Naruto, he had used the two Manjikyu Sharingan techniques, Susanoo and Amaterasu, so Fuyue's vision had also declined significantly. This made him realize that the use of the Manjikyu Sharingan was not without a price, so tonight's battle had to be finished quickly. Suddenly, there was a sudden burst of noise in the clan's land outside. Fuyue, who was sitting quietly, raised his eyebrows, and an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Now was not the time to officially launch the rebellion. Logically speaking, the clansman who had been warned by him would not make a noise for no reason. Just as Fuyue was about to get up and check, a figure walked into the hall. The second update, the list will be updated on Monday, and I beg for everyone's recommendation votes. Everyone has this vote, and it's just a small effort, I hope everyone can support it. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts yesterday, thank you. When he saw that it was his son Itachi who walked into the hall, Fuyue's expression relaxed a little, but then he frowned again. Why haven't you set off yet? According to the original plan, Itachi should have led a small team to sneak out of the clan's land at this time to lock the whereabouts of the 5th generation Naruto and prepare to launch a beheading operation against the 5th generation Naruto. Shrouded in the cold moonlight, Itachi stood at the door of the hall and said calmly, "Father, please stop." Fuyue frowned and looked beyond Itachi to the outside of the mansion. At this time, the noise outside had evolved into painful wails and angry shouts. Obviously, what broke out in the clan's land was not an ordinary riot, but a ninja war. Realizing this, Fuyue's eyes gradually became sharp. Itachi, have you defected to the village? In the face of his father's questioning, Itachi lowered his eyes. Father, the rebellion you planned is a tragedy that is destined to fail. For the village, for the family, I must stop you. Humph, stupid guy. With a light snort, Fuyue roared with a sullen face, do you think this rebellion is only because of my personal ambition? It is the village that cannot tolerate us Uchiha, we have no other way to go. In Fuyue's view, the Uchiha clan has the strength to threaten Naruto, but can't become Naruto, so they will inevitably be regarded as a thorn in the side of the village. If they don't strike first, they will certainly be controlled by others. Itachi shook his head, Naruto-sama will give us justice. Fuyue said angrily, 5th generation? He himself is a powerless puppet, what ability does he have to give justice to us Uchiha, to give us Uchiha protection? Itachi raised his head and met his father's eyes, I can't be sure about the future, but your action tonight has no chance of success, please stop. Fuyue looked at Itachi with incomparable disappointment, but his ears were focused on the sounds coming from the clan's land outside the mansion. Listening carefully, Kuroto found that the wails outside were all made by his people, and the ninja battles that broke out didn't seem to be very fierce. Many of the battles ended as soon as they started, as if the people on his side were defeated by the enemy. Fuyue himself was also a shadow rank powerhouse, so he quickly deduced that the enemies attacking his people outside might not be many, but their strength was definitely not ordinary. The Uchiha clansmen who participated in the rebellion tonight not only had high morale, but they were also armed to the teeth. Therefore, they needed to be at least at the Kage level to get rid of their own clansmen so easily. Seeing his father's puzzled expression, Itachi continued, Naruto-sama has already reached an agreement with Amatsukami. Not only that, but the 4 shadows are also on the village's side. Fuyue glared at Itachi. Are you the one who leaked the family's secret? Itachi shook his head, your rebellion was within the village's expectations from the beginning to the end. Even the departure of the 4 shadows today was part of the village's plan to lure you to rebel. This is impossible. Fuyue's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Itachi pleaded, as long as you stop now, as long as no one steps out of the clan tonight, then there is still room for us to turn things around. Fuyue scolded bitterly, idiot, you have been used by the village. Itachi said flatly, it is because your vision is limited by narrow-mindedness that you can't see the real road ahead. The future that my Manjikyu Sharingan can see is the road ahead. After a pause, Fuyue shouted, there are 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in the clan, we have nothing to fear. Itachi said with a bitter expression, in front of Naruto-sama, the Manjikyu Sharingan is just a toy. I can't believe that a coward like you is actually my son. After restraining the anger on his face, Fuyue asked, where are Jishui and Shinichi? Itachi casually said, maybe they are fighting against the people of Amatsukami. While activating his Manjikyu Sharingan, Fuyue said coldly, if failure is inevitable, then our Uchiha clan will also leave a deep scar on the village, so that they will forever remember how terrible the anger of the Uchiha clan is. After saying that, Fuyue ignored Itachi's dissuasion and went to participate in the battle. At this time, Itachi flashed in front of Fuyue, his eyes were extremely firm. Fuyue said disdainfully, you should understand that ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan can't fight against Manjikyu Sharingan. Step back, you can't stop me. Itachi, who had activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, once again met his father's gaze. You. Looking at the Manjikyu Sharingan in his son's eye sockets, Fuyue was shocked. He has always been very clear that his son is a genius close to Jishui, and is also the most likely person in the clan to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, but he never thought that his son would secretly awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan without his knowledge. After a brief moment of surprise, Fuyue's heart surged with anger. Why did you hide it from me? Itachi said, if I let you know that I have also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, it will only accelerate your rebellion and accelerate the destruction of the Uchiha clan, so I can only choose to hide it. Fuyue was so angry that he laughed. Uchiha, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, would betray his own family. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Itachi opened his mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. Looking at his son's twisted and painful face, Fuyue smiled, well, then let our Manjikyu Sharingan decide who chose the right path. In an instant, Fuyue used his Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique and pulled his son Itachi into his black and white Genjutsu space. Itachi, who fell into the Manjikyu Genjutsu, calmly observed the surroundings. There was no trace of panic on his face. His father's choice to use Genjutsu to compete is undoubtedly the best result for Itachi. This way, he cannot affect the ordinary Uchiha clansmen around him, and he can also stop at any time. At this time, a voice came from the air of the black and white Genjutsu space. Itachi, if you want me to stop, then use your Manjikyu Sharingan to defeat me. Outside the Genjutsu space. The paper sliding door leading to the side hall was slowly opened at this time, revealing the figure of Uchiha Makoto. Looking at her husband and son who were confronting each other, she didn't do anything, just knelt and sat aside, quietly waiting for the result. She heard all the dialogue between her husband and son in the hall just now. She couldn't tell whether her husband Fuyue was wrong or her son Itachi was wrong. At this time, the sound of fighting outside gradually calmed down, leaving only many intermittent wails. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. The recommendation votes are refreshed every day, everyone has one, please don't forget to support me. On the long street of the Uchiha clan, Jishui stood quietly at the end of the street. The dagger in his hand was dripping with blood. Wearing a black cloak with golden edges and a mask with a flame pattern on it, he looked like a real demon of slaughter. His body was emitting a cold aura that kept people away. The fully armed Uchiha clansmen were lying on the ground. The ground was covered in pools of blood, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Damn it, ah. My leg, we, the Uchiha clan, will never let you go. Although the curses and wails were weak, they came one after another. Obviously, many of the Uchiha clansmen who were lying on the ground were not dead. Most of them were only seriously injured and could not move. Only a few of them were killed. Listening to the curses in his ears, Homusubi's heart didn't waver too much, because this is both Kuroto's request and also what he expects. First, he did not want to kill too many clansmen. Second, if he killed everyone, how could God's organization attract hatred? How could he let the clansmen realize how weak they were? With that thought in mind, he held the dagger that was dripping with blood and patrolled the long street. Everywhere he went, the curses became weaker. The injured Uchiha clansmen on the ground were not idiots. In a situation where they were meat on the chopping block, there were not many idiots who would let their temper run wild. However, grievances and hatred were growing in the hearts of these arrogant Uchiha clansmen. Although the village tried to exclude the Uchiha clan, at least the two sides did not really fight with weapons. The Uchiha clan was angry and resentful towards the village, but the blood feud had not been formed yet. However, the brazen attack of God's organization, the Balrog, had killed many Uchiha clansmen, causing the arrogant Uchiha clansmen to bleed all over the street. Whoosh, boom, at this moment, the signal flare released by Uchiha's light dome exploded in the night sky. Jisue turned his head and looked over. There was not much worry on his face under the mask because he knew that the 5th-generation Naruto Hyuujin had personally gone to deal with the criminal evidence that could prove that the Uchiha clan had launched a rebellion outside the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, who was hiding in a small forest, was looking solemnly at the Uchiha clan land not far away. Beside him, there was a large number of fully armed black ops. This group of Umbu is not only large in number, there are more than 100 squads, nearly 500 Umbu ninjas, and each of them is carefully selected by the advisory elder group. It can be said that they are the elite of the elite. And their mission is to give the Uchiha clan a head-on blow as soon as they start a rebellion. Listening to the faint commotion coming from the Uchiha clan land, Asuma, who was also in the team, asked Kakashi, "Is it God's organization inside? What should we do now?" Kakashi replied, "Kuroto has told us that as long as the Uchiha clan does not step out of the clan land tonight, we should not act rashly." Asuma nodded, "Yes, I hope that no Uchiha will step out of their clan land tonight." Whoosh, boom, at this time, the signal flare that exploded in the night sky in the distance attracted the attention of everyone in the forest. Asuma was shocked and said, "Oh no, it's a signal flare, the rebellion has officially started." Looking in the direction of the signal flare, Kakashi said, "It's the direction of the outer wall. If I'm not wrong, that should be the signal flare used by the Uchiha clan to inform them of the recruitment of the bounty ninjas and the wandering swordsmen." Asuma asked, "If those guys enter the village, it will be bad, I'll go." Kakashi nodded, "Okay, you now lead 20 squads to the outer wall over there to set up a defense, must not let any bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen slip into the village." On the roof of the Naruto building. Looking at the striking signal flare in the distant night sky, the brows of the 3 generations wrinkled. Tsunade, who was standing on the side, said to herself, "This should be the signal of the official start of the rebellion, right?" The 3 generations turned to Tsunade and asked, "Haven't you found the whereabouts of Lei Ying, the Mizukage, and others?" Tsunade shook her head helplessly. "The village is facing the rebellion of the Uchiha clan tonight, and almost all the available manpower is deployed to deal with the Uchiha clan, so there is no manpower to search for the traces of Lei Ying and the Mizukage." The expression on the face of the 3 generations became more dignified. Up until now, Lei Ying and the Mizukage haven't met at the assembly point, which means that they must have encountered an accident. "Well, it's probably the Akatsuki," Tsunade said with certainty, because in the shinobi world, only the Akatsuki and Amatsukami can intercept Lei Ying and the Mizukage, and Amatsukami is dealing with the rebellion of the Uchiha clan at the moment, so the only one left is the Akatsuki. What's more, the goal of the Akatsuki is the tailed beast, and both Lei Ying and the Mizukage have Jinchuriki in their team. The 3 generations continued to ask, "Hasn't Jiraiya come back yet?" Tsunade also felt a little strange at this moment. It stands to reason that he should have come back long ago, but I don't know what happened to him. On the roof of a tall building in the village. At this moment, a black shadow was also looking at the explosion of the signal flare in the distance, and the corner of his mouth curled up as he said mockingly, "The idiots of the Uchiha clan finally made their move. But this is not enough, let me add some fuel to the fire." The black shadow laughed as he disappeared from the roof. His speed was so fast that it was as if he never existed. Not long after, the black shadow arrived outside a remote building located in the southeast corner of the village. This seemingly inconspicuous building was, in fact, a secret stronghold belonging to the Black Ops. There was an independent underground palace below the building. "Who is it?" The moment the black shadow appeared, 4 Umbu flashed and surrounded the black shadow. "Humph. With a light snort, with just a thought from the black shadow, the four Umbu instantly lost control of their bodies and flew towards the black shadow. Swish, a sword light flashed, blood splattered, and then the four Umbu fell to the ground with a look of disbelief on their faces, and stopped breathing. After getting rid of the guards on the ground, the black shadow strode into the building, and then killed all the guards along the way. The guards along the way didn't even have a chance to send out a signal, and he easily broke into the deepest part of the underground palace. Soon, the black shadow stopped in front of a huge black iron box, and smiled. Sure enough, it's here. There is no doubt that the huge black iron box in front of the black shadow is the box of bliss that caused great damage to Mai in the battle where Mai was destroyed. Although this box of bliss was a Kusanagi ninja, because it was too dangerous, it was secretly sealed in the underground palace by Mai. Here's the second update. Continue to ask for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday. Thank you everyone. Puff. As soon as the black shadow's hand touched the box of bliss, the seal on the box of bliss shot out a flame, burning the black shadow's arm that was reaching for the box of bliss. Hey, the black shadow chuckled, and the spreading flames on his arm suddenly extinguished. Then, the shadow just grabbed the void in the direction of the box of bliss, and the chakra on the seal of the box of bliss poured into his body. Hiss. Without the support of chakra, the seal on the outside of the box of bliss began to spontaneously combust, and after a while, the seal all over the box of bliss disappeared completely. After solving the seal, the shadow pressed his hand on the relief on the surface of the box of bliss, and immediately said, "Sure enough, as the Akatsuki said, it's full of hunger and desire." There is no doubt that the shadow that sneaked into the underground palace is Hyuga Aoki, who has recently cooperated with the Akatsuki. During the battle when Mai was destroyed, Hyuga Aoki used his disability to hide in the shelter with the old, weak, women, and children, and then used the spiritualization technique to sneak out of the shelter without being noticed. Not only did he take advantage of the chaos of the war to collect the secret ancient books hidden in the Hyuga clan's secret vault, but he also accidentally found the place where the Umbu sealed the box of bliss. After cooperating with the Akatsuki, Hyuga Aoki not only got the perfect puppet he dreamed of, but also learned the method to open the box of bliss. The method is also very simple. If you want to open the box of bliss and release the monster Satoshi inside, you must provide the box of bliss with a lot of chakra. The last time the box of bliss was opened, the Akatsuki used the captured Jinchuriki Yuki and the tailed beast class chakra to open it. Retracting his arm, Hyuga Aoki asked with a smile, "Do you want chakra?" Thump. Thump, the box of bliss emitted a sound that sounded like a heartbeat. Kuroto Aoki smiled and said, "Alright, I'll give you as much as you want." With that said, Kuroto Aoki pressed his hands together on the box of bliss and continuously sent Tenseigan chakra into the box of bliss. Even the weaker giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan has far more chakra amount than a tailed beast. What's more, the quality of the Tenseigan chakra is by no means comparable to the average tailed beast chakra, so the box of bliss that almost drained the power of Nibi's Jinchuriki opened last time quickly reached the critical point of opening this time. Boom, with a deafening roar, Wu, who had black feathers and bared fangs, broke through the dome of the underground palace. He spread his wings and flew above Mai like a huge shadow. Monster! What is that? Damn it, the box of bliss has been opened. Quick, go and inform the three generations. With the appearance of Satoshi, Konoha immediately fell into chaos, and the shrill sirens sounded one after another. Shuttling through the chaotic crowd, Kuroto Aoki had a calm smile on his face. Perhaps the Tenseigan chakra originally has the characteristics of controlling everything, so unlike the last time when Kuroto opened the box of bliss in the Kusanagi village, Satoshi didn't lose control this time, but became a weapon that obeyed Kuroto's orders. In fact, the box of bliss is a weapon. The Land of Grass once used the box of bliss to almost rule the entire shinobi world, so the last opening of the Kusanagi village was just an example of failure. But this is just a surprise for Kuroto Aoki. He doesn't care whether Wu is controlled or not, he only needs Wu to create chaos. Kuroto Aoki's calmness formed a great contrast with the panicked villagers around him. And this has also attracted the attention of many Konoha ninjas along the way, but all the Konoha ninjas who came forward to investigate couldn't stop Hyuga Aoki's casual attack and were easily dealt with by Hyuga Aoki as if they were not on the same level at all. This kind of power is really fascinating. Kuroto Aoki clenched his fist, and a trace of emotion appeared on his face. After gradually adapting to the puppet provided by the Akatsuki organization, he realized that he can be so strong, coupled with the various magical abilities of the giant Tenseigan. If it weren't for the Otsutsuki on the moon, he would even feel that he is unparalleled and invincible in the world. At this moment, Kuroto Aoki met an old acquaintance on the street. Kuroto Rich's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. You are Aoki? How are you still alive? After confirming that Kuroto Aoki had defected, the clan immediately launched the cage bird curse, so according to common sense, Kuroto Aoki should have died somewhere in the shinobi world. Kuroto Aoki said with a playful smile, "It's Richa." Listening to Kuroto Aoki's tone, Richa's brows gradually wrinkled, and he vigilantly activated the Byakugan. You really are Aoki. Hey, what about the cage bird curse on your forehead? No, this is not your body. Kuroto Aoki smiled carelessly. You found out so quickly? As expected of Richa. Are you going to the clan's land? Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Richa immediately shouted, What are you going to do? Don't tell me. Do you want to take revenge on the clan? Yes. Kuroto Aoki spat out these two words indifferently. He instigated the Uchiha clan to rebel, released Satoshi, and other actions were to create chaos, involving the village's forces, so that it would be convenient for him to take revenge on the clan. Hizashi-sama hurriedly said, Aoki, killing is meaningless. Kuroto has become the Hokage. With him, we have a better way to fight for the rights and benefits. Don't mention Hyojin to me. I am the savior who broke the fate of the clan. Kuroto Aoki suddenly became angry, and directly reached out his hand towards Richa and used rain pull. Hizashi, who had lost control of his body and was being pulled towards Hyuga Aoki, was shocked. When he was entangled with Otsutsuki Tonari, he had already experienced this ability, so he quickly suppressed all the doubts in his mind and immediately used the absolute defensive method of the Hyuga clan, revolving heaven. Voila, like a spinning top, Richa turned into a spinning chakra ball in midair. Humph. After a disdainful snort, Kuroto Aoki instantly changed the suction force into a repulsive force, and sent Richa, who had used revolving heaven, flying out and slamming into a small building on the street. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, Kuroto Aoki's figure flashed and rushed into the small building. With only one punch, he knocked out Richa, who was covered in dust, and then reached into Richa's chest, took out a small memory light ball, and read through Richa's memory, and learned about the defense deployment in the Hyuga clan tonight. First, I sincerely ask for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Please support me. After browsing Richa's memory ball, Kuroto Aoki did not kill Richa, who was unconscious on the ground. In the Hyuga clan, the only person Hyuga Aoki hates is the Zone clan, as well as the Zone clan who rejected his kindness, causing him to be in a sorry state and inexplicably becoming the fifth Hokage. Of course, whether he hated Kuroto more or whether he was jealous of him, he couldn't say for sure. As for Richa, who had fainted on the ground, Kuroto Aoki not only didn't hate him, but also sympathized with him. The way he saw it, Hizashi's life was simply a joke played by fate. Just because he was born a little late, he lost his position as the head of the family and became a prisoner of fate with the curse of the caged bird engraved on his forehead. Immediately, Kuroto Aoki grinned again. Although Hizashi has been reduced to a branch family, his strength is not to be underestimated. Even compared to Hyuga Hayashi, his strength is not to be underestimated, but even such an elite Jonin-level powerhouse couldn't put up any resistance in front of Hyuga Aoki, which made Hyuga Aoki have a deeper understanding of his own strength. Now in the village, there should be no one who can be my opponent. After a proud smile, Kuroto Aoki felt that even if all the masters in the village, including the 3 generations Naruto and Sannin, besieged him, he was confident that he could wipe them all out, because he had deeply realized that the Tenseigan was invincible. Walking out of the damaged house, Kuroto Aoki glanced at the Hyuga clan not far away, and then disappeared in a flash, in the mansion of the Hyuga clan. Rumble, listening to the constant roar coming from the outside, the elder of the clan walked out of his bedroom with an irritated face and asked a branch member who was responsible for serving him, "What's the situation outside? Is there anything wrong with the clan?" The branch member quickly replied, "Elder, everything is normal in the clan. As for the situation outside, seeing that the branch family member was stammering, it was clear that he didn't manage to get any useful information. The ancestral elder immediately reprimanded, "Useless trash. I'm sorry to disappoint you." The branch family members hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. The elder from the Zone clan frowned as he asked again, "Is there any news of Hyojin?" The branch family member who was kneeling on the ground replied helplessly, "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of Naruto-sama's whereabouts yet." "Then what are you still doing here? Go and find him." Waving his hand, the Zone family elder continued, "After you find that fellow Hyojin, interrogate him properly." What exactly happened tonight? Why is the entire village in such a mess? At the mention of Hyojin, the Zone family elder was full of anger. The previous fight at the family meeting and the incident of Mizuki falsely accusing Hyojin at the high-level meeting of the village made him and Hyojin completely fall out, so he didn't become less respectful even though Hyojin became Naruto and still called Hyojin's name directly. "Yes, I'll go and inquire." After responding, the branch family members hurriedly retreated as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. After the branch family members left, the Zone family elder returned to his bedroom and sat down angrily. The chaos outside and the bursts of explosions from time to time made it difficult for him to sleep, but he didn't plan to go out to help the village resist the strong enemy. In his view, as the Zone family elder, his life was very precious. There was no need for him to participate in such a dangerous battle. Even if the village really sent someone to ask for help from the Hyojin clan, it was a matter for the branch family. Humph, Hyojin is getting more and more outrageous. Even if he became Naruto, he can't forget the family. Protecting the noble Zone family is the mission of the branch family. They should feel honored. The Zone family elder said to himself as if it was a matter of course. Is that so? Suddenly, a voice full of ridicule came from the shadows in the room. The Zone family elder was shocked and asked, "Who?" At this time, Hyojin Aoki came out of the shadows with an evil smile on his face. After seeing Hyojin Aoki, the Zone family elder shouted as if he had seen a ghost, "You! How are you still alive? This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible." After confirming that Hyojin Aoki had betrayed him, the person who activated the caged bird curse to execute Hyojin Aoki was none other than him, so he was extremely shocked that Hyojin Aoki was still alive. Hyojin Aoki grinned and said, "I am still alive, you must be very surprised." The Zone family elder subconsciously formed a seal and shouted, "Seal." Hyojin Aoki took a step forward and slowly walked towards the Zone family elder. The smile on his face was even wider. At this time, he was enjoying the feeling of toying with his enemy. "Seal. Seal. Seal." The elder of the ancestral family kept activating the cage bird curse seal, but found that Hyuga Aoki in front of him was not affected at all, so the surprise on his face gradually turned into fear, and even his hands that were forming seals couldn't stop trembling. How can this be? This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can a cripple like you break free from the shackles of the caged bird? After the incantation failed, the ancestral family elder fell to the ground on his butt. His body shuffled backwards as he muttered in fear. At this time, Hyojin Aoki stretched out his arm and strangled the Zone family elder's neck. He lifted the Zone family elder up like a pig or a dog. "If I remember correctly, you were the one who proposed to execute Aoki." Looking at the ferocious smile on Hyojin Aoki's face, the Zone family elder was so scared that his face turned pale. No, it had nothing to do with me, that was the decision of the patriarch." Hyojin Aoki increased the strength in his hand and said, "So, I remembered wrongly?" The Zone family elder, who was almost unable to breathe and whose face was as red as a pig's liver, began to beg for mercy. Please let me go. I was wrong. I was wrong. Cry and repent." Seeing his enemy struggling in front of him, the smile on Hyojin Aoki's face became even more twisted. At this moment, he finally tasted the taste of revenge, and this taste was so sweet and so tempting that it caused him to be intoxicated by it and be unable to free himself from it. Suddenly, the Byakugan in the left eye of the Zone family elder, who was deep in panic and despair, turned into a scarlet Sharingan without warning, and it was not an ordinary triple Tomo Sharingan, but a Manjikyu Sharingan that showed the pattern of the Triblade Shuriken. At the same time, the moment he saw the Manjikyu Sharingan in the left eye of the Zone family elder, Hyojin Aoki, who was extremely mad, fell into a daze. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts yesterday, thank you everyone. The sudden change caused the Zone clan elder, who was on the verge of death, to be stunned. Ah. After that, an enormous wave of dizziness swept through his mind, causing him to wail uncontrollably. Subsequently, a portion of sealed memories appeared in his mind. He remembered a night a few days ago, when Uchiha Jisue, Uchiha Shinichi, and Itachi Uchiha sneaked into the Zone family's mansion and attacked him. Among them, Uchiha Shinichi subdued him, Itachi Uchiha seemed to have cast some kind of technique on his left eye, and finally, Uchiha Jisue cast an illusion technique to seal his memory of the attack. And just as he was about to lose consciousness, he vaguely remembered that someone had pushed the door open and walked in. At that time, a glimmer of hope rose in Kuroto's heart, because he was in the Hyuga clan's main residence. As long as he was caught by the Hyuga clan, no matter how strong the 3 Uchiha shinobi are, they would only be able to escape. But just as a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, he was shocked to find that the person who pushed the door open was actually wearing Naruto's robe. It's Hyojin. Recalling this memory, the elder of the Zone families face was full of fear and shock. Indeed, he had a reason to be shocked, because even now, he could not believe what had happened in front of him, and could not understand what had happened in front of him. Hyuga Aoki, who he thought should have rotted even his bones, appeared in front of him alive, and seemed to have gotten rid of the caged bird curse that could never be removed. What shocked him even more was that Hyojin seemed to have known that Hyuga Aoki was not dead. Moreover, he had predicted that Hyuga Aoki would seek revenge on him, so he had done something on him in advance, taking advantage of Hyuga Aoki's carelessness when taking revenge, and plotting against Hyuga Aoki. How did Hyojin know that Kuroto Aoki is not dead? Forget about Uchiha Jisue, but why would Uchiha Shinichi and Itachi Uchiha listen to Hyojin? When did Itachi Uchiha awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan, and what did he do to my left eye? Itachi Uchiha is working for Hyojin, so is Hyojin's goal all along? I'm just a bait? One doubt after another surged into the elder's mind, causing him to fall into an inexplicable confusion. Unable to sort out all of this, he subconsciously looked at Hyuga Aoki, who was in a daze in front of him, inside Tsukuyami's illusion space. Looking at the scarlet surroundings and the looming huge Sharingan in the sky, Kuroto Aoki quickly realized that he has fallen into a genjutsu, and it is not an ordinary genjutsu. Damn it, I was too careless. Kuroto Aoki's face sank. With the support of the giant Tenseigan behind him, his resistance to genjutsu is definitely the best in the shinobi world. Ordinary genjutsu is meaningless to him, and even if it is a high-level genjutsu, as long as he is vigilant, it is difficult to trick him. But just now, he was addicted to enjoying his revenge, and his will relaxed for a moment, so he accidentally fell into the genjutsu. The shock of that trash when he saw me doesn't seem to be fake. The person who set this trap should be someone else. Is it the Uchiha clan? Whether it is the Manjikyu Sharingan that transformed from the elder's left eye, or the Sharingan phantom hanging high in the sky at this moment, all of them point to the Uchiha clan. And at this moment, Itachi Uchiha slowly appeared in front of him. You are Itachi Uchiha. At the moment when he recognized the identity of Itachi Uchiha, Kuroto Aoki was surprised to find that he was tied to a stake and couldn't move. After struggling to no avail, Kuroto Aoki snorted with disdain. Well, genjutsu is meaningless to me, don't even think about getting any information from my mouth. However, the genjutsu torture that Kuroto Aoki was waiting for did not happen. In front of him, Itachi Uchiha just took out a kunai indifferently and then stabbed it into his body. Kuroto Aoki, who was unprepared, almost cried out in pain. Logically speaking, this body of his was just a puppet, so there was no corresponding sense of pain. However, after the kunai pierced into his body, he realized that the pain was so real, as if his body had really been pierced by the kunai. This pain comes from my spirit body. This is not an ordinary genjutsu, this is an genjutsu that can affect my spirit body. Realizing this, Kuroto Aoki's face turned cold. But soon, his expression returned to indifference, because he knew that with the amount of chakras in his body, the other party's genjutsu would not last long. As long as he clenched his teeth and persisted for a while, he could break free from the genjutsu. If the other party took the opportunity to attack his external body, at most, he would lose a puppet. And once his body was attacked, the giant Tenseigan might make an emergency response, and then he could get rid of this genjutsu faster. After figuring out his situation, Kuroto Aoki said calmly, "Itachi Uchiha, I have to admit that I underestimated your Uchiha this time. I didn't expect that even you have Manjikyu Sharingan, but as I said just now, don't even think about getting any information from me." Itachi just glanced at Kuroto Aoki coldly, and then stabbed the second kunai into Kuroto Aoki's body without saying a word. Kuroto Aoki, who was in pain, looked at Itachi Uchiha in front of him with some surprise. The trap laid by the Uchiha clan for Kuroto is undoubtedly exquisite, because the Uchiha clan not only anticipated that Kuroto would come to seek revenge on the elder of the clan, but also secretly controlled the elder of the clan in advance, and even tampered with the left eye of the clan. And he had browsed Rich's memory before, and it is certain that the Hyuga clan did not know about this, that is to say, in order to plot against him, the Uchiha clan hid from the Hyuga clan and controlled an elder of the clan in the Hyuga clan's mansion. Speaking of the genjutsu just now, whether it is the timing of the launch or the form of the launch, it can be said to be the peak, completely catching him off guard, making him fall into the genjutsu with the giant Tenseigan inexplicably. But the more so, the more confused he felt. He really couldn't understand what Itachi Uchiha was doing. Why didn't he use the genjutsu to torture him? Such a well-prepared trap. If it was just to torture him, it would be ridiculous. So, Kuroto Aoki sneered, "Since you don't want to ask anything, it saves me a lot of trouble, but I will remember this account. When I break free from the genjutsu, I will repay your Uchiha clan." At this time, Itachi said indifferently, "Then in the next 72 hours, please take care of me." Kuroto Aoki's expression froze. 72 hours. The first update is here, please support me, it's nothing, thank you everyone. Looking at Hyuga Aoki, who had fallen into the illusion and seemed to have lost his consciousness, the Zong family elder was overjoyed. He then tried to break free from Hyuga Aoki's grip on his neck. But at this moment, Hyuga Aoki, who had fallen into a daze, suddenly recovered. So fast? The Zong family elder was shocked. From the moment Hyuga Aoki fell into the illusion to the moment he broke free, only 1 or 2 breaths had passed. In such a short time, he did not even have time to break the shackles on his neck and shout for help, let alone kill the enemy and save himself. Huff, huff, Hyuga Aoki panted heavily. His face no longer had the joy of revenge. Instead, it was replaced by a deep sense of exhaustion that could not be concealed. This exhaustion seemed to come from his soul, and his body was filled with a weak aura. Fast. Hearing the Zong family elder's surprise, Hyuga Aoki said hatefully, "I stayed in that damn illusion for 3 whole days." Feeling the cold killing intent in Hyuga Aoki's tone, the Zong family elder immediately understood that Hyuga Aoki would not let him go, so he tried to take the opportunity to break Hyuga Aoki's grip on his neck, fighting for the last chance of survival. At this time, Hyuga Aoki tightened his grip and glared at the Zong family elder. "You idiot." As the pressure on his neck increased, the Zong family elder's face turned red again. He cried, "No, it has nothing to do with me. I don't know what happened just now. I didn't plot against you. Since you don't know anything, then you can go to hell." Crack. With that, Hyuga Aoki crushed the Zong family elder's neck. Looking at the enemy who had already breathed his last, Hyuga Aoki, who had gotten his revenge, did not feel too happy. Because of his carelessness just now, his soul had been tortured in the illusory space for 3 days and 3 nights, almost to the point of exhaustion. If he didn't immediately return to the body of his main body to nourish it, his spiritual body was very likely to directly disintegrate due to the weakness. But at this moment, he could not abandon this puppet and fly back to the body of his original body in the form of a pure spiritual body. Because once he lost the protection of the puppet, his weak spiritual body would not be able to hold on for long. Damn it, I can only put the massacre of the Zong family aside for now. Kuroto Aoki quickly made a decision. Tonight, his plan to exact vengeance on the Zong clan had to be temporarily halted. Because he didn't have much time left. If he didn't hurry back to the side of his original body as soon as possible and allow his spirit body to recuperate, his weakened soul might collapse at any moment. At that time, there will no longer be a Hyuga Aoki in the shinobi world. Having made up his mind, Kuroto Aoki quickly plucked out the Byakuga from the Zone clan elder's eye sockets, especially the left eye. He wanted to bring it back and study it thoroughly. Because the illusion just now left him with a lingering fear, after dealing with the white eyes that were his spoils of war, he didn't hesitate any longer. His figure flashed and disappeared from the room. After Hyuga Aoki left, a figure slowly walked into the house. There is no doubt that this person is none other than Hyojin, who planned this Genjutsu trap. This trap against Hyojin Aoki was arranged by Hyojin based on his understanding of the Soul Descent technique. For an enemy who has used the Soul Descent technique, no matter how many puppets are destroyed, it doesn't make much sense. Only by injuring the opponent's spirit body can one really cause damage to the opponent. However, there are not many methods that can injure the spirit body in the shinobi world. The only method that Hyojin has mastered to injure the spirit body is to rely on the truth-seeking ball to completely disintegrate the enemy's spirit body. But the speed of the spirit body is far above the truth-seeking ball, and the range of control of the truth-seeking ball is only 60 to 70 meters, so it is very difficult to use the truth-seeking ball to destroy the opponent's spirit body in actual combat. What's more, completely destroying the spirit body of Hyuga Aoki is not Hyojin's goal. Hyojin's goal is the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan that was hidden by Hyuga Aoki, and destroying the spirit body of Hyuga Aoki will only make the giant Tenseigan disappear again. Therefore, Hyojin planned this Genjutsu trap. He asked Itachi to use the transcription seal to seal the Tsukuyomi in the left eye of the elder of the clan, and said that once the elder of the clan falls into extreme fear, it will automatically activate the Tsukuyomi in the left eye. As a result, Kuroto Aoki naturally fell into the trap. One must know that the Tsukuyomi is not an ordinary genjutsu, it is a genjutsu that can distort the normal flow of time and directly affect the soul. In the original story, Kakashi, who was hit by Itachi's Tsukuyomi, was directly crippled and was in a coma for a whole week in the hospital bed. If it weren't for Tsunade coming back in time, he would have been in a coma for even longer. And Kakashi's willpower is definitely one of the best among ninjas. If it were someone else, their soul may have collapsed before the end of the genjutsu. Therefore, as long as Hyuga Aoki is hit by the Tsukuyomi, his soul will inevitably be extremely weak, and he needs to immediately return to the body of the main body to be nourished. At that time, Hyojin can find Hyuga Aoki's nest and seize the giant Tenseigan belonging to the Hyuga clan. Walking into the room, Hyojin glanced at the elder of the clan who was lying on the ground with blood dripping from his empty eye sockets. The reason why he tolerated this elder who repeatedly opposed him and even used Mizuki to falsely accuse him to live to this day is because he heard that this guy was the executor of the execution of Hyuga Aoki. If Hyojin was in Hyuga Aoki's position and got the giant Tenseigan, he would also find a way to avenge his brother's death, so this elder of the clan became a natural bait, a bait to lure Hyuga Aoki out, and after learning that Hyuga Aoki colluded with Uchiha Fuyue, and that he would act on the night of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, Hyojin was more certain of Hyuga Aoki's motives, so there was this trap. Boom, at this time, there was another explosion in the village. Walking out of the house, Hyojin looked at Satoshi who was flying in the night sky in the distance, and his face was a little gloomy. Hyuga Aoki would release Satoshi, this is really beyond his expectation. Originally, with his character, he should not care about anything at this time, and directly follow Hyuga Aoki and seize the giant Tenseigan. But listening to the wailing of the villagers in the village, looking at the Naruto robe on his body, he sighed faintly, and immediately made a hand seal, shadow clone technique. Bang, in a burst of white smoke, Hyojin separated a shadow clone. After taking off the gourd from his waist and handing it to the shadow clone, Hyojin's original body no longer hesitated, and his figure flashed and chased in the direction where Hyuga Aoki had left. As for Hyojin's shadow clone, he silently tied the gourd and looked coldly at Satoshi who was wreaking havoc in the village. Here's the second update, please support me with recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today, thank you everyone. In the woods outside the village. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Asma solemnly said to the Umbu members around him, everyone split up and searched to see if there are any survivors. Yes. The Umbu members responded and then split up to check the corpses of the bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen on the ground. Asma himself didn't stay idle, he squatted down next to a bounty ninja's corpse and carefully examined the wounds on the corpse. After separating from Kakashi, Asuma led 20 Umbu squads and hurriedly rushed to the outer wall. But the surprise attack that should have appeared didn't come, so he led the Umbu members to jump over the outer wall and search the periphery of the village, and with this search, they found a whole forest full of corpses. There is only a wound on the throat? Asuma was startled. The body of the bounty ninja in front of him only has a small wound on the throat. Apart from that, there are no other wounds on the body. After checking the other corpses on the side, Asuma found that these corpses also have only one wound, either on the throat, the heart, or the eyebrows. All of them were killed with one blow. The attack was clean and neat. Who did this? The more he checked, the more shocked Asuma was. All the wounds on the corpses, the technique and the style are completely the same. Obviously it was done by the same person, and from this situation on the battlefield, it is obvious that there is no trace of large-scale release of ninjutsu. In short, these hundreds of bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen were probably killed by one person with one sword. Hundreds of people didn't even have a chance to escape before they were killed one by one in this forest. How fast is that? Even if this group of bounty ninjas and wandering swordsmen is a motley crew, the person who killed them must be a top-notch taijutsu powerhouse. Asuma analyzed the information collected at hand while guessing who the other party is. After all, there are not many people in the entire shinobi world who have such a high level of taijutsu. Alert, someone is coming. The other party's speed is very fast. Not good, the enemy's chakra is very big, it's comparable to a human Jinchuriki. Everyone be careful. Just as Asuma was distracted, he heard the continuous warnings from the Black Ops. The enemy that could make these elite Black Ops so nervous was obviously not ordinary. Soon, a figure appeared in Asuma's sight. The other party's speed was extremely fast. With just a light tap on the ground, he could fly dozens of meters away. Rather than saying that he was running, it would be more accurate to say that he was gliding. There is no doubt that this figure is Hyuga Aoki, who is rushing back to his hiding place. He found that the other party was not wearing the My Ninja uniform, nor did he report the secret password tonight, so Asuma ordered loudly without thinking, "Stop him." Swish swish swish, instantly, several Umbu pulled out the katana on their back and used the body flicker technique to rush towards Hyuga Aoki. Hyuga Aoki, who was already dispirited and upset, saw that the Umbu didn't know what to do and rushed towards him. He suddenly became annoyed and said, "Get out of my way." Following his loud shout, a few of the Dark Tribe members who were pouncing towards him were immediately sent flying by an inexplicable force and fell heavily to the ground. Asuma was taken aback, and then quickly printed, "Fire Release, Ash Accumulation Technique." The four Umbu on the side also printed together at this time, and then shouted in unison, "Thunder Release, 4 Pillars Binding Technique." Boom, with a roar, 4 stone pillars rose from the ground and surrounded Hyuga Aoki in the center, and each stone pillar flickered with dazzling lightning, blocking Hyuga Aoki's way. At the same time, Asuma, who had completed the printing, spat out a thick gray mist from his mouth, enveloping Hyuga Aoki's whole body. At this moment, Asuma gritted his teeth, and the entire gray mist he spat out suddenly burned violently, and the 4 stone pillars around him also released a huge lightning at the same time, blasting Hyuga Aoki in the center. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the dazzling flames and dazzling lightning illuminated the dark night sky. It should be solved. Looking at the billowing smoke in front of him, Asuma breathed a sigh of relief. This level of joint ninjutsu, even if a Kage-level strong person was trapped, he would lose a layer of skin if not die. Suddenly, an Umbu on the periphery warned, "Everyone be careful, his chakra reaction has not disappeared." At this time, the smoke gradually dissipated, and they saw Hyuga Aoki standing in the field with his arms open, and not only his body was not injured, even his robe was not stained with a trace of ash. How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone present, including Asuma, was extremely surprised. The other party actually blocked their joint ninjutsu just now without any damage. "Byakugan? Are you a Hyuga?" After noticing the Byakugan in Hyuga Aoki's eyes, Asuma immediately asked, "Who are you? Why did you appear here?" Hyuga Aoki, who was shrouded in exhaustion, had no mind to deal with Asuma and others at this moment. He just waved his hands, "Give it back to you." Whoosh, In an instant, a monstrous flame mixed with dazzling lightning spurted out from the palms of Hyuga Aoki's hands, immediately sweeping everything around, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Caught off guard, Asma and the Umbu were all engulfed by the flame wrapped in lightning. At this time, Hyuga Aoki, who looked tired and even his eyes were half squinted, no longer cared about the Umbu around him. He jumped directly out of the sea of fire and fled towards the distance, leaving only a rather panicked back. And on a big tree not far away, Hyojin supported his chin with one hand and said, "Devour the enemy's ninjutsu and then release it? This should be the ability of the giant Tenseigan, right?" In his impression, Otsutsuki Samurai did devour Naruto's attack, and also absorbed Naruto's chakra and reflected it back, so he quickly recognized the technique Hyuga Aoki had just used. It seems that Hyuga Aoki has developed the giant Tenseigan very deeply. After a little sigh, Hyojin's figure flickered and followed silently. As for Asma and others who were engulfed by the flames in the field, Hyojin has already observed them with the Byakugan. Hyuga Aoki's counterattack just now was obviously absent-minded. He just wanted to quickly get rid of the entanglement of Asma and others, so he deliberately enlarged the range of the flames at the expense of the power. It was also because of this that Asuma and the rest of the Umbu couldn't escape in time. But after all, they were all experienced elites. When they were in danger, they had made emergency measures. Injuries were inevitable, but their lives should not be in danger. In the village, Satoshi's rampage continued. With its perception of malice, and its unusual dexterity and high-speed flying ability, it turned the whole village upside down. The three generations and Tsunade had joined the battle. However, neither the three generations nor Tsunade were the type of people who were good at dealing with giant psychic beasts, not to mention that Satoshi could fly, so they could only barely resist the attacks of Satoshi. For the time being, there was no good way to deal with Satoshi. Holding the diamond wishful staff, Seiji looked at the three generations in the air with a gloomy face. At this time, Tsunade landed next to three generations, panting and saying, "Sensei, what should we do now? We can't hit this guy at all." Sigh, three generations sighed helplessly. Just now, he and Tsunade joined forces and changed 4 or 5 tactics in a row, but none of them were able to hit Satoshi, who was flying around in the night. This kind of situation where he could only passively defend gave him a headache as a ninjutsu doctor. Boom, at this time an explosion sounded again. Three generations and Tsunade looked at the sound and saw that Satoshi had just swooped down and destroyed several buildings in the village. Tsunade quickly said, "Sensei, can you ask Sachikage and Kazekage to take action?" Although 4 generations Lei-ing and 4 generations Mizukage have disappeared, 3 generations Sachikage and 4 generations of Kazekage have secretly returned and are now hiding in the village. Moreover, 3 generations Sachikage and 4 generations of Kazekage are rare ninjas with the ability to fly, so they can deal with Satoshi, who is wreaking havoc in the air. 3 generations pondered for a moment, but finally shook his head. "Let's wait and see." Sachikage and Kazekage are the last cards of the village to deal with the Uchiha clan's rebellion. After all, the Uchiha clan has 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, and it is still unknown how many people Amatsukami has invested in dealing with the Uchiha clan. Therefore, 3 generations feel that it is still necessary to keep Sachikage and Kazekage as a trump card for the time being in order to deal with other emergencies. Tsunade frowned and said, "What should we do with the monster in the sky?" Sandame looked up at the night sky as he fell into deep thought. The lack of a powerful flying ninja is one of Mai's current shortcomings. This flaw is usually not obvious, but when dealing with a flying monster like Satoshi, it suddenly becomes prominent. At this moment, the pupils of 3 generations suddenly shrunk, and he exclaimed, "Oh no." The reason why the 3 generations, who have always been calm, was shocked is because Satoshi in the sky seems to be tired of destroying ordinary houses and streets, so he turned around and flew towards the Naruto rock in the distance. Tsunade also angrily said, "Damn it. The Naruto rock is Mai's face. If it is destroyed by the monster Satoshi, then Mai will lose a lot of face." 3 generations and Tsunade are not the only ones who are aware of Satoshi's behavior. Many Mai ninjas on the ground are also aware of this, but in the face of this situation, no one can do anything, because Satoshi's speed is too fast. Those who run on the ground obviously can't catch up with him in the air. On the roof of a high-rise building in the village, 3 generations, 4 generations of Kazekage, and there. Accompanying guards are all looking at Satoshi, who is rushing towards Mai's Naruto rock. 3 generations said with a gloating tone, if the Naruto rock is destroyed by that monster, then Mai will be embarrassed. Their own rock village was destroyed by the Akatsuki organization. 3 generations already had a belly full of anger, and now seeing Mai also suffer, although they are currently allies, he still felt inexplicably happy. For generations of Kazekage's side, I didn't expect this monster to be so difficult to deal with. Dead L on the side was somewhat eager, old man, let me go and meet that monster. 3 generations Tsuchikage curled his lips, Mai himself is not in a hurry, why are we in a hurry, you just stay here for me. Just when people with anger, anxiety, helplessness, and all kinds of thoughts were looking at Satoshi rushing towards the Naruto rock, a figure suddenly fell on the 5th Naruto rock's Naruto rock. Whoosh, at this moment, a gust of night wind blew past, causing the figure's Haoshin robe, which was covered with flame patterns, to flutter high in the air. Hey, you want to destroy this place? Do you know how much money I spent to carve this head? Even if I agree, my savings won't be enough. Obviously, the figure that fell on the head of the 5th Naruto rock is Hyojin's shadow clone. Because you insisted on carving Hyojin's Naruto rock more beautifully, in order to carve Hyojin's Naruto rock, they spent more than 10 million ryo, but the village only reimbursed them for half of the cost, causing them to spend more than 5 million ryo Naruto rock. It's Kuroto. 3 generations Tsuchikage saw Hyojin's figure for the first time, but the anxiety on his face did not decrease, because he didn't think that Hyojin has any means to stop Satoshi from destroying the Naruto rock. It's 5th generation. Great, Naruto-sama arrived. Naruto-sama, you must stop that monster. Unlike the 3 generations Tsuchikage, the Mai ninjas cheered when they saw Hyojin appearing on the Naruto rock. Listening to the cheers around, 3 generations Tsuchikage chuckled and said, oh, isn't that the 5th generation of my Naruto rock? For generations of Kazekage casually said, the 5th generation of Mai is the Hyuga clan that specializes in soft boxing, right? Although he didn't say it clearly, the meaning of 4 generations of Kazekage's words was obvious, that is, he didn't think that the 5th generation Naruto who specializes in taijutsu has the ability to deal with the trouble in front of him. On the Naruto rock. Hyojin, who was standing on his Naruto rock, saw that Satoshi was getting closer and closer, and he could even feel the airflow coming from it, so he slowly raised his hands, I bet on the name of Naruto, I will never let you destroy this place. After saying that, Hyojin raised his arms to complete the hand seal, and shouted in a low voice, Dragon Vein Seal, unseal. In a split second, Ryumai chakra gushed out of the gourd artifact around his waist and transformed into a huge purple-green dragon that circled around him. Roar, suddenly, the purple-green dragon appeared and let out a shocking roar. Hyojin, who was wearing Naruto's Haori robe, jumped and landed on the purple-green dragon, and then faced the surging Satoshi head-on. The first chapter is a 4,000-word chapter, I beg for recommendation votes, monthly votes. The dragon vein is the same as the 7-tailed Komiai, it naturally has the ability to fly. Therefore, after opening the dragon vein seal, Hyojin also has the ability to fly. Of course, the flying speed of the dragon vein is not fast, it is more like a kind of swimming that controls the airflow. Boom, in the blink of an eye, Hyojin, who was controlling the dragon vein, faced the fierce Satoshi. The 2 behemoths collided in the air, making a deafening noise. What is that? Is it the 5th Sama's technique? Or is it a summoning beast? What kind of ninjutsu is Naruto-sama using? Looking at the 2 behemoths colliding in the night sky, the Mai ninjas on the ground were all stunned. Not to mention the ordinary Mai ninjas, even the 3 generations holding the Vitra wishful stick were surprised at this moment, wondering, what did Kuroto summon? On the side, Tsunade's expression was solemn, this level of chakra is simply a tailed beast. Although she doesn't know what the dragon vein is, this does not prevent Tsunade from perceiving the chakra of the dragon vein. With just a little perception, she made a judgment that the dragon vein is comparable to a tailed beast. Because the chakra aura emitted by the dragon vein is too strong, this level of chakra is almost exactly the same as a tailed beast's Jinchuriki. On the other side, looking at the purple dragon in the air facing Satoshi, the 3 generations Tsuchikage frowned, what kind of monster is this? Is it the summoning beast of 5th Sama Naruto? But isn't the summoning beast of my Naruto a wild boar? The 3 generations Tsuchikage really didn't expect that the unknown 5th Sama Naruto of my had such a hidden card. Looking at the intense confrontation in the sky, Dead-Ale grinned and said, "If there's a gorgeous explosion at this time, it would be perfect art, Unlike the others, when the 4 generations of Kazekage saw the dragon vein in the sky, their eyes turned cold. They exchanged glances with Chio, the consulting elder of the Sand Crypsis. It really was Both of them saw a meaningful look in each other's eyes. Undoubtedly, the 4 generations of Kazekage and Chio are aware of the aura of chakra on the dragon that is entangled with Wu in the night sky. It is very similar to the aura of chakra on the dragon vein under the ancient city of Roran in the Wind Country. It must be known that the Sand Crypsis has always regarded the ancient city of Roran as their own sphere of influence. They were very dissatisfied with my sending people to seal the dragon vein under the ancient city of Roran. However, at that time, it was the era when the 4 generations Naruto dominated the shinobi world, and it was the 4 generations Naruto who sealed the dragon vein. Therefore, the Sand Crypsis didn't dare to say anything. They could only secretly monitor the survivors of the ancient city of Roran while thinking of other ways to seize the dragon vein. However, the sudden disappearance of the Roran survivors a few years ago caught the Sand Crypsis off guard. When the 4 generations of Kazekage led a group of Sand Crypsis ninjas to rush to the ruins of the ancient city of Roran, the dragon vein had already been taken away. The furious 4 generations of Kazekage also sent people to question Mai at that time, but the 3 generations didn't know about it, so Mai's questioning of the Sand Crypsis was naturally perfunctory. In the night sky, the battle between the 2 behemoths continued. Hyojin shouted, "Entangle it." Under Hyojin's command, the dragon vein immediately entangled the body of Satoshi like a python entangling its prey. To deal with a flying monster like Satoshi that can perceive malice and has a nimble body, it is necessary to engage in close combat. Roar. Satoshi, who was entangled by the dragon vein, let out a roar, and immediately waved its limbs, flapped its wings, and struggled violently. Satoshi not only has sharp wings, but the long claws on its limbs are also as sharp as knives. With a casual sweep, it can easily destroy the buildings on the entire street, so when it struggled, it was earth-shattering. Tisk. Seeing Satoshi leaving claw marks on Ryumai's body, Suijin couldn't help but sigh. At this time, the dragon vein was not a real entity, but an illusion formed by the dragon vein chakra. In terms of physical strength, it was far inferior to the monster Satoshi. That was why Satoshi's scratches were able to leave deep scratches. However, Hyojin could not completely remove the seal of the dragon vein and release the entity of the dragon vein. This was mainly because the appearance of the dragon vein was slightly special. To put it simply, it did not look too serious. Once the true appearance of the dragon vein was revealed, it was likely to harm the reputation of Hyojin, the 5th generation Naruto. Another reason was that there was only a shadow clone of Hyojin in the village. If the seal of the dragon vein was completely removed and the entity of the dragon vein was released, once the dragon vein went berserk, a shadow clone would not be able to handle it. Boom, the 2 behemoths fought from the air to the ground, and from the ground to the air, destroying a large number of buildings along the way. Not to mention the fact that the chakra state of the Ryumyaku was becoming more and more difficult to suppress the enlightenment. After all, without a physical body, using chakra to resist is too much of a disadvantage. At this moment, Satoshi suddenly opened his mouth as if to condense a jade-tail beast and bombarded the dragon vein that entangled him. Not good. Hyojin's eyes narrowed when he saw this. The power of the jade-tail beast released by a monster like Satoshi will not be much worse than the jade-tail beast released by a real-tail beast, so once Satoshi releases this jade-tail beast in the village, it will destroy more than a few blocks. The 3 generations who were rushing over also saw this scene, so he quickly stopped and shouted to the group of my ninjas around him, "Everyone retreat. It's too late. Shit. We're dead this time." Looking at the dark red ball of chakra gradually condensing in Satoshi's mouth, although the surrounding my ninjas realized that danger was approaching, they did not scatter and escape like the 3 generations had ordered. Because it was too late, just when all the surrounding my ninjas thought that they could not escape, Hyojin leaped into the air and used the cover of the dragon vein around him to quietly perform rain manipulation. At the same time, Satoshi, who was about to shoot out the jade-tail beast in his mouth, was suddenly affected by an inexplicable force. His open mouth suddenly closed and swallowed the jade-tail beast that was about to be shot out. Boom, a low muffled sound came from Satoshi's mouth. Then, green smoke drifted out from the gap of Satoshi's mouth. Motherf *Ker, Hyojin, who rarely cursed, quickly ordered the dragon vein, "We can't entangle with this guy in the village anymore. Drag it out of the village first." After receiving Hyojin's order, the dragon vein immediately swept up Satoshi, who was stunned by its own jade-tail beast, and flew out of the village. Watching the two behemoths gradually leave, the group of my ninjas who had just escaped from death looked at each other. "I'm a little late, so I couldn't make it before midnight. I'm sorry, I'm looking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today, thank you everyone." Taking advantage of the time when Goku took a solid hit from its own jade-tail beast, the dragon vein finally dragged the dizzy Goku out of the range of my village. But just after flying out of the village, Goku shook its head and slowly recovered. Seeing this, Kuroto frowned and said, "It can't be, he recovered so quickly?" At this time, although the two behemoths in the air have flown away from the village, they are not far from it. If they fight here, it will accidentally affect the village. Roar. At this time, Goku realized that it was taken out of the village and roared. This roar of Goku seems to be able to directly hit the soul, making people who hear it feel as if their heart is being gripped by something, causing their blood to boil and their heart to tremble. Then, Goku frantically waved its claws and struggled. Because it is not its real body, the dragon vein is not an opponent of Goku in close combat, so it only took a moment for Goku to break free from the shackles of the dragon vein, spread its pair of black wings in the night, and tried to return to Mai. Seeing this scene, Hyojin immediately understood that before Kuroto Aoki escaped, he must have given Goku an order similar to destroy Mai. Otherwise, Goku would not be so persistent in attacking Mai. I must not let it return to the village again. Hyojin instantly made up his mind and urged the dragon vein to rush forward again. Under Hyojin's command, the dragon vein entangled Goku, who had spread its wings, and dragged Goku from the air and fell into a distant forest. Rumble, the fall of the two behemoths immediately caused an earth-shaking roar. At the same time, the trees on the ground were crushed, and the smoke and dust raised covered the sky. In terms of combat effectiveness, Goku's combat effectiveness is far above the average tailed beast. In terms of difficulty, even the strongest of the tailed beasts, 9 tails, may not be its opponent. This was because the combination of its ability to sense malice and its ability to fly at high speed was simply too unfathomable. If one doesn't have the right way to deal with it, or if one doesn't have enough strength to crush it, then even a great ninja like Mai won't be able to do anything to it. In the Battle of Devil Lantern Castle in the original universe, almost all of the 12 Mai roaches who had grown up were dispatched, as well as several elite Jonin like Kakashi, Guy, and Yamato, plus Tsunade who was already a 5th Naruto at that time, and Hachibi's Jinchuriki of Cloud Village. Such a luxurious lineup was more than enough to subdue 9 tails, but they still couldn't do anything to Wu. It could be seen that Wu was more difficult to deal with than 9 tails. After dragging Wu to the ground, Hyojin no longer hesitated and immediately formed a seal. Spirit Communication Technique. Bang, amidst a burst of white smoke, a huge wild boar appeared. This was Hyojin's tactic. Since the dragon vein in the state of chakra couldn't suppress Wu one-on-one, he could only find another helper. However, it seemed that because of the sudden spirit communication in the middle of the night, the wild boar that was summoned was a little dazed. It stared blankly at the dragon vein and Wu who were fighting, not knowing what to do. Kuroto shouted angrily, "Idiot, what are you waiting for? Help me! What are you waiting for?" After being urged by Hyojin, the wild boar's dull eyes finally regained some spirit. After exhaling a mouthful of hot air, it rushed towards Wu aggressively. Seeing another huge creature pouncing on it, Wu immediately got rid of the entanglement of the dragon vein and spread its wings to fly into the sky. Thump, at this moment, seeing that its target was about to escape, the wild boar stomped its front hooves. A huge wave of chakra spread out from its body, covering an area of a few hundred meters with its body as the center. Wu, who was in this area, was about to spread its wings and fly high. However, an inexplicable force pulled it back to the ground, causing it to fall to the ground. Then, the wild boar went forward and bit one of Wu's thighs. It started to tear it apart as if it was tearing its prey apart. Wu, whose thigh was bitten, immediately retaliated. Both his claws ruthlessly clawed at the wild boar. However, the wild boar's skin was coarse and thick. Wu's claws only left a shallow wound on it. The wild boar didn't seem to feel this degree of injury. It was still seriously tearing Wu's thighs as if it really treated Wu as a big bird or a wild chicken. Hyojin, who had already moved to the side, was also stunned at this moment. He didn't expect the wild boar to bite Wu's thighs as soon as it came up. He was speechless. This is obviously a serious battle. Why is it that every time I summon it, the style changes? In the village, the loud rumbling sounds and the violent tremors of the ground, as well as the roar of the monster that penetrated the sky and shocked the soul, all indicated that a battle of life and death for Mai was taking place not far from the village. Naruto-sama, you must win. Naruto-sama, it's all up to you. God, please bless the safety of the 5th generation. Many Mai ninjas who had experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion in the past prayed silently at this moment. That night was very similar to tonight, but it was Nine Tails that wreaked havoc in the village, and it was 4 generations Naruto Minato who protected the village and fought fiercely with the Nine Tails, and tonight, the one who wreaked havoc in the village was Wu, who was not inferior to Nine Tails, and the one who protected the village, just like 4 generations Naruto Hyojin, who had just ascended to the position of Naruto. Because of this, many Mai ninjas had bad associations. 4 generations Naruto died that night. Feeling the waves of tremors under her feet, Tsunade, who had mastered the extraordinary strength fist, was very clear about how much strength was needed to produce such a tremor from such a distance. Based on this alone, it was not difficult for Tsunade to imagine how fierce the battle outside the village was. Thinking of this, Tsunade said to the 3 generations who looked solemn, "Sensei, let me go. You know the strength of that monster, he can't hold it alone." 3 generations nodded, "Take the SEAL team with you. If it weren't for the fact that the rebellion of the Uchiha clan in the village has not been completely resolved, and he still needs to continue to stay in the center, I am afraid that he would have already led the team to rush over. SEAL team, follow me." After shouting, Tsunade immediately flew in the direction of the distant roar. After a while, Tsunade, who was nervous, finally led the SEAL team to the battle site, but the scene in front of them was very different from what they had imagined before. On the messy battlefield in the distance, a wild boar was gnawing on one of Wu's thighs, tearing at it with all its might. When it was impatient, it would even hold Wu in its mouth and throw him to the ground. In the air, the purple cyan dragon was bombarding Wu's big round head with jade-tailed beast after jade-tailed beast, making the same loud rumbling noise that they heard in the village. As for the roar, it was indeed coming from Wu's mouth, but now, it sounded like the roar was filled with sorrow and pain. On top of the 3 behemoths, Hyojin, who was wrapped in a purple chakra, crossed his arms and floated quietly in the night sky. The flame pattern on his Naruto robe fluttered in the wind. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Seeing that Tsunade had arrived with the sealing team, Hyojin floated down from the air and said with a smile, "You guys came at the right time, I was still worried about how to deal with this guy." Satoshi has the ability to absorb all negative emotions such as anger, hatred, and fear. Because of its previous rampage in the village, most of the villagers in the village are filled with anger and fear, and these negative emotions have become nourishment for Satoshi at this moment, causing Hyojin to use Ryumai to bombard Satoshi several times with the tail beast Jade, but it still failed to cause fatal damage to Satoshi. Naruto-sama. Seeing Hyojin fall from the air, the Mai ninjas of the sealing team hurriedly greeted him and knelt on the ground. This is their respect for Hyojin from the bottom of their hearts. Unlike in the past, they simply respect Hyojin's title as the 5th Naruto. Because tonight, Hyojin proved with his own strength that he, the 5th Naruto, is not the weakest Naruto in history, but a powerful Naruto who truly turned the tide and saved the village from danger. Looking at the wild boar and Ryumai not far away, Tsunade's eyebrows couldn't help trembling. On the way here, she predicted many scenarios, but she didn't predict the scene in front of her. She didn't expect that the monster that she, the 3 generations, and many Mai ninjas couldn't deal with was easily dealt with by Hyojin alone. Yes, in Tsunade's view, Hyojin, who was quietly floating in the air with his arms crossed, easily subdued Satoshi. Ignoring the surprised Tsunade, Hyojin ordered the sealing team, "Do it." Yes. The members of the sealing class responded and quickly rushed to the battlefield. Hyojin also flew over and let the wild boar and Long Mai assist the sealing team. Although the individual strength of the ninjas in the seal class is average, and most of them only have the strength of a chunin, but each of them is a master proficient in fuinjutsu, and the fuinjutsu they cast together has the ability to suppress the tailed beast. As for monsters like Wu, what they feared the most was sealing techniques. In the original story, it was the elite Jonin Wu Wei of the Kusanagi village who used the sealing technique Grand Fire Heavenly Prison to deal with Satoshi. With just one blow, Satoshi's chakra was sealed. Of course, if Hyojin's real body was here, he wouldn't even need to wait for the sealing class to arrive. He could try to seal Wu by himself. However, there is only one of Hyojin's shadow doppelganger here. If he doesn't care about the cost of casting high-intensity fuinjutsu, it is likely that the shadow doppelganger will collapse due to excessive consumption of chakra. Because Hyojin has now entered the tailed beast state, his whole body is wrapped in a purple dragon vein tailed beast coat, and he doesn't lack chakra. But in fact, he can't borrow much of dragon vein chakra at all, because he hasn't mastered immortal jutsu. If it was his real body, he can forcibly extract the dragon vein chakra that contains nature energy, and then slowly expel the nature energy that invaded his body after the battle. But this is only a shadow doppelganger. Once the nature energy enters the body, the shadow doppelganger will collapse instantly. This is also why he rarely makes a move directly and has been deliberately preserving his own chakra. Because once this shadow doppelganger disappears, there is a risk that the uncontrolled dragon vein will go berserk. Soon, as the sealing class made their move, various kinds of fuinjutsu appeared on Wu's body. These fuinjutsu's seal kept spreading, and as the fuinjutsu's fuinjutsu spread, Wu's roars also gradually weakened. Just as the battle was about to end, a few powerful chakra waves suddenly appeared in the distance. Hyojin's expression changed. He activated Byakugan and flew into the air again. Looking into the distance, what Hyojin's Byakugan saw were two groups of chakra, one in front and one behind, one chasing and one fleeing. There were 3 chakra in the first group. One of them had a chakra that Hyojin was very familiar with, because it was 4 generations Mizuki Jigura's tailed beast chakra. The second group of chakra had more chakra than the first group. Including the ones flying in the sky, there were 6 or 7 of them, and most of them were Hyojin's acquaintances. Seeing this, Hyojin immediately frowned, and then directly left Tsunade and the sealing class, and went to meet them. In the distance. Looking at Hyojin flying towards him, for generations Mizuki Jigura's tense heart finally relaxed, and he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Mei and Aojirai who were beside Yugura still looked nervous and solemn. Obviously, the two of them didn't feel much joy because Hyojin wearing Naruto's robe came to their rescue. Because in their view, the strength of the Akatsuki members behind them is not something that Hyojin, the 5th generation Naruto, can contend with. It's just that Hyojin was wearing a tailed beast coat and a purple chakra that surprised them. Behind Yugura, the Akatsuki's Mist Squad and Sasori in the air saw Hyojin. Their faces were gloomy. The Akatsuki's operation to capture the 3-tailed beast did not go smoothly, because 4 generations Mizuki Jigura seemed to be prepared, and did not stay far away from my village like the other 3 Kage, but stayed close to my village, so the place where Akatsuki intercepted Yugura and the others was not far from my village. In addition, Akatsuki also seriously underestimated the strength of Mei and Aojirai around Yugura. During the period when Obito was secretly controlling the Mist Village, Mei was indeed not very strong. At most, she was at the level of an elite jonin, but in recent years, with the growth of her age, the increase of her chakra, and the continuous development of the 2 Kekkei Genkai, boil release and lava release, her strength suddenly entered a period of rapid growth. In just 1 or 2 years, she stepped from the level of an elite jonin to the Kage level, and the growth of her strength can be said to be beyond everyone's expectations, becoming the strongest person in the Mist Village under Yugura. And the Byakugan captured by Aojirai is the most effective in restraining the mist assassination technique. It is simply the nemesis of Akatsuki's Mist Squad. Therefore, under the cover of Mei and Aojirai, Yugura and the others successfully broke through the encirclement of the Mist Squad and Sasori at the cost of sacrificing the other 6 guards. In a moment, Hyojin in his tailed beast form met Yugura and the others, and after meeting Hyojin, Yugura immediately turned around and confronted the Akatsuki group. On the Akatsuki's side, standing in the air on the back of the fusion spirit beast, Sasori glanced at Hyojin, who was wearing the Naruto robe, and then moved his eyes to the My village behind Hyojin. He has always been lawless, but his face showed deep fear. Because in the Akatsuki organization, My village has been regarded as a forbidden area that cannot be easily set foot in. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday, thank you everyone. During the confrontation, Hyojin, who was floating in the air, looked at the Akatsuki member in front of him. Hyojin wasn't unfamiliar with the 4 members of the Akatsuki organization's mist team. Among them, the one that was worthy of his attention was the dried persimmon demon mermaid, who had the record of defeating Jinchuriki by himself. In the previous battle where the Akatsuki attacked the rock village, the dried persimmon demon shark captured the Four-Tails Jinchuriki in a one-on-one battle and became famous. In the shinobi world, anyone who can deal with a Jinchuriki one-on-one can basically be classified as a Kage-level expert. Therefore, the tailless beast named Dry Persimmon is actually the strongest person in the mist squad of the Akatsuki organization, even though what he is holding in his hand is not the sharkskin of the original spacetime, but the double-bladed flounder. Compared to the fog team on the ground, Hyojin was more concerned about the scorpion in the air. To be more precise, he was more concerned about Hiriko's puppet that stood beside Sasori. Under normal circumstances, after the corpse of the dead was made into a puppet, its combat power would not be comparable to that of the dead when they were alive. However, Hiriko's situation is a bit special, because Hiriko is a perfect shinobi who has gone through the Kekkai Genkai fusion ritual. After the baptism of the ritual, the strength of his body far exceeds that of an ordinary ninja. Coupled with the various bloodline limit boundaries that Hiriko possessed when he was alive, all of them were perfectly inherited by the human puppet after he was turned into a human puppet. Therefore, in the hands of a top-level puppet master like Sasori, Hiriko's human puppet's combat power was probably only slightly inferior to Hiriko when he was alive. This was also the reason why Yugura and the others couldn't defeat them. If it was only the mist team, Yugura wouldn't be afraid of him. Yugura was a Mizukage of 4 generations. Scorpion, who had fused with his spiritual beast, retracted his gaze from Mai and focused his attention on Hyojin, who was also flying in the air. 5th generation Naruto? Looking at the Naruto robe on Hyojin, Sasori's eyes gradually turned cold, and he said with a gloomy expression, "Hyojin, we finally meet again." Obviously, Sasori was still brooding over the fact that 3 generations of Kazekage puppets were taken away by Hyojin. Hyojin chuckled. That was many years ago. At that time, Sasori had not yet joined the Akatsuki, and he had just finished transforming the bodies of 3 generations of Kazekage into human puppets. At that time, Hyojin was just a Chunin cannon fodder who was implicated by Orochimaru's defection and was sent to the front line by the village to be secretly consumed. At that time, be it in terms of fame or strength, the 2 sides were worlds apart. That encounter was also the first time that Hyojin used the newly awakened Tenseigan in actual combat, and accidentally took away Sasori's most beloved puppet work at that time, 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. The wonders of life are nothing more than this. However, Hyojin chuckled because this was not the first time he met Sasori after many years. They have met many times over the years, but sometimes as Yama, sometimes as Suijin, sometimes as Suijin, sometimes as Homasubi, sometimes as Kaze-chime, and the most recent time was not long ago when he was searching for Danzo's hiding place, using the identity of Xidagarba. Hyojin's chuckle made Sasori's expression even more gloomy. He looked up and down at Hyojin. "I didn't expect that the kid who could be pinched to death by me at any time would grow to this point, even becoming Naruto, how ironic." Hyojin said lightly, "I also didn't expect that after so many years, you don't seem to have made any progress at all, it's really surprising." Hyojin is just a shadow clone, his combat power is limited, but the more so, the more he will not show weakness, he has already grasped it perfectly in countless battles. At this time, Tsunade also led the SEAL team to this side in the distance, and the wild boar, who had no opponent, also ran over, shaking the ground. Sasori is not afraid of Hyojin, who seems to have entered the tailed beast state. The members of Akatsuki, who have always been unscrupulous, don't take Jinchuriki too seriously, but this place is too close to Mai. Sasori is worried that Akatsuki may intervene. Therefore, before Tsunade and others approached, Sasori said to the mist team on the ground, "The operation has failed, retreat." Goji Yagura and Mei are already very difficult to deal with, plus Mai's 5th generation Naruto and one of the Sannin Tsunade are also here, so the mist team did not hesitate and immediately turned around and retreated. Finally looking at Hyojin, Sasori said, "Hyojin, you just wait, sooner or later, you will become my collection." In the country of fire. Boom, 4 generations laying in the lightning release chakra mode punched heavily on the Cyan Susanoo, making a loud roar. Although the powerful impact failed to break the defense of Susanoo, it forced the Cyan Susanoo to take a step back. 4 generations laying roared angrily, "You damn bastard, give me back my Karabi." Humph. Amidst Susanoo, Etu snorted coldly. After a fight, he has successfully locked the Cloud Village's Hachibi's Jinchuriki into his Kamui space, and once it enters his Kamui space, it basically means that the capture of the Hachibi has been successful. After sharing the intelligence of the Akatsuki with the 5 great shinobi villages, for generations laying more or less understood some of the principles of Obsidian's Kamui, which is why he is so anxious at this time. He knows very well that even if Karabi still retains his combat power in the Kamui space at this moment, as long as he can't escape in time, it will be difficult for him to escape in the end. Because as long as Obsidian returns to the Akatsuki and throws him out of the Kamui space in front of all the members, even if Karabi is strong, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, not to mention the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, can easily deal with his Jinchuriki. Obsidian naturally understood that the capture of the Hachibi has been successful this time, so he immediately removed the Susanoo and disappeared in a twisting vortex. Looking at the position where Obsidian disappeared, for generations Laying was stunned for a moment, then immediately gritted his teeth and ordered the cloud ninjas around him, "Return to my first." In the country of water. Fei Dan, who was covered in blood, shouted loudly, "Kakuzu, did you see my arm? Where did it fly to? Why can't I find it after searching for a long time?" Kakuzu sat on a wet boulder, gasping for breath. The red cloud suit on his body was torn, and from the damaged places, it can be seen that 3 of the 4 masks on his back have been broken. "First, I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes." The surrounding veil-like mist was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Fei Dan, who was carrying the bloody crescent scythe, was looking around while cursing, making the forest shrouded in mist and silence more lively. On the damp boulder, Kakuzu stood up and looked around. All he could see were fallen trees and potholes of varying depths. All of this undoubtedly revealed that an intense battle had taken place here not long ago. Finally, Kakuzu's gaze moved to Yugao, who was nailed to the tree by a kunai, and his face was a little embarrassed. Drip, drip, drops of blood dripped from Yugao's body and splashed into the puddle on the ground. At this time, Yugao's body was covered with wounds, his clothes were almost completely dyed red, and he was unconscious. His hands were pierced by kunai, and he was nailed to the trunk of the tree like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Tisk. Kakuzu snorted lightly. This time they suffered a big loss, and they almost lost. If Fei Dan's death priest was not too unreasonable with his blood, the 2 of them would be lying on the ground now. Akatsuki's information this time is too wrong. Even with Kakuzu's character, he could not help but complain. Before the operation, the Akatsuki provided them with information about the 6-tailed Jinchuriki was relatively low threat level, based on the fact that Yugao was not a perfect Jinchuriki, and he did not have a tacit understanding with the 6 tails. Once he entered the tailed beast state, he would lose his will. Therefore, Kakuzu thought that this mission would be easy. But Kuroto didn't expect Yugao's strength to be so strong. Although he didn't have the perfect Jinchuriki and couldn't stay awake in the tailed beast form, his speed after transforming into a tailed beast is too fast, and the chakra tail beast coat attached to his body is extremely corrosive, even a little bit can be fatal. According to Kakuzu's evaluation, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki in the berserk state was stronger than the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, Yujito ni. In fact, Kakuzu did not know that in the original spacetime, it was Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain who personally captured Yugao. In that battle, although Yugao had been captured, under the siege of the 6 Paths of Pain, he had instantly killed the human path and the hungry ghost path, displaying his terrifying speed and destructive power to the fullest. One had to know that Nagato's 6 paths of pain was able to deal with Hanzo, who was known as a demigod, unscathed. In the original spacetime, when he fought against Jiraiya in immortal mode, he only lost 3 of them, and that was in the first stage. When 6 of them appeared in the second stage, Jiraiya in immortal mode was quickly defeated. Being besieged by 6 Jinchuriki at the same time, Yu Gaoning was able to instantly kill 2 Jinchuriki. His performance was already very amazing. At least among all the Jinchuriki, his performance was second only to the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Chilabai, and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto. And this once again shows that in the shinobi world, speed is everything. If it weren't for Yu Gao being unable to maintain his rationality in his tailed beast form, with his speed, few people in the shinobi world would be able to catch up with him. At this time, Fei Dan's laughter came from not far away. Ha ha ha, I finally found it. Kakuzu looked towards the source of the sound and saw Fei Dan pulling out a muddy broken arm from a puddle. The broken arm was instantly cut off by Yu Gao in his tailed beast form. After sewing Fei Dan's broken arm, Kakuzu said, "Take that guy, let's go." Fei Dan said, "Hey, let's make it clear first, we'll each carry him for a while." In Mount Mayaboku, the smoke and dust that covered the sky gradually dissipated in the night wind, revealing a messy scene. In the huge forest, the 3 giant toads, Wen Tai, Guang, and Jian, were lying on the ground. They seemed to have lost their consciousness. Jiraiya was lying in a pool of blood, with a black stick stuck in each of his limbs. Fukasaku and Shima also fell on the ground in a mess, with a black stick stuck in each of their bodies, and their chakra was completely shackled. Naruto and Fu, who were a little further away, were completely shackled by Nagato's wood release, so they couldn't even enter the tailed beast form. The only one who could move on the battlefield was Sasuke, who was infected by the spore jutsu. At this moment, he stared at the Rinnegan in Nagato's eye sockets with a bewildered look on his face, muttering, "Is this the legendary Rinnegan?" Nagato's indifferent gaze swept across Sasuke, and then directly swept past Sasuke's body, completely ignoring Sasuke, and turned to walk towards Naruto and Fu, who were not far away. Seeing Nagato gradually walking towards Naruto and Fu, Sasuke shouted in his heart, "Move, move quickly. Damn it, how can I watch him take away Naruto and Fu?" But no matter how much Sasuke shouted in his heart, his body was trembling and unable to move. He couldn't even take a step, because fear had completely dominated his body. After witnessing Nagato easily defeat Jiraiya, Toad Bunta, Toad Ken, Toad Hiroshi, and many other powerhouses, he understood that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. Therefore, he wanted to save Naruto and Fu, but the desire to live in his heart prevented him from doing anything, because as long as he made a move, even if it was just a shuriken, the result would be death. Amidst the endless shame and fear, Sasuke's ink-black eyes suddenly turned scarlet. The 2 Magatama in his eyes spun and gradually turned into 3 Magatama. At this time, Jiraiya, who was nailed to the ground by the black stick, coughed up blood and said, "Nagato, don't make any more mistakes." Nagato stopped and didn't look back. He just said lightly, "Jiraiya-sensei, you are lying on the ground, what right do you have to teach me a lesson?" Jiraiya tried to persuade him, "There must be a reason why you have the Rinnegan, you are probably the child of prophecy who will save the shinobi world, so while everything can still be redeemed, turn back." The child of prophecy paused, and Nagato said coldly, "If there is such a guy, it would be Yahiko, not me. Unfortunately, Yahiko is already dead, killed by your my ninja." This, Jiraiya was speechless for a while. With the exposure of Nagato's identity as the leader of the Akatsuki, the past of Danzo colluding with Hanzo to kill Yahiko was also dug up, so it can indeed be said that Yahiko was killed by the Mai Ninja. At this time, Nagato slowly turned around and said to Jiraiya with a dead look in his eyes, "It was your Mai that killed the child of prophecy. In addition, I would like to thank the students who tipped me yesterday, thank you all." Naruto's world in the eyes of Megami. Naruto's world in the eyes of Megami. Jiraiya said with a sad face, "It's my fault for not being able to take care of you, but Yahiko's death is not a reason for you to fall into the darkness. Jiraiya-sensei, your vision is too narrow." After a pause, Nagato said indifferently, "In the future, you will understand that only my method can bring true peace to the shinobi world, and only when I become the number one and only god, will war be completely eliminated." After saying that, Nagato didn't say anything more. He turned around and walked towards Naruto and Fu. In the process of turning back, He also noticed that Sasuke not only activated his Sharingan, but also the eye-catching 3-Tomo Sharingan, but he didn't care. His eyes didn't even stay on Sasuke's Sharingan for more than a second. Jiraiya shouted, "Why don't you kill me?" Nagato didn't look back this time. He kept walking and said, "Because I want you to see with your own eyes that I am right." The reason why he didn't kill Jiraiya as decisively as he did in the original time and space is because he didn't transplant the Hashirei cells in the original time and space. Not only was it inconvenient for him to move, but his combat power was also limited, so he couldn't fully exert the power of the Rinnegan, so he could only kill the powerful Jiraiya to clear the obstacles for him to go to Mai to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But in this time and space, after transplanting the Hashirei cells, he obtained a sage body that is close to the sage of the Six Paths. Not only did he completely recover from his injuries, but he also obtained the ability of wood release. The power of the Rinnegan in his eye sockets has also greatly increased, so a trivial Jiraiya is no longer a threat to him. It didn't take long for Nagato to use reverse psychic summoning to capture Naruto and Fu. Thump, at this time, Sasuke suddenly knelt on the ground, his whole body seemed to collapse, and he gasped for breath. Then, he slammed his fist heavily on the ground. Unwillingness and shame completely exploded at this moment. He cried and roared, "Damn it! Damn! Damn it!" When faced with death, Sasuke realized that he was just a coward. He couldn't forgive himself for being a coward, and he couldn't forgive himself for watching the enemy capture Naruto and Fu. Jiraiya said weakly, "Well, you were right not to mess around just now." Sasuke was stunned for a moment and then said, "But Before Sasuke could finish, Jiraiya interrupted him, "You have to understand that you don't have the ability to save Naruto and Fu from Nagato. Acting blindly will only lead to death. Recklessness is not courage." Sasuke clenched his fists. "Teacher Jiraiya, what can I do now?" Jiraiya was speechless. "Of course you have to help me extract these black rods from my body first." "Oh." Sasuke quickly ran over and pulled out the black rods inserted in Jiraiya's limbs one by one. Then, he ran to Fukasaku and Shima and pulled out the black rods inserted in their bodies. Finally, Sasuke returned to Jiraiya's side. "Teacher Jiraiya, we have to find a way to save Naruto and Fu." After simply bandaging the wounds on his body, Jiraiya rubbed Sasuke's head. "This kind of thing is not something a child of your age can intervene in. Leave the rest to me, you stay here." "What?" Sasuke was taken aback and hurriedly said, "No, I also want to help, I'm not a child anymore." Jiraiya sighed and said, "Letting you face this kind of situation is already a dereliction of my duty as your teacher. I will not let you take any more risks, and even I can't intervene in the rescue of Naruto and the others, so you just stay here and don't do anything." After saying that, Jiraiya said to Fukasaku and Shima and left Sasuke alone in Mount Myaboku while he hurriedly returned to Mai. After returning to Mai, Jiraiya immediately found 3 generations. After listening to Jiraiya's story, 3 generations immediately ordered the Umbu beside him, "Go find Kakashi." The 7-Tails Jinchuriki and 9-Tails Jinchuriki were captured by the Akatsuki organization at the same time, which is not a trivial matter, so 3 generations almost didn't hesitate to recall Kakashi, who was responsible for monitoring the Uchiha clan. Swish, in just a moment, Kakashi used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush back to the Naruto building. 3 generations didn't talk nonsense and directly told the current serious situation to Kakashi. "The situation is like this, now only you can rescue Naruto and the others." Kakashi didn't hesitate and immediately nodded and said, "Yes." For him, Naruto is not only the Jinchuriki of the village, but also the son of his teacher, Minato, so whether as a ninja of Mai or a disciple of Minato, he can't just sit back and do nothing. Jiraiya, who was being treated by a medical ninja on the side, said, "Be careful, Nagato is now stronger than before." Kakashi smiled and said, "I will be careful." In a small stream in the land of fire, Konan used the paper release to wrap the unconscious Naruto and Fu like a mummy, and then used the paper release to slowly drag them into the air. After dealing with Naruto and Fu, Konan said, "Okay, let's go." Nagato didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, and then walked towards the new base of the Akatsuki organization. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air and landed beside Naruto and Fu. This figure was Kakashi, who was in Mai just now. The reason why the three generations summoned Kakashi as soon as Naruto and Fu were kidnapped by Nagato was that the village had already expected this to happen, so Kakashi left a secret flying thunder god technique on the backs of Naruto and Fu, just in case. Now, it was time to put this move to good use. Although Nagato and Konan were quite surprised by Kakashi's appearance, they reacted immediately. Konan immediately used paper release to separate Naruto and Fu, who were wrapped up in a mummy, away from Kakashi who suddenly appeared. Nagato raised his arm directly to Kakashi, ready to launch Shinra Tensei. Kakashi, who used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport here, was also a little confused. He didn't expect that Nagato and Konan didn't want to carry the unconscious Naruto and Fu. They used a paper release to wrap them tightly in the air, like two mummies. In that instant, he didn't have time to tell which of the two mummies in front of him was Naruto and Fu. At this moment, the two mummies were quickly separated, and if he hesitated even a little bit, he wouldn't be able to save either of them, so he chose the one that was closer to him and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport it back to my village, then turned around and rushed towards the other one. At this time, Nagato shouted coldly, "Shinra Tensei. The first update is here, it's going to be a new week soon, and the list will be updated. Please vote for me, it's just a little effort, please everyone." Just as Kakashi's hand was about to touch another mummy, with Nagato's light shout, a huge repulsive force came from all directions and sent Kakashi's whole body flying. Boom, this repulsive force was so strong that Kakashi flew out like a cannonball, knocking down several big trees in succession and setting off a dust cloud that stretched for hundreds of meters in the quiet forest. At this time, Nagato's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect that Mai would do something to the two Jinchuriki, and with a moment of carelessness, Kakashi used the Flying Thunder God technique to snatch back a Jinchuriki. Such a mistake was intolerable for him, so he immediately set his eyes on the other Jinchuriki in the field. Since Kakashi had already snatched back a Jinchuriki, there must be no accidents with the remaining Jinchuriki, otherwise, tonight's trip would be in vain. And with this full-scale raid on the Jinchuriki, Amatsukami and the 5 great ninja villages would be prepared, so there may not be such a good opportunity next time. So, with a wave of his hand, Nagato pulled the mummy-like Jinchuriki that was wrapped by Konan's paper release to himself. Kacha, at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground at Nagato's feet, and then, a figure sprang out from the ground, with a dazzling lightning in his hand, and stabbed Nagato. There was no doubt that the figure that pounced on Nagato with lightning was Kakashi, who used Rachel. However, in the face of Kakashi's Rachel, Nagato did not dodge, and instantly and accurately grabbed Kakashi's neck. Chi-Chi, Kakashi, who was grabbed by the neck, turned into a large dazzling lightning and attacked Nagato's arm towards Nagato. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. In just a short moment, the dazzling lightning swam through Nagato's entire body. However, the lightning did not cause paralysis to Nagato's body. Instead, it disappeared silently in the blink of an eye, as if it had been absorbed by some power. Swish, just as the lightning coursed through Nagato's body and the dazzling light of the lightning interfered with Nagato's vision, Kakashi's true body used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash to the mummy's side. Obviously, the previous Thunder Escape doppelganger was a feint, a way for Kakashi to interfere with Nagato's vision. Kakashi's goal had always been very clear, and that was to rescue the 2 human Jinchuriki that were kidnapped. Got it. Kakashi smoothly touched the paper wrapped in the Jinchuriki, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. However, before the joy completely spread out on his face, his expression stagnated and revealed a little shock. This was because the Flying Thunder God he had just activated did not teleport the mummy in front of him away. At this moment, the paper wrapped in the human Jinchuriki seemed to have come alive, and fluttered like butterflies. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at the same time, a few black rods shot towards Kakashi with a whistling sound that broke through the air. Knowing that Nagato's black rods had the strange ability to imprison and interfere with chakra, Kakashi did not dare to be negligent, and could only retreat helplessly. Just as Kakashi retreated, he was surprised to find that the figure revealed in the scattered paper was actually Naruto. The one I saved just now was Fu. Kakashi's face sank. Because the distance was too far, and Naruto and Fu were too close, Kakashi, who used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport over, couldn't use the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly distinguish the two human Jinchuriki that were tightly wrapped by Little Nan's paper release. Therefore, he had to teleport the closest human Jinchuriki back to Mai first. But if he had to divide the priority of the two human Jinchuriki, then Naruto, as the 9 tails human Jinchuriki of Mai, would undoubtedly have a higher priority than the 7 tails human Jinchuriki of Takunan village, and Naruto was also his first target to rescue, so he always hoped that the one he just saved was Naruto and not Fu. Nagato, who hadn't moved from the beginning to the end, said at this time, "Hatake Kakashi?" Kakashi responded to Nagato, looking at Naruto who had lost the paper release and fell to the ground not far away, thinking about how to rescue Naruto. At this moment, he already understood why the Flying Thunder God technique failed just now. No, it shouldn't be said that it failed, it should be said that it didn't have an accurate target. Because the moment he used the Flying Thunder God technique just now, the paper that was wrapped around Naruto had already left Naruto's body, so he just teleported back to the village just now. Obviously, Little Nan who controlled the paper release wasn't ignorant of the Flying Thunder God technique. "What you used as Mai's Flying Thunder God technique?" After a pause, Nagato commented, "It is indeed a very exquisite ninjutsu." Although the fight just now was short, but Kakashi showed a very strong tactical ability, just a little bit more, and both of the Jinchuriki were rescued in front of him, so he didn't hide his appreciation for Kakashi. Kakashi responded unyieldingly, "I won't let you succeed. I can't take him away." Nagato's tone was very flat, as if he was just stating an established fact. Kakashi didn't argue anymore, but slowly lowered his body, ready to launch a new attempt. He knew very well that the first surprise attack was the best opportunity, and after losing the surprise, it would be very difficult to rescue Naruto from under the nose of Nagato. But no matter how difficult it was, as long as there was a chance, he would not give up on Naruto. Moreover, from the confrontation just now, he found that he could barely exchange a few moves with Nagato, not to mention that he had already rescued a Jinchuriki. No matter how bad the situation was, it would not be much worse. At most, he would return without any success, maintaining a 50-50 situation. At this time, Little Nan raised his hands, and countless dazzling paper butterflies flew in the air, mixed with the hissing sound of the detonation talisman, all rushing towards Kakashi. Kakashi immediately made a hand seal and shouted, "Earth release, earth flow wall." In an instant, an earth wall carved with 4 lifelike dog heads rose from the ground, blocking in front of Kakashi, intercepting all the paper butterflies that rushed towards him. Boom boom boom, when the paper butterflies hit Kakashi's earth flow wall of dog heads, they instantly detonated, producing a loud rumbling sound, blowing the dog heads on the earth wall into pieces, raising flames and billowing smoke. However, the earth wall still stood, covering Kakashi behind it. At this time, Kakashi took advantage of the cover of the flames and smoke to activate the Flying Thunder God technique again, directly flashing to Naruto's side. However, almost at the same time Kakashi flashed, wooden stakes broke out of the ground, pulling Naruto away from the ground while entangling Kakashi who was flashing over. The second update is here, a new week, I beg for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday, thank you everyone. This. Kakashi was surprised by the wooden stakes that broke out of the ground. He was surprised by the timing of Nagato's ninjutsu, and he was also surprised that Nagato could use the first generation's famous stunt so skillfully. Before Kakashi could have more thoughts, he felt that his chakra was quickly being absorbed by the wood release that was entangled around him. Oh no! After muttering to himself, Kakashi once again launched the Flying Thunder God technique, forcibly got rid of the wood release, and flashed to the side of the Flying Thunder God kunai that he had deliberately left in the forest. At this time, the wooden stake dexterously sent Naruto all the way to Nagato. Nagato glanced at Naruto lightly, and then casually cast a sealing technique on Naruto's back, sealing the Flying Thunder God technique that Kakashi had left behind. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's face became more and more gloomy as he panted heavily. Although this side of the fight was short, he first used half of the chakra to cast the Thunder Release Doppelganger and Rachel, and then continuously cast the Flying Thunder God technique, burrow, dog head earth flow wall and other ninjutsu. Coupled with the large amount of chakra that was absorbed by Nagato's would release, so at this time, his remaining chakra was barely enough for him to teleport back to Mai, but not enough to teleport back to Mai with Naruto. Because of the super long distance Flying Thunder God technique, the consumption of chakra was very large. What's more, Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique had been sealed by Nagato, and he had lost his coordinates. Forget about rescuing Naruto from Nagato's hands. If he were to be entangled for a while longer, he might not be able to escape. Considering that the rebellion of the Uchiha clan in the village had not been quelled yet, he could not make an unnecessary sacrifice here. For this reason, Kakashi did not say any unnecessary nonsense and directly activated the Flying Thunder God method to escape from the scene. Nagato, who hadn't moved a single step since the beginning, picked up the unconscious Naruto and said to Minami, "Let's go." Lil Man nodded. In my village. On the rooftop of the Naruto building, a few members of the Black Ops were busy tearing the paper that was wrapped around Fu. Meanwhile, the three generations, Jiraiya, as well as Hyojin and Tsunade who had just rushed back to the village, surrounded a Flying Thunder God kunai that was nailed to the ground with solemn expressions. Swish, suddenly, a piece of paper appeared out of thin air and landed beside the Flying Thunder God kunai. Stepping forward to pick up the piece of paper that suddenly appeared on the ground, Tsunade turned it over and over several times and then asked in confusion, "Why did Kakashi send back a piece of paper?" The expressions of the three generations became even more solemn. Being an experienced man, he knew very well that the longer it took, the worse things were going on Kakashi's side. In other words, the fact that they couldn't rescue Naruto and Fu at the same time indicated that the situation on Kakashi's side was not going to be optimistic. After all, Nagato's strength had been revealed during the battle with Mai last time. Even if the five Kages attacked together, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Hyojin, who was standing on the side, was also unhappy at this moment. He thought that sending Naruto and Fu to Mount Myaboku would be enough to ensure that nothing would go wrong, but he didn't expect that the Akatsuki organization would use the ultimate spore technique to sneak into Mount Myaboku, wipe out the toads on Mount Myaboku, and kidnap Naruto and Fu at the same time. The Akatsuki organization had attacked Yagura, Naruto, Fu, and Lei Ying at the same time, so he couldn't help but worry about the six-tailed Jinchuriki, Riko Yutaka, who was far away in the water country. But it was obviously too late to send a message now. Whoosh, another whistling sound sounded, but this time it wasn't Naruto who everyone was expecting, but Kakashi who fell to the ground with a tired face. Jiraiya, who was injured, hurriedly asked, "Where is Naruto?" Kakashi shook his head with a gloomy expression. Sigh. The Hokage-sama sighed deeply. Kakashi is their last hope, and if even Kakashi fails, it means that the village will completely lose the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto. But none of the people present, including Hyojin, can blame Kakashi, because it's already very rare for him to be able to snatch Fu from Nagato's hands. Currently, Nagato has both the sage's body and the sage's eyes, which means that he is only one step away from the true six-path shinobi. In everyone's eyes, he is the second strongest person in the shinobi world, second only to the leader of Amatsukami, Yama. In front of Nagato, an ordinary Kage shinobi is like a Maijinin facing a Jonin. It's very difficult for them to even protect themselves. Kakashi attacked alone, fought 1 against 2, and managed to snatch Fu back. Such a performance has already lived up to his name of 50-50. Hyojin pondered for a moment and asked Kakashi, "You retreated so decisively, it should be because Nagato sealed Naruto's Flying Thunder God Jutsu, right?" "Yeah." Kakashi nodded with a depressed expression. It's hard for him to let go of the fact that he couldn't protect Sensei's son. After getting an affirmative answer from Kakashi, Hyojin supported his chin with one hand and thought. Once the Flying Thunder God Jutsu is engraved on the body, it's actually extremely difficult to remove, and ordinary people don't have the ability to do so. When Hyojin helped Kuroto remove the Flying Thunder God Jutsu left on Kuroto's body, he used the Wind Release Clone. It must be known that the chakra of Hyojin's Wind Release Clone contains a certain characteristic of mutual kill gray bones, which means that it is the most destructive technique known in the shinobi world. Even so, it took Suijin a full hour to remove the Flying Thunder God Jutsu that was left on Kuroto's body by the second-generation Earth physique. From this, it can be seen how stubborn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which can be used as coordinates between space and time, is. Therefore, even if Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, has the ability to destroy the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, it's not something that can be done in a short time, and at this moment, Nagato has already sealed the Flying Thunder God Jutsu on Naruto's body, so he won't try to remove the Flying Thunder God Jutsu from Naruto's body in a short time. And this gives Hyojin a chance, even if the chance is somewhat slim. After making up his mind, Hyojin turned around and ordered Kakashi in an indisputable tone, "From now on, you will constantly try to sense the Flying Thunder God Jutsu on Naruto's body, and once the seal is removed, you will immediately take action." Kakashi was puzzled and asked, "Kuroto, what are you going to do?" After listening to Hyojin's words, not only Kakashi, but also the three generations, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others were also puzzled. Hyojin, who was wearing the robe of Naruto, jumped and disappeared into the night, leaving only a sentence, "There is still a chance. First, I sincerely ask for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you, everyone." In the forest filled with the chirping of insects and birds, two figures, one in front and one behind, flashed past. Under the cold moonlight, like two ghostly phantoms, incredibly fast. The two figures in front and behind are naturally Hyuga Aoki, who is running in panic, and Hyojin, who is following him. Perhaps the soul trauma caused by Tsukuyomi is too serious. Hyuga Aoki didn't slow down at this moment, completely disregarding the consumption of chakra. The speed of his puppet was not slow to begin with. Coupled with the fact that he was continuously casting rain manipulation and the blink tactic, he only needed to tap his feet lightly on the ground and he would be able to leap almost 100 meters away in an instant. With just a few ups and downs between breaths, he can cross a mountain and pass through a forest. His speed is so fast that it even surpasses the communication eagle that my specially domesticated, reaching the extreme speed of a ninja on the ground. If it were an ordinary person, they really wouldn't have the ability to track Hyuga Aoki at this speed. However, Hyojin is obviously not an ordinary person, but even with the speed of Hyojin, it is very difficult to track him without entering the Tenseigan chakra mode. After all, Hyojin doesn't have a giant Tenseigan supporting him, unlike Hyuga Aoki, who has a huge Tenseigan chakra that can be squandered at will. Fortunately, in this state, Hyuga Aoki can't restrain the chakra fluctuations on his body. Therefore, at this time, the Tenseigan chakra on Hyuga Aoki is like a torch in the night in the eyes of Hyojin, so conspicuous that he doesn't have to worry about losing it at all. Swish. Hyojin's figure swayed and fell on the branch of a big tree. Immediately afterward, while panting, he looked at Hyuga Aoki who was still running in the distance and spat lightly, "TSK, this guy can really run." According to the direction of Hyuga Aoki's escape, Hyojin can roughly judge that Hyuga Aoki's hiding place should be in the land of grass or the land of rain. After pondering for a while, Hyojin realized that these two small countries were indeed good places to hide. There are Kusanagi villages in the land of grass, and they are also Mai's allies on the surface, so there is order in the country, and the major shinobi villages will restrain themselves when they act here. The land of rain is the former base of the Akatsuki, and after the Akatsuki abandoned it, it was temporarily taken over by the 5 great shinobi villages. Whether it is the Akatsuki or the 5 great shinobi villages, the land of rain is a dark area. After resting for a while, Hyojin continued to chase after them. At this speed, the two of them would be able to leave the country of fire and enter the country of grass or country of rain before daybreak. As for whether Hyojin Aoki is aware of his tracking or not, Hyojin doesn't care anymore. Hyojin is using an overt scheme this time. As long as Kuroto Aoki is hit by Tsukuyomi and his spirit body is injured, he must immediately rush back to the main body to recuperate. Even if Kuroto Aoki notices that someone is following him, he can't afford to waste time dealing with the stalker behind him. Pitter-patter-patter, unknowingly, the sky began to drizzle. Sure enough, it is in the country of rain, Kuroto, who was still in the middle of tracking, muttered. As he had expected before, Kuroto Aoki's hiding place is either in the country of grass or in the country of rain, and the light rain falling from the sky at this moment undoubtedly means that he has stepped into the country of rain where it rains for 80% of the year. Tracking in the rain is undoubtedly more difficult. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Hyojin to follow Kuroto Aoki to come to a remote and inconspicuous small cave. Is this the place? After confirming from a distance that Kuroto Aoki hurriedly entered the cave, Hyojin pondered for a moment, then his figure flickered and followed. But when he was about to step into the cave, there was a sudden sharp whistling sound in the cave, and then, one figure after another jumped out of the cave and surrounded him at the entrance of the cave. Puppets. Hyojin's eyes glanced at these figures and found that they were all the same as his 3 generations Kazekage puppets, which were activated by the high-intensity Tenseigan chakra and had a little self-consciousness. There were more than 20 of them. And on these puppets, Hyojin also keenly found the mark of Scorpio red sand, indicating that these puppets were all the work of the puppet master Sasori. Forbidden to enter. Forbidden to enter. Forbidden to enter. At this time, the puppets surrounding Hyojin issued a warning at the same time, and these warnings were reflected by the cave, producing layers of echoes. If it was an ordinary ninja, surrounded by these puppets who could speak, I am afraid that they would have been frightened, but Hyojin was not surprised. He pulled out the Kusanagi pill from his waist and said with a smile, "What if I insist on going in? Die. Die. Die." More than 20 puppets spoke at the same time, and their voices were layered. "Hey, it's really impersonal." After a chuckle, Hyojin waved his sword and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Come and kill me." Swish. After saying that, Hyojin's figure flashed and he attacked the cave, and when he passed by the 2 puppets in front of him, he cut them in half with the Kusanagi pill. Without hesitation and fear, the remaining puppets immediately chased after Hyojin and fought fiercely in the narrow and dark cave. Clang clang clang, the sharp and harsh sound of metal collision echoed continuously in the cave, occasionally accompanied by the roar of 1 or 2 explosions. Obviously, these puppets supported by the giant Tenseigan can cast chakra energy balls like Otsutsuki Samurai's puppet army. The power of this kind of chakra energy ball is only slightly inferior to Rasengan, and it can be released from a distance, so the degree of threat is extremely high. When Naruto, who had just finished the 4th Shinobi War in the original timeline, suddenly encountered this kind of puppet army, it took him a lot of effort to deal with it, and at that time, Naruto was already a weak 6th-path shinobi. The sound of metal collision and roar extended all the way to the depths of the cave, and not long after, these sounds gradually subsided, and only the sound of gentle footsteps could be heard in the entire cave. Turning a corner, Hyojin inserted the Kusanagi pill in his hand into the scabbard on his waist and stepped into the hall located in the deepest part of the cave. And in this artificially excavated hall, Hyojin Aoki stood quietly in front of a giant eyeball-shaped sphere that was emitting a bright light. His tired face didn't show any surprise because of the intruder, on the contrary, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he said to Hyojin, who was walking slowly into the hall in a playful tone, "So it's you. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, I'm very grateful to the reader today at 7:13 for the large reward and becoming the 4th leader of this book. It's really expensive. Along the way, I have been thinking about who is colluding with the Uchiha clan to plot against me. I have guessed many people, but I never thought that this person would be you, Hyojin." When he said the last 3 words Hyojin Aoki's tone immediately became cold. While observing Hyojin Aoki, Hyojin said flatly, "You instigated the Uchiha clan to rebel, and I, as Naruto, arrest you is a matter of course." Through observation, Kuroda found that the fatigue on Hyojin Aoki's face was not fake. This shows that Itachi's previous Tsukuyomi has indeed caused great damage to Hyojin Aoki's spirit body, but judging from Hyojin Aoki's performance at the moment, Hyojin Aoki's spirit body is obviously not weak enough to return to the main body immediately. Hearing Hyojin mention Naruto, Hyojin Aoki's gaze fell on the Naruto Haori robe that Hyojin was wearing. "Humph, I have always been very accurate in judging people, but I didn't expect that I would make a mistake on you, a guard dog." After a light snort, Hyojin Aoki continued, "You have hidden yourself so deeply. Not only did you take advantage of the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan to successfully become the 5th leader, but you also secretly colluded with the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan who has the Manjikyu Sharingan." As he spoke, Hyojin Aoki's expression became distorted. Breaking the shackles of the fate of the branch family and becoming the Naruto of the village has always been the greatest desire hidden in his heart, and after obtaining the giant Tenseigan, he firmly believed that he would eventually achieve all this. But he did not expect that Hyojin, who was also a branch family member, would take the position of Naruto by accident, which made him feel extremely indignant, as if Hyojin had taken something away from him. What angered him even more was that Hyojin had successfully plotted against him. Yes, what annoyed Kuroto Aoki is not that Hyojin wanted to plot against him, but that Hyojin, who is not even worth mentioning in his eyes, actually succeeded. This feeling of being offended by an ant made him feel a little embarrassed. After confirming Kuroto Aoki's current state, Hyojin didn't talk any more nonsense, but turned his attention to the giant Tenseigan on the side. Similar to his impression, this giant Tenseigan exudes a strong Tenseigan chakra, and its whole body shines with a bright star-like light. In its core area, there is also a dazzling six-pointed star spot, which not only looks full of power, but also gives people a feeling of incomparable holiness. It's just that for some reason, Hyojin has a vague feeling that the state of the giant Tenseigan in front of him doesn't seem to be right. Seeing Hyojin staring at the giant Tenseigan beside him, Kuroto Aoki smiled. Have you noticed? The reason why you colluded with Itachi Uchiha to plot against me should be to know how I got rid of the cage bird curse seal, right? Hyojin ignored Kuroto Aoki, who was in his own mind, but frowned and carefully perceived the state of the giant Tenseigan. Noticing Hyojin's frown, Kuroto Aoki thought that he had guessed Hyojin's thoughts, and said with a playful expression, "Since you have followed me here, there is no harm in telling you. It is this giant Tenseigan in front of you that helped me break free from the cage bird curse seal, or rather, it is the main body of the cage bird curse seal." Sure enough. Hyojin's face was relieved for a while when he heard this. He has long had various speculations about the relationship between the cage bird curse seal and the giant Tenseigan, because apart from the giant Tenseigan, he really can't think of any other power that can support the main clan to ignore the distance and launch the cage bird curse seal to kill the members of the branch clan from thousands of miles away. Because not to mention that the Hyuga clan is not good at sealing techniques, even the Uzumaki clan, which specializes in sealing techniques, does not have such an unreasonable sealing technique. Hyojin's reaction made Kuroto Aoki feel that he had regained a little face, and he became even more proud. Do you think I don't know that someone is following me? Idiot, I deliberately lured you out. I just want to see who is plotting against me. Immediately afterward, Kuroto Aoki stroked the giant Tenseigan beside him and said with a smile, "This is the supreme secret treasure of our Hyuga clan, the giant Tenseigan." Ha ha ha, you must be shocked and confused. The more he said, the more fanatical Kuroto Aoki's expression became. Obviously, Kuroto Aoki fled all the way back to his hiding place, not only because his spirit body was seriously injured and needed to return to the main body to heal, but also because he deliberately used this to lure the snake out of the hole. In his opinion, as long as he gets close to the giant Tenseigan, he can exert 100% of the power of the giant Tenseigan. At that time, no matter who is hiding behind the scenes and plotting against him, he has the competence to kill them. It is precisely because of this that he proudly told everything to Hyojin, because Hyojin, the person who plotted against him and knew his secret, has long been regarded as a dead man by him. Hyojin's expression was calm, and there was no ripple in his eyes. You are quite calm, but in front of this giant Tenseigan, your so-called Naruto is just a vulnerable ant. As Kuroto Aoki said, he extracted the chakra on the giant Tenseigan and grinned. I hope you can still maintain this expression later, don't let me down. After being instilled with the chakra on the giant Tenseigan, Kuroto Aoki's body was instantly filled with a huge amount of chakra fluctuations. Under his influence, the air in the hall seemed to become dense, as if it had weight, and some of the gravel on the ground floated up under the action of the huge distortion force. Standing beside the giant Tenseigan, Kuroto Aoki laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha, do you see this? This is my power. I am the savior of the Hyuga clan, the god who dominates the shinobi world. Kneel in front of me and cry. Repent. Maybe I will spare your life." Suddenly, Kuroto Aoki's laughter stopped abruptly. Immediately afterward, Kuroto Aoki opened his mouth wide and looked at Hyojin in amazement, looking at the pair of bright eyes in Hyojin's eye sockets and wondered, your eyes. Hyojin, who had opened the Tenseigan, ignored the crazy Kuroto Aoki, and instantly seized the control of the giant Tenseigan in front of him and cut off the connection between the giant Tenseigan and Kuroto Aoki. In terms of authority, Hyojin, who is of the same clan, has the highest authority in the entire shinobi world. As long as he gets close to the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan, he can directly control the giant Tenseigan without Kuroto Aoki. At this time, Hyojin moved his gaze to Kuroto Aoki and said lightly, "By the way, what did you just say? Thank you again to the leader, today at 7:13, and all the students who tipped yesterday, thank you everyone. It's late October, please support the students who have monthly votes. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Kuroto Aoki looked at Hyojin in a daze while muttering to himself. Just now, he felt that the connection between him and the giant Tenseigan was completely cut off. At the same time, the Tenseigan chakra that filled his body was also pulled out in an instant. And without the support of the Tenseigan chakra, exhaustion and weakness surged, making it difficult for him to resist for a while. His whole body staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he has mastered the spiritualization technique, otherwise, without the soul descent technique provided by the giant Tenseigan, the spirit body he controlled at this moment will collapse instantly. At this time, Hyojin slowly walked towards the giant Tenseigan. Huff. Huff. Kuroto Aoki, who was panting heavily, looked at Hyojin who was walking towards him, and his expression became more and more shocked. At this moment, Kuroto inexplicably felt a resonating sound similar to the beating of his heart. This is a kind of resonance at the soul level, and the two parties that are resonating are undoubtedly the giant Tenseigan beside him and Suijin who is walking towards him. What did you do? What the hell did you do? Realizing that his giant Tenseigan was about to belong to someone else, Kuroto Aoki became hysterical. For him, this giant Tenseigan next to him is his everything. It is the foundation for him to change his fate and create a better future. If he loses the giant Tenseigan, then his life will be meaningless. So, in a hurry, Kuroto Aoki hurriedly chanted the spell to control the giant Tenseigan, and then pointed to the giant Tenseigan on the side and shouted, "Seal." However, no matter how he chanted the incantation that could easily control the giant Tenseigan in the past is completely ineffective at this time. He is clearly within reach, but the giant Tenseigan just turned a deaf ear to him and did not respond at all. Get out of here. Hyojin, who was walking towards the giant Tenseigan, waved his hand gently. Hua, a repulsive force instantly attacked Hyuga Aoki who was standing next to the giant Tenseigan, sending him flying out and crashing into a corner of the hall. This is the ability of the giant Tenseigan. Kuroto Aoki, who was thrown out, was startled at first, and then immediately shouted, Why can you use the ability of the Tenseigan? Hyojin's footsteps did not stop as he calmly said, Why? Isn't it obvious because I also have the Tenseigan? Your eyes are Tenseigan? As if struck by lightning, Hyuga Aoki was completely stunned. Glancing at Kuroto Aoki in the corner, Hyojin said, More than 10 years ago, when I was about 14 or 15 years old, I awakened the Tenseigan. The time when Hyojin awakened Tenseigan happened to be the Nine Tails Rebellion, which is the month when Naruto was born. Now Naruto is more than 10 years old, so it has been more than 10 years since he awakened Tenseigan. With your own ability, you awakened Tenseigan. At the age of 14 or 15? After listening to Hyojin's narration, Kuroto Aoki felt even more incredible. Kuroto Aoki has rummaged through the ancient books in the secret vault of the Hyuga clan, and it is clear that in the history of the Hyuga clan for nearly 1,000 years, there has never been a precedent of an individual awakening the Tenseigan. So to this day, including the Hyuga clan does not know that Byakugan, like Uchiha's Sharingan, can also be further evolved. Hyojin chuckled and said, With your own ability? Oh, that's right. At that time, he was implicated by the defection of Orochimaru, and he was already abandoned by the village, so injecting the gene solution without any verification was his only chance. So he was able to awaken the Tenseigan, and because of this, in the next few years, his Tenseigan has been in the development period. Kuroto Aoki was puzzled, then why did you, halfway through, Kuroto Aoki didn't know what to say. What you want to say is why I didn't jump out and dominate the shinobi world like you. With a contemptuous smile, Hyojin said indifferently, In the shinobi world, I am not the only one who has the Tenseigan, not to mention that there is also the Rinnegan, the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Azura and Indra, and the Sage of the Six Paths who has been watching the shinobi world but doesn't care much about it. And above the Sage of the Six Paths, there is the stronger Kagaya who is the Kekkei net, and the Otsutsuki clan who are constantly plundering the energy of the planets in the void. The Tenseigan is just the starting point of touching the Six Paths level. Listening to Hyojin's explanation, Kuroto Aoki was stunned. It was not until this moment that he realized that he didn't really see the shinobi world clearly. Hyojin continued, "Your stupidity is not only because of your narrow vision, but also because you can't suppress your hatred and desire to think and judge rationally. Think about it, if a giant Tenseigan can dominate the shinobi world, then why did the ancestors of the Hyuga clan seal it? You haven't even considered this point carefully, and you think that you can control the shinobi world with just a giant Tenseigan. Losing to me is already the most decent ending for you." Suddenly, a terrible idea flashed in Kuroto Aoki's mind, and then the more he thought about it, the more terrified he was, so he pointed his trembling hand at Hyojin and said, You are the Yama." Before this, Kuroto Aoki has always firmly believed that the Yama of Amatsukami is the Otsutsuki of the moon, because in his opinion, only the Otsutsuki of the moon is worthy of the title of the strongest ninja in the shinobi world. But when he learned that Hyojin had awakened the Tenseigan as early as 10 years ago, and then thinking about the relationship between Hyojin, Uchiha Jishuei, and Itachi Uchiha, as well as the many Homosubi of Amatsukami who possess the Manjikyu Sharingan, Kuroto Aoki realized that the person in front of him is probably the strongest ninja in the shinobi world, the leader of Amatsukami, Yama. The corner of Hyojin's mouth rose, and he smiled, occasionally. Yama is just one of the many identities of Hyojin, so Yama is Hyojin, but Hyojin is not completely Yama. After learning all this, Kuroto Aoki's face turned ashen. At this time, he really understood what kind of monster he is facing. Hyojin, who is also a member of the Hyuga clan, not only controls the strongest mysterious organization in the shinobi world Amatsukami, but also became the 5th Naruto of my village, which is the leader of the 5 great shinobi villages. To exaggerate a little, Hyojin can even be said to be the uncrowned king of the shinobi world. Here is the first chapter, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Glancing at Kuroto Aoki in the corner, Hyojin didn't say anything more. He has found that Kuroto Aoki's disabled body is hiding in a secret room next door, which is only a dozen meters away from this hall. But for Kuroto Aoki, who has lost the support of the giant Tenseigan, this distance of more than 10 meters is like an insurmountable chasm. Because Kuroto Aoki's spirit body is so fragile that he can't leave the puppet he is now. Once he leaves the protection of the puppet, his spirit body will collapse instantly. And he is now so weak that he can't move. Unless someone moves his body in front of him, otherwise, even if Hyojin in the hall doesn't do anything, he won't be able to hold on for long. This is also the reason why Hyojin didn't pretend to hide in front of him. Because the death of the spirit body is different from the normal death. The death of the spirit body is the same as the spirit body being completely decomposed by the truth-seeking ball. It is a complete death. Even the forbidden technique like Edo Tensei that distorts the boundary between life and death can't communicate with the spirit. Walking slowly to the giant Tenseigan, Hyojin reached out and touched it gently while whispering, "I didn't expect it to be so small." This is indeed the first feeling that appeared in Hyojin's mind after seeing the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. Because the giant Tenseigan in his impression is based on the one of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and he remembers very clearly that in the original space and time, Naruto and Hinata jumped high hand in hand. Hinata poured his Byakugan chakra into Naruto's Rasengan, and with the destructive power of almost the 6th path level, he was able to break the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan. From that scene, it can be clearly judged that the giant Tenseigan on the moon is 6 or 7 stories high, and it is a giant eyeball with a diameter of tens of meters. But the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan in front of Hyojin is only as tall as 2 people and about 3 or 4 meters in diameter. In the most intuitive size, it is completely different from the giant Tenseigan on the moon. However, when Hyojin thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. After all, the giant Tenseigan on the moon is a fusion of almost all the Byakugan descendants left on the moon by Otsutsuki Himura. The number of Byakugan is probably already in the thousands. The giant Tenseigan in front of Hyojin is just a fusion of hundreds of Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. In terms of the number of Byakugan, the two sides are not on the same level. Hyojin also vaguely remembered that the souls of the Otsutsuki family on the moon in the original spacetime had revealed to Hinata the process of the Otsutsuki family's rebellion. One of the scenes is the Otsutsuki branch using the giant Tenseigan to destroy the Otsutsuki branch. From the fragments, it can be seen that the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki branch was only 3 or 4 meters in diameter at first, which is about the same size as the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. The reason why the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan became so big later was mostly because the Otsutsuki people on the moon would offer their Byakugan to the giant Tenseigan before they died. Such a person, generation after generation, after hundreds of years, the number of Byakugan of the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan fused with more and more Byakugan, and its size naturally became bigger and bigger. However, the Byakugan offered by the Otsutsuki clan not only contains Byakugan chakra but also part of their own soul power. After hundreds of years, their population naturally became smaller and smaller. Because within a certain range, the total amount of chakra does not change. The soul and chakra of the dead are gathered in the giant Tenseigan, so the newborn is naturally congenitally deficient. This should be the reason why the Otsutsuki clan on the moon died out naturally without any foreign enemies, leading only Otsutsuki samurai. Wow, when Hyojin's hand touched the giant Tenseigan suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, a huge amount of information contained in the giant Tenseigan poured into Hyojin's mind. This information includes not only the various magic of the giant Tenseigan, such as the absorption of chakra, absorption of ninjutsu, absorption of memory balls, and so on, but also the current state of the giant Tenseigan. After understanding this information, Hyojin was both happy and worried. He is happy that after mastering this giant Tenseigan, his tactics are more flexible and changeable, he can almost do everything that Otsutsuki samurai can do. But he is worried that this giant Tenseigan is not in a good state at the moment. After being sealed for hundreds of years, this giant Tenseigan is in an extremely weak state, and after Hyojin Aoki got it, not only did he not find a way to alleviate its weakness, but he also endlessly demanded from it. Especially before, Hyojin Aoki even consumed the tailed beast level Tenseigan chakra in an instant to open the box of bliss. Such a squandering made the giant Tenseigan even worse. No wonder, Hyojin shook his head gently. He still had some doubts before. Although his authority over the giant Tenseigan is higher than Hyojin Aoki is also a Hyojin, and he has the curse left by the ancestors who made the giant Tenseigan. It stands to reason that even if Hyojin can win this battle for authority, there should at least be a confrontation of authority, instead of being instantly seized by him like before. Now that he understands the state of the giant Tenseigan, he understands everything. Obviously, the giant Tenseigan has long been fed up with Hyuga Aoki, who only knows how to demand things from it, so after the appearance of a higher authority, it didn't hesitate to abandon Hyuga Aoki. After receiving the giant Tenseigan, Hyojin slowly walked towards Hyojin Aoki. At this time, Hyojin Aoki is already in a state of dying, his spirit body is extremely weak, there is no need for Hyojin to do anything at all, he will naturally die in 5 minutes at most. And looking at Hyojin Aoki's eyes that have lost their focus, Hyojin secretly warned himself that he should never be arrogant in the shinobi world, otherwise, he will end up like Hyojin Aoki. Then, Hyojin reached into Hyojin Aoki's spirit body, intercepted a memory orb, and checked the specific information of the cooperation between Hyojin Aoki and the Akatsuki organization. After a while, Hyojin looked surprised. Hyojin Aoki actually told the Akatsuki organization that Amatsukumi's base camp is on the moon? And with this inexplicable information, he cheated so many puppets from Sasori. Is Sasori an idiot? The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, I would like to thank the students who tipped me yesterday, thank you everyone. Holding Kuroto Aoki's memory orb, Hyojin froze for a while. Only now did Kuroto realize how effective the deterrence tactic he used against the Akatsuki organization was. Kuroto Aoki was able to obtain so many puppet resources from the Akatsuki organization with just a piece of information that couldn't be verified. This shows how important the Akatsuki organization is to Amatsukumi. After thinking about it carefully, from the series of hunting operations that Akatsuki launched tonight, it can be seen how much they fear Amatsukumi. Obviously, Akatsuki knows that Amatsukumi and Mai are likely to be cooperating, and there is a high probability that they are hiding in my village. Therefore, they didn't act rashly, but chose to remain dormant until today, when all the Jinchuriki left my village, did they decisively launch the hunting operation. TSK, after figuring this out, Hyojin snorted. This time, the Konoha village has undoubtedly overreached itself. Although the Yonkage successfully lured the Uchiha clan to rebel, it also gave the Akatsuki an opportunity to take action. After checking Kuroto Aoki's memory, Hyojin then took the ninja bag from Kuroto Aoki's waist. The pair of Byakugan that Kuroto Aoki took from the elder of the ancestral clan had Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan sealed in it, so it must be recovered. Moreover, a pair of high-purity Byakugan is also of great research value for Hyojin. A bold idea flashed in his mind, that is, to use this pair of Byakugan, coupled with his own clone, to form a complete test subject, and then carry out the gene injection experiment to see if he can find out the key to awakening the recessive gene and find the key to open the Tenseigan. After collecting this pair of Byakugan, Hyojin found that Kuroto Aoki's spiritual body has completely collapsed, leaving only a puppet that has lost its spirituality in front of him. After pondering for a while, Hyojin came to the secret room where Kuroto Aoki was stored and slowly raised his hand. Rumble, as Hyojin used rain will pull to destroy several key support points on the walls of the secret chamber, the entire secret chamber immediately collapsed with a loud noise, and the body of Hyojin Aoki, or rather, his corpse, was completely buried by the collapsed rubble. Then, he used Will-Rui to tamp down the broken rocks one by one. With a calm tone, Hyojin said, "Since you've chosen this place, then let this be your burial chamber. Anyway, it's just a matter of convenience. There's no need to let Hyuga Aoki's body rot in the secret room and attract snakes, insects, rats, and ants." As for the Byakugan on Hyuga Aoki's corpse, the reason why Hyojin didn't touch it is because when Hyuga Aoki's spirit body collapsed, the caged bird destroyed his incomplete Byakugan. After dealing with Kuroto Aoki's matter, Hyojin once again came to the front of the Tenseigan. The lesson of Hyuga Aoki made him realize that he must treat the Tenseigan in front of him well. Otherwise, if this guy can change sides once, it may change sides a second time. If Hyojin treats it harshly like Hyuga Aoki, then it will be difficult to guarantee its loyalty when facing Otsutsuki samurai in the future. One must know that since the Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon will instinctively help Hyojin who is from the Hyuga clan, then this Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan is also likely to obey Otsutsuki samurai who controls the other Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. Because in terms of bloodline, both sides have the second authority of the other Tenseigan. After all, it is said that there are two clans, but in fact, whether it is the Otsutsuki clan on the moon or the Hyuga clan on the ground, they are all descendants of Byakugan with the bloodline of Hamura of Otsutsuki. Kuroto suspects that the origin of the Hyuga clan is likely to be a clan that was sent to the shinobi world by the Otsutsuki clan 1,000 years ago on the moon to collect intelligence, or a clan of several clansmen. Therefore, in terms of bloodline relationship, the Hyuga clan should be closer to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon that has long been extinct. The reason why Otsutsuki samurai, as a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan in the original timeline, sought the high-purity Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is likely to be because of this. Otsutsuki samurai knows that it is necessary to gather the pupil power of both the Otsutsuki clan and the Otsutsuki clan in order to awaken an individual Tenseigan. And the Otsutsuki clan on the moon has long been extinct by the Otsutsuki clan hundreds of years ago, so he can only take a step back and choose the Hyuga clan on the ground that has a bloodline close to the Otsutsuki clan. Seal. After reading Kuroto Aoki's memory, Hyojin knew the incantation to control this giant Tenseigan, so he immediately launched the incantation. Under Suijin's curse, the giant Tenseigan suddenly dimmed, and then the surface of the Tenseigan slowly began to petrify. After a while, the giant Tenseigan turned into a giant stone ball with exquisite six-pointed star nucleus relief engraved on its surface. And with this change, the Tenseigan chakra on the giant Tenseigan was completely restrained, and no trace of it was leaked. Hyojin breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he temporarily sealed the giant Tenseigan is to facilitate its transfer. This wet cave in the country of rain is obviously not a good place to store the giant Tenseigan. He is going to transfer the giant Tenseigan to his own sky fortress. Because the sky fortress has been moving irregularly on the sea, so as long as the giant Tenseigan is transferred to the sky fortress, even if the giant Tenseigan accidentally resonates with the outside world, its position will not be exposed. Just as Hyojin was thinking about which route to transfer the giant Tenseigan, his shadow clone arrived at the cave. After catching the gourd artifact thrown by the shadow clone, Hyojin immediately released the shadow clone and received all the memories of the shadow clone in the village. After learning that not only the Mizukage and Leiying were targeted by the Akatsuki organization, but even Naruto and Fu who were sent to Mount Myaboku were also targeted by the Akatsuki organization. Hyojin couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that it's not only the village that made a fool of itself, I also did a stupid thing. He thought that it would be safer to send Naruto and Fu to Mount Myaboku, but he didn't expect that they would be sent to a dangerous place instead. Naruto is the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Atsuki Azura, so he should be fine, right? As soon as this thought came to mind, Hyojin shook his head. The reincarnation of Atsuki Azura has died countless times, and the so-called child of prophecy was also said by the great Toad Sage, who knows if the Sage of Six Paths will intervene or not. Thinking of this, Hyojin suddenly had an idea, and his eyes fell on the puppet left by Kuroto Aoki. The first update is coming, it's almost the end of the month, I beg for monthly votes, please support me. My village, underground shelter. The villagers who were curled up with their loved ones were all nervous at the moment. They pricked up their ears and stared at the ceiling of the shelter, carefully listening to the movements on the ground outside. Yukari, who was also listening, said to Kurenai next to her, Captain, it seems that there is no movement outside. Kurenai said, well, it seems that there is really no movement outside. Before, they could still vaguely hear the sound of explosions coming from the ground and feel the slight tremors on the ground and walls in the shelter, but now they can't hear or feel anything. The village seems to have returned to its former tranquility. Yukari, who was anxious, said to the shadow guards who were protecting her, why don't we go up? Yukari has heard about the incident of Satoshi wreaking havoc in the village, and having experienced the last battle that destroyed the village, the destructive power of Satoshi is still fresh in her memory, so when she thought that Hyojin would have to face such a monster, she was flustered. Gale spread his hands helplessly. Naruto-sama specifically told us that without his order, we are not allowed to leave the shelter. Red Bean put her hand on Yukari's shoulder and said softly, don't worry, he is now Naruto-sama, there will be no problem. Yukari had no choice but to nod. And turning her face, Red Bean's eyes also flashed with a trace of worry. In fact, not only Yukari, but the 4 shadow guards are also very worried about Hyojin's safety. As the shadow guards of Hyojin Naruto, the 4 of them have been tied together with Hyojin, they belong to a relationship where they are bound together. Especially Red Bean, Hyojin is also a member of the Orochimaru faction. It can be said that he is the only one in the village who can accept her unconditionally. If something happens to Hyojin, then she will never have the opportunity to be promoted again in this life. At this moment, an Anbu rushed into the shelter and reported to Yukari, Yukari-sama, Naruto-sama has successfully sealed Satoshi, please don't worry. Great! After listening to the Anbu's report, you let out a long sigh of relief and immediately asked, where is Hokage-sama now? The Anbu was speechless. Red, who sensed that something was wrong, quickly said, why are you stuttering? What happened? The Anbu could only bite the bullet and said, I'm sorry, we don't know where Naruto-sama went for the time being. Before this, Hyojin had left in a hurry after telling them that there was still a chance. He did not tell the 3 generations where he was going, so the villagers did not know where Hyojin had gone. After the Anbu left, you asked the members of the shadow guards around her, did Kuroto go to deal with the Uchiha clan? Red nodded. Yes, it's very possible. Patriarch Uchiha's mansion. In the black and white Genjutsu space, the Genjutsu duel between the father and son, Fuyue and Itachi Uchiha, is still going on. In terms of Genjutsu talent, Itachi is undoubtedly better than his father, Fuyue. It can be said that in terms of Genjutsu, Itachi and Jishui are the only ones in the Uchiha clan. Their attainments in Genjutsu far exceed other Uchiha clansmen. In addition, Itachi also successfully transplanted the Hashirama cells and completed the most basic yin and yang fusion, which gave birth to the power of Genjutsu that can enhance and supplement the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power, so in terms of pupil power, Itachi is also better than Fuyue. However, in order to cooperate with Hyojin's plot against Kuroto Aoki, Itachi consumed nearly half of his pupil power to use transcription seal to seal his Manjikyu pupil technique Tsukuyumi on the left eye of the elder. So in this way, Itachi's pupil power is far inferior to Fuyue. However, the lack of pupil power can be made up for with the talent of Genjutsu. In the black and white Genjutsu space of Fuyue, the black and white representing Fuyue's pupil power infects everything around him, but it can't erase the color of Itachi's body, turning it into the same black and white as the surroundings. Obviously, the situation at this time is that Itachi, whose pupil power is insufficient, can't crack Fuyue's pupil technique, and Fuyue can't do anything to Itachi for a while. And the stalemate situation is undoubtedly very advantageous for Itachi, who has transplanted the Hashirama cells. The ocular power that he consumed in the fight could be recovered bit by bit, but the ocular power that his father Fugaku consumed was completely used up. Therefore, the longer the stalemate lasted, the more disadvantageous it would be for Fugaku. Seemingly aware of this, Fuyue said in his own genjutsu space, "Itachi, I didn't expect your pupil power to be so strong. Trapped in my pupil technique, you can still persist for so long." Itachi looked at the dark black and white sky with some difficulty. "Father, I'm afraid you can't hold on for long, right?" Being seen through by Itachi, Fuyue was silent for a while, and then sighed dejectedly. "Maybe losing to you is the best ending for me." "Father," Itachi opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. At this time, Fuyue revealed his figure in the black and white genjutsu space, and slowly walked to Itachi, and calmly said, "Let's stop here. If we continue to compete, it will be a meaningless loss." Itachi nodded silently. After reaching a tacit understanding, the father and son withdrew their pupil power at the same time and withdrew from the genjutsu duel. In the hall, Fuyue staggered, took a step back, and barely stood firm. Itachi, on the other hand, knelt directly on the ground and panted violently. In this genjutsu duel, Itachi was at a disadvantage. Not only did he lose the initiative, but he also fell into his father's kaleidoscope pupil technique. Because he divided his pupil power was insufficient, and he couldn't immediately break free from his father's pupil technique. Therefore, in terms of pupil power consumption, he consumed more than his father Fuyue. Watching the father and son end the genjutsu duel, Uchiha and Mikoto on the side didn't speak, and still sat quietly. After stabilizing his mind, Fugaku listened to what was going on outside. However, what entered his ears were the wails and cries of pain from his clansmen. The sound was so ear-piercing that it made him, the clan leader who advocated for the rebellion, feel so ashamed that he could not show his face. "Sigh, I still failed in the end." After sighing, Fuyue asked Itachi, "Itachi, after I die, please be sure to protect Sasuke. If the village really can't accommodate you, you can take Sasuke and defect. You already have the Manjikyu Sharingan, and your pupil power is not weak. Even I can't do anything to you for a while, it should be enough to protect yourself." Uchiha and Mikoto also smiled and said, "Itachi, Sasuke will be in your care." There is no doubt that Mikoto is ready to die together with her husband. Itachi quickly said, "Father, mother, things haven't reached that point yet. Naruto-sama means that as long as you hand over the Manjikyu Sharingan, tonight's matter can be treated as if it never happened." Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, I would like to thank the students who tipped me yesterday. Thank you everyone. Hand over the Manjikyu Sharingan? Fuyue sneered, "Humph, the village is still coveting our Uchiha clan's Manjikyu Sharingan. Even if I have to destroy my eyes, I will not hand it over to them." Itachi hurriedly explained, "Father, you misunderstood. Your Manjikyu Sharingan does not need to be handed over to the village, but I will keep it in secret, and we can claim that it was taken by Amatsukami." Hyojin and Itachi have discussed about Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan. In the future, if Sasuke can also awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, then the three of them will have 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan that can be fused with each other. This also means that if one of them is sacrificed, the 3 of them can fuse a pair of orthodox eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. In the original story, after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Fuyue's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan disappeared, so Itachi offered his Manjikyu Sharingan so that Sasuke could obtain the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Now Fuyue, as the leader of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, will naturally be punished after the failure of the rebellion. Therefore, asking him to offer his Manjikyu Sharingan can not only appease the Naruto clan in the village, but also prepare for the future fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. As for whether to give it to Itachi or Sasuke, Hyojin hasn't made a decision yet. However, considering that Sasuke is the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, and has the ultimate in-release chakra in his body, the probability of him evolving the Rinnegan is far higher than that of ordinary people. The reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, Uchiha Madara, is the best example, so from this point of view, it is the most cost-effective to let Sasuke fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Hearing that his Manjikyu Sharingan will be kept by his son, Fuyua's expression relaxed a little and asked, "Will Amatsukami recognize it?" Itachi nodded. "Please rest assured, Naruto-sama has already negotiated with Amatsukami." After a while of silence, Fuyua still asked with some worry, "Such a big thing, can Fuyua make the decision?" "Itachi, you have to think about it. Is it possible that this is another trap set by the village?" After being cheated by the village several times in a row, Fugaku was already traumatized. He was worried that this was just the village's stalling tactic and that the village would deal with Itachi in the future. Itachi explained, "None of the Uchiha clansmen stepped out of the Uchiha clan tonight, so the Uchiha clan did not rebel, but was attacked by Amatsukami." Fugaku's expression froze. "This is also part of the fifth Sama's plan?" "Well, this is all arranged by Naruto-sama." After a pause, Itachi continued, "So as long as you hand over the Manjikyu Sharingan and resign from the position of captain of the police force, then the advisory elder group will no longer have a reason to target our Uchiha clan, and your safety and personal freedom will also be guaranteed." Fuyua asked with a complicated expression, "Did Fuyua promise you all these?" Itachi nodded and said, "Well, Naruto-sama personally promised me." Leaving Fuyua alive is indeed Hyojin's intention. First of all, in tonight's riot, if only Fuyua of the three Manjikyu of the Uchiha clan died, and Jishui and Shinichi are safe and sound, then even if Fuyua is the culprit who presided over the rebellion, it will inevitably cause speculation. Second, Fuyua is actually a non-renewable resource, because Sasuke's aptitude is actually worse than Jishui and Itachi's. In the original spacetime, Sasuke has experienced countless hardships, and he himself has wandered on the edge of life and death countless times, but it was not until he killed his brother Itachi at the age of 16 or 17 that he learned the truth of the Uchiha clan's extermination from Obsidian's mouth that he was able to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. Compared with Jishui and Itachi who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 11 or 12, he is obviously worse. Awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is the most critical step for Sasuke to reach the sixth path level. If he is stuck at this step, then he will not be of any use in the future war. Therefore, Hyojin is saving the life of Fuyua who should have died, and it is also a trump card for Sasuke to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan in the future. As for whether he can use it or not, it depends on Sasuke's own ability. Because in Hyojin's plan, Xianxia is his trump card, and Naruto and Sasuke are his other trump cards against future strong enemies. It is very necessary for him to let Naruto and Sasuke grow smoothly. One must know that in today's shinobi world, ninjas who have the aptitude to step into the sixth path level are actually very rare. Many ninjas are born, their upper limit is almost fixed. Even a talented ninja like Orochimaru can't get rid of the natural disadvantage of his bloodline. And in Naruto's generation, only Naruto, Sasuke, Xianxia, and Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon are currently the most likely to reach the sixth path level. In other words, Naruto and Sasuke are Hyojin's most worthy of investment. If Hyojin wants to have sixth path level subordinates, then he must ensure the growth of Naruto and Sasuke. In the growth of the two, the key step for Naruto is to master Senjutsu, and the key step for Sasuke is to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. This key step is the foundation for them to reach the sixth path level, so in this respect, Naruto has actually left Sasuke far behind. And Hyojin prevented Uchiha from exterminating the Uchiha clan, which actually hindered Sasuke from awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, if one person must be sacrificed to stimulate Sasuke to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, then sacrificing the Uchiha Fuyue who should have been executed is undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. After getting his son's repeated assurance, Fuyue hesitated for a moment, then quickly dug out his pair of Manjikyu Sharingan and handed them to Itachi. Looking at Fuyue's empty and bleeding eyes, Itachi took the Manjikyu Sharingan from his father with tears in his eyes. At this time, Mikoto came over and wiped away the tears on Itachi's face, and said with a gentle smile, "It's already very good that your father and I didn't have to bear the infamy of traitors to survive. From today on, the burden of the family is on you, you can't let others see your weakness." After putting away his father's Manjikyu Sharingan, Itachi knelt down and kowtowed, "Father, mother, please rest assured, I will definitely protect the Uchiha clan." Fuyue, who has lost his eyes, waved his hand and said, "You don't have to stay here, go and clean up the mess, the advisory elder group is not so easy to deal with. I hope that as you said, the Godame-sama really has the ability to protect our Uchiha clan. I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes." After leaving the hall, Itachi came to the courtyard, then took out a signal flare from the ninja bag around his waist and shot it into the sky. Whoosh, boom, in an instant, dazzling sparks bloomed in the deep night. On the long street of the Uchiha clan, Jishue looked up at the brilliant sparks in the night sky and breathed a long sigh of relief, then her figure flashed and quickly disappeared. On the other side, Shinichi also looked up at the night sky at this moment, identifying the style of the signal flare in the air. After confirming that it was Itachi who released the signal flare, he slowly took off the flame mask on his face and the black gold-edged cloak on his body. The signal flare released by Itachi has a special meaning, that is, the end of the war, the retreat of Amatsukami, outside the Uchiha clan. Because Jiraiya, Asuma, and others have been injured one after another, Kakashi has to constantly sense the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto's body, and the 3 generations and Xuan Shaochen need to be in charge of the Naruto building and the Umbu base respectively, so at this moment, the one leading the Umbu to guard the Uchiha clan is none other than Tsunade and her disciple Mute. After noticing the signal flare that exploded in the night sky, Mute carefully identified it and said, "Sensei, that seems to be the signal flare that Amatsukami has agreed with us." Tsunade asked, "Are you sure?" Mute took out the copy of the signal flare model that Amatsukami entrusted to the village by Hyojin and compared it with several models that represent different meanings, then nodded, "Well, yes, this is the signal flare of Amatsukami. It means that the rebellion of the Uchiha clan has been completely defeated by them, and our people can enter the field to rescue them." Tsunade was a little puzzled. The 3 Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan were silently dealt with by Amatsukami? She has no doubt that Amatsukami has the ability to deal with the Uchiha clan, but to be able to deal with the 3 Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan so silently is a bit too terrifying. One must know that tonight is the day when the Uchiha clan launches the rebellion, so the Uchiha clan must be fully armed and on high alert. Under such circumstances, the 3 Manjikyu of the Uchiha clan were silently subdued without even having the chance to activate the Susanoo. This kind of thing is appalling just thinking about it. Mute on the side naturally couldn't answer Tsunade's doubts, so she asked weakly, "Sensei, are we going in?" "Of course we are going in, why would we be afraid of the Uchiha clan? If it was someone else, they might be very cautious, but as a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade Tionran was not afraid of the Uchiha clan, so she immediately led the medical class and the Umbu into the Uchiha clan's land. As soon as they stepped into the Uchiha clan's land, a pungent smell of blood hit their nostrils. Tsunade frowned, and was surprised to find that the long street of the Uchiha clan's land was full of Uchiha clansmen groaning in pain. The whole street was covered with blood, and everywhere she looked was eye-catching scarlet. Seeing Tsunade suddenly leading a large number of Umbu to break in, the Uchiha clansmen on the ground who had not yet passed out were extremely nervous. With a guilty conscience, they were afraid that the village came to take the opportunity to destroy the Uchiha clan. Some of them even wanted to get up and fight with the Umbu who broke in. However, when Jishue made her move, she deliberately picked the joints of their bodies and disintegrated their ability to move one by one, so no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stand up, let alone resist. Feeling the hostile eyes of the Uchiha clansmen around them, the Umbu also became alert. They didn't know how much combat power the Uchiha clansmen on the ground had left, so they didn't dare to be careless. In this oppressive atmosphere, Tsunade waved her hand and shouted, "Save them." With Tsunade's order, the ninjas of the medical class immediately carried out emergency treatment for the injured Uchiha clansmen on the ground, and they all ignored the fully armed clothes of the Uchiha clansmen. While the injured Uchiha clansmen breathed a sigh of relief, they all felt inexplicably ashamed. At this time, Tsunade came to a slightly injured Uchiha clansman and asked, "Where is your patriarch? And also Uchiha Jishue, Uchiha Shinichi?" The situation of the 3 Manjikyu of the Uchiha clan is the most concerned about in the village, because the combat power of the 3 of them is stronger than that of the rest of the Uchiha clan, so only by confirming the situation of the 3 of them can they judge whether the rebellion has really subsided or not. The Uchiha clansman shook his head and said with a puzzled look, "I don't know, since the attack until now, they haven't appeared." Even at this moment, the Uchiha clansmen don't suspect that the murderers are Jishui and Shinichi. First, they know that there are indeed two Uchiha clansmen in Amatsukami who possess Manjikyu Sharingan, and their Susanoo is golden and red respectively, while Jishui and Shinichi's Susanoo is emerald and dark green respectively. This point alone eliminates the suspicion of Jishui and Shinichi. Secondly, Patriarch Fuyue also didn't appear during the attack, so if there are any suspects, then all three of them, including Patriarch Fuyue, are suspects. The answer of the Uchiha clansman surprised Tsunade. She was startled for a moment, and then immediately looked at the Patriarch's house not far away. Soon, the injured of the Uchiha clansmen were sent to the Mai hospital by the medical team. Because of Satoshi's rampage in the village, the Mai hospital is already overcrowded and chaotic, so when the injured of the Uchiha clan were sent to the hospital, not only did they not attract the attention of the ordinary villagers, but because of the lack of wards, many of the injured of the Uchiha clan were directly placed in the hall. At the same time, the Umbu led by Asuma were also placed in the hall. Because of the accidental encounter with Hyuga Aoki outside the wall, Asuma and the dozens of Umbu led by him all suffered varying degrees of burns and lightning strikes. When they were sent to the hospital, because there were not enough wards, they were directly placed in the hall after their wounds were treated. Asuma, who was covered in bandages from head to toe, had a cigarette in his mouth. He touched his pocket, but found that he didn't know where he dropped the lighter during the battle, so he turned around and gently nudged a wounded person next to him with his arm and asked, "Brother, do you have a lighter?" Uchiha Shinji, who was also wrapped in bandages like a mummy, took out a lighter and handed it over. When they exchanged the lighter, both sides recognized each other. Asuma was embarrassed. He didn't expect that the person lying next to him was a member of the Uchiha clan, so he had to take the lighter while trying to find a topic. "What happened to you?" Uchiha Shinji said, "I was attacked by a madman. What about you?" Asuma curled his lips. "I met a madman." Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, I would like to thank the students who tipped me yesterday. Thank you everyone. After lighting the cigarette in his mouth, Asuma silently observed the hospital hall and found that there were a lot of injured Umbu and injured Uchiha clansmen chatting with each other. Perhaps because of their tragic situation, they put down some of the dignity they usually carry, plus the murderer is someone else, so the atmosphere between the two sides is harmonious. However, for Asuma who knows the inside story tonight, the scene in front of him really makes him a little uncomfortable. It must be known that if Amatsukami didn't intervene tonight, then the two sides who are chatting together at this moment are likely to be mortal enemies on the battlefield. At the same time, Asuma also keenly discovered that the villagers coming and going to the hospital, as well as the medical staff inside the hospital, did not treat the injured Uchiha clansmen differently, nor did they look at them strangely. It can be seen that except for the village's top officials and the Umbu who are directly involved in the security, the villagers and the majority of ordinary Mai ninjas don't know about the Uchiha clan's rebellion. I didn't expect Kuroto's arrangement to actually be realized. This may be the best ending. Smoking the cigarette, Asuma secretly sighed in his heart. The rebellion of the village's most powerful family can end in such a situation, and the influence of the rebellion is even limited to the Uchiha clan and the Umbu. This is obviously far beyond Asuma's expectations. On the roof of the Naruto building, Tsunade, who returned from the Uchiha clan's land, reported to 3 generations, "When I led the Umbu into the Uchiha clan's land, the Uchiha clan's rebels have already been subdued by Amatsukami, so I arranged for the medical team to send the injured of the Uchiha clan to the hospital." 3 generations asked in a deep voice, "What about the casualties of the Uchiha clan?" After the medical team confirmed that most of the Uchiha ninjas were only disabled, only 7 people were confirmed dead. This is the list of the dead. With that, Tsunade handed a list to 3 generations. Only 7 people died? The slightly puzzled 3 generations took the name list and glanced at it, then immediately frowned. On the death list were Uchiha Yusuke, Uchiha Hikaru, Uchiha Kiwa, and so on. Without exception, all of them were well-known radicals in the Uchiha clan. They were also the backbone of the Uchiha clan's rebel forces. 3 generations had thought that Amatsukami's organization would attack indiscriminately, causing a large number of deaths in the Uchiha clan. He did not expect that Amatsukami's organization would discriminate and target the culprits one by one. This aroused his suspicion. After a moment of silence, 3 generations asked, have we ever made a similar request to Amatsukami? Tsunade shook her head. I don't think so, but it's hard to say whether Kuroto has made a similar request to Amatsukami in private, otherwise, Amatsukami wouldn't be so considerate. 3 generations thought about it and felt that Tsunade's guess was reasonable. This request to eliminate the Uchiha clan's radicals was most likely made by Hyojin, the 5th Naruto, to Amatsukami. Putting the death list aside, 3 generations asked again, so, the 3 Uchiha clan's Manjikyu are still alive? I've seen Uchiha Jishui and Uchiha Shinichi. They suffered minor injuries and are recuperating in their respective homes. After a pause, Tsunade continued, as for Uchiha Fuyue, although he's still alive, his Manjikyu Sharingan has been taken away by Amatsukami. 3 generations' eyes suddenly turned cold. Amatsukami has taken Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan? Tsunade nodded. Yes, I'd been to the Uchiha clan's mansion. Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan was indeed taken away, but he didn't seem to have any injuries. According to him, he was defeated in the Genjutsu duel, and Amatsukami took away his Manjikyu Sharingan. 3 generations muttered to himself, so it was a Genjutsu duel, no wonder. When Sandaime-sama saw the signal flare fired by Amatsukami from afar, he was quite surprised. At first, he thought that even if Amatsukami took action, a battle would inevitably break out in the Uchiha clan's land, and there might even be a fierce duel between Susanoo and Susanoo. However, he didn't expect that the commotion in the Uchiha clan's land was not as big as the commotion caused by Satoshi. Now that he learned that it was a Genjutsu duel, he felt a little relieved. Immediately, 3 generations confirmed. What about Jishui and Shinichi? Did they also lose in the Genjutsu duel? Tsunade shrugged. Anyway, that's what they said, and we can't determine whether it's true or not. 3 generations asked again, can you determine how many members Amatsukami sent out? Hearing this question, Tsunade's face darkened. According to the description of all the Uchiha clan members, Amatsukami seems to have only sent out 2 Inferno tonight, and we didn't find any traces of other Amatsukami members in the Uchiha clan's land. Amatsukami only sent out 2 Inferno, and they subdued the entire Uchiha clan? After a slight pause, 3 generations sighed with emotion. It seems that the 2 Manjikyu Uchiha clan members of Amatsukami are much stronger than Jishui and Shinichi. 3 generations, who was known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, basically had no obvious shortcomings. Whether it was ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, he dabbled in all of them, and his attainments in them weren't low. Therefore, with his rich experience, he knew very well that the genjutsu duel between Sharingan was a test of both sides' pupil power, and the 2 Inferno of Amatsukami were able to defeat the 3 Manjikyu Uchiha clan in a row, and they even had the time to deal with the ordinary Uchiha clan members, so the Uchiha clan that was determined to rebel couldn't even leave the clan's land. This kind of strength really makes one's heart palpitate. After thinking for a long time, 3 generations ordered Tsunade, the follow-up work will be carried out according to Kage's arrangement. Have the Umbu destroy all evidence that can prove that the Uchiha clan launched a rebellion tonight, and then issue a gag order to all the participants, and announce to the public that the Uchiha clan was attacked by Amatsukami tonight. Yes. Tsunade nodded, and then asked, do we still need to negotiate with Amatsukami about Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan? 3 generations said faintly, of course we need to negotiate with them, but since Amatsukami has taken away the Manjikyu Sharingan, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to get it back from them. The Uchiha clan managed to keep 2 of the 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, and the one who took away their Sharingan was the Uchiha clan chief who presided over the rebellion. On the other hand, the relatively gentle Uchiha Jishui and the Uchiha Shinichi, who had a lot of information about the Akatsuki clan, were able to keep their Sharingan, which was a result that was barely acceptable to the village. Moreover, 3 generations also considered more. Once Amatsukami made such a dazzling move, it would no longer be possible for the Uchiha clan and Amatsukami to work together, and the Uchiha clan would stand firmly on the village's side. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. This time it could be said that Amatsukami had completely destroyed the pride of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, the 3 generations were wondering if the village should take advantage of this heaven-sent opportunity when the radical faction within the Uchiha clan was greatly weakened to support the moderate faction within the Uchiha clan, so that the 2 factions within the Uchiha clan could not be united. Once such a situation was formed, the Uchiha clan would no longer have the ability to rebel. At this moment, Tsunade pouted her lips at Kakashi, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. How is it over there? The three generations shook their heads gently and sighed. Sigh, there is no progress so far. Because of the words left behind by Suijin, Kakashi didn't do anything but concentrate on perceiving the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto's body, waiting for the opportunity mentioned by Suijin. However, after a long time, there was still nothing. Naruto is now in Nagato's hands, and Nagato is also on guard. What can Kuroto do? After a pause, Tsunade said worriedly, if he tries to force it, I'm afraid he will. Halfway through her words, Tsunade stopped. For some unknown reason, starting from the 4 generations Naruto, the name of Naruto seemed to be cursed. In just 10 years, Mai had frequently changed Naruto 3 or 4 times, and there were tragedies such as the death of 4 generations and the betrayal of Danzo. Therefore, Tsunade really did not want Hyojin, the 5th Naruto, to follow the footsteps of 4 generations Naruto. The 3 generations, however, said with a hidden meaning, don't worry. He is not as simple as you think. Tsunade was stunned and asked, Sensei, what do you mean by that? The 3 generations did not say anything else. He took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade opened it and found that the scroll handed over by the 3 generations was a document that recorded a confidential mission. The mission recorded was the mission that the 4 generations were ordered to seal the Dragon Vein. Dragon Vein? Tsunade frowned as if she had thought of something. The 3 generations, with his hands behind his back, said, what Kuroto summoned on the Naruto rock was not an ordinary spirit beast, but the Dragon Vein that the Watergate had been ordered to seal. The moment they saw Hyojin summon the Dragon Vein, the 3 generations felt a sense of familiarity. After all, the shinobi world is not small, but it is not big either. There are only a few kinds of monsters that have tailed beast-class chakra. So, after Satoshi was sealed, the 3 generations immediately went to the archives and looked through the relevant files. Finally, they confirmed the identity of Hyojin's summon from the 4 generations mission. After understanding this, Tsunade was surprised. Kuroto was the one who secretly stole the Dragon Vein a few years ago? The theft of the Dragon Vein was a major event in the shinobi world at that time, but during that time, Mai was too busy to investigate this matter. The 3 generations' eyes were calm, it's most likely him. After determining that Suijin had summoned the Dragon Vein, Sandaime-sama concluded that Suijin was the one who had secretly stolen the Dragon Vein from the Dragon Vein. Tsunade was a little puzzled, but how did he break the Watergate's Dragon Vein seal? Because he married Uzumaki Kushina, the 4 generations learned a lot of the Uzumaki clan's magical sealing techniques from his wife, including the difficult corpse demon seal. Therefore, although the 4 generations shocked the shinobi world with the Flying Thunder God technique, he is actually a top sealing technique master in the shinobi world. The seal of the Dragon Vein used by Sandaime-sama not only sealed the Dragon Vein, but also sealed the other ambitious people in the shinobi world from coveting the Dragon Vein. Sand Village couldn't break the seal of the Dragon Vein, so they could only guard the Dragon Vein anxiously. The 3 generations then told Tsunade about the past. At that time, Mai and Kumogakure were in a border conflict, which could escalate into a war at any time. In order to delay Kumogakure's offensive, 3 generations gave Umbu Team 11 a secret mission, which was to sneak into Kumogakure's territory and destroy Kumogakure's frontline material warehouse. Because of the difficulty of the task, the 3 generations made an exception and allowed the members of Class 11 to apply to the village to learn a high-level ninjutsu. But at that time, Hyojin, who was in Dark Squad 11, applied to the village to learn sealing techniques, and the sealing technique he chose in the secret archive happened to be the 4-symbol seal of the Maelstrom clan. At that time, the 3 generations didn't care too much about it. But now, the 3 generations couldn't help but wonder why Hyojin chose the sealing technique. This isn't possible, right? Tsunade recalled a little and said, I've looked through Hyojin's file, and at that time, he had just been promoted to a Tokubetsu Jonin. With such strength, how could he control the Dragon Vein? The 3 generations nodded and said, there are indeed a lot of things that don't make sense. I've checked the village's entry and exit records. During the days when the Dragon Vein was stolen, he was always in the village, and there was no record of him going out. And at that time, he was just a newly promoted Tokubetsu Jonin, so there should be no reason for him to steal the Dragon Vein, but it's an indisputable fact that the dragon vein is in his hands. Tsunade nodded. No matter how unreasonable it is, as long as the dragon vein is in Hyojin's hands, then the suspicion of Hyojin being the one who stole the dragon vein can't be cleared. So don't think of him as a hothead, this kid is more cunning than we thought. With that, the three generations looked at the distant night sky with an expectant look on their faces. Swish, swish, with a burst of whistling sound, the scenery in front of Hyojin's eyes flashed by quickly, and at this time, he understood why Hyoki ran so fast before. The puppet customized by Sasori for Hyojin is very delicate. He doesn't know what material is used, but not only is it strong and light, but it also has characteristics similar to chakra metal. It can conduct chakra like the chakra blade, and through chakra, the puppet's performance is enhanced comprehensively, a bit similar to Lei Ying's thunder release chakra mode. As for the other abilities of the puppet, Hyojin is still exploring them. The reason why he drove the puppet left by Hyojin Aoki to fly through the forest at high speed is to try to rescue Naruto. Because he browsed Hyojin Aoki's memory ball, he not only understood all the contents of the cooperation between Hyojin Aoki and the Akatsuki organization, but also the location of the Akatsuki organization's base. Therefore, he suddenly decided to pretend to be Hyojin Aoki and sneak into the Akatsuki organization to see if he can find a chance to rescue Naruto. After all, Hyojin Aoki usually uses the soul descent technique to control the puppet to contact the Akatsuki organization, so in terms of pretending to be Hyojin Aoki, Hyojin has an advantage that others can't match. Because he used the same technique as Kuroto Aoki, even the chakra on his body is the same Tenseigan chakra as Kuroto Aoki, so the probability of deceiving him is extremely high. And he doesn't need to take Naruto out of the encirclement, as long as he can find a chance to remove the seal that Nagato put on Naruto, and reactivate the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto, then the rest is Kakashi's task. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday, thank you everyone. While galloping, Suijin left the land of rain and stepped into the neighboring land of grass while exploring the performance of the puppet. According to Hyuga Aoki's memory, the new base of the Akatsuki organization is in the mountains in the northwest of the land of grass. Of course, because of the previous lessons, Hyuga Aoki knows that the Akatsuki organization has more than one base, so whether he can meet Naruto here or not depends on luck. Shuttling through the country of grass, Hyojin restrained himself a little. After all, the country of grass is a country with ninja villages. Although the strength of the village is not strong, and there is no strong Kage in the village, it will still be troublesome if he is discovered. After a long time, Hyojin finally came to the mountains in the northwest of the country of grass. Hyojin looked up and found that the mountain range in front of him seems to extend to the territory of the country of grass, stretching for thousands of miles, and he can't see the end at a glance. Hiding in this damn place, it's really hard to find. Hyojin curled his lips. At this moment, the sky suddenly lit up with a soft dawn, dispelling the thick night a little bit, bringing light and warmth back to the earth. It's already dawn. After a little sigh, Hyojin no longer delayed and immediately rushed toward the mountains. Roar! Not long after going deep into the mountains, Hyojin heard a roar like a tailed beast. This is... The suspicious Hyojin accelerated his pace and flew in the direction of the roar. After crossing a few hills, Hyojin finally saw the owner of the roar just now. It was none other than Cloud Village's Hachibi's Jinchuriki. At this time, Hachibi, who has completely transformed into a tailed beast, was fighting fiercely with Sasori in the mountains. And in the outer circle of the battlefield, including Obsidian and Zetsu, there are many Akatsuki members, but they all seem to be watching the show and have no intention of joining the battle at all. Because Hyojin was pretending to be Hyoki this time, he didn't conceal his aura, so Obsidian and Zetsu have already noticed him and greeted him from a distance. Why would Chillabai be here alone? With such doubts in his mind, Hyojin quietly arrived beside Obsidian and Ju. When Hyojin came over, the Obsidian asked in a teasing tone, "How was it? Did everything go well? The Hyuga clan wouldn't have been slaughtered by you, right?" Seeing that neither Obsidian nor Zetsu had any doubts, Hyojin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately imitated Kuroto Aoki's tone and replied, "There was a little accident." The small accident you mentioned should be referring to Mai's 5th generation Naruto, right? With a smile, Ju continued, that fellow of yours doesn't seem to be a simple person. You specially opened the box of bliss to release enlightenment, but it was actually dealt with by him alone. Humph. Hyojin continued to imitate Kuroto Aoki's attitude, snorted lightly, and carefully observed the surroundings. In addition to Obito and Zetsu beside him, as well as Sasori who was fighting against Chilabai, there were also Bipajuzo, Demon Mermaid, Lotus, and Muzu, the Mist's traitorous ninjas. But the target he is supposed to rescue this time, Naruto, is not here, and Kuroto doesn't know if Nagato is still on the way back or has taken Naruto to another base. At this time, Obsidian took over the conversation and said disdainfully, "It's just the dragon vein of the Land of Wind, it's not a big deal." Zetsu laughed and said, "This at least shows that your informant is not as simple as he seems on the surface. The theft of the dragon vein is probably his doing." Obsidian's face sank. He was able to unlock the dragon vein seal of 4 generations. This is indeed a bit beyond my expectations, but the last place is still the last place, and by a fluke he became Naruto. It's not worth paying too much attention to. Hyojin, who was observing the surroundings, couldn't help but glance at Obsidian and said, "Humph, after putting on the skin of Madara Uchiha, he doesn't even care about his face. Obviously his rank is below me, but he still has the nerve to say that I am the last place." Zetsu said, "He is now Naruto. The little evidence we have in our hands is useless against him. I'm afraid he will no longer admit that he is your informant." Obsidian was silent. In his opinion, when Hyojin became Naruto, he would inevitably come into contact with information related to Amatsukami, so he didn't want to give up the informant Hyojin, but now Hyojin's identity had changed, and he could no longer be easily controlled with a few threats. Thinking of this, Obsidian turned his head and asked Hyojin, who was disguised as Kuroto Aoki, "Didn't you meet him when you went to Mai this time? When he saw that you are not dead, he should believe that you have a way to break the caged bird." Hyojin answered vaguely, "I didn't meet him." "Is that so?" Obsidian didn't care too much, and immediately said with certainty, "As long as you hold this trump card in your hand, that guy Hyojin will definitely surrender to you. Believe me, my judgment will not be wrong." Hyojin snorted, changed the topic, and asked, "What's going on? Why is Cloud Village's Hachibi's Jinchuriki here?" "Before, there was laying of 4 generations interfering on the side, so I didn't have time to subdue him. It just so happened that Sasori wanted to use him to practice, so I simply let him out and let Sasori deal with him," Obsidian said very casually. In his eyes, Cloud Village's perfect Jinchuriki was just a small character that could be easily dealt with. Hyojin wanted to take the opportunity to ask about Nagato's whereabouts, but on second thought, such a question was too deliberate, and it might arouse Obsidian's vigilance, so he didn't say anything more, but silently observed the situation in the field. The battle in the field was very fierce. Perhaps because of the failure to capture the Hachibi's Jinchuriki, Sasori vented all his anger of failing the mission on Chalabi. But Chalabi is not a weak person. As long as he doesn't encounter Rinnegan and would release that are aimed at him, his strength is very strong. Even if Sasori took out the Haruhu puppet that has rapid release, steel release, nether release, mist release, and Sharingan, he couldn't take down Chalabi in a short time. Suddenly, there was a change in the field. In a completely liberated state, the Hachibi swept around with his tail, forcing Sasori and the Haruhu puppet to retreat, and then condensed the jade tail beast without warning, and it was aimed at Obsidian and Hyojin. Seeing the jade tail beast attack, Hyojin's eyes turned cold, and he quickly retreated to the distance. Zetsu's figure also shook, and he shrank into the ground. The masked man didn't try to dodge. He just chuckled and activated his divine might, throwing the jade tail beast, which was powerful enough to flatten a small mountain, into the twisting whirlpool. At this moment, Chalabi in the field unexpectedly removed the tailed beast transformation, returned to his human form, and took advantage of the gap where everyone's attention was attracted by the jade tail beast just now to break out of the encirclement. Coincidentally, the direction he chose to break out of the encirclement was the area where Hyojin, who had just retreated far away from Obsidian, was. The first update is here. It's already the end of the month, there are only 4 or 5 days left in October. Please don't forget to vote. Thank you everyone. Chilabai is very clear about his current situation. He understands that it is meaningless to continue to fight with Sasori. Even if he can defeat Sasori, other Akatsuki members will enter the battlefield, and without help, he will eventually die. So his only way out is to wait for an opportunity to break out of the encirclement while he is still in good condition. And the Bijou Jade is an excellent cover for him to break out of the encirclement. As long as the Bijou Jade explodes in the mountains, there will be gravel flying and smoke everywhere, and he can take advantage of the chaos to break out. But he never thought that Obsidian would directly absorb his Bijou Jade into the Kamui space, and since he has already released the Bijou Jade, he had no time to launch a second Bijou Jade, so he had to bite the bullet and choose to break out of the encirclement. As for the direction to break out of the encirclement, Chillabai also thought about it. In the outer circle of enemies, the others are all Akatsuki members wearing red cloud suits, only Hyojin who is controlling the puppet is not wearing the red cloud suit, so in order to increase the success rate of breaking out of the encirclement, he pointed his spear at Hyojin. In his opinion, Hyojin who is not a member of the Akatsuki must be the weakest one in the outer circle. "Hey, don't come at me." Seeing Chillabai rushing towards him, Suijin groaned inwardly. At this moment, whether he lets Chillabai escape or helps him escape, his identity will be exposed and he will lose the opportunity to get close to Naruto. But in order to maintain his identity and rescue Naruto, he must decisively stop Chillabai from breaking out of the encirclement. Whether to save Chillabai or to save Naruto, Hyojin quickly made a choice. He raised his hand towards Chillabai and launched Rain Wheel Pull. Boom! In an instant, a huge repulsive force rushed from all directions towards Chillabai who was trying to break out of the encirclement. With the repulsive force on his body, Chillabai's expression suddenly stagnated, and with a look of surprise on his face, his whole body was blown back by the repulsive force, and then fell to the ground. Seeing how Hyojin defeated Chillabai's attempt to break out of the encirclement, all the Akatsuki members around him showed a look of fear on their faces, even Obsidian was no exception. Chillabai, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly raised his head and looked at Hyojin, his face full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Hyojin, the weakest and most inconspicuous of them all, would have an ability similar to Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki. At this time, Suijin put down his arm and imitated Hyuga Aoki's tone, courting death. The reason why Hyojin acted so decisively was not only because he wanted to save Naruto, but more importantly, because Chillabai's chance of breaking out of the encirclement was very slim. Among the Akatsuki members present, Obsidian, Sasori, and Ghost Mermaid all had the ability to fight Chillabai one-on-one. Plus, Sasori's fusion spirit beast was hovering in the air, and there was a jutsu responsible for tracking him underground. Chillabai had no chance of escaping. If not, Obsidian would not have allowed Scorpion to duel with Chillabai. Swish! At this time, with the sound of breaking wind, a figure fell from the sky and landed steadily on the field, and this figure was none other than Nagato who was holding Naruto in one hand. Seeing Nagato's sudden appearance, Hyojin was shocked. He didn't notice Nagato's approach at all. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he didn't expose his identity because of a moment of soft-heartedness. Controlling a puppet body is really not what I'm good at. Hyojin observed Nagato in the field while cursing in his heart. For a long time, Hyojin used the Soul Descend technique to control the clones with flesh and blood. No matter what kind of clone it was, he could quickly adapt and roughly grasp the body data of the clone. Using the Soul Descend technique to control a puppet body, this was the first time he used the Soul Descend technique to control a puppet body, plus he was not familiar with this puppet body. He also lacked time to adapt and explore. His vision, hearing, chakra's perception, and other senses were very rusty, so he didn't notice Nagato in advance. And this also made him realize that he couldn't be too optimistic about his own combat power when controlling this puppet body. In the field, Nagato coldly glanced at Chillabai who fell on the ground, and immediately raised his hand. Countless wooden stakes were pulled out from the ground, entangled Chillabai, and pinned him to the ground. Chillabai, who was bound by layers of wooden stakes, struggled with all his might and roared, "You damned bastards." Nagato didn't answer, he just raised his hand and gently clenched his fist. Suddenly, the wooden stakes on Chillabai's body became tighter. Not only that, but there was also a wooden stake directly covering Chillabai's mouth, so he couldn't make a sound. Seeing how Nagato easily subdued the powerful eight-tailed human's Jinchuriki, not even using the Earthblow Heavenly Star, Hyojin couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Using the wood release so smoothly, it seems that his body has completely integrated and adapted to the first-generation cells, but why did he adapt so quickly? Shishui still has a hard time using the wood release. Is it because of the Rinnegan? Using this rare opportunity, Hyojin carefully observed Nagato while evaluating Nagato's state. In theory, once the first-generation cells are successfully implanted, they have the ability to use the wood release. However, having the ability to use the wood release did not mean that one could use the wood release that was as powerful as the first generation. For example, Yamato, Obito, Shisui, and Itachi were all able to use the wood release after being transplanted with the first-generation cells. However, they were unable to use the wood release as they pleased like the first generation. They were also unable to use the Woodman technique, Wood Dragon technique, Flower Tree World Descends, True Thousand Hands, and other high-level wood release techniques. It can be said that in the ninja world, only Madara Uchiha is close to the first generation and can use the wood release, because he is the only ninja who can use the Flower Tree World Descend apart from the first generation. At the moment, the information is limited. Hyojin can't judge to what extent Nagato has developed the wood release, but in terms of physique, Nagato, who has the body of the Whirlpool and the Thousand Hands, is obviously better than Madara Uchiha, who only has the first generation cells transplanted. At this time, Obsidian walked over and saw that Nagato only has Naruto in his hand, so he wondered, "Didn't you get something extra over there?" Nagato's face was calm. "I left the Flying Thunder God technique on the Nine Tails and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki was taken back by Hitaki Kakashi." Obsidian murmured to himself, "Kakashi." Hyojin also took the opportunity to walk over, pointed to Naruto who was held in Nagato's hand, and said casually, "If you need, I can help you get rid of the Flying Thunder God technique on his body." Nagato wanted to refuse, but on second thought, he was a little curious about what kind of ability Hyojin Aoki has hidden, so he threw Naruto to the ground. Obsidian also looked at Hyojin with a playful expression. Like Nagato, he also wanted to take this opportunity to explore the Hyojin Aoki in front of him. It must be known that the Flying Thunder God technique is not so easy to get rid of. He still has the Flying Thunder God technique left by Yondaime, but fortunately, Yondaime is dead, and even his soul has been sealed in the stomach of the Shinigami, so the Flying Thunder God technique is no longer a threat to him. Hyojin walked towards Naruto while glancing at Chalabi, who was bound by the wood release in the distance from the corner of his eyes, and secretly said in his heart, "Kakashi, there is only one chance, don't drop the ball." The second update is here, asking for monthly votes at the end of the month. Please support the students who have monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts yesterday. Thank you everyone. Hyojin leisurely came to Naruto's side. Taking the opportunity to check the Flying Thunder God on Naruto's back, Hyojin confirmed the position of all the Akatsuki members present. The biggest threat to him is undoubtedly Nagato, who is 3 to 4 meters away from him. Because the Rinnegan has the ability to extract and even read souls, it can directly cause damage to a spirit body. As for the other Akatsuki members, although they can injure his current puppet body, it's difficult for them to harm his soul body, so they don't pose any threat to him. Glancing at Nagato, Hyojin said calmly, "I need to first remove the seal you placed on him, then I can remove the Flying Thunder God on his back." Nagato nodded indifferently, no emotion could be seen on his face. On the other hand, Obito moved a little closer, as if he wanted to see how Suijin removed the Soren Thunder God jutsu, but at the same time, he seemed to be guarding against Suijin. After all, Nine Tails is the strongest among all the tailed beasts, and this time he finally caught him. Naturally he can't lose him. The seal that Nagato used to seal the Flying Thunder God on Naruto's back is the 4-symbol seal of the Uzumaki clan, which happens to be the seal that Hyojin is best at. To remove the 4-symbol seal, Hyojin doesn't even need to make hand seals, so he quietly adjusted his posture, and then under the curious eyes of the people around him, he grabbed Naruto and threw Naruto to Chalabi, who was bound by the wood release not far away, and at the moment when Naruto was released, he also removed the 4-symbol seal on Naruto's back. All the Akatsuki members present were taken aback. For a moment, they didn't quite understand why Hyojin threw Naruto to Chalabi, who was bound by the wood release. Only Nagato and Obsidian, who were the closest to the scene, noticed that the moment Hyojin threw Naruto, he quietly removed the 4-symbol seal on Naruto's body and realized that there was a trap. Nagato hesitated for a moment, then raised his arm in the direction of Naruto and Chalabi, while Obsidian quickly shrank his body and quickly disappeared from Hyojin's sight. After throwing Naruto, Hyojin's attention has been on Nagato. Seeing Nagato raise his arm and launch 10 symbols attraction at Naruto, he immediately launched rain pull at Nagato. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the repulsive force of rain pull and the suction force of 10 symbols attraction intertwined, distorting the air, and the air that was squeezed by the two huge forces could not bear the burden and issued a burst of low explosive sound. The huge impact caused by the explosion was like an invisible giant wave, sweeping fiercely in all directions, and sent Hyojin and Nagato flying. At the same time, swoosh, in a sharp whistling sound, a figure came shuttling and landed beside Naruto. There was no doubt that this person who came shuttling was Kakashi, who kept sensing the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto in my village. When he sensed that the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto's body was reactivated, he did not hesitate at all and immediately launched the Flying Thunder God technique to shuttle over. Seeing Kakashi arrive on time and land beside Naruto and Chillabai, Hyojin, who was sent flying, raised the corner of his mouth. While adjusting his posture in the air to prepare to retreat, he said to himself, "Got it." What? Damn it. Oh no, when the surrounding members of the Akatsuki saw Kakashi suddenly appear, they immediately reacted, and at the same time, they all attacked Kakashi. However, Sasori, who was the closest to Kakashi, was more than 20 meters away. As for the others, they were more than 30 meters away. Even if they used the teleportation technique, they would not be able to stop Kakashi in time. However, the scene where Kakashi used the Flying Thunder God technique to take away Naruto and Chillabai in an instant did not happen. When Kakashi, who was shuttling over, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. This? The smile on Hyojin's face instantly froze. The surrounding members of the Akatsuki were also quite surprised, but they did not hesitate any longer and all rushed over. At this moment, Kakashi was also complaining. When he sensed the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto's body, he vaguely felt that the distance was very far, but in order to race against time, he did not carefully evaluate the distance, but immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique. But after shuttling over, he found that most of the chakra in his body had been sucked out by the Flying Thunder God technique. Only then did he realize that this place was probably thousands of miles away from my village, or even outside the territory of the Country of Fire. One should know that the Flying Thunder God technique was not without a price. The farther the distance, the more chakra's amount, and the more chakra the caster would consume. After suppressing the dizziness, Kakashi hurriedly looked around. As he expected, with just a glance, he could confirm that there were at least 6 or 7 Akatsuki members present, but because he was prepared, he was not surprised. It's just that in addition to Naruto, there was also the Cloud Yachibi's Jinchuriki, which was bound by the wood release, which was beyond his expectation. But now is obviously not the time to explore why the Yachibi's Jinchuriki is also here, and being able to rescue the 2 Jinchuriki that were kidnapped by the Akatsuki is naturally a good thing for the 5 great shinobi villages, so Kakashi gritted his teeth and grabbed Naruto with one hand, while the other hand reached out to Chakra, who was tightly entangled by the wood release. But because of Kakashi's brief dizziness, Nagato, who was disturbed by Hyojin, reacted, and the wood release that entangled Chakra actually followed Kakashi's hand and entangled Kakashi. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, almost at the same time, in the distance, Lotus cast the 10-finger piercing bone bullet, and attacked Kakashi with a sharp whistling sound. The Haruhu puppet controlled by Sasori also activated the rapid release, and instantly flashed in front of Kakashi, raising the long sword in its hand high. Tisk. Seeing that Kakashi couldn't save people, and was about to die, Hyojin spat lightly, and immediately released a large-scale rain pull. Boom, in an instant, with Hyojin as the center, a huge repulsive force swept out in all directions, and everything around, whether it was people or objects, was completely blown away, and even the ground was plowed 3 feet. Under the huge repulsive force, Kakashi, who was holding Naruto, was also blown away, and Chakra, who was next to him, took the opportunity to break free from the wood release, and quickly disappeared in the smoke and dust in the sky. The first update is here. It's going to be a new week soon, and the list will be updated. Please support the recommendation votes. It's nothing, please. The roar caused by the wheel manipulation reverberated in the valley for a long time. The dust that was stirred up flew even higher due to the airflow that was blocked by the surrounding mountain walls. It almost covered the entire forest, and it seemed like it was going to spread out. In addition, the sun had just risen and the sky was rather dark, so everything in the surroundings was plunged into darkness. Slowly descending from the sky, Nagato, who was trapped in the smoke and dust, had a rare look of solemnity on his face. The fact that his opponent could unleash such a level of Shinra Tensei had greatly exceeded his expectations. This level of strength was almost close to the Shinra Tensei that he had used to destroy Mai. Because of this, Kuroto didn't waste Chakra's wind release ninjutsu to disperse the smoke. Because Kuroto is very clear that the entire valley and even the entire forest is shrouded in smoke at this moment, and it's not something that can be easily dispelled with 1 or 2 wind release ninjutsu, and it's not necessary. After sensing for a while, Nagato walked in a certain direction. Under the impact of Hyojin's will pull, everyone in the field was blown away. Some were even blown a few kilometers away. But no matter how far, the tailed beast aura on Naruto's body could not be hidden from him. In the distance, Kakashi crawled out of the mound in a sorry state. Before he could even catch his breath, he hurriedly checked Naruto's condition. After confirming that Naruto was only unconscious and not injured, he let out a sigh of relief. But very quickly, he became distressed again. The amount of chakra left in his body was not enough to carry Naruto back to my village with the Flying Thunder God spell. Even returning to the village by himself was a bit difficult. This was mainly because this place was too far away from Mai, and he had already used up more than half of his chakra to save Fu. Although he had recovered a little while waiting, he was far from his peak condition. Just as Kakashi was pondering how to escape with Naruto, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from the smoke. The footsteps were very calm, without a hint of panic. It was clear that the other party was very calm. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he looked over warily. From the moment he passed through to the moment he was sent flying by the Rui wheel, the entire process had only taken a few breaths of time. Thus, he did not have the time to carefully analyze the situation. But judging from the fact that the seal on Naruto's body was lifted, and the fact that Cloud Village's Hachibi's Jinchuriki happened to be by his side, there should be an ally present at this moment. Otherwise, there was no way to explain these coincidences. It's just that he has no clue as to who this ally is, because he can't imagine who would be able to choose such a timing to remove the seal on Naruto's body when the Akatsuki members are gathered here. At this time, the figure in the smoke approached, and after recognizing the identity of the other party, Kakashi's expression stagnated. This is the person he least wants to meet, and it's impossible for him to be an ally. And looking at Kakashi in front of him, Nagato said indifferently, "It's you again, Hatake Kakashi." Kakashi didn't answer and immediately took out several special Flying Thunder God kunai from his waist and threw them in all directions. "It seems that you are indeed a troublesome person." After a pause, Nagato's tone became more murderous. "This time, I won't let you escape again." Kakashi's face was solemn when he heard this. On the other side, Hyojin, who was also trapped in the smoke, slowly activated the Byakugan. Yes, the eye sockets of this puppet are a pair of real Byakugan. If Hyojin guessed correctly, this pair of Byakugan should be the Byakugan of the clan elder who was killed by Kuroto Aoki. After all, in the current ninja world, there are only a few Byakugan that are not bound by the caged bird. Using the Byakugan to observe in the smoke that covered the sky, Hyojin quickly confirmed the location of Kakashi and Naruto, and immediately his figure flashed and rushed over. Kakashi's state just now was obviously due to the lack of chakra. Otherwise, with Kakashi's skills, it's impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake just now. Therefore, not only can Hyojin not evacuate now, but he also has to find Kakashi first and transfer some chakra to Kakashi so that Kakashi can escape with Naruto. Swish, shuttling through the smoke, Hyojin soon arrived at the place where he found Kakashi and Naruto, but there were only 2 pieces of gravel, one big and one small. Is it Byakugan? Hyojin, who participated in the Third Ninja World War, immediately realized that he was deceived by the chakra phantom created by Byakugan. Before the Byakugan clan was exterminated by the Mist Village, Byakugan was known as the natural enemy of Byakugan because it naturally had the ability to create chakra phantom and restrain the Byakugan's ability to see through things. Kacha, suddenly, the ground under Hyojin's feet cracked, and a figure holding a bone blade rushed out. Humph! With a light snort, Kuroto's figure turned around and with an incredible speed, before the other party could swing the bone blade down, he turned around and kicked the other party away. Swoosh, another sharp whistling sound came from the other side, attacking Hyojin from the other side. Hyojin's expression didn't change, and he directly reached out and grabbed the beheading blade, one of the Mist Village's 7 ninja blades, that cut through the smoke with a sharp whistling sound. Clang, the sharp beheading greatsword slashed on Suijin's outstretched palm, producing a sound of metal colliding with metal. Then, Pipa Juzo's pupils suddenly shrank, because he was shocked to find that Hyojin only used one hand to pinch the beheading blade that he swung with all his strength. Not only that, the blade that was pinched by his opponent didn't move at all, he couldn't even pull it out. Just when Pipa Juzo was in a dilemma, hesitating whether to abandon the blade or not, another figure rushed out of the thick smoke. This person was Ghost Mermaid, who was waving the double-blade flounder. Ghost Mermaid was very experienced, he didn't choose to attack Hyojin directly, but waved the flounder in an explosive state, and fiercely hammered the back of the beheading blade that was pinched by Hyojin with one hand. Bang, the huge force hit, and Hyojin took a few steps back. The ground under his feet was also shaken, and cracks spread out in all directions. But Kuroto's arm was still unscathed, because the puppet made by Sasori is a weapon from head to toe, and in the state of full chakra, the strength of the arm is no weaker than an ordinary chakra blade. And Pipa Juzo took the opportunity to pull out the beheading blade that was pinched by Hyojin with one hand, and without hesitation, he flashed into the smoke. This smoke may be a huge interference for ordinary ninjas, but for the mist ninjas who were good at mist assassination techniques, the smoke was no different from thick fog, so the current environment did not affect the mist team's combat. But they obviously underestimated the strength of Hyojin. A carefully designed trap was easily broken by Hyojin. After dragging the beheading blade into the smoke, Pipa Juzo breathed a long sigh of relief, but at this moment, he vaguely heard a muffled groan not far away. Huh. Pipa Juzo heard this muffled groan with a trace of pain, a bit like the sound of his teammate Hua. Before Pipa Juzo could confirm whether the muffled groan just now was made by Hua, another cry of pain came from his other side without warning. Lotus. This time, Pipa Juzo immediately recognized that the cry of pain was made by Lotus, and his face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes were full of surprise. As a member of the Kagaya clan with the corpse bone vein, Lotus' ability to endure pain was absolutely outstanding among ninjas, so it was hard for him to imagine what kind of attack could make Lotus cry out in pain. In surprise, Pipa Juzo heard a shout from the ghost mermaid not far away, water release, explosive water blast. Walala, although the smoke obscured the vision, the air suddenly filled with water vapor, and the loud sound of the waves, all showed that the ghost mermaid was using a powerful water release ninjutsu. The experienced Pipa Juzo immediately transmitted the chakra to his feet, and was ready to step on the water. But after a few breaths, the expected waves did not come, and even the air returned to its previous dryness, as if the water release just now did not happen at all. Ninjutsu absorption. Pipa Juzo thought of a possibility. Because ninjutsu absorption may be a strange thing to others, but it was not unfamiliar to the members of the Akatsuki organization, because their leader Nagato had this ability. Soon, the surroundings returned to silence. And the quieter the surroundings, the more afraid Pipa Juzo was. He wanted to call out to his teammates to confirm their status, but years of experience told him that at this time, it meant that he would be exposed, so he could only suppress the urge to call out to his teammates and carefully sense the situation around him. Just as Pipa Juzo was looking around, a faint voice came from behind him. Are you looking for something? Pipa Juzo was shocked, and his heart suddenly jumped to his throat. Here's the second update, Monday's leaderboard update, please recommend it, it's nothing, please support it. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts yesterday, thank you everyone. Pipa Juzo, who was proficient in the fog assassination technique, did not expect that someone could sneak behind him without a sound. He was so shocked that he did not have time to think about it. He turned around and swung his sword. Just like before, Hyojin grabbed the beheading sword that Pipa Juzo swung with one hand, but this time he did not talk nonsense. His other hand directly stabbed Pipa Juzo's chest. Crash, Pipa Juzo, who was pierced in the chest, suddenly turned into a splash and fell to the ground. Water clone, Hyojin whispered indifferently, and immediately held the beheading sword in his hand. Pipa Juzo abandoned the sword very decisively this time. He made a judgment almost in an instant. The sword that he turned around and slashed was just a feint to cover his escape. However, this set of tactics couldn't be hidden from Suijin's eyes at all. With a quick glance, Suijin found Bipajuzo, and with a grin, he threw the beheading sword in his hand. Swish, the big and heavy beheading sword instantly disappeared in the smoke with the sound of the wind breaking. Almost at the same time, there was a muffled groan of suppressed pain in the direction where the beheading sword flew. Obviously, the beheading sword that Hyojin threw hit Bipajuzo, who was fleeing in panic. Zizi, at this moment, there was a faint sound of electric current in the distance. Rachel. Hyojin's face was cold. He did not care about dealing with Bipajuzo. His figure shook and disappeared. On the other side, Kakashi, who was carrying Naruto, was quite embarrassed. In order to get rid of Nagato's pursuit, he used all his skills. After some entanglement, his body was covered with scars, and there was a black stick in his left leg. Not only did it greatly reduce his mobility, but even the little chakra in his body was not listening to him. Glancing at the black stick in his leg, Kakashi wanted to pull it out, but as soon as his hand touched it, the chakra in his body immediately became violent, making him weak and unable to exert any strength. Sigh, falling to the ground, Kakashi let out a sigh. It was not an easy task to pull out the black rod that was stuck in his body, especially when his stamina and chakra were exhausted. However, if he did not pull out the black rod immediately, Nagato, who had been lured away with great difficulty, would soon catch up to him. What a pity. I couldn't get you out. Glancing at Naruto, who was still in a coma, Kakashi said to himself apologetically. Trapped in the enemy's camp, isolated and without help, coupled with the fact that his chakra was about to run out, Kakashi's current situation was undoubtedly a dead end. At this moment, forget about rescuing Naruto, he couldn't even escape. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed that someone was rapidly approaching, so he turned his head to look at the dusky smoke in front of him, and his hand instinctively flashed with dazzling lightning again. Swoosh, in the blink of an eye, a figure broke through the smoke and appeared in front of Kakashi. This person was Hyojin, who had heard the sound and rushed over. Found it. Seeing that Kakashi and Naruto were all right, Hyojin's face was filled with joy. Immediately, Hyojin's attention fell on the black rod that was stuck in Kakashi's leg. He immediately frowned and wanted to rush over to pull out the black rod. Because every black rod was a transmitter, as long as it was on the body, Nagato could sense it at any time. Hyojin, who had no time to explain, instantly rushed in front of Kakashi, pulled out the black rod that was stuck in Kakashi's leg, and threw it far away. At the same time, Kakashi's right hand also pierced the chest of Hyojin's puppet body. The destructive power of the ray was displayed vividly at this time. The puppet body that even the beheading greatsword couldn't do anything to was instantly penetrated by the ray. You. Both of them looked at each other in astonishment. Kakashi didn't expect that Hyuga Aoki, who was suspected to be Hyuga Aoki, would rush over to help him pull out the black rod, and Kuroto didn't expect Kakashi to be so decisive, so he fell into the trap. Kakashi's action was not without reason. When he was still in the village, Asuma and others who were attacked by Hyojin Aoki had already submitted various information about Hyojin Aoki to the village, and guessed that Hyojin Aoki was probably the culprit who opened the box of bliss and released enlightenment. Therefore, the moment he saw Hyojin Aoki pouncing on him, Kakashi didn't hesitate to launch a counterattack. Hyojin, on the other hand, was a little negligent because he was a puppet body, plus he didn't guard against Kakashi, and he was anxious about why Kakashi pulled out the black rod, so he was accidentally attacked by Kakashi. Fortunately, it was just a puppet body. Although the damage was serious, it would only affect the performance of the puppet, and there was no real damage to Hyojin. After realizing that the other party may be an ally, Kakashi hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" Hyojin didn't answer. While putting his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, he looked around with the supercilious eyes, vigilant of Nagato who may arrive at any time. Kakashi wanted to ask a few more questions, but suddenly found that an unusually soft chakra was continuously pouring into his body. "What are you doing?" Kakashi, who was staring at Hyojin, was a little confused. According to the information he got in the village, it was clear that the person in front of him released Satoshi, attacked the village, and injured dozens of Umbu in the woods outside the village. It stands to reason that such a person would never help him, but the scene in front of him made him believe that the other party is the ally who unlocked the seal on Naruto. Moreover, the other party's chakra is very strange. He has never felt this kind of chakra. It is very soft, there is no sense of sluggishness, and just by feeling, he can judge that the strength of this chakra is very high, far better than the chakra extracted from the body of an ordinary ninja, even higher quality than the chakra that Tsunade passed to him before. Soon, another figure broke through the smoke and appeared in front of Hyojin and Kakashi. It was Nagato. Hyojin immediately got up and stopped in front of Kakashi, and said to Kakashi behind him, "Chakra is enough, let's go." Kakashi first nodded, and then immediately said, "What about the Cloud Village's Hachibi's Jinchuriki? How can we care about him now?" After a pause, Hyojin urged, "Let's go." Chakra took advantage of Hyojin's rain pull to break free from the shackles of wood release and escaped alone, so he has long disappeared. Nagato stared coldly at Hyojin and Kakashi and said, "Don't even think about escaping. The first update is here, it's the end of the month, please support me with your monthly votes, if you don't vote, it will be a waste." Bang! Before Nagato's voice died away, Kakashi, who was behind Hyojin, was sent flying without any warning, and almost at the same time, Nagato flashed to where Kakashi was just now. He raised his hand and sucked the unconscious Naruto into his palm, and once again sealed the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto's body. Hyojin, who was slightly surprised, flashed and pulled away from Nagato. Just a moment ago, Nagato sent Kakashi flying under his eyes, took back Naruto, and resealed the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto's body. Moreover, the sealing technique used was one that Kuroto had never seen before. It was no longer the four-symbol seal that he had seen before. "Is it the Luantun border prison?" Hyojin secretly analyzed. The technique used by Nagato was probably the pupil technique of the Samsara Eyes, Luantun border prison. Because just now, Kakashi was sent flying without any warning. Not to mention Kakashi, even Hyojin, who was on guard, didn't notice the slightest clue. Hyojin thought about it, and the only thing that could do this so easily was the silent Luantun doppelganger. And at the moment when Kakashi was sent flying, Nagato directly passed Hyojin's obstruction and flashed to the side of Naruto. This was also in line with the characteristics of the Luantun border prison, the pupil technique of the Samsara Eyes, because the caster of this pupil technique could exchange space with his Luantun doppelganger. In other words, the Luantun border prison was also a kind of spacetime pupil technique. At the thought that he may have been surrounded by Nagato's Luantun doppelganger, Hyojin subconsciously looked around. However, ordinary Byakugan can't observe the Luantun doppelganger shuttling between the shinobi world and the Luantun space, only the Tenseigan on Hyojin's body can see a vague outline. Damn, this is troublesome. Kuroto groaned inwardly. At this time, Nagato stared at Hyojin and said coldly, "You are not Hyojin Aoki, who are you?" Although he was anxiously thinking of a way to break out of this situation, Hyojin's face was calm, and even the corners of his mouth were curled up into a playful smile. "Did you find out? I thought I could play for a while." Play? There was a trace of anger on Nagato's usually indifferent face. Hyojin's words obviously angered him. Capturing the subtle changes on Nagato's face, Hyojin suddenly thought of an idea, and immediately said deliberately, "You should feel honored to be my plaything." Nagato's eyes were cold. "You are Yama?" In his opinion, only the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, was qualified to talk to him like this in the shinobi world. Other so-called strong people, even the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages, were not qualified to talk to him in this tone. At this time, Hyojin deliberately put away the smile on his face, and said lightly, "Hyojin Aoki, that ant, dares to fight against me. It's really ridiculous. My Otsutsuki family is not something that you ants can fight against." Otsutsuki. After saying this silently, the expression on Nagato's face became more solemn. The surname Otsutsuki is not unfamiliar to Nagato. In order to find out the ninjutsu used by Yama and the origin of his Rinnegan, he secretly read many ancient books collected by the Akatsuki organization. Many ancient books mentioned that the legendary sage of the 6 paths was from the Otsutsuki family. Even his Onuzumaki family, if traced back to its roots, is very likely to be a branch of the Otsutsuki family in the mythological era. Not far away, Zetsu, who had half of his body poked out from the ground, also heard Hyojin's words. White Zetsu was shocked and said, Yama is really from the Otsutsuki family on the moon. It seems that the information given to us by Hyojin Aoki is true, but unfortunately, that guy has been killed by the Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu's face was extremely solemn. Confirming this information is obviously not a good thing for him, because it means that the Otsutsuki Himura, who has not interfered in the shinobi world for thousands of years, has begun to intervene in the affairs of the shinobi world. Although he already had some doubts when Yama summoned the meteorite, when it was confirmed, he still felt annoyed that things were out of his control. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Nagato's eyes gradually became firm. He broke his indifferent expression and roared, "No one can treat me as a plaything, even you are no exception." White Zetsu said helplessly, every time he meets Yama, Nagato will lose his sense of propriety. Usually, no matter who Nagato is facing, he is indifferent and calm, and very few people can provoke his emotions, but when he meets Yama, he will lose control of his emotions. Black Zetsu still did not say a word, he just stared at Hyojin. Black Zetsu did not know much about the Otsutsuki Himura family on the moon, so he urgently needs to know the information about the Otsutsuki family on the moon at the moment, trying to understand why they suddenly intervene in the affairs of the shinobi world. Because he knew very well that it was not only Otsutsuki Yui who sealed his mother. It was Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Himura who worked together to seal his mother. Hyojin gradually floated into the air and said lazily, I have heard too much of this kind of incompetence and anger. While I still have some interest in you, work hard to become stronger, plaything. Maybe one day when I lose interest in you, I'll come and take your life. When that time comes, don't disappoint me. Damn it. Under the stimulation of Hyojin, Nagato's huge chakra suddenly burst out. This powerful chakra that surpassed the tailed beast was so terrifying that the surrounding smoke and dust seemed to be pushed away by an invisible air wave, and even the air became dense. Gravity seemed to be affected, and the fine stones on the ground floated up one by one, and then were crushed into powder by the distorted air and dissipated in the air. In the distance, White Zetsu was speechless. This is too exaggerated. Has Nagato reached this level? Even Black Zetsu was quite surprised, let alone White Zetsu. After the battle of my destroying the village, Nagato had not used his full chakra, so his judgment of Nagato's strength was still at that time. Now that Nagato suddenly burst out, it immediately surprised him, and his expression became a little unnatural. Also feeling the terrifying chakra that Nagato released with all his strength, Hyojin was shocked, but he smiled faintly and said, it's finally a little more decent, but in front of me, Otsutsuki Samurai, this level of chakra is not enough for me to take seriously. Otsutsuki Samurai, After whispering, Nagato roared with a determined face, come on, Otsutsuki Samurai, let's fight to the death. After roaring, Nagato stretched out his hands and angrily performed the 10,000 mammoth attraction, trying to suck Hyojin over. Hyojin, who had been waiting for this moment, smiled and stretched out his hands. Whoosh, all of a sudden, a huge wave surged out from Hyojin's palms, violently attacking Nagato. This huge wave was the water release ninjutsu explosive water shockwave that Hyojin had just used to absorb the tailless ghost mermaid. After releasing this ninjutsu, his spiritual body instantly left this puppet body and quietly disappeared in the dust. The sudden appearance of the huge wave immediately blocked Nagato's vision. His face darkened. Then, he calmly executed the 10,000 mammoth heavenly attraction with one hand and the hungry ghost Dao sealing suction seal with the other. Therefore, the exaggerated water release ninjutsu of the ghost mermaid was absorbed by Nagato as soon as it was released by Hyojin. The huge wave just rose and disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. At the same time, Hyojin's puppet body was sucked over by Nagato's 10,000 mammoth attraction, then Nagato grabbed it by the neck. After grabbing the neck of Hyojin's puppet body, Nagato immediately felt that something was wrong, because the puppet body in his hand had completely lost the chakra reaction, and even the white eyes in the eye sockets had lost their spirituality. Did he leave? Just now, the huge wave released by Hyojin temporarily blocked Nagato's vision and interfered with Nagato's chakra. Therefore, Nagato didn't notice that Hyojin's soul had left the puppet body. He didn't realize it until he grabbed the neck of Hyojin's puppet body. Swish, at this moment, Kakashi suddenly showed up in front of Nagato. Because he was irritated by Hyojin's words, Nagato focused all his attention on Hyojin's puppet body, which had already lost its soul. He wasn't prepared for Kakashi's sudden appearance. And Kakashi, who had been replenished by Hyojin's chakra, didn't hesitate this time. He immediately grabbed Naruto, who was at Nagato's feet, and instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared on the spot. Nagato, who came back to his senses, wanted to stop him, but he was still a step too late. Immediately, a wave of doubt surged in Nagato's mind. He had clearly sealed the Flying Thunder God technique on Naruto's body, and also confirmed that there were no other Flying Thunder God techniques on Naruto's body or the surrounding ground. Therefore, he didn't understand how Kakashi could directly flash in front of him without any positioning coordinates. Could it be? As if thinking of something, Nagato's eyes immediately fell on Hyojin's puppet body in his hand. Then, he found an extremely well-hidden Flying Thunder God technique inside the damaged chest of the puppet body. In an instant, Nagato understood everything. It turned out that the reason why Kakashi could flash in front of him and take away Naruto just now was because of the positioning coordinates of this puppet body that he had attracted with the 10,000 nature summoning. He already knew that his puppet body had the Flying Thunder God technique left by Kakashi, so he deliberately abandoned this puppet body and let me absorb the Flying Thunder God technique to his side, creating an opportunity for Kakashi? After understanding this, Nagato was ashamed and angry. There was no doubt that Hyojin had deliberately provoked Nagato and disturbed Nagato's emotions just to send his puppet body to Nagato without arousing Nagato's suspicion. Because when he was accidentally injured by Kakashi, Kakashi took the opportunity to leave a Flying Thunder God technique in the wound of his puppet body. This was actually the usual trick of Kakashi's teacher, for generations Naruto. At the moment of hitting the enemy, he would lead the Flying Thunder God technique, and then he could launch a surprise second round of attack. Although Kakashi did it covertly, he couldn't hide it from Hyojin. And Hyojin, who was aware of this, thought of this tactic around this point. Hyojin believed that Kakashi could seize this opportunity that he had painstakingly created. He liked to joke that Kakashi could fight with anyone. This was a kind of joke, but it was also an affirmation of Kakashi's tactical ability. The fact that Kakashi could fight with anyone without the bloodline of the Otsutsuki family and his body's hardware was insufficient was proof of his excellent tactical ability, and it was proof that he could use tactics to make up for his combat power. If it was someone else, this tactic of Hyojin might be meaningless, but if it was Kakashi, then it was very worth Hyojin to fight for this probability. At this time a twisted whirlpool appeared beside Nagato, and then, Obsidian walked out of the whirlpool carrying the unconscious Chalabi. Obviously, Obsidian, who had not shown up just now, went to chase after Chalabi, who took the opportunity to escape. And Chalabi obviously failed to escape Obsidian's pursuit, and once again fell into Obsidian's hands. After throwing the unconscious Chalabi to the ground, Obsidian said with a solemn face, "Nagato, this place has been exposed. We must move immediately." Obsidian had undoubtedly heard the conversation between Nagato and Hyojin just now. Just like Zetsu, after confirming that Yamato of Amatsukami was the Otsutsuki family on the moon, his heart was in turmoil at this moment. This was because he had too little information about the Otsutsuki family on the moon, and from the tone of Otsutsuki samurai just now, he could clearly feel the other party's disdain for Nagato. And Nagato's chakra just now had already made his heart jump. Such a powerful Nagato, yet the other party did not take him seriously, so he felt a little uncertain in his heart. Nagato was silent, and his face was a little embarrassed. The two human Jinchuriki that he had personally captured were both lost. This not only made him lose face, but also made him feel a kind of frustration that he had never felt before. Obsidian advised, "Nagato, you must calm down. Now is not the time to fight with the Otsutsuki family." At this time, Zetsu also rushed over and said, "Yes, the enemy this time is unprecedentedly strong. Before we collect enough information, we can't fight with them recklessly." Whether it was Obsidian or Zetsu, they were obviously frightened by Hyojin. They felt that they could not fight with them recklessly before they resurrected the Ten Tails. Nagato threw away the puppet body in his hand, looked up at the sky, and said with gritted teeth, "Otsutsuki samurai, one day, I will prove to you that I, Nagato, am not a plaything." The second and third chapters have been updated consecutively. Please get your monthly tickets at the end of the month. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday. Thank you everyone. End of chapter 878. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.